Chapter 151. Burning with anxiety. Maple Tree carefully looked towards the mob of monsters. After looking for a while, he finally cried, "Where's the dead center?" These 12 monsters weren't standing in a line waiting for him to inspect them. Amidst the intense battle, they were all mixed into a mess. Even Lord Grim and the others would sometimes enter the mob of monsters. Maple Tree watched the battle attentively for a minute, but still hadn't found any signs of a dead center amidst the chaos. "Watch me attack." A girl suddenly spoke out. Maple Tree couldn't tell if the voice came from Soft Mist or Cleansing Mist. But he quickly saw Cleansing Mist run off, jump, turn around, and then fire. With the recoil from the flying artillery shell, she also leaped up onto a window. "Did you see it?" That voice came again. "Who?" Maple Tree stared blankly. "The place where I fired at just moments ago." The other side said. "That artillery shell?" Maple Tree asked. "Yes." "Oops, I was only watching you and wasn't looking at the shell," Maple Tree said gloomily. This explanation made him feel very childish. A bullet from a sharpshooter would cause blood to spurt out from the target that had been hit. It was obvious at a glance. But an artillery shell from a launcher was different. It would explode with a bang once it hit a mob of monsters and instantly turn into smoke, which was why he wasn't able to tell who exactly the shell had hit. "Watch closely this time," Su Muqing said. Her Cleansing Mist rapidly fired using the skill Gatling gun. This time, she didn't shake the gun, so the bullets flew in a straight line from the gun nozzle directly to a monster in the middle of the mob. "I saw it. I saw it," Maple Tree hastily cried. If he still hadn't seen it, then he'd have to die from shame. "That's good then." Maple Tree immediately pulled out his gun and then began firing at the monster. Just as he was pondering over why this monster was considered the dead center, he suddenly saw the monster turn around and move towards Cleansing Mist, shouting, "Little girl, you're looking to die." The monsters of Desolate Land such as the bandits and thieves were all human, so of course they could speak. They weren't like those shrieking goblins or wailing undead monsters. "OT." Maple Tree, who had claimed he was extremely familiar with Desolate Land, immediately knew that this monster's aggro had shifted onto Cleansing Mist. This girl had accidentally caused it to OT, off tank, when she had instructed him. Maple Tree truly felt extremely ashamed. In the end, it looked as if Cleansing Mist didn't know what had happened, as she continued to fire ferociously. He then saw a ball of light condense and a laser shoot out directly at that hooting OTED monster. This was the Launcher Level 30 skill laser rifle. It was the skill with the longest range in all of Glory. Its power could be stored up and did tremendous damage. After storing up power, its damage would increase by 40%, but would also cause it to have a strong recoil. The player had to manually step back in order to take the recoil. If it wasn't done right, then the player might flip over and the accuracy of the shot might also be affected. This sort of fundamental maneuver naturally wasn't a problem for Su Muqing. At the same time the laser fired, Cleansing Mist stepped back, completely nullifying the recoil. But she had clearly OTED already, so why did she use such a powerful skill? Was she looking to die even faster? This was something that Maple Tree couldn't understand at all. Even though the two of them were both on the high grounds were only convenient for their long-ranged attacks. It wasn't like the monster would just stand there staring above him, waiting to die. These were human NPCs. If they could talk, why wouldn't they be able to jump? Of course they could. "OT, OT." Maple Tree repeatedly warned everyone. OT often lead to a party wipeout. Maple Tree attached a lot of importance to this. "Ha ha ha ha, calm down, noob. It's just an OT." Steam Bun Invasion laughed out loud. "Noob? It's just an OT." Maple Tree couldn't accept these two statements. He felt that anyone who called OT as just was the true noob. Just as he was about to retort, he heard that launcher, "It's not a big deal, look." Another look. What was there to look at? Maple Tree was gloomy. His gaze hadn't strayed away from the mob of monsters. "Look at what?" So he asked. "Look at the monster that had been Oted." Su Muqing said. "Where?" Mapletree mumbled and then looked again carefully. He discovered that that monster was nowhere to be seen. The monster's aggro had clearly went on to Cleansing Mist. The monster should have separated from the mob and chased after Cleansing Mist. That should have been what happened. But in a short moment of distraction, he unexpectedly couldn't find any signs of such a monster. Mapletree was still in shock when he saw 3 artillery shells explode in the middle of the mob. That launcher had shot another anti-tank missile. "Slow down!" Mapletree cried out in fear. This launcher was clearly a girl, yet her fighting style was so violently reckless without any control over her damage output. These attacks and skills were thrown out non-stop. Was she going to OT again? In the end, Su Muqing gave him a response that made him almost panic in desperation. Cleansing Mist closely followed with another cannonball, and this time she had even stored up power. For classes like launchers, which attacked relatively slowly, they usually had relatively high burst damage. Thus, launcher skills did quite a lot of damage. At this moment, Cleansing Mist had chained the 3 strongest skills a level 30 launcher could use. Let alone a party without a specialized MT, even with one, the party still wouldn't be able to handle such a rude burst of damage. "OT again," Mapletree sighed. Sure enough, another monster in the mob shouted, "Little girl, you're looking to die." A tragedy. What a tragedy. Mapletree looked up at the sky and let out a lengthy sigh. But when he finished sighing and looked again, the Oted monster was once again nowhere to be seen. Its aggro was pulled back? Mapletree truly didn't understand what had happened. He wasn't doubting these players' skill, but with a launcher's burst damage, if the OT by the previous laser rifle was pulled back, then that was understandable, but an anti-tank missile and a cannonball chained together along with it. Without a specialized taunt skill, just relying on damage output, it was impossible to pull the aggro back in an instant. It was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Mapletree had been standing at the window in a daze the entire time. At this moment, Su Muqing suddenly yelled, "Why aren't you attacking?" "Attack? Attack what?" Mapletree was still pondering over this OT mystery. "The targets I attack. Just hit whatever I hit and you'll be fine," Su Muqing said. "The targets you attack." Mapletree was still in a daze when Su Muqing's Cleansing Mist used Gatling gun again. This time she used gun shake and her gun shook left and right. The bullets that came out split into 2 lines, hitting 2 different monsters in the mob. Ah! Dual lines. Mapletree was astonished again. He also played a gunner. Even though he wasn't a launcher, he still understood the theory behind this move. It wasn't easy to use gun shake to scatter the bullets from Gatling gun, but having the bullets accurately hit 2 different targets with it was even harder. This required exceptionally precise mouse movements, otherwise the path of the bullets wouldn't be able to split into 2 lines and perhaps split into 3 or 4 lines. When he saw those 2 lines of bullets hit their targets, Mapletree suddenly discovered something even more astonishing. The 2 monsters had been hit by the bullets, but they hadn't given up struggling. The 2 monsters were still headed towards Cleansing Mist with no signs of stopping. Their aggro was clearly on Cleansing Mist. "Quickly! Quickly! Those 2! Mapletree hastily yelled. Gatling gun's attack had already finished. When the 2 monsters closed in on Cleansing Mist, a battle lance with a monster stuck on it smashed down from the sky and the 2 monsters immediately crashed to the ground. And after this circle swing, Soft Mist promptly went to fight other monsters. Oh, and Mapletree was just about to warn Soft Mist of those 2 monsters' aggro, when he saw Steam Bun Invasion dash towards these 2 monsters. But he didn't make a move against them and went right by. When the 2 monsters climbed back up and stubbornly rushed at Cleansing Mist, their comrades happened to be passing by, blocking them. Those comrades had their aggro on Steamed Bun Invasion and were currently chasing him. The 2 NPCs had no choice but to go around this blockade, but they hadn't yet taken 2 steps when a bang rang out. Lord Grim had used Falling Flower Palm to send a monster flying over, hitting those two monsters. This is, Maple Tree wasn't stupid. These two monsters, which had clearly been OT'd, weren't able to get close to their target. They were on the ground half the time and trying to get up the other half. After a long time, they still hadn't moved far from their original positions. And this type of situation was because of the way these three players moved and attacked. Could it be? Maple Tree was currently thinking when a laser beam shot out from up above. That Cleansing Mist's laser rifle had just come off cooldown and had been impolitely shot out. Those two monsters, which had just gotten back up, were immediately knocked to the ground again. Just as they got up again, Soft Mist's Falling Flower Palm sent two more monsters crashing into them. So it's because of their coordination? Maple Tree finally understood. OT'd monsters didn't need to be worried about because of the way those four players used their skills or moved. Those OT'd monsters were firmly under their control. Cleansing Mist's tempo matched the other players' tempos perfectly. Under this type of coordination, OT clearly wasn't an issue. OT really had happened. Maple Tree's judgment wasn't wrong. But it still made him burn with anxiety. It turns out it was only because I was an idiot. Maple Tree's cheeks streamed with tears. Chapter 152. The bystander becomes the deciding role. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous, noob. We've only been playing for a short while and you keep on calling out OT OT. Are you Opman? Steen Bun Invasion laughed out loud. F***CK. Maple Tree raised his gun and wildly shot at the two monsters that Cleansing Mist was attacking. In his heart, he felt extremely depressed. What was wrong with worrying over OT? How could I have known that such a freak team existed? So it was actually possible to prevent OT like this. This type of control is ridiculous. Maple Tree comforted himself as he gloomily fired at the monsters. In this guild, he was the senior, the boss. When they dungeoned, he was the leader, he gave the orders, whatever he said was the law. But now? He was the noob. He was the Opman. He was burning with anxiety. His face was covered in tears. Maple Tree felt wronged. Before he came, he had already mentally prepared himself. After all, it was the team that could step all over the big guild's records. How could their skill be questioned? Maple Tree didn't doubt that they were experts. But after seeing them personally, he discovered that he hadn't prepared himself well enough. These players' skill levels were way beyond his wildest imaginations. At this moment, Maple Tree had a hard time staying level-headed. He felt that his existence in the team was replaceable. Those four players coordinated exceptionally well, while he was an outsider, playing a small role, a bystander. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Steen Bun, don't get distracted. You made a mistake just a moment ago. Yishio said. Oh? Really? Really? That back attack you did with your knee wasn't placed well. If you went right 30 degrees, then the monster would have been knocked back and would have smashed into the monster Soft Mist sent flying. Oh. This is just a test run. In a bit, you're going to have to focus more. This mistake won't affect the overall situation, but it'll affect our efficiency. A few mistakes here and there will add up to a significant amount of wasted time. Yishio said. Okay. But if I focus more, who's going to take care of that noob? Steen Bun Invasion asked. He'll take care of himself. Yishio said. You can do it, noob. Steen Bun Invasion encouraged him. Maple Tree. As they advanced through the dungeon, Maple Tree experienced the four players' coordination and skill another step. Maple Tree's luck wasn't too good. If he had went with Yishio and the others to Desolate Land at level 28, then he might not have fallen to such a depressed state. At that time, Tang Ru and Steen Bun Invasion were still completely new to the dungeon and were genuine noobs. Unfortunately, everyone was now level 30 already. They had never failed to run Desolate Land the limit of 3 times per day. With their mechanics and Yishio's tactical guidance, their many days of practice had drilled into them this level of tacit understanding, making Mapletree feel extremely inferior. Regarding the tactical plan for Mapletree, it was basically under the lead of Cleansing Mist. The two were both long-ranged characters and provided assistance to the other three in the middle of the mob. But Cleansing Mist was actually helping. Every effect, every crowd control, from every attack she made were all being put to use. As for Mapletree, his only task was to shoot the bullets from his gun and use his skills whenever they went off cooldown. Then, make sure that he hit his target. And that was all. He originally thought he was just there to cheer them on, but as they advanced through the dungeon, Mapletree discovered that Lord Grim began paying more and more attention to him and slowly found that he was starting to become a part of their team. He figured this out through one incident, where he thoughtlessly fired at a monster. The target he hit unexpectedly caused the entire team to go into a mess. From this, he quickly realized that the task Lord Grim had assigned to him wasn't to be a bystander. His sloppy playing nearly caused a major disaster. No good. Steamed Bun Invasion opened his mouth. It looks like I should still take care of the noob. No need. Mapletree clenched his teeth. I'm fine. I got distracted because my cell phone suddenly rang. Mapletree lied to fight for his position. He didn't want to be regarded as a noob. He didn't want to be a bystander. He wanted to become an integral part of the team. Just take care of yourself, Steamed Bun. Don't worry about it. Yishio said to Steamed Bun Invasion. Fine then. Steamed Bun Invasion had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Then I leave this noob to you. With the tone he used, it seemed like Mapletree was a noob he had brought in and was entrusting him to someone else. Mapletree, focus, Yishio finally said. In the first half of the run, he had been examining Mapletree's strength. He at least needed to know his skill level before he could clearly use him in the team. For a team that had their sights on the record, the team definitely couldn't afford to bring along a useless bystander. Everyone had to perform at their very best. This was how record-setting teams operated, regardless of whether only 4 players were needed to set the record. This wasn't an issue of ability. This was an issue of attitude. After observing for half the dungeon, Yishio could already see what Mapletree's skill level was. He wasn't any expert of any kind. He was around the same as Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon, an experienced player. Letting him handle situations that required high mechanics obviously wasn't going to happen. However, there was still a lot he could do. At this moment, Yishio was explaining things to Mapletree bit by bit. He explained, while experimenting. The moment Mapletree went up, he caused a small disaster. But with 2 pro-level players and 2 mechanically skilled players, they wouldn't have any problem dealing with the situation no matter how chaotic it was. Mapletree felt even more ashamed. His previous I'm extremely familiar arrogant attitude had disappeared long ago. He really was like a student. He listened to Yishio's instructions and did as he was told bit by bit. Because of this, the latter half of the dungeon slowed down a little. However, no one complained. Tang-Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion had also been taught like this. Su-mooching didn't need to be said. She constantly helped Yishio teach Mapletree and often demonstrated what he needed to do personally. After pushing through the dungeon, Mapletree wiped the sweat off his forehead. This small dungeon, which he had ran who knew how many times, made him feel extremely stressed this time. The detailed strategy Yishio had planned needed to be done with meticulous precision. Everyone's play affected one another, so they all had to perform well and work together. They couldn't afford to make mistakes and wasted time. This type of strategy brought out everyone's full potential. It was the type of strategy that was the most suitable for trying to set new records. This dungeon run took a total of 1 hour to run. They obviously didn't care about the time. They had gotten rid of many problems over the course of the run, which was why it had taken so long. Okay, the second time. Let's try to challenge the record this time. Mapletree, is there anything you don't understand? Yishio said. Yeah. Those noobs who act like they understand everything are the team killers. You'd better not be one of those. Steamed Bun Invasion said. I'm not a noob. I'm the guild leader of Full Moon Guild. Mapletree identified himself. Full Moon Guild? Why aren't you called Full Star Guild? Steamed Bun Invasion said. Why Full Star? Mapletree stared blankly. Because Full Moon doesn't sound good. Steamed Bun Invasion's line of thinking was so simple. So simple that Mapletree couldn't follow it. Meanwhile, the other players had already entered the dungeon. On their second run, Mapletree had begun assimilating with the team. But breaking the record this run? Ishio had no hopes whatsoever. If Mapletree had been one of Blue Brook Guilds or any of those type of big guilds elite experts, then it might have been possible. But for someone who was just an experienced player, it would be very difficult to completely grasp the strategy on the second try. Even if no mistakes were made, there would still be some flaws in his playing. They wouldn't be able to reach the most optimal state and thus their efficiency would take a hit. If everyone's equipment was at the level of the big guild's elite teams, then there'd be more leeway for Mapletree. But in their situation, they needed Mapletree's 100% in order to take down the record. In the end, it was just as Ishio had predicted. Mapletree was still in the difficult stage of fitting in with the team. Even though there weren't many major errors, there were still a lot of places that required him to think and a lot of places where he acted too slowly, which would all delay them. In the end, their time for their second run was 35 hours 14 minutes and 41 seconds. There weren't any other major issues, it all depended on Mapletree's performance now. This was already the main reason that their final time couldn't beat the record. However, it didn't look like the task could be finished today. They could only run the dungeon once more. Ishio reckoned that Mapletree wouldn't be able to adapt so quickly. Sure enough, in the third run, Mapletree improved again. But it wasn't enough. Their final time was 34 hours 47 minutes 68 seconds and their 3 runs for the day were now all used up. How could Mapletree not know that the problem lay with him? The other players didn't make any mistakes and were all lowering their tempo to adapt to him. Being someone on the team that held everyone back didn't feel good at all. Mapletree couldn't help but think of his guild's dungeon team. If there was such a terrible noob on it, everyone would hate him. And the current him? Although he wasn't destroying the team, they still weren't able to set the record all because of him, leaving a bad taste in Mapletree's mouth. You have a main account, right? Lord Grimm suddenly asked. Ah. I do. You should use the accounts you have to practice. The team's current problems are almost all on you. As long as you practice a bit more, we'll be able to take down this record. But if we keep on practicing like this and we accidentally reach level 31, then that'd be really bad. Ishio said. Yeah. I'll think of a way. Mapletree said. Desolate Land's elite monsters in the dungeon, in terms of their attack patterns and habits, they're about the same as the monsters in the leveling area. There are a few things you can practice in the leveling area. For example, Ishio suggested a few things Mapletree could do. Mapletree listened attentively. He was repeatedly nodding his head in front of the computer. Nodding and nodding, he suddenly realized that there was no way the other side could see him doing so and as a result, felt embarrassed again. Okay, that'll be it for today. You can do it. We'll see you tomorrow night. See you tomorrow night. Mapletree took off and then began thinking of ways to practice more. Chapter 153. Exchange Market. It's 2 o'clock. I'll be going off too then. Su Muqing said. How are you leveling your account? Ishio asked her. Su Muqing shouldn't have the time to level her low-leveled account. But right now, her cleansing mist was very close to Lord Grimm's level, not a step slower. You don't need to worry about that. Su Muqing hummed a tune and then logged out. Dungeon again? Tang Ru asked. Now that they were level 30, running Frost Forest was no longer a viable option, but Boneyard could still give some experience. Apart from this, they could enter a new dungeon, the level 30 to 33 dungeon Line Canyon. This dungeon was still a 5-member dungeon and could only be run 3 times every day, the same as Desolate Land. Yesterday, after leveling to 30, Yishio and the others had already began running it. The unfamiliarity of the dungeon for the first 3 runs naturally made Tang Ru feel challenged by it, so she was now quite interested in going to Line Canyon. No rush. We're going shopping, Yishio said. Shopping? Tang Ru stared blankly. We're level 30 now. You two should start paying attention to your equipment now. Yishio said, for equipment, higher level doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. True experts have to know how to choose equipment that fit their play style. Movement speed, attack speed, these types of speed-related stats, higher doesn't necessarily mean better either. When the speed is too high, it's pretty common for players to go out of control and expose an opening. Experts don't chase after equipment with the highest stats. They chase after equipment that suits them the best. Why are self-made equipment so strong? It's not just because their stats are higher than an orange equipment by a level. More importantly, it's because they're custom-made specially to suit the player's style. Take my 1000-chance umbrella as an example. If you don't have enough experience in the game, it wouldn't be possible to fully utilize this weapon's might. For weapons, normal players usually choose the weapon with the highest attack. But for experts, attack isn't the only thing to be considered because it doesn't how they use the weapon. What truly affects their weapon choice is the weapon's attack speed, length, weight, etc. These sort of properties are all necessary to consider in real battle. Let's say I give you a lance with an attack twice as high as your current one, but with a length that's a third of yours. If you use the one I give you, do you think your strength will increase or decrease? Yishio explained and then suddenly quizzed Tang Ru. Tang Ru heard the question and was stumped. Whether she'd be stronger or weaker, she had no way of judging that. But she at least understood what Yishio was trying to get at. The greater the expert, the higher the expert's awareness towards how different weapons feel. Because I'm not you, as a bystander, I can only give you some suggestions, but what exactly you choose depends on you. This means that you're going to have to try out lots of different weapons. What you're looking for is the most suitable equipment. Either that or you're going to need to adjust your playing style to the equipment you choose. In the end, it all depends on you to decide. They walked while they talked, until the 3 characters finally arrived at Kanji City. Kanji City was much larger than Bull's Town. This was one of the major cities in Glory. It was also the first major city that players would come across and a gathering place for low to mid-level players. From level 30 onwards, players paid closer attention to equipment and so the exchange market would become much more popular. Lots of messages for buying and selling would begin to appear on the World Channel too. Once a player entered Kanji City, the player would see players buying and selling items everywhere around them. However, the prices for many of the items were extremely high. The new servers had lots of new players. But even though new players didn't understand, they weren't stupid. There were very few fools who sold items as if they were trash. Most players who didn't know of an item's price would look around first. They would go to the market and ask around. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were both left speechless after looking at the marked prices. Along their journey to level 30, they hadn't gotten any super lucky gains. Besides the rewards from quests, their only source of income was from monster drops. However, these were all just chump change. The money they had accumulated up until now didn't exceed 10 gold coins. Buying potions and so on usually used silver coins as the unit of measure. In the beginner village, the lowest leveled health and mana potions were 1 silver coin a bottle. 1 gold coin was equal to 100 silver coins. 10 gold coins were enough to buy a lot of these potions. However, these were all the lowest leveled potions. For level 30 players, it wasn't worth buying them. For Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion to have been able to accumulate that much money was already considered quite good. Their skill levels were high, so they were able to dodge most attacks in real battle. If not, then if they were normal new players, they would have used up all of their money from quests and drops on potions. If they didn't do any reselling for profit trading, then they wouldn't be able to afford anything. 10 gold coins was already considered quite rich among these normal players. Yishio looked through several booths. He discovered that even though the market had already taken form, level 30 and up items were still rare. The reason was because level 30 players were currently a very small part of the player population. The majority of players were still trying to reach level 30. At this moment, there were quite a lot of booths, but most of them were players under level 30 setting up booths after seeing others do it. As a result, the majority of equipment sold weren't level 30. Besides a few unique equipment, the rest weren't anything remarkable. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion at least knew to look for equipment based on their levels. They ignored everything under level 30 and only looked at equipment level 30 and above. So expensive! Seeing the prices on the equipment, the two expressed their regrets. A normal level 30 blue piece of equipment cost 10 gold coins, their entire fortune. Class set equipment were even more expensive. They varied from 20 gold coins to 40 gold coins for one. Why was there a difference? This was because even though Glory's 24 classes were balanced well, there were still classes more popular than others. For example, Blade Masters and Sharpshooters were the two most popular classes in Glory. It was the same in the new server. With a greater demand, the equipment for those classes were naturally a bit more expensive. Armor was like this. Weapons were even more so. A level 30 blue weapon cost between 30 gold coins to 50 gold coins. The variance was also because of the difference in classes. As for purple weapons, normal ones cost 100 gold coins. For ones with more outstanding stats, those could cost nearly 200 gold coins. These prices were a bit more fair. After all, the vast majority of players that had hit level 30 were veterans from the big guilds. Under the standards they set, those crazier players that had hit level 32 set their prices in the same way. There weren't too many with ridiculous prices. If I wanted to buy a weapon, how long would I need to save up money? Tang Ru said. It looks like it'd be better to just save up points in the arena. Steamed Bun Invasion was still using that level 25 purple claw he got from the arena. Ha ha, as long as the equipment isn't binded, then you can always resell your equipment later. Yishio said. In Glory, equipment from the normal servers could be binded. After being binded, the equipment wouldn't drop if you died. But it also meant that it couldn't be traded. Once the equipment was bound, it wasn't possible to unbind it, which was why at this stage of the game, practically no one bound their equipment. Everyone wanted to sell their equipment later after it grew outdated. But because of this reason, the price for low-leveled equipment would eventually take a dive as the equipment grew outdated. For example, in the oldest first server, the equipment that Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were gasping at were 10 times cheaper. Moreover, most players didn't want to waste their time peddling them and directly sold them in the NPC stores. Then what do we need to buy? Tang Ru asked. Weapons. Yishio said. After witnessing Maple Tree's performance 3 times, Yishio didn't want to put his entire trust onto whether that guy would improve. In the end, he decided that they should upgrade their equipment and be more ready. Where are we going to get that money? Tang Ru said. She had seen a purple lance being sold for 120 gold coins. Blue lances were a lot cheaper, they were all under 40 gold coins. But a level 30 blue weapon was about the same as her level 25 purple weapon, so there was no point in buying one. If she were going to switch weapons, she'd had to buy a purple lance. Money isn't a problem. Just look for a weapon that you like. If you think the one you're using right now is good, then you should choose the level 30 Scarlet Moon Lance. It's around the same length and weight as your current one. Yishio said. Oh? Then I'm going to go look around. I'll pay you back later. Tang Ru said. Buy me a cigarette pack and that'll be enough. Yishio said. I'm waiting for my pay to come. Tang Ru said gloomily. She currently had no money. She had lost it all to Yishio. Steamed Bun. Look for a weapon you like, it'll be my gift. Yishio said to Steamed Bun Invasion. Ha ha, I get one too. Steamed Bun Invasion cheered. Of course. Then I'm going to go look. Steen Bun Invasion wasn't as polite. He had gaming experience. Even though it wasn't in Glory, he could still infer one thing from 3 in many places. In his eyes, Yishio and him were at a completely different level. Yishio was an expert. A god. Experts gifting new players equipment was a very common occurrence, so there was no need to be polite. Steen Bun Invasion returned after a short while and said he found a weapon that he liked. Yishio followed him to go look and immediately regretted what he had said. Steen Bun, you really aren't polite at all. Ha ha. Steen Bun Invasion laughed. He had found an orange weapon. Yishio had looked around all day and this was the first orange equipment he had seen. How did Steen Bun Invasion smell that out? In just a minute after he heard that he'd be gifted an equipment, he fished this out. Level 30 orange weapon Vampiric Claw, 800 gold coins. How could the price of orange weapons be similar to blue or purple weapons? Can I? Steen Bun Invasion asked. Of course not. I only have 15 gold coins on me. I have to go sell things to buy you guys weapons. 800 gold coins. Do you want me to sell myself? Yishio said. The only reason he had 5 more gold coins than Steen Bun Invasion and Tangru was all because he had consumed even fewer potions and food than them. Really? Then I'll go look around again. Steen Bun Invasion ran off. Orange weapons are no good. Yishio stressed. Got it. Steen Bun Invasion's voice came from far away. Yishio shook his head and then immediately let Lord Grim head to one corner of the market. He had noticed a booth with a sign, buying uncommon materials. How are you buying strong spider silk? Lord Grim walked forward and then asked. The other side turned his character to look at him. After a short moment of silence, he said, Lord Grim. Didn't you earn these strong spider silk from us? And now you want to sell it back to us. Chapter 154. Where'd these materials come from? Oh, you are. Yishio had seen the booth sign board and came over. He hadn't noticed the vendor's name. He glanced, Blue Brook Guild, Bound Boat. I'm called Bound Boat. I'm from Blue Brook Guild. Bound Boat introduced himself. Actually, he had met Lord Grim a while ago. It was just that because he was a cleric, he had been kicked out of the dungeon team. The two hadn't talked to each other before, so he wouldn't be surprised if Lord Grim had forgotten him. Oh, so it's you. Yishio grinned while saying, it'd be great if I could sell them back to you guys. What's the point of money? Uncommon materials are forever. They'll always be useful. TLCN, adapted from The Diamond, is forever. Bound Boat heard this and laughed. This phrase had been around for a long time, but there were very few that still said it. Most new players had never heard of it. Players that say this phrase with ease meant that they had at least 5 years of experience in Glory. Having many years of experience in the game didn't necessarily mean that they were pro players. There were numerous players in the normal player community that had played for a long time. Especially among the experts, most of them were ones that had played Glory for many years. They weren't like pro players, however. No matter how good or bad a pro player was, they still had some level of talent. Most normal players had mediocre talent. If they wanted to reach a certain level of skill, they could only use time and effort to slowly train themselves. It wasn't easy for them. Bound Boat was this type of player. He had played Glory for 7 years. Even in the eyes of the pro community, he'd be considered as having played the game for a long time. As for this Lord Grim, Bound Boat believed that he was a veteran that didn't lose to him in experience. 2 players, who were extremely knowledgeable on Glory, would be able to save a lot on buying and selling. In any case, they wouldn't be ripped off. 40 silver coins for each strong spider silk. Bound Boat didn't say anything more. Don't joke with me. It should be 1 gold coin for each. Yishio said. In front of us 2 seniors, the new server is just like floating clouds, which is why we have to do things according to our knowledge as seniors. If I consider that you're the one buying, then 80 silver coin for each. If I can buy them at 40 silver coins each, why should I buy them at 80? Bound Boat said. That's only right now. Sooner or later, you're going to have to start buying them at 80 silver coins each. Just think of it like that. Yishio said. You should go back to reality. This is the new server. Bound Boat laughed. It was clear that this was a very calm and careful person. Lord Grimm's powerful strength hadn't affected his judgment on business transactions. He wouldn't let up an inch. Yishio was also helpless and had no choice but to ask again, if it's 40 silver pieces for each strong spider silk, then what about frosted stones? Those were much more valuable than strong spider silk. They were items that only dropped from hidden bosses at Lion Canyon. Players could only run the dungeon 3 times every day in addition to their low chances of meeting a hidden boss. Yesterday, Yishio and the others had run the dungeon 3 times and they hadn't met a single one. 20 gold coins. Bound Boat said. 35 is more like it. New server, new server. Bound Boat emphasized. 30. 20 is looking down on the fact that I'm a senior too much. Yishio said. Ha ha, how many do you have? Bound Boat asked. If it's for 30, then I can give you 10 of them. Yishio said. 10. 10. Bound Boat stammered. Because of his cool-headedness and carefulness, he had immediately felt that picking up 10 frost stones was unimaginable for someone who had just hit level 30. These were materials that only dropped from a specific hidden boss. Even though their chances of dropping were high, that wasn't the reason why they were uncommon, rather it was because of the probability of meeting that specific hidden boss. Only once this was considered, could uncommon materials have the word uncommon in them. Lord Grimm had just reached level 30 yesterday. This was something that Blue Brook Guild had been watching closely. Adding in 2 days' worth of runs, Lion Canyon could have only been run 6 times at most. Even if he had met a hidden boss every run and each hidden boss all happened to be the exact same one, then it still might not mean that he'd be able to get 10 of them. The chances of this happening weren't 0, but it was close. What do you think? Yishio asked. How do you have so many frosted stones? Bound Boat couldn't figure it out. It wasn't possible for him to get that amount by himself. If he had purchased them, it didn't make sense for him to go sell them to someone who purchased materials like himself. For a senior with so much experience, that would be too stupid. Apart from that, Bound Boat could only think of him getting those through some shady business like killing others for their items. 10 is a lot. Yishio, on the other hand, was grinning. You have more? Bound Boat was astonished. I have plenty. To be honest, I probably have as many as the amount in your Blue Brook Guild storehouse. Yishio said. Impossible, Bound Boat still doubtful. How did you get them? You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me whether you want them or not. Yishio said. Bound Boat was unexpectedly unable to answer at this moment. Even though he had put a price on frosted stones, he hadn't had any plans on how much he would purchase. At this moment, only high-leveled players would have these items and the majority of these were from big guilds like his. Big guilds would only buy materials and use them. They would practically never sell them. It still wasn't the time for frosted stones yet. When Lord Grimm had suddenly asked him, Bound Boat had thought that even if Lord Grimm had gotten lucky, he would only have 1 or 2 at most, which was why he didn't care too much about it. But who would have thought that Lord Grimm would be so mysterious and start out with 10? Besides the big guilds with clubs behind them, this amount shouldn't be possible for anyone to have. And in addition, Lord Grimm's tone implied that 10 wasn't all he had. How many do you have total? Bound Boat asked. He hadn't made any plans for them because he hadn't thought that he'd be able to get any. But some would come sooner or later. Seeing that the goods had already arrived, he didn't want to miss the opportunity. 30 to 40. Yishio said. Bound Boat almost fell off his chair. If this guy really had as many as that, then it really would be about how many Blue Brook Guild had. Before Bound Boat went out to buy materials, he had checked up on their guild storehouse and recalled that they only had around 40, less than 50 frost stones. 25 gold coins. I want them all. Bound Boat said. This type of large purchase wasn't something that he would ever see again. There was no way a private player could gather this many uncommon materials. When did I say I was selling them all? I'm only selling 10, 300 gold coins and they're yours. Yishio said. 25. Bound Boat didn't care if it was all of them or 10 of them. He'd buy whatever he could. And then me 29, you 26, me 28, you 27, in the end we'd agree on 27.5, so 275 gold coins. Your guild's so big, what's 25 gold coins to you guys? How shameful. 300. Yishio said. How'd you come up with that? Bound Boat said. You really are calm. Yishio said. Ha ha, 25 gold coins is a very fair price. Bound Boat said. It's you who doesn't want them. Yishio said. Lord Grim suddenly stood next to Bound Boat. What are you doing? Bound Boat couldn't help but panic. He had been puzzling over how Lord Grim had obtained so many materials. He definitely couldn't have gotten them from only clearing dungeons. Bound Boat could only come up with Lord Grim killing others and stealing their items. But to get this many would mean that there would be a huge fuss over it. Bound Boat had also ran Line Canyon every day, but he had never heard of anything like that. Don't tell me he somehow hacked the game? Old players had experienced a lot, so they had a lot of ideas. Glory hadn't been hacked in many years, but Bound Boat still recalled how players robbed from each other in the early days. But after Lord Grim had walked over to his side, Lord Grim immediately moved. He had created his own booth and then said, at 30 gold coins as the retail price, they'll be sold off in an instant. It's your own fault you didn't want them. After saying this, Lord Grim's booth was finished setting up. 10 frosted stones were placed on the table. Each of them 30 gold coins. Bound Boat stared blankly. In the game, items had a purchase price and a retail price. The purchase price was relatively low, but was a stable path for the seller. It was very easy to find someone who would buy it. As for the retail price, the price was a bit higher. Only players who really needed it would buy it. It was difficult to say how long it would take to sell the item off. It required patience. For players that were in urgent need of money, they clearly wouldn't set their items at a retail price. Right now, Lord Grim set his items at a retail price. In the Heavenly Domain, the retail price for frosted stones were usually around 35 to 40 gold coins, while the purchase price was around 30 gold coins. Yishio was set on 30 gold coins and wouldn't budge. In the end, Bound Boat didn't reply, which was he just straight up set up a booth. 30 gold coins. For the new servers, this was considered a retail price. A retail price that required patience. But what had to be noted was that this was in the 10th server. Practically no one was selling frosted stones. Currently, the big guilds wouldn't use these to make money off of them. As a result, this was extremely convenient for Yishio. Right now, it looked as if he was at the very front of players in terms of levels. He had gotten a few high-leveled materials on his own and as a result was selling them however he wanted to. And moreover, he wasn't setting up any monopoly price. It was only 30 gold coins, the normal market price. Let me think, at level 30, what equipment blueprints can frosted stones be used for? Yishio muttered as if talking to himself. Right, isn't Soul Staff one of them? This weapon does extra damage to undead monsters, very useful. The dungeon only drops the blueprint, so you'd need frosted stones if you wanted it. Oh, and the polished cross, a light element weapon. If a cleric uses it, then their light elemental skills will have increased effects. And dungeons only drop the blueprints, so you'd have to make it yourself. You should know this, right? Ah? Cleric. Yishio said. HM? Seeing that berserker, I suddenly remembered that their rock cutter needs frosted stones too. Oh. He's coming over. He's coming over to buy. Ah, too bad. He's not. He's a tatchy berserker. How unfortunate. Rock cutter are rock cutter. If you buy my frosted stones, you can make a rock cutter. Ishio reminisced. The calm-bound boat was finally shaken up. It was true that only the blueprints for these purple weapons dropped. They required the secondary professions and the materials to create them. Frosted stones were all one of the necessary materials for them. It was just 30 gold coins. A player that wanted to make one of those purple weapons wouldn't hesitate to buy them, right? Just as he was thinking, he saw a player walk forward. Oh? This place is selling frosted stones. They're all gone. I've already bought them all. Bound Boat hastily said. Chapter 155. Overlapping tracking. 30 gold coins each. Lord Grimm turned around and said to Bound Boat. Fine, 30 is 30. Bound Boat said. The people who had come up to ask for the price were a couple. This type of combination was too terrifying, especially since the person who was asking was the lady. Let alone 30, even if it was 300, then that brother would still clench his teeth and pay up. Bound Boat had immediately made a decision and rushed to buy it. Lord Grimm was the seller who set up the booth. The goods were sitting there with their price tags. If anyone walked by and felt like they were a good price, then they could just buy it and walk away. Bound Boat was afraid that that brother would be too gallant and buy 8 or 10 without a moment of hesitation. If that were the case, how terrible would that be for him? At this moment, Bound Boat showcased his exceptional mechanics as a veteran. He instantly closed his booth and his character stepped in front of Lord Grimm's booth. His mouse repeatedly clicked and without even looking, he instantly cleaned up Lord Grimm's entire booth. That male and female duo just stood there watching without a word. In the end, they threw out at "that guy must be mad" and then swiftly parted. Wow, how fast! Ishio also gasped. Thank you. Bound Boat said politely. But did you confirm everything? Each one of them was 30 gold coins. Ishio asked. Bound Boat turned pale. He hastily opened up his money bag and checked. In the end, he found that he wasn't missing anything. He had lost a total of 300 gold coins. There wasn't any problem with the trade. Don't joke, Bound Boat felt a lingering fear in his heart. In that instant just moments ago, he really hadn't looked at the prices. Since he was buying materials for his guild, he had a large chunk of the guild's money. If the price had been set in the thousands of gold coins, then it'd be impossible for him not to cry. If you had been able to check the prices in that short instant, then you'd really be amazing. Ishio said, while letting Lord Grimm stand up, I'm leaving. Bye. Bound Boat said in a daze as he watched Lord Grimm's figure calmly fade away into the crowds of people in the streets. After a long while, he returned back to reality and immediately reported back to Blue River. Lord Grimm? How could that be? You bumped into him in the city? Shouldn't he be setting the dungeon record? Did he finish? Blue River hastily asked a bunch of questions. How could he care so much about those frosted stones that Bound Boat was so hesitant about? If he set the dungeon record, then why didn't he show up on TV? Blue River carried this doubt while he checked the records. Their Blue Brook Guild's record still stood at the lead. The second and third place records hadn't moved either. There was no sign of Lord Grimm. That's weird. Maybe they haven't started setting it yet? Blue River asked Bound Boat. How would I know? But right now, if he's going to set it, it should be done soon. Maybe he wasn't able to break the record? Lord Grimm was selling frosted stones. For someone like him, how could he come out and sell uncommon materials like this? My guess is that they might have bumped into some sort of small wall in the dungeon, which is why he needs the money so badly. He's probably going to use it to buy some equipment. Bound Boat really did have exceptional analytical ability. Even if he couldn't figure out where those frosted stones came from, he was still able to guess the reason why Ishio was selling them. So it's like this? You said 10 frosted stones. Only now did Blue River come to this question. Dungeons and so on weren't under his control. If Lord Grim wanted to set it today, then he'd set it today. If he wanted to set it tomorrow, then he'd set it tomorrow. All he could do was sit and watch. Yeah, and from the looks of it, that's not all he has. Bound Boat said. That's impossible. Right now the only people with more than 10 frosted stones are all certainly from the guilds with clubs behind them. There's no way normal guilds can get that number, and there's no way that amount could be gathered by a single person. Blue River said. That's why I said it was strange. Bound Boat said. Maybe he's already been bought off by some guild. Blue River suddenly thought. Ha ha, we'll see. Bound Boat said. How do we see? I told 1,000 Creations to follow him. Let's see who he's going to meet up with. Bound Boat replied. At this moment, Blue River wasn't the only player watching the record rankings closely. When these guild leaders thought of how such a small existence like Full Moon Guild would destroy this record, they all felt sick in their hearts. Although they didn't feel good about it, they were helpless to do anything. Even so, they still paid close attention to the system announcements. From 0 o'clock to 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, the guild leaders were all feeling restless, but how could they know that Yishio was just taking a stroll around the streets? How have things been? Have you found an equipment you want? Yishio sent Tangru and steamed bun invasion messages. 300 gold coins. Since their team didn't have any Blade Masters or any of those extremely popular classes, they had enough for 3 purple weapons. That Scarlet Moonlance you were talking about. I saw one. Tangru replied. Okay. Where? Yishio asked. After asking where each of them were, he sent them the gold coins. They spent 190 gold coins for 2 purple weapons. They then went to a booth he saw earlier and spent 100 gold coins on a purple hand cannon. Senior, you really have a lot of money. Steamed Bun Invasion praised and switched his weapon with the new level 30 purple Sandstorm Claw. His original title of God for Yishio was changed to Senior, making them seem closer. Steamed Bun Invasion was very simple and made the change because of this. Ha ha, let's go. Yishio said. The 3 then left Kanji City's busy streets. 1,000 Creations was currently following these 3 players. As a veteran at KSing, he was quite skilled at this. After leaving the city, the outskirts were spacious and empty, so instead of closely following behind the 3, he switched routes and maintained a route parallel to them. Seeing where those 3 were heading towards, it seemed like they were heading towards Line Canyon. 1,000 Creations reckoned that they were just going to dungeon and nothing more. But Bound Boat had told him to pay attention to who Lord Grim was going to meet. If they were going to party up for the dungeon, then that'd be perfect, so 1,000 Creations could only continue to follow them silently. Walking and walking, 1,000 Creations suddenly discovered that he wasn't the only one following Lord Grim and the others. With those 3 as the center, countless players were scattered on the map going in the same direction. For players like this, if it was just one player, then it wouldn't be considered weird. But at this moment, there were suddenly numerous of these types of players. If they really were headed to Line Canyon, then they'd be walking along the main road like Lord Grim and the others were. But right now, all of these trackers seemed to be experienced players like 1,000 Creations. They weren't tailing them from behind, they were taking a route parallel to theirs. With so many players doing the same thing, how could that be normal? 1,000 Creations discovered that everyone had also realized this. Some began hesitating. Some immediately changed their routes and directly followed Lord Grim from behind. Their originally secretive way suddenly seemed very normal in this weird situation. 1,000 Creations was different from the others. He ran over to the closest player and after seeing the player's name clearly, he immediately sent Bound Boat a message. He shouldn't have made any agreements with Howling Heights. The name of the player he had looked at was from Guild Wind Howl Manor. Even though the other side had hidden his guild's name, unlucky for him, 1,000 Creations recognized his ID. Oh? How do you know? Bound Boat was puzzled. He had no way of knowing how Thousand Creations had come to that conclusion. Because one of Wind Howl's players is doing the same thing as me. Thousand Creations said. Bound Boat was speechless. It looks like this Lord Grim had captured the entire 10th server's attention now. Before, everyone was trying to rope him in without the knowledge of the other competing guilds. But now, it looks like under this weird situation, everyone's been exposed. Fussy Dawn, do you know which guild this player's in? Thousand Creations looked at another player's name, except this time he didn't recognize it. The other side had also hidden his guild's name, so he could only let Bound Boat look it up. Let me check. After asking how his name was spelled, he contacted someone to investigate. TL, in Chinese, many words are pronounced the same and are all written differently. X, https://en.wiki.org/wiki/lion-eating_poet_in_the_stone_den. Like this, Thousand Creation continued his overlapping tracking and reported 9 players to be checked. Actually, there were originally 11 players, but 2 of them had retreated after seeing the situation. Among these 9 players, there were already 5 guilds that had been found: Tyrannical Ambition, Royal Heritage, Wind Howl Manor, Samsara, and Blossom Valley. These 5 guilds had all participated in the Great Tracking and saw that Lord Grim hadn't made any agreements with anyone. Are you guys still continuing? Bound Boat asked. Yeah, we're almost at Lion Canyon. I'll wait until after Lord Grim enters the dungeon, then as 10 can go form a team to run the dungeon. I haven't used my entries for today yet. Thousand Creations said. All right, have fun. Bound Boat didn't say anything more. They arrived at Lion Canyon in the blink of an eye. Even though the game said it was a canyon, there weren't any tall mountains. Lion Canyon was a giant crack in Glory's land. In the yellow-soiled plains, there was a large crack as if it had been cut open by a hatchet. It was long, wide, and deep. There wasn't any kind of vegetation there, only a few animal skeletons. What lived here were poisonous insects. Of course, for players, these were all providers of experience. As a level 30 to 33 leveling area, Lion Canyon was currently considered a high-leveled area. Unless the game was being played as a job, then only players who played the game 12 hours and up would be able to reach level 30. There obviously weren't many of these types of players, so at this moment, Lion Canyon was quite empty. Lord Grim and the others went down to Lion Canyon. They ignored the small monsters along the way and headed directly to the dungeon. A group of players followed behind them, but after seeing who Lord Grim was calling to form parties with, they lost all hope. 7 Fields. Sleeping Moon. For the ones who did their homework, they all recognized that these 2 players were from Full Moon Guild. And not only this, each of the big guilds had already sent out spies to go join Full Moon Guild. That night, Full Moon Guild grew a lot larger. These players who had joined weren't low-leveled. The spies had all gathered there to figure out what exactly Lord Grim's intent was. And outside of this Lion Canyon, there were trackers sent by their guilds to take a peek. The big guilds were all having an extremely difficult time for this one expert. After seeing that Lord Grim and the other 2 party up with 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon and enter the dungeon, they all reported back, exhausted. Once this was done, the group of players all looked at each other. Are we actually going to party up and run the dungeon? Thousand Creations muttered inwardly, when the others scattered like birds. TCH. Thousand Creations disdained. He was about to leave when he saw a player killing monsters to level not far from the dungeon. His hands suddenly began to itch. His floor flared up and he rushed over to KS that player's monster. Thousand Creations flaunted his talent as he fought to steal that monster when he suddenly discovered that the players around them that were killing monsters had shaken off their monsters and were now rushing at him all at once. Thousand Creations saw that the situation wasn't looking good and thought in astonishment, where did all of these brave heroes come from? And they're all gathered together in the same place too. Chapter 156. Power of an Encirclement. Thousand Creations was a player that sought to kill steel monsters. How many battles had he gone through because of KSing? So when it came to PK, Thousand Creation had plenty of experience. An army of heroes? Thousand Creations didn't believe it. The player who he had stolen from wasn't some girl. How could there so many heroes just hanging around? Now that the crowd of players arrived, the answer was too clear: they were originally together. How interesting! Thousand Creation swept over the surroundings. Some of the players rushing over were far away, while some were close. In this instant, he didn't have enough time to count how them, though there were at least 20 players. Thousand Creation's neutral chaser buffed his movement speed, so he moved quickly. He saw an opening in the crowd of players and slipped into it. Bang! The other side's long-range gunners hadn't arrived yet, but their bullets had. Thousand Creations hastily dodged. The artillery shell exploded. The shock wave from the explosion was larger than Thousand Creations had anticipated and had unexpectedly hit his side. Thousand Creations reacted quickly. He pulled his body back in mid-air and steadied himself. In Glory, knockback was a type of CC effect. But with these types of shockwave attacks, their knockback's effects were more chaotic and caused the target to lose balance. However, the target could steady himself. If it wasn't done right, then the target might get knocked down to the ground. And for the CC knockdown, players had no way of countering it with normal movements. Only skills like Quick Recover could counter it. With this shot, Thousand Creations had already failed to take advantage of the key moment. The crowd of players closed in and the original opening had been repaired. All sorts of classes stood in position. The several close combat classes had already advanced and surrounded Thousand Creations. Not good, Thousand Creations had already fallen into despair. He knew that the situation was already hopeless, but he didn't want to give up. He shouted, brandished his battle lance, and rushed forward trying to take one down with him. But his hopes were all a dream, and in the end, Thousand Creations was killed off with practically 0 casualties on the other side. Who are these guys? Thousand Creations, who had revived in Kanji City, thought, while sending a few names to Bound Boat, hoping that he would help him look them up. These were names which he had worked hard to get while fighting that crowd. But he had died way too quickly and wasn't able to remember too many names in that short amount of time. Who? Why are there so many? Bound Boat asked. Don't worry about that. Just look them up for me. Thousand Creations said. Did you stir up trouble again? Bound Boat asked. Thousand Creations was silent. His existence in the guild was quite special. Usually, players like him with such a nasty habit wouldn't be kept by the big guilds. But Blue Brook Guild appreciated his skill, so they still let him into the guild. Because Thousand Creations was in a big guild, getting good equipment was much easier. For example, right now, he already had a completed Scarlet Moon set and his level 30 Coiling Snake Lance was a rare purple weapon. If he wasn't a part of Blue Brook Guild, how could he have gotten these equipment so easily? Even though the guild took care of Thousand Creations, there was no way they could support his misdeeds. Thousand Creations had no objections towards this. This was also why whether he lived or died in these large or small battles depended on himself. He could not involve the guild. As a result, this time, Thousand Creations was still planning on going in solo to resolve the problem. There was nothing wrong with using the guild's resources though. After reviving in Kanji City, Thousand Creations had to recover from his weakened state, so he slowly walked towards Line Canyon, while waiting for Bound Boat's reply. In his heart, he felt that there was something weird about those players' actions. If they were there just for leveling in the wild, 20 players in a group was a bit ridiculous. Moreover, these players were all fighting separately. What was the point in being in a group? Even Thousand Creations, with his experienced eyes of a KSing, couldn't see that these players were in a group. And since they were, why were they so scattered? What exactly was their plan? As Thousand Creations slowly walked over, his weakened state gradually disappeared. He had lost 10% of his EXP with this death. Apart from this, his equipment had also lost some durability and he lost some of his gold coins. These were all fixed. None of his equipment dropped though. In the normal servers, the chances of equipment dropping at death wasn't high. 1000 Creations, I wasn't able to figure out where these guys are from. At least, they're not from the big guilds. Bound Boat's message finally arrived. Oh. 1000 Creations wasn't too surprised. The world was wide. With so many players, how could Blue Brook Guild have information on everyone? The ones they paid closer attention to were those guilds with clubs that they were competing against. If they weren't from those guilds, then those that they knew were extremely limited. Hold back a bit. Don't stir up too much trouble in the new server. Bound Boat didn't completely block him. If 1000 Creations was the type of person that could be stopped, then he wouldn't be in that position. Bound Boat also reminded him to not bring the guild into his affairs at the very least. Although it was somewhat heartless, 1000 Creations liked this sort of special position. He slowly walked until his weakened state was completely eliminated. Only then did 1000 Creations start jogging. Jogging was faster than walking, but slower than swift running. However, swift running consumed the player's stamina, so most players jogged to hurry forward. He quickly returned to Line Canyon, but he didn't charge in. The other side had 20 or so people. If he directly challenged them, then wasn't that certain death? 1000 Creations planned on waiting for the right opportunity and then striking. He didn't care despicable or low he was. As someone who liked to KS, such a principle practically didn't exist. If his name could be hidden like his guild's name, how great would that be? 1000 Creations lamented. He chose an entrance to Line Canyon and then sneakily headed towards that direction. Line Canyon was extremely quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of the poisonous insects there. 1000 Creations ignored these monsters and hurried over to the place where those players were. When he got close, he slowed down and after carefully analyzing the terrain, he crouched over to behind a dirt mound and snuck his head out. 1, 2, 3. From here, he could see 3 players. They were all minding their own business and fighting by themselves. 1000 Creations hadn't been too vigilant before, but now that he was more aware, he saw that although these 3 were fighting their own monsters, their positions were all in a range where they could help each other if needed. He looked again from a different angle and found 2 others. They were also fighting separately, but they maintained a distance not too far from each other. This is going to be difficult. 1000 Creations furrowed his brow. These people were ready to work together at a moment's notice, which made it difficult for him to find an opening. But why were these guys doing things like this? What were they trying to do? 1000 Creations was hiding far away from them. He switched positions many times, seeing each of the 20 or so people at least once. He pulled out a piece of paper and drew the positions for each of them. Their current position seemed a bit different from before. These people had gathered together closer to one side. 1000 Creations looked at the paper while thinking of this. He looked at the entire drawing from afar and from an overall perspective, 1000 Creations immediately saw something. Their positions were all directed towards the dungeon entrance. Were these guys waiting to ambush someone? Were they waiting for someone to go in or someone to come out? 1000 Creations suddenly thought of someone, an extreme anomaly in the 10th server. Lord Grimm, were they waiting for him? 1000 Creations couldn't help but think of this. But these 20 or so people didn't look like they had good intentions. Even though the wind was blowing in Lord Grimm's direction, could he have angered someone? Even if he refused all of the big guild's invite this time and ran to help Full Moon Guild, they shouldn't have gone so far as to send people out to kill him, right? 1000 Creations thought of this and sent Bound Boat another message. Are you sure these players aren't from a big guild? I'm certain that they're not from a big guild. Why? Looking at their positions, it looks like they're waiting to attack Lord Grimm. 1000 Creations said. What type of players are they? Bound Boat asked. They're outside Line Canyon dungeon. They're acting like they're leveling on their own, but it's clear that they're in an encirclement around players coming out of the dungeon. 1000 Creations said. Who did Lord Grimm offend? Bound Boat was puzzled. I don't know either. Thousand Creations was also puzzled when he suddenly heard a movement from nearby. Hiding behind the dirt mound, Thousand Creations immediately extended his head to look and saw that 5 players had come out of the dungeon. If that wasn't Lord Grim and his group, then he didn't know who was. Thousand Creations wasn't yet sure whether he should give Lord Grim a heads up when that ambush group had already begun moving. So those guys really were looking for him? This time, Thousand Creations counted carefully. If he hadn't messed up, then there were a total of 24 people. The 24 moved out like the wind. In 1 second, Thousand Creations saw them running. And in the next, the gunners fired their bullets, the mags cast their magic, and the close combat classes rushed forward from all different directions. In particular, at the entrance, 6 characters immediately stood on guard. Thousand Creations then saw Lord Grim suddenly lift up his battle lance and use a sky strike. This move unexpectedly launched his 4 companions into the air. Thousand Creations was taken by surprise. First, he had no idea why Lord Grim had attacked his own allies. Second, he didn't understand how his sky strike had launched all 4 targets into the air. According to Thousand Creations' knowledge and what he knew from guides, Sky Strike could only launch 3 targets at once. To hit up an extra 1, how fast was his hand speed? Bang! Lord Grim had sent out a palm, unexpectedly hitting his 4 allies. The 4 flew out at the same time. Only then did Thousand Creations suddenly realize what Lord Grim intended to do. He had impressively executed this even faster and sent his 4 allies outside of the encirclement in an instant. The formation those 24 players were in could dissolve escapes from any direction, but this method was certainly outside of their expectations. Thousand Creations had studied the paper he had drawn with their positions for a while and believed that he hadn't judged incorrectly. This move by Lord Grim had definitely messed up the other side's plan. Pang! Another gun sound. This time, Thousand Creations saw Lord Grim jump and use aerial fire, chasing after his 4 allies. Sky Strike, Falling Flower Palm, Aerial Fire. These 3 moves were completed in an instant, almost quicker than how fast Thousand Creations could think. By the time he understood what had happened, Lord Grim's party of 5 had already completely escaped from the encirclement, heading towards his dirt mound. As for those 24 players, their carefully planned encirclement had been foiled in less than a second and were now chasing after them in chaos. Chapter 157. Running Test. Go to that dirt mound. Thousand Creations heard Lord Grim yell this. Just as he was trying to see which dirt mound Lord Grim was talking about, he saw 3 of the 4 players quickly rush up to in front of him. Why 3? Because when Yishio used Falling Flower Palm to blow them away, they had to use Quick Recover in order to prevent themselves from getting knocked down. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion acted skillfully. On the other hand, 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon didn't do as well. 7 Fields failed in the end and crashed to the ground. Since he had to climb back up, of course he was a bit slower than the others. Whoa! There's someone here and it looks like he's pooping. Steamed Bun Invasion yelled. The 3 ran over and saw Thousand Creations crouching down vulgarly behind the dirt mound. *T. Thousand Creations disagreed with this description. He was waiting there to ambush, how could he be pooping? But worse was what came after. He heard Lord Grim shout without any hesitation, "Kill him!" F***CK. Thousand Creations cursed as he did a backwards roll. A scarlet blade flashed by his eyes. The fastest and fiercest on that side was that female battle mage. Thousand Creations recognized that the Scarlet Battle Lance was the level 30 purple weapon Scarlet Moon, which just barely missed him. Having missed, Soft Mist took a step forward to try again. All in all, Thousand Creations had some skill, and after rolling, he returned back with a Sky Strike. Soft Mist sidestepped it, and then with a practiced coordination, Steamed Bun Invasion slyly snuck behind Thousand Creations and smashed down with a brick. At this moment, the tardy Lord Grim finally arrived. With a glance, he recognized Thousand Creations' ID and then hastily said to Steamed Bun Invasion, "Wait, he's not with them. You know who they are." Thousand Creations heard this and felt like Lord Grimm knew where those enemies came from, so he promptly asked. I have a rough idea. Yishio said. Who are they? Thousand Creations asked. How about we start running first before we start chatting? Lord Grimm led the way out. Those four closely followed behind, and Thousand Creations had no choice and also followed along. Of those 24 pursuers, the long-ranged classes continuously fired at them. Thousand Creations madly dashed in an S-path, so that the other side had no way of accurately firing at him. He then swift ran to catch up to those 5 and found that Lord Grimm was unexpectedly teaching those for other players. There are 3 types of movements: walk, jog, and swift run. Swift run is the fastest, but also uses your stamina. Walking is the slowest, but it'll slowly recover stamina. Jogging is neither fast nor slow, but won't use up your stamina. Directly using swift run will obviously let you move the fastest in a short amount of time, but once you run out of stamina and start jogging, an experienced opponent will definitely catch you. See, look at that Thousand Creations. Right now he's using swift run to get past us, but this is only temporary. Everyone follow my tempo and pay attention to how I switch between these 3 types of movement. After half a minute, he'll be left behind. F*CK. Having been used as a teaching material, Thousand Creations gloomily stopped. Just as he was about to speak, those 5 ran past him. That steamed bun invasion even asked, he suddenly stopped. What type of move is this? The I want to be blown to bits move. Lord Grimm said. Bang! An artillery shell exploded near Thousand Creations. His mind blurred and he flopped through the air. Fortunately, he was able to use quick recover in time, and after rolling, he swiftly dashed and caught up to those 5 players. He caught up again. Steamed bun invasion said. This method is even worse. He was even hit by an attack. Yishio said. Thousand Creations was so angry, he spat blood. When he carefully looked at those 5 players, under Lord Grimm's constant reminders, those 5 players repeatedly switched between the 3 types of movements. There was no set tempo. They would sometimes move one way for a minute and sometimes even move another way for only 2 or 3 steps. Thousand Creations involuntarily copying what they were doing. In the end, that loud-mouthed steamed bun invasion said, it looks like he's copying us. Too late. His initial stamina was different from ours, so he'll definitely use up his stamina first and will be blown to bits in the end. Yishio said. It's no good if your stamina is too low. Steamed bun invasion sympathized. Thousand Creations grinded his teeth. He didn't have a habit of asking others for help. At this moment, even though he copied how Lord Grimm and the others were moving, it looked like he'd have to rely on himself in the end, because that Lord Grimm said that he'd be the first to run out of stamina. Thousand Creations glanced at his stamina. It really was running low. And even though the 24 players behind him hadn't caught up, the distance between them had clearly shrunken. Hey, can we actually escape from them? Thousand Creations asked. The distance between us has shrunken? It's only temporary. Yishio replied. Sure enough, after their opponents madly swift ran at them, only a few were able to catch up. And after their stamina ran out and they began jogging, the distance between the 2 sides gradually widened. We really have pulled away. Steamed bun invasion cheered. We have? Then there's no need to run anymore. Yishio laughed. Why? Because through this test, I can already tell that our enemy's skill levels aren't too high. We could even try fighting with them. Yishio said. We only have 5. 7 Fields reminded. 6, no? Thousand Creations is a person too. Yishio said. This is the internet. In the internet, there's no way you can tell if the person is real or fake. Steamed bun invasion said solemnly. He's spoken before. Yishio helplessly said. Thousand Creations was extremely gloomy, but at this moment, Lord Grimm stopped and turned around. Look, among those 24 players, there's only one of them that has some skill. It's that battle mage over there, Yishio said. He then had his Lord Grim move up to face them and shout, Chen Yehue, is that you? Those 24 players stopped moving. The valley fell deathly silent. Having been called out, Chen Yehue felt extremely depressed. His plans had been ruined from the very start. Liu Hao had to take care of the team's performance, so he could no longer afford to get distracted and tangle with Yi Qiu in the game. As a result, Liu Hao had handed the task of obstructing Yi Qiu's progress to him. But to go against Yi Qiu, what methods did he have? Without any pro players to help, there was no way he could compete in the dungeon records. After thinking for a while, in the end, he realized his greatest advantage, manpower. This time, he personally brought the guild to pioneer in the new server. His ambitions weren't small. Compared to other guilds, their manpower in the 10th server was the greatest. Originally, Excellent Dynasty had intended to compete strongly against the other big guilds and restore their former glory. But who could have known that Lord Grim would appear and cause a storm? Right now, there was only one thing in the competition between the big guilds. It was to see who could win over Lord Grim's help. Chen Yehue was extremely bitter. He already knew who Lord Grim was, so he didn't have any hopes that Lord Grim would help their excellent dynasty. He could be considered as one of the club's official staff, so he had quite a lot of knowledge on the reasons for Yi Qiu's retirement. For the current Yi Qiu to not deliberately look for trouble with excellent dynasty was already very nice of him. It was impossible for Chen Yehue to win over Lord Grim, so he could only carefully prepare to fight against Lord Grim. They originally didn't have many empty accounts left, so he specially leveled many new ones just for this occasion. After all of their trouble of catching up to Lord Grim and reaching level 30, Chen Yehue immediately moved out without any hesitation. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to strike at Yi Qiu. If not, then if that guy ran to some guild for shelter, then their advantage would be gone. Unfortunately, after carefully creating a formation that he thought would be impossible to break, none of the plans he had prepared were used. Lord Grim's immediate attack to send the 4 players out of the encirclement was completely out of his expectations. Chen Yehue's numerous plans had been destroyed in an instant. Chen Yehue obviously wasn't satisfied. Even though the encirclement had been broken, he still had the advantage in numbers, so he had everyone chase them. In the end, right when it looked like they were about to escape, they suddenly stopped and then faced towards them. Your movements are too poor, Chen Yehue. Yishio continued to say, I've already completely seen through your group's strength. Chen Yehue stared blankly. He finally realized that their chase had been a test. That type of control over movements could be considered high-end pro-level content. There were very few normal players who could do it well. Yishio had tested them to immediately know whether Liu Hao or other pro-level players were among the group. If it was just more people, then there was nothing to be afraid of. What are you trying to do? Thousand Creations went over and asked him. Wipe them out. Yishio calmly replied. Are you crazy? Do you want to join in? Yishio asked. Are you? For real? If not, then why wouldn't we be running right now? Yishio said. There's only 6 of us. The number of people doesn't matter. In a team battle, teamwork is the most important. Yishio said. Fine. Then let's see just how capable you are. Thousand Creations brandished his lance and walked up. Get ready to move out. Yishio yelled. Yes. Ready. Forward. Thousand Creations also shouted, but Steamed Bun Invasion and Soft Mist had already rushed forward. They, along with Lord Grim, had begun fighting. No one had come up to ask for his help. Who? Thousand Creations stared blankly. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon had already walked up to him. Just relax and be our support. 7 Fields said. With just this, they moved ahead and joined in the slaughter. Lord Grim, Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion stood back to back in a triangle formation. They directly stormed through the crowd of enemies. It looked as if a flood had swept over and drowned them, when blood suddenly began flying out. However, it wasn't from any of those three, but rather from their enemies. More people really is an advantage, but there has to at least certain amount. Yishio said. Lord Grimm suddenly left their triangle formation and rushed out. He flew forward with a collapsing mountain towards Chen Yehui's dispatched troops. Chen Yehui's thinking was very simple too. He didn't care if others lived or died. As long as they could kill Lord Grimm, then it would be their victory. Chapter 158. He really is an expert at KSing. Chen Yehui's intentions were clear, but the nature of Yishio's attacks were even more so. Yishio had completely seen through Chen Yehui's plans. This collapsing mountain attacked the core of the enemy's group. The shockwave spread out. Those who reacted slower weren't able to dodge it in time. They hadn't even gotten into formation yet and many had already been hit askew. Sky Strike, Falling Flower. Lord Grimm's weapon closed and his battle lance executed 2 battle mage skills, launching 4 players into the sky. After lifting his legs and kicking another, his 1000-chance umbrella transformed into the gun form. The bullet shot out and this player was hit back in a burst of blood. Yishio had fired barbecue in a straight line. This usage of the move had to be done extremely quickly. Right when the target was hit into the air, the skill had to be used. The theory behind it was the same as how witches tried to fly as low as possible. The enemy player that had been knocked back smashed into numerous others. The player hadn't flown far, but had hit 3 others. The formation Chen Yehui had tried to set up was destroyed in 3 attacks. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were now sending out attacks separately, one on the left, one on the right. They attacked incomparably fast. In just a few moments, although only a few enemies had been killed, there weren't many that were still standing. Of Chen Yehui's 24 thugs, 1 died, 13 were on the ground, and the other 10 were spinning around in confusion. Lord Grimm, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion were once again back-to-back in a triangle formation. They stood there in the middle of the circle with their weapons raised. The pressure they emitted crushed down on the enemies. 1000 Creations was stunned, completely stunned. So 6 players was unnecessary? With just these 3 players, the 24 enemy offensive was thoroughly suppressed. 1000 Creations had fought with the enemies before. Even though he had been killed extremely quickly, this only meant that the other side's strength and coordination weren't weak. But against these 3 players, why did they look like scraps of paper? It hadn't even been a minute yet and their encirclement no longer existed. Some were lying on the ground. Some were spinning around trying to find the correct direction. Some were standing still not daring to act. Strong. Too strong. 1000 Creations admired them. As a person who always went solo, he always wanted to stand majestically in the midst of disarrayed enemies. And now, this dream became a reality. Even though there were only 3 people, this really was the dream he always imagined. At this moment, the other side's characters were clearly still moving, but 1000 Creations felt as if time had stopped. Because in his eyes, those guys were only background characters. They were completely ignored. In his eyes, only those 3 figures existed. Gunners, open fire. Witches, mess up their sight. Blade Masters, what are you doing? Stay in position. Summoners, you idiots. Get into position before summoning. F*CK. Interrupted again. Go F*King die. Chen Yehui's commands continued to be shouted out, but it was useless, completely useless. Bullets and artillery shells flew through the air. But in the end, they simply became background noise and added to the scene's atmosphere. They had virtually no impact. The other side's pathing and tempo were far better than their rate of fire. Witches wanted to use their quick flying to mess up their opponent's line of sight? Whenever they flew by their opponent's line of sight, they'd be swatted down and form a crater on the ground. Blade Masters stay in position? The Blade Masters were lost. What were their positions? How come it seemed like they were getting farther and farther away from the battle? As for the summoners, how terrible! Summoners had to summon their pets to help fight. However, summoning had a casting time. The battle had gone on for so long and their previously summoned pets had been killed long ago without ever recovering. No matter what direction they ran towards, every time they tried casting, a bullet would interrupt them. The unfortunate summoners all felt the same. These bullets were their most faithful summons. Whenever they started summoning, a bullet would immediately be called to them. Thousand Creations had already turned hot-blooded. He ran towards Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon and yelled, "Let's go up too." "Go up to do what?" Seven Fields asked. "Fight," Thousand Creations said. "How about we just stay out of their way?" Seven Fields said. "What? Get in their way." Sleeping Moon suddenly erupted. Even though he'd mixed in with Lord Grim recently, he still hadn't forgotten their initial enmity. Lord Grim still hadn't added him as a friend yet. "Forward." Sleeping Moon unsheathed his sword and rushed forward. Thousand Creations also raised his lance and went forward too. The other side were currently being crushed into tears when newcomers suddenly joined the battle. The situation became even more alarming initially, but after trading a few blows, some immediately yelled out excitedly, "Ha ha, these two are easy to deal with." Really, really. Everyone grew excited. Quite a few immediately ran off to fight those two. The Lord Grim trio unexpectedly became ignored. At this moment, Chen Yehue, Thousand Creations, Sleeping Moon all became one family. They almost died from anger. The family felt the same pressure. Chen Yehue instantly became marked by Yishio and the others, while Thousand Creations and Sleeping Moon became everyone's prey. Both sides' reactions were unanimous: if you can't beat them, then run. Chen Yehue went left. Thousand Creations and Sleeping Moon went right. They started running in retreat. Seven Fields hastily went to the side. He just hoped that everyone would put him as a background character. Hey, hey! There's another one! Unfortunately, his hopes were crushed. The other side had also included him in the chase. Seven Fields' cheeks streamed with tears. He had no other choice and escaped with Sleeping Moon. The originally solemn battlefield instantly turned into a clown fiesta. Yishio was also speechless and sighed towards the frantically running Thousand Creations. He really is an expert at KSing. Fortunately, not everyone was unfaithful. There was still a portion of them that continued to fight with Yishio and the others. Unfortunately, their forces had thinned and they had no way of contesting with Yishio and the others. Chen Yehue ran off and saw that the three hadn't chased him, so he immediately began shouting orders again. But there weren't as many people as before. And half of them were out of position, so his leading was completely pointless. Down! Down! People continued to fall down. In Line Canyon, the sound of fighting gradually lessened. As every person fell down, the noise quieted down. "Not good," Tang Ru said. "Not good?" The other side heard this and immediately brightened. Was it no more health or no more mana? "What?" Yishio asked. "Too weak," Tang Ru said. Everyone's cheeks streamed with tears. So it was because they weren't good. Even if they're weak, we still have to focus. That's the respect our opponents deserve. Steamed Bun Invasion said. "Well said, Steamed Bun." Yishio said. "Yup." Steamed Bun Invasion was immensely satisfied and then continued to bully others. On the other side, Thousand Creations and the others were currently being bullied around. They were covering their heads and running away with their tails behind them. In the end, they didn't die because the other side felt a bit embarrassed. Their boss, Chen Yehue, had been roaring at them the entire time. If they kept on acting like they didn't hear him, that wasn't good. But just as they were about to circle back, they found that there was no need to go through that trouble. Their more loyal allies had been cleaned up well by Lord Grim's group, who was now heading towards them. Thousand Creations and his group saw this and went hid behind Lord Grim's trio. The remnants of the enemies couldn't hold on any longer. Their allies had either died or ran away. At this point, even Thousand Creations could recognize that Chen Yehue was the leader. Thousand Creation had once died at their hands and still had some personal enmity. He chased after him, not letting up in the slightest. Chen Yehue also kept on running. The two were of the same class, so their movement speed were about the same. But Chen Yehue was clearly slightly more skilled and their distance gradually increased. Thousand Creations immediately recalled what Lord Grimm had said about switching between the different types of movements and asked, "How should I run?" No answer. Thousand Creations looked around left and right. There was no one there. At this moment, he unexpectedly became the only one chasing. Thousand Creations promptly halted. "Well, I can't chase him down anyways," Thousand Creations said. He then turned around and ran back. But when he got to Lion Canyon, Lord Grimm and the others were no longer there. It looked as if a battle had never taken place. Lion Canyon was already completely silent. "Where'd everyone go?" Thousand Creations muttered. He didn't have any of them as friends, so he had no way of asking them. He ran around Lion Canyon for half an hour but couldn't find anyone. In the end, he went back to his initial position when a light suddenly flashed outside of the dungeon and 5 players came out. Thousand Creations glanced at the 5 IDs and coughed blood. It was Lord Grimm and the others. After the battle, these 5 actually went back to dungeon. They didn't even give him a heads up. He had been looking around for the battle everywhere, but during that time, they were actually dungeoning. "Hey!" Thousand Creations called out to them when the 5 entered the dungeon again. F*CK F*CK F*CK? Thousand Creations' cheeks streamed with tears. "I'm out of here." Thousand Creations turned his head and left Lion Canyon. Compared to Thousand Creations, Chen Yehue was even more gloomy. He had been secretly paying attention to Lord Grimm for a long time and had prepared a meticulous plan, but when the time came, there wasn't a single chance of victory for them. Starting from the very first second, they had been completely suppressed by the other side and had to run away. On the fields of Lion Canyon, Chen Yehue didn't see any of his comrades. Of those 24 players, including him, only 6 survived. The others all died. Experience, money, durability, even equipment. Chen Yehue could ignore these losses, but he still felt his heart hurt. It was like he was a student who had meticulously studied for an exam. He had grasped all of the rules for arithmetic extremely well. And after walking into the test full of confidence, he saw the test. *T. The test was on calculus. The difference was just too big. The current Chen Yehue stifled this type of deep feeling of powerlessness. Against pro players, using this type of battle to cause trouble was worthless. Chapter 159. Furry guessed. After running Lion Canyon 3 times, it was around 4 in the morning. Yishio stretched and got up to move around. Seeing this, Tang Ru also got up to get some water. She took her teacup and slipped away to the front desk. "Are those people gone?" Tang Ru drank her tea, while asking. "Who knows?" Yishio said. "What type of hate is there between you and them?" Tang Ru asked. In the game, of course everyone had asked who those people were. Yishio just said a few words and left it at that. Steam Bun Invasion didn't care. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon always had that respectful look towards Yishio and knew in their hearts that the two parties involved weren't on the same level, so even though they were curious, they didn't question too closely. Only Tang Ru, who was the closest to Yishio, heard Yishio say those words and then connected them with those guys who were making trouble for him in the internet cafe last time. How do I say it? It's probably because they don't want to see me in front of them ever again. Yishio said. How did you offend them? Tang Ru asked. There was a time when I didn't want to see them in front of me ever again too. Yishio said. Tang Ru stared blankly. Even though she hadn't known Yishio for very long, she knew that he was a very carefree person. She had difficulty imagining that such a person could seriously hate someone. Can I ask why? Tang Ru asked. Because they weren't professional enough. Yishio said. Not professional enough. You know that guy we ran into tonight? To a certain extent, I ended that guy's pro career. Yishio said. Why? Didn't I already say it? It's because he wasn't professional enough. Yishio said. Oh, Tang Ru understood, you're not wrong. Of course. Yishio grinned. But you already left, so why are they still bothering you? It looks like they're afraid of you coming back. So then it looks like you were forced to leave. Tang Ru said. Oh? How smart. Yishio was amazed. It looks like you didn't completely cut them off, so you left them a chance to bite you back. If not, then how could you be chased and pressured by them? Tang Ru said. Yup. I was too lazy. I should have worked a bit harder. Yishio said. Or maybe you hadn't thought of completely cutting them off. Tang Ru said, but didn't wait for Yishio to reply. She raised her right arm and waved it twice. Boneyard, we can still do it 4 times. She said, while returning back to her seat. The night went by like this. After morning came, they ate breakfast and discussed things. Chen Guo woke up and saw these two looking like they were treating the game as work. While eating the breakfast those two brought back, she shook her head and scolded them. This was already a daily task in Happy Internet Cafe. After eating breakfast, the two went to rest. Tang Ru used to switch between the morning and afternoon shifts, but because she was now playing the game all night every day, if she took the morning shift, then she'd have to endure through the morning shift before she could sleep. Chen Guo had seen her tired face sprawled on the reception desk and couldn't bear it anymore, so she simply made it so that she only had afternoon shifts. All night was all night. She would at least have a set schedule. The day continued on like this. 11 o'clock, the internet cafe's busy day ended, while these two's day were just beginning. Speaking of this, Yishio's time in-game was actually a bit longer than Tang Ru. After all, he was playing the game when he was on shift too, while Tang Ru didn't have as easy as a time when she was on shift. During that time, her leveling speed wasn't high, so most of her time was spent on looking at the guides Yishio had sent to her. She would also frequently be interrupted even while doing that. When midnight approached, the team gathered, ready to challenge Desolate Land's record again. Full Moon Guild's guild leader Mapletree confidently came and narrated the practice he did that day, which earned Senior Steamed Bun's praise. But when midnight hit, Su Muqing hadn't come online. Where's Moo Moo? Tang Ru asked. After so many days of playing the game together, everyone had become quite familiar with each other. The names the girls called each other clearly showed that they were close. This one called that one Mew Mew. That one called this one Roo Roo. Neither of them cared if others felt sick hearing them. I have no idea. Yishio was also very puzzled. If Su Muqing wasn't going to come, then she'd definitely leave him a message. But in-game or QQ, there was no sign of one. Cell phone. Yishio didn't have that yet. He didn't use cell phones. Could something have happened? Yishio muttered in his heart. He grabbed the phone next to the computer and was just about to go ask, when suddenly a customer knocked on the reception desk. Computer. The customer's voice sounded unclear. Yishio lifted his head to look. What a guy! Was it really that cold today? This person was wearing a thick furry overcoat and a furry hat. The large furry scarf covered the person's entire face. Only 2 eyes could be seen. Every other part of this person's body was covered in fur. Yishio sighed and put down the phone. You win. You finally dressed in a way that even I can't recognize you. Really? The person that came pulled down her scarf. It looked like she was quite satisfied with her disguise. I also felt like no one would be able to recognize me. But don't you think that you'd stand out in the internet cafe like this? Yishio said. It's not like there are a lot of people here. Su Muqing turned her head and scanned the internet cafe. The customers were thinly scattered. Business during the night was naturally very different from business during the day. You could have just stayed in your room. What was the point in running over here so late at night? I was bored, so I came looking to play with you. Su Muqing said. Let me figure out where you should go sit. Yishio got up and looked around the internet cafe. Last time, Huang Xiaoqian had hid up in that empty corner, where there was no lights or air conditioning, where it was dark and cold. Yishio looked around and then he patted the seat beside him, said, How about over there? Not bad. Su Muqing liked it and took a seat there. Yishio helped her turn on her computer and then warned her, This is the server computer, so don't mess around with anything. If not, then all of the internet cafe computers will die. It's that fun. It's not fun at all. Yishio stressed. Hurry up and log in. We're all waiting for you. Yishio said. Okay. Su Muqing didn't take off her hat and logged into the game like this. She's here. She's finally here. Yishio's Lord Grimm was still with everyone. When Su Muqing's cleansing mist came on, she heard everyone's pleasant surprised voices. Yeah. She's here. Yishio said, but didn't say if the person was coming directly over. Where are you? Su Muqing turned her head to see where Yishio and the others were and then rushed over. Sorry, I'm late. Su Muqing greeted everyone. It's not a problem. Being late is a girl's privilege. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Coming from this guy's mouth, no one could tell if he was joking or trying to win her favor. Or maybe he was actually serious. Cough. I won't say too much. Let's start. Yishio put on his headphones and said. Let's go. Steamed Bun Invasion seemed to regard Yishio as the commander while he was the vanguard. He loved to be at the front and was always the first to go in. Soft Mist and Maple Tree also rushed in. Su Muqing's cleansing mist was just about to go in too, when Yishio told her to stop. Take this. Yishio sent her a trade request. What is it? Su Muqing accepted the trade request and looked. It was a level 30 purple hand cannon. You bought it for me? Of course. How much? 100. How cheap? That's not cheap in the new server. Yishio said. But you're rich. Su Muqing said. She obviously knew of Yishio's bets with Tiny Herb. He had won over almost the entire guild storehouse. The two chatted as they entered the dungeon. The 5 players officially started. Yishio and the other 3 didn't have any problems with their coordination. As for Maple Tree, everything that needed to be made clear had already been made clear. It was fortunate that he wasn't a noob and was familiar with the dungeon. After Yishio explained the theory behind the strategy, he grasped the concepts very quickly, but was a bit lacking in practice. However, now that Su Muqing, Tang Ru, and Steamed Bun obtained new purple weapons, their damage output was much higher, and as long as Maple Tree wasn't too off, then they'd be able to make up for his weaknesses. As soon as these 4 entered the dungeon, they had already found their targets. Maple Tree immediately did as he was ordered the day before and aerial fired up to the window. The 5 bullets from his aerial fire wasn't wasted either and headed towards the monsters Lord Grimm had pulled. However, when his character reached the window, the monsters that were fired at were already angrily chasing after him. Oh, Maple Tree stopped his OT halfway because those aggroed monsters were instantly taken back by Lord Grimm with a circle swing. Beautiful. Yishio praised him. Maple Tree shook his head. He reminded himself that he wasn't in a normal dungeon team and he had to get rid of those wrong notions. In this team, OT and so on didn't exist. All he had to do was put out damage. The fiercer he was, the faster they would advance. That was his task. As he thought, Maple Tree ferociously fired at the monsters Lord Grimm was attacking. So good. Maple Tree said. This was DPS. When he attacked before, he had to always pay attention to the MT. That truly didn't feel as good. Maple Tree fired his pistol happily. The other monsters had already been pulled over. Cleansing Mist flew up to the high grounds and attacked like she did the day before. However, today, Maple Tree didn't need Sue Mooching to tell him where those two monsters in the center were at. After understanding the theory behind the strategy, he could already figure out where he should be attacking. Although he could openly let out his damage, he still had to coordinate with everyone. The damage he put out couldn't just be fired out at random. This first wave of 12 monsters was cleared much faster than the day before. When the last monster died, Yushio glanced at the time. Sure enough, there was a big improvement. Keep it up, everyone. Let's break the record on our first try, Yushio said. Chapter 160. Suppressed. The desolate land dungeon was located at an abandoned castle. The inside had a lot of side routes, so first-time runners would often take the wrong path. And for those who were there for experience, they often took the wrong paths on purpose in order to clear the entire dungeon. As for those who were there to set a record, they naturally wanted to take the most direct path to the final boss. Even though Maple Tree's performance still wasn't perfect, there weren't any major mistakes that affected the overall situation, so their journey to the bosses could be considered as having gone smoothly. After slaughtering their way past all of the normal monsters, as well as the first and second boss, the team finally broke into the castle's rear garden. The garden's condition was similar to the broken-down castle. And waiting here was the final boss called Desolate Land Ruler Toya. Even if their way here had gone by without any mistakes, the final boss Toya was still a deciding variable. This was all because Toya was a boss with many skills. He was an abnormal entity with skills from many classes. Because there were so many skills, it meant that he had a lot of options to choose from. Toya was one of rarely seen NPCs with no fixed attack pattern. When fighting against Toya, each time would be a different experience, so the time needed to kill Toya also depended quite a bit on luck. They had to see what this guy would do this time. Fortunately, they didn't need to spend time discussing the strategy on how to deal with him. This boss tested the player's ability to adapt on the spot. After rushing into the garden, the 5 players didn't hesitate and rushed in as soon as they saw Toya. Their individual setup was similar to when they entered the dungeon. Cleansing Mist and Maple Tree, the 2 long-ranged classes, leapt to the high grounds after entering the garden. Cleansing Mist lifted her cannon and fired an anti-tank missile over. Her pulling was incomparably quick. Amidst the smoke from the explosion, Toya cursed loudly and then rushed out. He wore a dark red leather jacket and an iron chain around his waist. Hair of all different colors streamed down his head. Toya didn't have an appearance befitting a desolate land ruler and looked more like a rebellious teen. Toya shot out of the smoke. His figure shook, shadow clone technique. The fake body stayed in the original position to lure in players, while the real one flashed behind Cleansing Mist. From a player's analysis, the usage of this instant movement technique to appear next to his target was very fierce. Standing there, Cleansing Mist looked like she didn't know what had happened, making Maple Tree want to remind her in alarm. But before he could say anything, he heard the repeated firing of a machine gun. Beneath them, Lord Grim had already switched his 1000-chance umbrella into the gun form and a Gatling gun shot at Toya. Toya, who was just about to attack Cleansing Mist, was immediately hit by the line of bullets and unable to move. At this moment, Cleansing Mist turned around and used the gunner skill swing to swat Toya down from the high grounds. She then followed up with her own Gatling gun, firing at the falling Toya. Lord Grim's Gatling gun also followed the falling Toya. The firing from the 2 players' guns shot out in 2 lines. It looked as if they were sending Toya down to the ground. The 2 skilled coordination wasn't anything new to Tang-Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. But Maple Tree hadn't seen it in the 3 runs done the day before and was now staring, dumbstruck. If he wasn't so stunned, as a long-ranged class, he would have also begun firing. Of course, with the target moving so fast, whether he could hit the target accurately was a big question. Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion didn't need any reminders. The 2 were already waiting in position. Lord Grim's and Cleansing Mist's attack from both sides sent Toya to them. Tang-Ru didn't wait for Toya to hit the ground and used a circle swing. The Scarlet Moon Lance in Soft Mist's hands turned into an arc of red light, accurately stabbing the falling Toya. A large swing followed afterwards, smashing Toya into the ground. Attack, don't daydream. Yishio called out Maple Tree. Maple Tree woke up and immediately began sending out skills at Toya. Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion, who had been beating up the knockdown Toya, jumped away in order to avoid the shockwave attack the boss would make when getting up. Toya directly leapt up and kicked towards Soft Mist. But before the kick could reach her, a large energy ball smashed into his body and after an explosion, he crashed back to the ground. Cannonball! Of course, only Su Muching's launcher could have fired this. Cleansing Mist's gun was now gathering energy for a laser. This time, Toya moved swiftly and quick recovered to avoid getting knocked down. After rolling, he used a roundhouse kick, a sharpshooter skill. This time, the chasing Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion weren't able to defend in time and the two were kicked stumbling. However, this skill didn't cause the targets it hit to be knocked to the ground. And with their mechanics, they were able to steady their balance in an instant. Yishio's Lord Grim rushed forward and chopped with a collapsing mountain. Toya, who had just finished executing the roundhouse kick, was once again flung down. Cleansing Mist's laser shot out at this moment and Toya was hit to the ground. Shockwave! Lord Grim didn't retreat though. He pulled out his sword and guarded against the shockwave. As he slid backwards, his sword flashed, sword draw. Whether or not sword draw could knock down the target depended on the situation. It looked like this time, the move would only cause Toya to stumble a bit. Immediately following, he lifted his leg and used the striker skill Whirlwind Kick. Unfortunately, his leg was shorter than Lord Grim's lance and once the Thousand Chance umbrella changed into the lance form, Circle Swing was used and Toya was sent smashing into the ground again. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion still didn't have much experience. Toya had many skills, which was quite similar to unspecialized characters. Even Team Tiny Herb, those extremely experienced pro players, were a bit delayed in their decision-making because there were so many skills. Although Toya wasn't as ridiculous as unspecialized characters, it was still enough to make Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion unable to react in time. For example, the two were hit by the previous roundhouse kick. But Yishio was different. No matter how many skills Toya had, he couldn't leave the boundaries of glory. And how could Yishio not be familiar with every skill? His experience and decision-making could clearly be seen now. In addition, Lord Grim was an unspecialized character. Even though Toya had many skills, Yishio could always find a way to counter it. This was an advantage that no normal class possessed. Normal classes all had their own style. They had their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, launchers had high attack and long range, but their close combat ability was almost non-existent. They barely had any skills for it and if they didn't think of a way to widen the distance between the enemies, then they would certainly die. Unspecialized characters could use skills from all 24 classes. Although they were all low-leveled, there were both close combat and long-ranged ones of different styles. There would always be a suitable skill to use in any situation. They didn't lose to Toya's many skills in any way. Toya was suppressed. This was something no record-setting team could ever imagine. Toya's unpredictable skills always made everyone go mad. How could the dungeon record always depended on that guy's mood? But this time, Toya looked like a trap beast. His usual sharp claws and teeth were useless at this moment. However, their coordination wasn't as good in this battle. It was quite clear that Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were unable to keep up with Yishio's tempo. Although Toya had a lot of variations, Yishio could keep up with all of them and always found a way to restrict them. But for others, this battle was quite complex. They didn't have that type of experience and decision-making, so they naturally had no way of coordinating with him. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were left almost as embarrassed as Maple Tree. They could only stupidly put out damage. The only who could echo Lord Grim's attacks was Su Muching. Even though her experience and decision-making weren't as good as Yishio, she knew Yishio very well. This person. So he really isn't going all out sometimes. Tang Ru lamented. At this moment, she had a feeling of being unable to keep up. For her, this made her feel defeated. In the past 3 times they ran the dungeon, Yishio hadn't shown such a dominating pressure here. Everyone had relied on their own skill. But today, Yishio was going all out, making them feel like they were watching a play. At this moment, Tang Ru only had one question. When they had PK'd at that time, did Yishio go all out? The battle wasn't advancing in complete silence. Lord Grimm's and Toya's skills were executed extremely quickly, so there wasn't much time to talk for the majority of it. But there were still places that Yishio had time to remind everyone. It was just that there weren't many of these types of places. Careful, almost red blood. For example, Yishio had time to remind them this. No one had any response. Red blood was red blood. Is that something you can't deal with? And sure enough, after going into red blood, Toya's attacks quickened, but the overall situation didn't change. Yishio was still suppressing him. Just from this point, they could see that the Yishio suppressing Toya before red blood wasn't his limit. If not, then once Toya went enraged, how could he have kept up? If that wasn't his limit, then what the heck was it? Tang Ru was at a loss, but there was no way Steam Bun Invasion could figure out all of these details. From the very start, he had been shouting and shouting just like always. When it was time to coordinate, he would coordinate. When it wasn't, he would just act rashly on his own. To him, the game was always fun no matter what. Chapter 161. It isn't easy being an expert. Toya finally fell. Even though he had entered the enraged state with higher speed and faster cast times, it was no use. In front of Yishio, these were of no use. Lord Grimm seemed like a machine specially designed against him, mechanically precise without any mistakes. Every one of the skills used by Toya was completely suppressed. Whether it be by interruption or by being the first to attack. With countless variations and numerous methods, it was fortunate that Toya wasn't an actual person, otherwise he'd be so sad that he'd have coughed up blood from being suppressed so hard. Toya fell and the system announcement popped up. Another incontestable record appeared once again. Full Moon Guild, 28 hours 1 minute and 27 seconds. Compared to Blue Brook Guild's record of 30 hours 45 minutes 66 seconds, their record beat it by 2.5 minutes. Compared to the other record set, it was just as ridiculous. Every time Yishio beat a record, it was always by so much more, so much so that it made others feel hopeless. For Blue Brook Guild's record to have lasted so long, that meant that no other guild was able to beat it by even 1 second. Only Yishio could beat it by 2.5 minutes. A pile of messages immediately stormed onto the World Channel. Full Moon Guild? Why Full Moon Guild? Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm again. Wasn't Lord Grimm from Blue Brook Guild? Why did he run to Full Moon Guild? Steam Bun Invasion. When are you going to pay me back for that 5 gold I lent? The messages were a complete mess. There was even one that mentioned Steam Bun Invasion's name. Steam Bun Invasion replied on the World Channel, "Don't worry. Once I gather up 10 gold, I'll return it to you all at once." Sending a message on the World Channel had a cooldown. A message could only be sent every 2 minutes, so the other side couldn't reply immediately. Plus, most of the messages on the World Channel were just jokes, so it'd be much faster and better to reply in private. But with this reply, quite a lot of players copying him and sending payment reminders on the World Channel. In a short moment, a bunch of "Man, when are you going to return to me my girlfriend?" came out, making many speechless. Mapletree was naturally unimaginably excited and started chatting friendly with members of his guild. There were very few that wouldn't acknowledge that a guild like Full Moon Guild could set a record like that. Those people were rather narrow-minded. When the announcement came out, many in the guild began paying attention to what type of equipment would be rewarded. When a new record was set, there was a 100% chance of acquiring a purple equipment. It was just that Blue Brook Guild, Tyrannical Ambition, those sorts of guilds didn't care. They only wanted the record for the fame. They had seen plenty of low-leveled purple equipment, so they simply didn't put it in their eyes. Only Mapletree, a guild leader of that level, would feel excited about what purple equipment would come out. He couldn't be blamed. Even as the guild leader, he didn't have a single piece of purple equipment. He couldn't even compare to Lord Grimm and the others. When he saw them today with their newly switched purple weapons, Mapletree's eyes nearly popped out. Purple weapon. Don't look at how the big guild's elite teams all had them. In reality, they were quite rare. For example, in his guild, if a purple weapon came out, the player who got it wouldn't care if it fit his class. Whoever got it could sell it for a lot of money. The more thoughtful players would give their teammates some sort of small compensation. The selfish, well, they wouldn't do anything. The dispute that followed had existed since the very beginning of Glory. Mapletree felt quite good because the end reward was Purple Revolver, which perfectly suited his class. Moreover, the laborers he hired hadn't rolled for it, so it went directly to him. He was naturally extremely excited. Mapletree was still chattering in the guild channel. Lord Grimm went to his side, the record set. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mapletree recovered and immediately thanked him. The Scarlet Moon set. Ishio asked. Oh. Mapletree was so happy he forgot. He had brought the Scarlet Moon set with him and traded Ishio at once. The 4 parts were the head, chest, belt, and legs. It was missing the shoulders and shoes. Ishio received them and went to trade Tang Ru. What? Tang Ru accepted the trade. Equipment for you. Ishio put the 4 parts of the set into the trade window. From where? Mapletree just gave them. We helped him set a record. Ishio said. Oh. Tang Ru confirmed the trade and wore the newly obtained equipment. This set naturally had its own style when it was all put together. Tang Ru had the main parts to it, so the general style was already clear. Her body was covered in scarlet leather with a belt strapped around her waist. Soft Mist immediately looked a lot stronger. Anything for me? Steen Bun Invasion snuck in a question. Not yet. Ishio said. Steen Bun Invasion wasn't happy, but it wasn't towards Ishio, rather it was towards Mapletree. He charged at him, Noob Guild Leader, you're too stingy. Give me a set too. Ah? There's no more. Mapletree said in confusion. The trade had already been completed. Why was there more? Stingy. Steen Bun Invasion disdained. Mapletree coughed blood. If he didn't add a bonus, that was stingy? Steen Bun, don't worry. This deal was already agreed upon beforehand. Soft Mist first and then you. Ishio said. Okay. No hurry. Ladies first. Steen Bun Invasion said. We still have 2 more runs. Mapletree, are you still going? Ishio asked. Oh. Me and Mapletree was now happily chatting with his friends and guild, so he didn't really want to go. But they had just helped him set a record, so if he just suddenly turned his head and refused them, that wasn't too good, right? Mapletree was suffering over his decision when Ishio said, then we'll continue. As he said that, the 4 players had already left the party and made their own party on the side. They then left Full Moon Guild too. What? Mapletree wanted to say something when the 4 directly entered the dungeon. They didn't even find someone else to add. So my contact with these experts ended just like this? Mapletree was suddenly at a loss. The dungeon continued. Only having 4 players wasn't a problem for these experts. Since they weren't trying to set the record this time, they went around the entire map and killed every monster in every nook and cranny of the castle. Even excluding the fact that the dungeon boss always dropped a blue or higher equipment, the dungeon was still the most profitable place, whether it be in money or experience. The rewards were much greater than in a leveling area. For most of the players, they could let go of not doing other things, but they had to use up all of their dungeon entries. The current dungeons could still be done 3 or 4 times, but the higher level the dungeon or the larger the scale of the dungeon, the fewer entries they would have. There would even be some dungeons that could only be run once a week. The progress was saved, but they were dungeons that couldn't be completed in a single day. After clearing all of the monsters, they had to clean up the boss. This time, Yishio wasn't dedicated again and didn't fight Toya with all he had like last time. He was the same as yesterday, just casually directing everyone and played with Toya from time to time. Hey, why aren't you playing seriously? Tang Ru had objections. She didn't like it when people were hiding their strength. You mean like last time? Yishio said. Obviously. I'm already old. How can I always play like that? You youngsters have more strength. Yishio said. How old are you? Tang Ru was angry. In terms of esports, I really am pretty old. Yishio said. So what? You can clearly play very well. Tang Ru said. Look at it like this. Yishio said, the theory is the same as in other sports. Young people grow stronger and rely on their bodies to win. But after a few years, they have to rely on their experience and knowledge. They have to use their brains to win. Against young players' bodies, they could occasionally compete with them, but if they frequently clashed, they would only shorten their lifespan as an athlete. It's the same as in esports. Using extremely fast hand speed to compete in mechanics, that's the style of you young players. But for people my age, it's better if we do that less. Yishio said. It can't be that exaggerated. Tang Ru said. In a few years, you'll understand. Do you really think being an expert is that easy? Yishio laughed. As a result, Tang Ru didn't say anything more and continued to fight Boss Toya. Yishio didn't fully exert himself either. His overall performance was about the same as Tang Ru. Because of this, they had some trouble finishing Toya off. They didn't add anyone else and they once again went in as 4. Afterwards, they finished using up all of their desolate land entries. Everyone, I'll be going off first. Su Muqing said habitually. Once they finished the dungeon runs, she would go offline first. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion said their farewells. Yishio obviously wouldn't say anything. Su Muqing was practically sitting next to him. He took off his headphones and turned his head to ask, "Are you going back?" "Yup. I'm going back." Su Muqing also took off her headphones. She logged out of the game and mouse, ready to shut down the computer. No. That's the server computer, my young lady. Please don't shut that down. Yishio sweated madly. He almost charged at Su Muqing to stop her. Oh, I forgot. Su Muqing also jumped in fright. She also knew what would happen if she shut down the server computer. It was just that she was so used to shutting down her computer, so she forgot. So dangerous. Yishio wiped away some sweat. Su Muqing was a pro player. Her hand speed was fast. It was lucky that he was even faster. I'll be going then. Su Muqing got up and saw Yishio turn off the computer monitor. See you. I don't know when I can come next time. The internet cafe still is really dangerous, right? Su Muqing said. Yup. Yishio nodded. Sigh, I'll be off then. Su Muqing regretfully left the reception desk. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Yishio asked. Okay. Su Muqing quickly came back. We have braised beef, mushroom chicken, tomatoes and eggs, pickled pork, shrimp, fish, all kinds of different instant noodles. Which one would you like? Yishio asked. Oh. I'll take the mushroom chicken. Su Muqing thought hard before replying. Wait just a moment, Yishio had already gotten the mushroom chicken noodles and went to get boiling water. Chapter 162. Half the screen. When Yishio came back with the cooked instant noodles, he saw that Su Muqing had moved a wooden stool next to his seat. She had changed the settings for the game to a windowed screen. Her hand moved the mouse as if she were searching for something. The noodles have arrived. Yishio announced. Put it here. Su Muqing tapped the table beside her. The reception desk at Happy Internet Cafe had 2 layers. The outside layer was the front desk, while the inner layer was a regular table that things could be set upon. Yishio put the noodles on the table and went back to his seat. He saw that Su Muqing was looking for something on the internet. "What are you looking for?" "I'll help you look." Yishio put his hands on the keyboard. "That year we were holding hands," Su Muqing said. "The new drama," Yishio said as he typed it in. With one search in a video platform, several links popped up. "It's not really new." Yishio recommended it. "I hadn't seen it before," Su Muqing said. Chu Yunxiu, Team Misty Rain's ace player. She was also the player that Yishio regarded as the #1 female player in terms of tactics and skill. The alliance didn't have many female players. Compared to the male players, they belonged to a disadvantaged group, causing them to be relatively close to each other. They had their own special circle. They also had their own exclusive QQ, similar to Skype, group, which had all the female alliance players, from those who were retired to those who still played to those who were new. Yishio obviously didn't have the qualifications to join the QQ group, but since he was close to Su Muqing, he would sometimes see it. If no one knew anything about it, they wouldn't think that it was a gathering of Glory pro players. They talked about clothing, makeup, celebrities, astrological signs, and gossip in the Glory community. At least, during the few times Yishio had snuck a peek at it, he hadn't seen any discussions about serious things like tactics and techniques. It couldn't even compare to a normal guild in Glory. At least in those, experts would sometimes exchange pointers. "What episode are you on?" Yishio asked. 12. Opening up the 12th episode, Yishio handed the earphones over to Su Muqing. "I've worn them for so long that my ears are already hurting." "Then turn up the volume, so you won't need to wear them." Su Muqing turned up the volume. The first sound that came out was clearly from Glory's lifelike sound effects as well as Steamed Bun Invasion's voice. Yishio opened up the settings and closed the game's sound and voice. He then typed, "Steamed Bun, let's practice our hand speed." To do so, if you're going to say something, type it out instead. "Yes. I like this practice. Wanna compete to see who can type out the most words in a minute?" Steamed Bun Invasion immediately went into serious mode. "Line Canyon," Yishio declared and then headed towards it. The game was quiet, though it seemed like Yishio was very suited for this. A song drifted from the headphones hanging on Su Muqing's neck. "This song sounds awful," Yishio said. "Yeah, skip ahead," Su Muqing said. "How much?" 2 minutes 43 seconds. His mouse moved and the cursor flashed from the game to the web browser. He skipped ahead exactly 2 minutes 43 seconds. The screen was then split in half. One half was a TV show while the other half was a game. With Yishio's skill level, this dungeon was too easy. He would glance at the TV show from time to time. As for Su Muqing, she was just watching the TV show, so she didn't need to completely focus on the game. She would glance to see the battles in-game from time to time. "Are the noodles ready to eat yet?" Su Muqing said. "Go ahead. Are you going to eat?" Su Muqing took the noodles and asked. "I'll drink 2 sips of soup." "I'll wait till you finish these 2 monsters." Su Muqing saw that Yishio was busy dealing with 2 wild monsters. The 2 monsters were defeated quickly. Yishio made his Lord Grim move forward as he took 2 sips of the soup. "Not bad. Whoever cooked these instant noodles is quite good," Yishio said as he handed the bowl back. "It's not bad." Su Muqing took it and began eating. In-game, Lord Grim arrived at Line Canyon and partied up with Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon had also run over to join the party. Those 2 would almost always mix in with Brother Expert when a chance came. They didn't really play with their guild anymore. Even today, when their guild came together as one happy family, the 2 didn't think much of it. The dungeon went by smoothly and in the blink of an eye, they reached the first boss. The romance in the TV show still hadn't made any headway. The female lead knew from episode 1 that the male lead was her childhood friend, but the male lead still thought of the female lead as a newly made friend. TSK. This guy's so stupid. Yishio commented on the male lead. Mine. Light source set. Sumuching saw that the fallen boss had dropped the light source top. Light source was a level 30 launcher set. Got it. Yishio chose to roll for it and the others immediately renounced it. It's just level 30 equipment. Yishio felt that Sumuching had been too excited. She was a pro player, so besides self-made equipment, it didn't make sense for her to be so excited about any other equipment. It looks so pretty. Sumuching said. Yishio was speechless. For god-level experts like him, their skills are amazing, their knowledge is exceptional, but towards Glory's clothing, hairstyle, fashion, etc., any random female player would be better than them. In this area, female players were gods and they were noobs. The speechless Yishio threw the light source uppergarment into his backpack. The dungeon continued as did the TV show. Line Canyon took the 5 of them around for 30-minute runs. It was a bit shorter than the 45-minute episodes. After 2 runs, the episode had finished. Just as the next episode was playing, Yishio felt his left shoulder drop. You falling asleep? Yishio asked. Yeah, the head on his shoulder made a noise. The third run continued. Yishio's movements became steadier. His movements were so steady that even the smoke from the cigarette ash in his mouth wouldn't tremble. They advanced through the dungeon while the TV show continued playing. After killing the final boss, the 3 dungeon runs were completed and the TV show had finished as well. The ending song played from the headphones, but Sumuching didn't tell Yishio to turn it off. Yishio turned his head and looked. The furry girl's eyes had already closed. Ha, today's luck is pretty good. 3 parts of my dark mark set actually dropped. Are you guys jealous of my luck? Steamed Bun Invasion swiftly typed out, practicing his hand speed. Not bad. Soft Mist, shout out the Scarlet Moon uppergarment you got in the World Channel. You should be able to trade it for the shoulders or shoes that you still need. Yishio said. Apart from the Battle Mage Scarlet Moon set had also dropped, however, Soft Mist already had it. Luckily, equipment could be traded, so everyone could trade for the parts they needed. Okay. Tang Ru answered. In a short moment, Soft Mist sent a message for a trade to the World Channel. Keep sending them out until someone contacts you. Yishio instructed. Tang Ru really needed this type of instruction too. She was completely new to games, unlike Steamed Bun Invasion. Are we still going to Boneyard? Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon asked. Not now. Yishio replied. Okay. Everyone answered. Right now, Boneyard wasn't worth it for the experience. Yishio also didn't need any materials from the dungeon. Besides, getting the materials for the 1000-chance umbrella by himself wasn't practical. Okay. Everyone scattered. Those who wanted to dungeon went to dungeon. Those who wanted to arena went to the arena. Those who wanted to trade equipment went to trade equipment. Yishio had Lord Grim randomly clear monsters in the nearby area. I've traded it. Tang Ru messaged. Good. You're only missing 1 now. Yishio said. It really is better than normal equipment. Tang Ru said. Of course. Yishio replied, level 30 sets won't need to be switched until level 40. Oh. Tang Ru answered without saying anything else. After a short while, she got up to move around. She went to fill up her teacup and as usual, walked to pay a visit to the receptionist desk. But this time, she jumped in fear. What was that furry thing leaning on Yishio? Tang Ru's face stared in astonishment. Yishio turned and gave her a helpless look. Who's that? Tang Ru finally figured out that it was a person. Ah? Moo Moo. Yishio used the nickname Tang Ru liked. Ah. Tang-Ru was astonished, so she was playing here. Yeah. Yishio said. She fell asleep. Tang-Ru asked. Yeah. She should go upstairs to sleep. She can sleep in my room. Tang-Ru said. Don't worry about it. Here is good. Yishio smiled. Make sure she doesn't catch a cold. If she were Chen Gui, she would have grabbed her sister and carried her to bed, but Tang-Ru didn't make him. After saying this, she went back to her seat. Moo moo sounds disgusting when it comes from you. Su Muqing looked like she was sleep-talking. Yeah. I almost vomited those instant noodles. Yishio said. The instant noodles are in my stomach. Su Muqing said. I also ate a bowl tonight. Really? What flavor? Simmered beef. Was the cook good? Very good. The same as your bowl. That's good. Su Muqing finished and then became silent. When are you planning on going back? After a long while, Yishio asked. When are you off your shift? Su Muqing asked. 7. Then me too. Okay. It's kind of cold, Su Muqing shivered. Obviously. Everything you're wearing is just a disguise. Yishio said as he took off his jacket and put it on Su Muqing. Where was I in the show? I kind of forgot. Su Muqing said. It's not your fault. The show sucks. Yishio said. You're looking down on Yishio's tastes again. Su Muqing said. I remember all of my opponent's weaknesses very clearly. Yishio said. Chapter 163. Shot at even when lying down. That night, Yishio didn't conduct any more intense activities. However, many people in the 10th server felt uneasy because of his presence. Records. It was obviously because of the records. In the end, Desolate Land's dungeon record was broken. Lord Grimm once again proved his indispensability towards records. And Full Moon Guild, the name which made all the big guilds feel sick, took their spot on the Desolate Land leaderboards. Even worse, Full Moon Guild's players weren't humble at all. In a guild, the guild leader's temperament greatly affected the entire guild. Maple Tree's personality, which knew no difference between the heavens and earth, crumbled a little after seeing the extraordinary coordination between Lord Grimm and the team. But after breaking the record, he thought of how he fulfilled his role in the team perfectly and couldn't help but consider himself a member of the expert team. His personality, which had crumbled a little, flared up again. Full Moon Guild's members stopped chatting in the guild channel. They changed to the world channel. Their flaunting there made others feel envious. The other guild leaders grinded their teeth in hatred. They had hired someone to break the record for him. Why were they acting like they were so amazing? Many players in the World Channel sneered at them, but Full Moon Guild was able to counter them. They brought up Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition as similar examples. If these amazing guilds did what they were doing, why should they be ashamed of doing the same? Getting shot at while down, Blue River and Cold Night felt gloomy, but there was nothing they could say because this was reality. Even the guilds who hadn't been able to invite Lord Grimm could argue against Full Moon Guild. Asking Lord Grimm for help setting a dungeon record had always been a task on their daily agenda. If they scoffed at Full Moon Guild and then went to ask Lord Grimm for help, wouldn't that be the same as slapping their own face? With this, the entire world was now aware of Lord Grimm's substituting acts, so the record set by Lord Grimm only had so much weight to them. This was why many players looked down on Full Moon Guild, including Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition. New server. New players, born as cows and not afraid of the tigers, were everywhere. But then again, no matter how strong the tigers were, it was only a game. What was there to be afraid of? Playing games is for fun. Nobody spends money on a game to treat it as bitter work. This was why there were many people who said whatever was on their mind. Blue Brook Guild? Tyrannical Ambition? HMPH. As the players cursed more and more, the braver they got. Slowly, Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition were put on the same level as Full Moon Guild, second-rate guilds. They were trash that couldn't set a record if they didn't ask for a substitution. The current number 2 spot on the Desolate Land leaderboard was still held by Blue Brook Guild. But this reality was completely ignored by the players. Blue River and Cold Night didn't have enough time to deal with this development. The two couldn't help but think of an old proverb, the bird in the lead will be shot. As the two guilds who looked for Lord Grim first, were they really going to be discredited like this? Putting it this way, it was quite alarming to hear about. But at this moment, the entire world was voicing their dissent towards their actions. The three guilds would sometimes be mentioned by their name too, which made them feel frightened. I say, this isn't right. Cold Night messaged Blue River. It's all because of that idiot, Full Moon. Blue River typed furiously. If those stupid guild members hadn't run to the World Channel to make a mess all over the place, where would they have gotten all this hate? If all the hate didn't come out, how could they have been shot at even while lying down? They were big guilds and they paid careful attention to their reputation. Right now, they were being put on the same level as that second-rate guild. Plus, they were thought of as having no strength. The damage done was just too high. But even if they burned down all of Full Moon Guild, the problem would still be there. There was only one way to counter these remarks, set a new record to shut everyone up. However, the Record King Lord Grim blocked their path like a huge mountain. No matter how hard they tried to get over it, they wouldn't be able to. There was also no way they could rope him in. They were all saying how asking Lord Grim for help meant that they had no strength. After this short discussion between Cold Night and Blue River, they fell silent. Currently, their guild was amidst a huge crisis. Even the other guilds were at a loss. In their current situation, inviting Lord Grim to help set a record was a shameless deed. No one wanted to ruin their reputation. Even if they pulled Lord Grim into their guild, a move like that would bring a lot of criticism from other players. In short, the name Lord Grim still ensured a dungeon record. But at the same time, his name lost value if it were used. This was because using Lord Grim to set a record for a guild would only receive negative comments from everyone. This was completely opposite from why big guilds were setting records. However, thinking back, Lord Grim was now like a parasite, whichever guild he floated to would be regarded as diseased. Putting it like this, it would be quite nice if the enemies had him. For example, Herb Garden and Excellent Dynasty were quite happy. Their archenemies Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition were being ridiculed in the World Channel. This was extremely satisfying. Excellent Dynasty's Chen Yehue was in the game as well and watched the scene unfold. No one could have predicted that things would turn out this way. Chen Yehue was originally very happy with what happened to Tyrannical Ambition, but as he continued to think about it, he suddenly recognized another point and immediately became even happier. Killing two birds with one stone. Yichio. What a blunder. Chen Yehue couldn't hold back his happiness. He looked at the time. It was extremely late, but he believed that disturbing Liu Hao with the news about what happened was worth it. Chen Yehue went offline and then called Liu Hao. Hello? Liu Hao answered the phone with a tone of drowsiness. He had been sleeping nicely until he was suddenly awoken. No one would be happy, but Liu Hao suppressed his anger. The huge mistake he had done before had made him aware that keeping calm was very important. Good news, Liu. Yichio's about to run out of luck. Chen Yehue shouted. Oh? This really is good news. But no matter how good the news is, you could have just told me tomorrow. Only bad and urgent news should be reported at night, so we can figure out a plan quickly, right? Okay, I'm tired. I'll talk to you later. Liu Hao finished and then hung up the phone. The buzzing noise from the phone left Chen Yehue somewhat at a loss. He recognized that Liu Hao's words were very reasonable. Good news could come later, nothing bad would happen. But the earlier something bad is handled, the better the chances they could have to fix it. He just didn't want to believe that only after 2 weeks, Liu Hao unexpectedly became so rational. So rational that it almost seemed cold and ruthless. Just how big was his previous wound? Chen Yehui silently put down the phone. His happiness from before dimmed down. Liu Hao's reasoning meant that he had an even more important goal. Yi Qiu was no longer his main opponent. He had already given the task to someone else. It had been thrown to Chen Yehui to deal with. Chen Yehui felt disturbed. He managed the guild. He put a lot of effort into the club's development. Nicely put, he could be considered a behind-the-scenes hero. However, there was no longer any chance for him to be in the spotlight like a pro player ever again. And the person who made him lose that chance was Yi Qiu. Chen Yehui suddenly clenched his fists. It was Yi Qiu who judged him as having no talent and not putting enough effort. On what basis? On what basis could he deny me so easily with just that? On what basis could the club kick him from the pro player list, then make him go online to manage the guild? Yi Qiu. The reason Chen Yehui and Liu Hao mingled together so well was because of their deep hatred for this name. But he never had the chance. His position was far beneath the power of Excellent Dynasty's team captain. Until he noticed Liu Hao. Speaking of this, he was the one who successfully roped in Liu Hao. He had demonstrated himself as a lesson to Liu Hao, making Liu Hao hate Yi Qiu more and more, day by day. But now, Liu Hao had already stepped on Yi Qiu and had even risen up in the club. But himself? Besides venting his resentment, what did he have to gain? Liu Hao no longer thought messing with Yi Qiu was worth it anymore. He had already found a new goal to pursue. And himself? Was he still going to play this little game with him? Was he destined to be at such a low position? Chen Yehui thought about it and slowly unclenched his fist. In the game, Plantago Seed had been disturbed greatly by Lord Grimm as well. Team Tiny Herb's pro players didn't know how hard it was to get these materials, so they had recklessly gambled it all away to Lord Grimm. These were all uncommon materials. Even with their guild size, it wasn't easy to gather those materials. In reality, Plantago Seed really wanted to give them a suggestion. The arena could be accessed in all servers. You guys can go to the old servers. Those herb gardens were a lot bountiful than they were. But Plantago Seed hated to give up the chance to be with these pro players. They were his idols, who he looked up to. Holding on to just this, Plantago Seed clenched his teeth and swallowed the suggestion. However, the ridicule towards Blue Brook Guild on the World Channel really did make him happy. After a few cheerful moments, Plantago Seed felt like he should share his happiness with others. And the person who he wanted to share it with the most was Blue River. He opened up his friends list and looked. Blue River wasn't online. Plantago Seed really felt sorry for him. Chapter 164. Asking for help separately. Tyrannical Ambition's Cold Knight wasn't online either. The two of them were the same. They had both lost control of the situation in the 10th server. They felt that they needed to ask headquarters for help, so they logged out and ran to the Heavenly Domain. Both of them knew each other's IDs in the Heavenly Domain and they were both friends too. When they came online, they saw each other on their friends list and had a tacit understanding of each other's situation. Blue River hastily contacted his guild leader Changing Spring. Changing Spring had originally said that he had wanted to go and see exactly how great Lord Grimm was, but he never had the opportunity to do that. They had asked Lord Grimm for help with Boneyard, but at that time, Lord Grimm had gathered his own team, so there was no spot available for him. After Boneyard, Lord Grimm's strength was recognized by their guild. The dungeon record completely exceeded what they had imagined. As a result, there was no need to personally appraise his strength. All they could do was try their best to win over Lord Grimm. In the end, after fighting over and over again for him, Lord Grimm was won by Full Moon Guild. And that guild was the one that had caused such a disaster for Blue Brook Guild. Blue River didn't know what to say. Changing Spring was also cautiously bringing his guild's experts to try and set records. The dungeons in the Heavenly Domain were on a completely different level, however. Sometimes, they weren't even able to complete the dungeon in a single run. Even for an elite team from the three great guilds, if too many players died, there would be a part of the dungeon where they wouldn't be unable to continue towards. The Blue Brook Guild's team was currently in such a predicament. A 40-player dungeon. One run every week. They had sacrificed over half of their team in order to get past 2/3 of the dungeon. In this state, however, they had no way of advancing, so Changing Spring eventually made the decision to give up. Everyone exited the dungeon, their morale was low. Soon after, they saw Blue River, who was supposed to be in the 10th server, waiting outside with his main account Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Changing Spring had known that Blue River was coming. Although he wasn't in a very good mood, no matter how he felt, he couldn't just ignore Blue River, so he kindly went over and asked him what the situation was. The players who were there were all the elite experts of Blue Brook Guild. Since they weren't outsiders, they gathered around him so they could listen in. After he explained what was going on, when Changing Spring hadn't even said anything yet, someone from the group of players sneered. Blue River didn't even need to look to know who it was. He was on good terms with nearly everyone there. However, there was one who he didn't get along with, Poplar Beach. Speaking of which, how unlucky. After going over to the 10th server, he had only come back to the Heavenly Domain twice, and coincidentally, he met that guy twice as well. It looked like his luck had been quite terrible recently. Super expert? Hilarious. Who went to Pioneer in the 10th server again? Poplar Beach acted as if he was speaking to himself. Blue River couldn't avoid getting a bit angry. He had just told them the record Lord Grimm had set. Just from this achievement, who here couldn't see that this guy wasn't so simple? Poplar Beach obviously understood, but he still felt the need to mock him. This boneyard record is a bit too abnormal. Changing Spring directly ignored what Poplar Beach said. That record can't be right. Yeah. Quite a few experts agreed. Did he hack the leaderboards? The players gathered there liked to think this way. This was because they were so familiar with the game. Since they believed that such a record wasn't possible, their only explanation for it was hacking. However, that couldn't be taken seriously. Glory had gotten rid of external hacking long ago. Desolate Land's record doesn't seem as abnormal. Changing Spring noted. Yeah. It was made when they just hit level 30, but their equipment was pretty inadequate and their 5th player's skill was mediocre. Blue River said. TSK, and they broke your record like that? Guild leader, let me try. I can guarantee that we'll take this record back. In this situation, all we have to do is set a new record and prove ourselves to the 10th server's new players, right? Poplar Beach interrupted again. Even though he was putting down Blue River, his judgment of the problem was still accurate. The reason Blue River returned was because he was looking for help like this. He needed experts. When the guild sent players over to Pioneer in the 10th server, the guild couldn't afford to send too many elites. For example, the only 10th server players who were qualified to be a part of the elite team in the Heavenly Domain were probably just him and 1,000 Creations. In addition, there were players on the team that were stronger than the two of them. Ignoring everyone else, only talking about Poplar Beach, Changing Spring had clearly said that Blue River wasn't as good as him. With a team of experts of this caliber, they'd definitely be able to beat any guild's elite teams in the 10th servers. They might even be able to beat Lord Grimm's record. Where are our account cards over there from? Changing Spring asked. There was no choice. In order to log in, you had to use an actual card. If you asked others to substitute, they had to be able to obtain the cards in order to do so. I have the data. I'll send it to you in a bit. Blue River said. Okay, then I'll get people to contact you. Changing Spring said. I'll be going. Blue River said and then logged out. Guild leader, let me go too. Poplar Beach actively signed up. Even though he didn't feel too good about Changing Spring constantly ignoring him, he was still very polite towards him. For an arrogant person like him, his ambitions weren't limited to just Blue River's spot as one of the 5 great experts. He also had the ambition to take over as guild leader. Unfortunately, his current records against the guild leader are 11 losses, 2 wins. Changing Spring was more skilled than he was. This was why whenever he talked to Changing Spring, he didn't dare say anything rude. Let's wait until Blue Bridge sends us the data. Once we know where the cards are, we can talk. Changing Spring calmly said, expressing his attitude clearly, you're not anything special. You're dispensable. We did really badly on this run. How many times have we run this? We were wiped out 2/3 of the way through? Think about where we went wrong. Okay, you guys can go. Changing Spring suddenly said. After explaining some things, his players went offline. The others all left as well. Only Poplar Beach and his companion stayed. They were all in the same mood. These players were all relatively new experts in Blue Brook Guild with Poplar Beach as their leader. They all liked to show off. Today, Poplar Beach's flaunting had been ignored, making their little group feel depressed. The guild leader clearly favors Blue Bridge. One person said. There's no choice. He's a guild leader? Of course he wouldn't want any internal conflict in the guild. Just take a look at how he intentionally averted the duel between Blue River and Poplar Beach and you'll see what I mean. Another person said. Yeah. He even sent Blue River over to the 10th server. How low? Do you guys even know where that Lord Grim came from? That record is truly abnormal. Even though they all liked watching Poplar Beach mock Blue River, they still expressed their astonishment over this record. Boneyard. It really is freaky. I say we should study it for a bit. Poplar Beach said. He wasn't blindly arrogant. For example, when facing the stronger Changing Spring, he maintained his cool. On Blue Brook Guild's side, Changing Spring and Blue River discussed and chose people to go over to the 10th server. On Tyrannical Ambition's side, Jiangyu heard Cold Knight's description of the current situation and knitted his brows. How could things have turned out like this? If it's like this, no one wins. How was Lord Grim able to come up with all of this? Jiangyu was puzzled. Lord Grim? I'm afraid that things didn't go his way either. To have met with Full Moon, such a stupid guild, he's probably feeling depressed too. Cold Knight said. We can't bother with him right now. We need to rely on our own strength to take back this record. Jiangyu's decision was the same as Blue Brook Guild's. The two were in the same plight. The two 10th server guild leaders also had the same intentions. However, right now, Blue Brook Guild is in the same situation as us. Cold Knight said. Sigh, substitution. There was never anything glamorous about any of it. But in this situation, we put ourselves in this situation. Blue Brook Guild will probably also try and find people to run Desolate Land, so we shouldn't compete against them in that dungeon. If we compete with them, one of us isn't going to be able to get the record. We'll give them Desolate Land. We'll go to Line Canyon and set a stable record. Aren't we almost level 33? Yeah. Cold Knight nodded his head. Line Canyon was level 30 to 33, so the highest records were made by those who were level 33. But there's still one thing we need to do before all of this. Jiangyu said. What thing? Find Lord Grim. Jiangyu said. Him again? Cold Knight was surprised. Yes. However, this time we're not asking him to set a record. Instead, we're going to ask him to not touch the dungeon record. The price for that will be same as him setting one. Jiangyu said. After saying this, the two suddenly fell silent. After a while, Cold Knight trembled and then said, No way, right? So you also thought of it? Jiangyu's voice was much steadier. This guy. Could he have calculated everything up to this step? From now on, he wouldn't even need to do anything. If we want to set a record, instead of buying him to set the record, we'll do the opposite and pay him to not set the record. Cold Knight said in disbelief. Chapter 165. Record Kidnapping. The two of them stood like broken machines amidst the barren desert in the heavenly domain. The sand from the large gale seemed as if it was going to bury them. Lord Grim. Without a guild, there was no way they could figure out his origins. There also weren't any signs of background powers assisting him. The 10th server's dungeon records were solely controlled by his technique. He had even taken control of all of the guilds. In the new server, dungeon records were extremely important for a guild's development. The new server was practically filled with new players. No matter how famous a guild's name was, in the new server, they would simply be unknown to the eyes of new players. How could they establish their name towards new players? It was through dungeon records. These were undeniable reflections of a guild's strength. However, all of the 10th server's guilds had now been turned into jokes. In the eyes of everyone else, whoever Lord Grim helped would obtain the record. Ignoring the new players, the big guilds themselves recognized the importance of having Lord Grim when competing for the records and for him. Once he started to act, there would be no chance for them. The new players had no information about the records, but those who were experienced could immediately tell how ridiculous Lord Grim's records were. It was impossible for them to achieve records like this, so if they didn't look for Lord Grim, they couldn't do anything. In the end, the big guilds hadn't prepared well enough for this situation. How could they have imagined that such an overwhelming expert would appear? If the 10th server continued to be like this, it really would become a new age. None of the big guilds would have enough strength to take over. Experts. Experts were originally the biggest advantage that big guilds had in the new server. But with the presence of Lord Grim, their experts were worthless. Since it's like this, what advantages did they have? They couldn't just continue spamming in the world channel that they were one of Glory's greatest guilds, could they? I'm also unsure whether this was all just a coincidence. Cold Knight said. If it's not, then not only does this guy have terrifying skill, but he has smarts too. Jiangyu said. Should I go back and try to negotiate with him? Cold Knight said. Yeah, you should go. Glory 10th server. Blue River wasn't aware of this issue yet. He was still creating a dungeon team with Changing Spring. When Cold Knight returned to the 10th server, he checked his friends list, but didn't see Blue River online. In his friends list, Lord Grim's name was still lit. The world chat had calmed down quite a bit though. Right now, almost 5 o'clock, it was a period where there were only a few players online. With the passing of the wave of discussions over the dungeon records, the world chat had returned to its normal state. However, Cold Knight knew that even though the discussions had ended, it didn't mean that the matter was over. Their guild's image had been damaged. If they didn't hurry and seize a record, they might actually fall in the 10th server. Brother, are you there? Cold Knight sent Lord Grim a message. During the evening, it was quite normal for a player to be AFK, away from their keyboards. Here. Yishio had been quietly killing monsters in the wild the entire time. I want to discuss about Line Canyon with you. Cold Knight said. Line Canyon? My level isn't high enough yet. Yishio replied. Brother, do you really not know what I mean? Cold Knight carefully prodded. He really couldn't afford to offend him. Cold Knight held his breath. Tell me. Yishio replied. This time, for Line Canyon's record, we hope that brother won't act. Cold Knight said. Oh, the price for that is going to be even higher. Yishio replied. The reply came instantly. There weren't any shocks or doubts. He directly moved to the discussion over to the price. If this guy said he hadn't planned anything beforehand, who would believe him? Lord Grim clearly knew better than he did. Lord Grim had prepared everything long ago. Cold Knight felt depressed. He had no choice but to follow up and ask, what's the price? 8 scarlet scorpion tails, 8 scarlet stingers, a scarlet berserker blade, an amber crystal, and 40 threads of sandworm silk. The reply was once again instant. It looked like he prepared the price long ago too. Cold Knight was still depressed. He went over the materials one by one and wanted to cry. Scarlet Scorpion Tails and Scarlet Stingers were both from Line Canyon's hidden boss, Scarlet Scorpion Assassin. The Scarlet Berserker blade was the hidden boss illusion Swordmaster Ahong's saber, an orange weapon. The sandworm silk dropped from the other hidden boss, Sandworm. As for the amber crystal, that was a drop from the Line Canyon's wild boss, Ronin Alpine. Even just gathering these 5 items was extremely difficult. This was because these items came from every single uncommon boss in Line Canyon. According to the number of materials requested, even if these items dropped from the boss 100% of the time, they would still have to face the hidden boss dozens of times. Just look at Yishio's 2 days of dungeoning. He ran the dungeon for a total of 6 times, yet he hadn't met a single hidden boss. If he had to gather the materials by himself, even if he cleared Line Canyon until he couldn't get experience from the dungeon anymore, he still wouldn't be able to gather all of them. And in order to get the Scarlet Berserker blade, a player would have to first be lucky enough to meet the hidden boss. He then would have to get lucky enough for the orange weapon to drop. The amber crystal was even more troublesome. Wild bosses couldn't simply be cleared, they had to be stolen through PK. The first kill on Desolate Land and Line Canyon's wild boss had already been completed. These 2 kills were both done when Yishio wasn't online, which was why no one had asked him to participate. One of these kills was stolen by Herb Garden, while the other was done by the Tyrannical Ambition. But just thinking about how much they had put in to get this far made his heart ache. No matter how fierce the fight for dungeon records were, there was no way it could compare with the type of direct PvP needed for the wild boss. After calculating everything, Cold Knight almost coughed up blood. He didn't even want to think about the price of these items. Even gathering them was strenuous enough for him. Their guild had already begun clearing Line Canyon for some time. They had already gathered enough Scarlet Scorpion tails and Scarlet Stingers, but they hadn't found a Scarlet Berserker blade yet. They were still rather far from 40 threads of sandworm silk, and the amber crystal was even more of a dream. Let alone Tyrannical Ambition, no one in the entire 10th server had one yet. Wild bosses could only be cleared 3 times a week. This list of items was clearly not the mark price for his substitution anymore. It was truly much higher. Brother, you're too savage. Haggling over the price was a must. Cold Knight restrained himself and calmly negotiated with Yishio. Even though his previous impression of this person wasn't bad, a feeling of grief and anger rose in his heart now. Cold Knight felt as though he had been negotiating with a kidnapper. The hostage was the record. If you didn't agree to my conditions, then I'm going to clear your record. But after negotiating for a while, the other side didn't seem to have any intentions of easing up. Cold Knight was still discussing gloomily when a system message suddenly popped up. Blue River had come online. Cold Knight's heart shook. He suddenly had an idea. Old Blue. Cold Knight called. Yeah? Which record are you guys planning to set? Cold Knight asked. What? He had to be wary against opponents. They couldn't throw away their caution even though Tyrannical Ambition and them weren't archenemies like Herb Garden. Blue River was on guard. Let's communicate this well. Wouldn't it mean that we'd have to beat each other if both of us clear Desolate Land? This isn't the time for us to fight. Cold Knight said. You're right. Then this time, each of us will take 1 dungeon. We'll clear Desolate Land. We won't touch Line Canyon, what do you think? Blue River said. Okay. With this, everything's good. Cold Knight said, when are you guys planning to set it? Tomorrow during the day. Blue River said. He had already distributed the cards. But it wouldn't be convenient right now for the experts to run and get the cards, so it'd be better to wait until the next day. Old Blue, I'm just afraid that the records that we set will still be beaten by Lord Grim. Cold Knight said. That? I don't think he'd do that. In this situation, do you think someone's going to look for him to set a record? Blue River said. If no one asks him, then what if he himself goes to set it? Cold Knight said. Set it himself. Blue River froze. If Lord Grim set it himself. That was also a possibility. They only needed 1 more person for their team. And in addition, the other side had a fifth member they could use. They had previously seen the fifth person. Among them was that Blade Master who was still in their guild. It was just that they never saw him online ever again, making Blue River feel very puzzled. If no one goes to ask him, why would he put in an effort to do that? Blue River said. If no one asks, how could he be satisfied? Cold Knight discovered that Blue River was a little thick. Everything was already laid out for him. Was he still not able to think of Lord Grim kidnapping the record? But with this, Blue River finally got it. So you're saying? I had been talking with Lord Grim just before, and in the end, that guy said that not touching the record required a fee. Cold Knight informed Blue River of this startling news. Did he really say that? Cold Knight directly copied the list of items Lord Grim had given him and sent it over. This list had too much of an impact, making Blue River feel a wave of heat. But do you think he'll be able to beat our record? Blue River replied. They were also experts. Actually, they also had an estimate of what the limit for the record was. No matter how skilled a player was, as long as they hit the limit, that player wouldn't be able to beat it. You look at Boneyard's record. Cold Knight said. Blue River stared blankly. Boneyard's record really was a legend. That record was simply inconceivable. According to you, then even if we wanted to set a dungeon record, we'd have to see what he's up to. If not, then there's no point in obtaining a record. Blue River said. That's what I feel. That would mean that he'd become an enemy to all of the guilds. Can everyone endure that? Blue River said. I don't know about that. But I do know that right now, the only way for us to pass this wall is to break our way through. Cold Knight said. Chapter 166. I get a little lonely sometimes too. Blue River and Cold Knight weren't wrong. If Lord Grim continued with his kidnapping of the record, then the matter wouldn't just be between him and both of their guilds. The big guilds would unify and propose a way to resolve the issue, whether that was by bribing him or by killing him. But at the moment, the crisis was only between their guilds. Even if the other guilds knew about Lord Grim's snatching nature, they wouldn't come out and help them immediately. They would watch them struggle first. If the two guilds actually fell, then that'd be great news for them. What do you plan on doing? Blue River asked Cold Knight. I don't know. I wanted to see what you were thinking. Cold Knight said. Blue River hesitated. Should he pay the ransom or fight against the kidnapper and compete for the records from now on? Blue River had already clicked on Lord Grim's name several times, but he hesitated each time. Record-related matters weren't trivial. If they were, then he wouldn't have went over to consult Changing Spring. But since he had just gone to see him, if he went back again, it'd make him seem less capable. Poplar Beach and his gang would definitely mock him for that. But if they knew that he went to pay the ransom, then Poplar Beach and his gang wouldn't say anything good about that either. Requesting help from the headquarters had already made him look shameful. In all of the new server's history, such a situation had never occurred before. For all the previous times, the experts that had been sent used their own strength to start anew. This time, he definitely couldn't pay the ransom. Blue River made a decision. He had to demonstrate his worth. I decided to set the record first and then worry about the rest later. Blue River didn't click on Lord Grim's name and instead sent a message to Cold Knight. Oh? You're going to ignore Lord Grim's actions? Cold Knight said. Yes. Okay. I hope that everything goes smoothly. Cold Knight said, but he still felt a bit of uncertainty within his heart. Was Blue River really going to set the record, or was he just saying that to avoid giving me a bargaining chip? After all, if word came out that they had paid the ransom to Lord Grim, it would also hurt their reputation. Which is why when he discussed matters with Blue River, Cold Knight didn't say what he had decided on doing. When talking with other guilds, they had to always be on guard. After verifying Blue River's attitude on the matter, Cold Knight decided to hold back his troops for now. In any case, they still needed some time to prepare for the Line Canyon record. For today, at least, it was impossible for them to do it. The day gradually brightened. Being Su Muqing's pillow for the entire night, Yishio's shoulder had become sore long ago. But once he heard the quiet snoring, Yishio knew Su Muqing had really fallen asleep. However, it was almost 7 o'clock. Some of the customers at the internet cafe had already tidied up and were ready to leave. It was almost time for a shift change as well, so there was no way for them to continue staying here like this. Hey, hey! Yishio turned his head and said, "It's time to wake up." "What time is it?" Su Muqing asked drowsily. 6:50, Yishio said. "It's not even 7 yet, another 10 minutes, Su Muqing said and even shifted her head to a more comfortable position. "Hurry up. I still have to take care of the customers who are getting ready to leave." "You were lucky today. No one came to buy food at night," Yishio said. Usually, if anything happened to the machine or if the customers wanted something to eat or drink, it was his responsibility as the manager to take care of it. But it had been particularly peaceful today. It seemed as if everything magically went well for the all-night customers, allowing Su Muqing to get a good night's rest. "Really? Then I really am lucky." Su Muqing finally lifted her head. She rubbed her eyes and constantly yawned. "Cover up well. The customers are coming over," Yishio said. "Oh." Su Muqing wrapped herself up like when she first arrived. Her appearance right now wasn't too revealing. Everyone was about to leave now. Su Muqing left the receptionist's desk and watched as Yishio helped the customers log out. Some of the customers, who weren't leaving yet, paid to continue using the computers. All night had its own price, while the morning had a different price. Brother Yi! At this moment, the cashiers and managers with the morning shift arrived. Most of them lived close to each other, so they all ate and walked over together. "Almost done," Yishio called out to them. He quickly finished up and left the receptionist's desk. The morning shift took over. Yishio's workday was done. "What would you like to eat?" Yishio asked Su Muqing. "Anything is fine." Su Muqing clearly wasn't fully awake yet. She still looked a bit drowsy. "Okay, then it'll be the usual," Yishio said. The two of them left the internet cafe together. Chenggue had gotten up early today. As she went downstairs, she happened to see Yishio leave the internet cafe with a girl. Her first thought that the girl was Tang Ru, but after getting a better look, she could tell that the girl wasn't her. She had lived with Tang Ru for a long time, so she would be able to recognize her just from a rear view. "Who is she?" Chenggue ran over to ask others. Everyone shook their heads. Yishio hadn't introduced her to them. "Little Tang." Chenggue turned around and called out to see if Tang Ru was there. Tang Ru was there, but she was in the middle of playing a game. So she couldn't hear her with headphones on. But since she sat in the same place every day, Chenggue quickly grabbed her. "You woke up very early today?" Tang Ru turned around and saw Chenggue. "Yeah." Chenggue replied and then directly asked, "Who's that sister together with Yishio?" "Together?" Tang Ru heard this and took a look at the receptionist's desk. They already left. "They left? They left just as I came down. Who is she?" Chenggue said. "Ah? I don't know her actual name, but she's a girl that dungeons with us every day." Tang Ru said. "An online friend." Chenggue was shocked. "Those two know each other, I think?" Tang Ru had seen Su Muqing sleep on Yishio's shoulders. Anyone could tell that the relationship between them wasn't ordinary. But she wasn't a gossipy person, so she didn't ask about it. She didn't want to assume that there was a relationship between those two. Online friends shouldn't be so close, which meant that they knew each other very well. So this guy can seduce a girl too. Chenggue expressed her lament. "What does she look like?" "I don't know. I couldn't see her properly." Tang Ru said. "What were you doing the entire night then?" Chenggue expressed her discontent with Tang Ru. Tang Ru helplessly laughed. "What do you want to eat?" Cheng Guo asked. I'll eat whatever you're going to eat. It's not like I have any money. Sigh. Tang Ru also acted shamelessly sometimes. Wait here. Cheng Guo rolled her eyes and left. She took care of food and shelter, but because she didn't have any standards, most of the time she would just decide what everyone ate on the spot. Sometimes she would be in a good mood and would invite everyone over for a big meal. Those that were there during those times always felt very lucky. The area around Happy Internet Cafe had quite a few restaurants. Cheng Guo naturally had places she frequently went to. After ordering wontons, steamed buns, porridge, and a bunch of other random dishes, she even looked around trying to catch their affair but wasn't able to find anything. When she returned with the breakfast, she didn't see Yi Xiao. She called for Tang Ru to come and eat. She saw Yi Xiao come back with a cigarette in his mouth once they were halfway done. Whoa! Boss, you woke up early today. Yi Xiao greeted Cheng Guo. What about that girl that was with you? Cheng Guo didn't even try to ease into the subject. She just straight up asked him. She went back. Yi Xiao replied calmly. HMPH, you can't mix up work with your social life. Cheng Guo said. Wow, wontons. Give me a bowl. Yi Xiao said as he completely went off topic. Didn't you go and eat already? Cheng Guo said. I had to pay for that myself, so I ate less. Yi Xiao said. Shameless. Cheng Guo ground her teeth. There's none for you. Really? Then I'm going to bed. Yi Xiao ran off. Cheng Guo was baffled. She still wanted to continue prodding. Why'd he have to run off? Ha ha ha, Tang Ru laughed on the side. What are you laughing at? Cheng Guo glared at her. Nothing. Tang Ru didn't explain. You're becoming more and more like him. Cheng Guo wasn't happy. No way. All you do is play games every day. And you also have that weird aura. How long has it been since you've went out and been in the sun? Cheng Guo said. Okay. I'll take a walk with you on the weekends. Is that good enough? Tang Ru said. Fine. Cheng Guo was satisfied. She had lived with her for almost 2 years, so Tang Ru had already become her close friend. She was the one who kept egging her on to play glory. And now that she had succeeded, she discovered that the time they spent together had actually lessened. In the beginning, Cheng Guo thought about whether or not she should level a low-level account and play with them. If Tang Ru or Yi Xiao had brought it up, she would have definitely done it. But those two only minded their own business. There was no way they would have thought of her this much. In the end, after pondering about it for a while, she discovered that those two's levels had already gone up. If she started leveling, then she'd have to start from the beginner village, so she threw away that idea. After all, she had played with chasing haze for so long that she was very attached to it. If someone told her to give it up, she definitely wouldn't be able to. The only reason she wanted to go to the new server was to play with those two. After they got to the heavenly domain, she would definitely switch back to her main account. The way she saw it, it was already too late to start from the new server, so it'd be better to just wait for those two to reach the heavenly domain. Although Cheng Guo didn't say it, she really did feel a little lonely nowadays. Whether that was in the game or outside of it, she felt a bit lonely. I'm full. I'm going to sleep. Tang Ru finished her breakfast and got up to leave. Go ahead. Cheng Guo waved her hands and shooed Tang Ru away. She sat there by herself with a bowl of porridge and gazed out towards the empty internet cafe. Chapter 167. Taking back the record. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon during Tang Ru's afternoon shift, the two had once again sat by themselves in front of their computers. Tang Ru had decided to give up playing the game during her shift and decided to look over guides instead. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, went to the smoking area to try and find a computer. One time, when Cheng Guo was bored, she secretly made some calculations. If she charged Yi Xiao according to the internet cafe's usual fees, then Yi Xiao would be paying twice the salary he gets. Cheng-Gui had managed the internet cafe for so many years, but this was the first time she had seen anyone utilize the internet cafe employee benefits to such a level. Tang Ru was a close second, and she had an even greater desire to take advantage of them than Yi Xiu did. This sister was busiest during the afternoon shift. She practically had no time to play the game, so she asked Cheng-Gui to move her to the all-night shift. Cheng-Gui tried very hard to put it off. In-game, the Blue Brook Guild was preparing for their record-setting run when Blue River suddenly saw a notification that Lord Grimm had come online. He immediately felt a great deal of pressure. It wasn't a coincidence that they would be on at the same time. Blue River and his group often played the game all night too. Their resting schedule was practically the same as Yi Xiu's. In fact, they had only come online moments ago. Blue Brook Guild naturally understood the importance to this battle. After changing Spring arranged for who would go, he called several players to work together and explore the dungeon. Desolate Land was a dungeon that these Heavenly Domain players hadn't run in a long time, so they had to take some time to familiarize themselves with it. After doing that, they all went to borrow their provided account cards. Changing Spring had personally brought over 3 experts to the 10th server. Blue River wasn't using his own account right now. His character had already leveled past Desolate Land's level limit, so it couldn't be used to set the record. These account cards had just been obtained the previous day. This meant that the characters hadn't used any of their entries for Desolate Land yet. None of the experts had shown any signs of unfamiliarity with the dungeon on their first run. They were, after all, experts. Blue River was the one who was most familiar with the dungeon as he had entered it the most recent. As a result, he was appointed as the leader. They were able to achieve a time of 29 hours 21 minutes and 45 seconds with just a few small mistakes. They had beaten their previous record. The experts that came over to help were extremely effective. Blue River made a major mistake on their second run. The mistake affected their final time, which was 33 hours 54 minutes 89 seconds. This run ended quite poorly. Even if they stretched out the leaderboards, it wasn't even fast enough for them to be placed in the top 20. Sorry. Blue River apologized to everyone. Their poor performance was all because of his mistake. The more experienced experts knew that, due to mistake, there was no way for them to set the record this time. As a result, they played more carelessly and listened to Blue River's constant apologies. They were all old friends, so no one said anything. They couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make a mistake either. This is our last run for today. We can do it, everyone. Changing Spring said. Sigh, this is unexpected. After leaving the normal servers for so many years already, to think I'd have to come back and try so hard for this dungeon again. Someone said. Me too. I suddenly feel a bit nostalgic speaking about this. Another player followed. Blue Bridge, hurry up and get to the Heavenly Domain. It's been so long since we've dungeoned together. The current 5-man team was Blue Brook Guild's strongest combo. The guild leader Changing Spring, Ice of Dawn, Chilling Nightfall, Flying Brushstroke, and Blue River's main account Blue Bridge Spring Snow were Blue Brook Guild's 5 greatest experts. Changing Spring had gathered these experts to dungeon in the 10th server, leaving even Poplar Beach unable to object. The players' strengths wouldn't lose out to Poplar Beach in any way. In the guild, they were also considered seniors. Their dispatch meant that Blue Brook Guild was using their greatest strength to fight. Even if Poplar Beach was confident that he was better than Blue River because of what their team signified, there was no way he'd be able to switch in for Blue River. This is our last run for today. We can do it, brothers. Blue River said and then took a deep breath. He was even more pressured than the other 4. This record was closely related to his guild's power in the 10th server. But once he thought of Lord Grimm, Blue River couldn't calm down. He was always worried that their record wouldn't be good enough and that it would be stepped on by Lord Grimm again. Calm down, be cool, concentrate. Blue River kept on repeating these words to himself as he entered Desolate Land for their 3rd run. Changing Spring was a berserker, Dawn of Ice was a summoner, Chilling Nightfall was an elementalist, Flying Brushstroke was a spitfire. And with Blue River's Blade Master, their team was a full DPS team without an MT or a healer either. Even though their skill level couldn't be compared to pro players, they were definitely at the peak of normal players. For a low-level dungeon like Desolate Land, even though they weren't using their main accounts, they were still confident with rolling through the dungeon using their full DPS team. Only this type of DPS team could take the final record. For example, in their previous record for Desolate Land, even though they didn't have an MT, they still had Bound Boat's Cleric. Because of this, their DPS was brought down as opposed to Lord Grimm's team, which was full DPS. As a result, it was clear that if they didn't use a DPS team too, then there would be no way to compete with Lord Grimm. This was why Blue River needed the help of experts from the Heavenly Domain. Third try. Everyone's spirit was at their peak. They had made mistakes in their last 2 runs, but this time, they were going to put an end to that. Everyone put in 100% of their effort and pushed on and on. The first boss fell. The second boss fell. The rest of the way went by smoothly after they had cleared out the monsters. Their current performance was definitely worthy of being praised. However, they had understood very well about Boss Toya's style. Stealing time from Toya needed a bit of luck. This boss had too many skills. Who knew what he would do when they faced off against him? There wouldn't be a set time without a good strategy. Many wanted to restrict Toya, but at level 30, they didn't have enough skills. So their only choice was to use coordination, but coordinating against such a complicated boss needed both time and practice. Due to this, the difficulty of fighting this boss increased. But this was only a low-level dungeon. Many players would only play here for a bit and then move past this stage. Who would take the time to research it? This was why restricting Toya was still just a theory. The expert team of 5 hadn't trained together for any sort of coordination, which meant that they hadn't thought of that type of theory. These players were just using the usual strategy. They would attack and then rely on themselves to push down Toya. The battle flew by and the remnants of the battle was displayed on the castle walls and in the rear garden. Sword lights, bullets, magic, and summoned pets filled the garden as the 5 players surrounded Toya. At this moment, none of them could afford looking at the time. They could only do their best. Toya fell. Blue River didn't even get the opportunity to check the time when suddenly the system announcement popped up. Their Blue Brook Guild had finally taken down this Desolate Lands record, 26 hours 31 minutes and 55 seconds. We did it! Those 4 were extremely happy, but Blue River didn't even think about relaxing yet. 26 hours 31 minutes and 55 seconds, they were only faster than Lord Grimm's record by a minute and a half. But Blue River clearly knew Lord Grimm's team hadn't reached their limit yet. Not only was their equipment lacking, but they also had someone on their team who was holding them back. Even so, their 5 greatest experts team was only able to improve the record by a minute and a half. This meant that this record wasn't completely unbeatable yet. Do you guys think it's possible to improve this record? After they exited the dungeon, Blue River asked them seriously. You think that this record isn't enough to beat Lord Grimm? Changing Spring said. Yeah. Blue River nodded his head. If we have to improve, then there isn't much we can do about the small monsters. It would all have to depend on Toya. If we are able to completely suppress Toya and be the first to act, then it's still possible to improve the record. Flying Brushstroke said. In any case, the record's already been broken and we don't have any more entries left. Right now, the whole world is looking at it. Find people to bring back our influence and clean our name. Changing Spring said. Okay. Blue River replied. They had prepared for this moment. Blue River called the guild and Blue Brook Guild's name immediately appeared all over the world chat. The topic today was a follow-up to last night's topic, which meant that the taunters from last night might not all be present. But Blue Brook Guild wasn't trying to attack these guys. They were only telling everyone, Blue Brook Guild doesn't need Lord Grimm's help to set a record. Blue Brook Guild actually did it. Cold Knight saw the record and then quietly watched the advertising done by Blue Brook Guild in the world chat. A minute and a half. For Lord Grim, it might still be possible to beat that. Cold Knight's line of thinking was similar to Blue River's. It looks like we'll soon find out what exactly Blue River's attitude towards this is and what exactly Lord Grim will do. Cold Knight thought to himself. Meanwhile, Changing Spring and the others withdrew after setting the record. They obviously wouldn't stay to level these accounts. As for Blue River, he was in a more difficult position. He looked at their record and suddenly feared that Lord Grim's name would appear in front of theirs. After the wave of fear, Blue River suddenly realized that Lord Grim should have already used up all of his entries for the day. It wasn't midnight yet, so with this in mind, he felt at ease knowing that their record wouldn't be broken right now. It looked like the most crucial stage would take place from 12 to 2 o'clock again. Seeing Lord Grim's name lit up on his friends list, Blue River was in a conflicted mindset regarding whether or not to talk to him. After pondering over it, he decided to not talk to him after all. The record had already been stolen back. Lord Grim, I won't come to an agreement with you this time around. Blue River encouraged himself with such thoughts. Chapter 168. Fire Witch Cashew. Blue Brook Guild's PR went quite smoothly. After all, the announcement of their new record was still there. The leaderboards could also be checked at any time. With the presence of this proof, there was nothing new players could criticize them for. New players also didn't have any sort of hate directed towards Blue Brook Guild. The reason why they suddenly raised a storm upon them was simply because Full Moon Guild's bragging made them feel unbelievably disgusted. The time slowly crept towards midnight. Blue River slowly grew nervous as well. From 12:20 to 12:30, those 10 minutes, Blue River stopped doing everything and stared at his screen. The system suddenly made an announcement. As soon as he saw the word system, Blue River froze. System announcement, please play the game in a healthy manner and take a break every once in a while. F***CK. My hair almost turned white from fear. Blue River couldn't help but curse out loud. It was the system announcement that frequently came during the night to remind the players to take a break from the game. Of course, from a game company's perspective, they wouldn't want their players to stop playing the game. Years ago, players might have felt warm-hearted from this fake and insincere reminder. Only noobs would be tricked by this reminder. At 12:30, their record had yet to be broken. Blue River let out a sigh of relief. But then he immediately thought of something else. What if he didn't start at exactly 12 o'clock? As a result, Blue River went back to nervously staring at the screen. Old Blue, you're not going to dungeon today. The team that Blue River played with frequently went over to ask him. I'm going. If Lord Grim was really going to break the record, then there was no point in worrying about it and wasting time. Blue River thought this way as he followed his team into the dungeon. However, he couldn't concentrate on the dungeon. He made numerous mistakes and, at one point, he almost caused the whole team to be wiped out. Old Blue, how about I lead? Everyone was scared now, but they all understood why Blue River was so distracted. Okay, you lead then. With the switch, Blue River didn't make as many mistakes as he did before. Prior to that, he was practically leading the team to their deaths. After Line Canyon was cleared, it was as if half the night had gone by. There wasn't any new system announcements, letting Blue River finally relax a bit. Meanwhile, on Ishio's side, they hadn't gone to set a record tonight. At 11 o'clock, Tang Ru changed shifts and began playing the game. They invited Steam Bun Invasion and waited for Su Mooching to come online. The four-player team then went to Fire Forest together. Frost Forest, Fire Forest, Gloom Forest, and Sunlight Forest were glories for large forests, which were also leveling areas and dungeons. Frost Forest was the lowest level one among the four. Fire Forest, which was the one Ishio and his group were going to, was a level 34 to 36 area. As level 30 characters, level 35 monsters would give them the most experience. However, no matter how much experience wild monsters gave, there was no way they could compete with the elite monsters in dungeons. Plus, because of the end of dungeon experience rewards, running to the leveling area instead of to a dungeon was not the wisest choice. A veteran of the game like Yishio definitely wouldn't make such an unwise choice. However, they weren't going there to level. Yishio's goal was the Fire Forest's wild boss, Fire Witch Cashew. In Frost Forest, the strongest hidden boss White Witch was proficient in ice elemental magic. As for Fire Forest, the Fire Witch, proficient in fire elemental magic, was an existence even greater than hidden bosses, Wild Boss. The Wild Boss was always the highest level in the leveling area, which meant Fire Witch Cashew was level 36. Level 36 was 6 levels higher than Yishio and his group's characters. They wouldn't gain much experience because that exceeded the 5-level limit. However, killing a boss wasn't something that was done to gain levels. Still, a 6-level suppression. This was a huge disadvantage for them. The current elite teams of the big guilds were level 32, yet even they didn't dare to provoke the Fire Witch Cashew. They were already scared of a 4-level suppression. After all, she wasn't just some regular monster. She was the strongest boss type, a wild boss. A 4-level suppression was already enough to make the players retreat. But Yishio was about to lead his team to battle against this wild boss that had a 6-level suppression. As for the other 3, they weren't scared at all. Excluding Sumuching, Yishio felt a need to let them know that a 6-level suppression wasn't a joke. Everyone, note that there is a 6-level suppression between us and the Fire Witch, Yishio said as they searched for the Fire Witch. The Fire Witch was definitely there. A wild boss would just wander around after spawning if it wasn't killed immediately. The 10th server had opened for 3 weeks already. It wasn't just the Fire Witch, wild bosses from all other higher-leveled areas were already waiting for players to clear them. It was different from the first week, where the wild bosses hadn't spawned yet. Okay. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion replied nonchalantly. Don't underestimate this 6-level suppression. Combined with her identity as a wild boss, a lot of skill effects will be reduced by 60 to 100%. Do you know what a 100% reduction means? That means a complete reduction, no effect. That's why during battle, you're going to need to adjust. Dragon Tooth Stun, Sky Strikes Knock Up, Sun Toss Blind, and Bricks Dizzy. All of these will have a reduced effect on her. Yishio lectured. Oh, so it's like that. The two nodded. Haven't we already encountered this type of situation in Line Canyon? Wasn't the boss there higher leveled than us? Tang Ru said. Yeah, it was higher leveled, but starting from level 30, normal dungeons wouldn't have level ranges higher than 3 usually. This is because a very high level suppression is difficult to deal with. 3 levels is still manageable. If it weren't for that, then the level 36 Fire Witch would have been killed already. How else could we have gotten a chance to kill it? Yishio explained. Okay, I'll pay attention to it. Tang Ru didn't dare to include Steamed Bun Invasion with a we. Steamed Bun, do you understand? Yishio asked. Understood. Steamed Bun Invasion replied. Yishio couldn't tell whether or not he actually understood. The 4 wandered around Fire Forest and sometimes killed a few of the monsters along the way. The monsters in all the 4 great forests were goblins. Their levels were different, so they would obviously be different from each other. The Fire Forest's goblins all had red skin with a bloodthirsty look on their faces. They looked much more fierce than Frost Forest's goblins. Here, she's over here. Yishio found the silhouette of the Fire Witch Cashew. In the middle of an open space in the forest, a large bonfire blazed. Fire Witch Cashew was standing crazily on one side. She carried an extremely long magic staff, with a flame-shaped rune on top, which seemed to pulsate with the raging fire. Beside her, a large mob of small Fire Forest goblins were circling around the bonfire. They seemed to be holding some sort of a grand ritual. They were shouting and running around, but none of them left. What do we do? No one has touched it for so long that so many monsters have gathered, Sumuching said. Don't worry, we have time. Everyone has their potions, right? Yishio said. Got them. The others replied. Yishio had already told everyone to spend their money in Kanji City and buy mid-grade potions. Okay, then the 2 of you go run away. Yishio said. What? Tang Ru didn't understand. You and Steam Bun run. We'll destroy that bonfire. The enemies will crazily chase after us and then we'll counterattack. Yishio said. Okay. Tang Ru's soft mist and steamed bun invasion ran off. Su Muqing's cleansing mist immediately began to store up energy for a laser. In that instant, Yishio lifted up his 1000-chance umbrella and sent anti-tank missiles over. 3 consecutive anti-tank missiles and a giant laser beam shot towards that bonfire. The explosion splashed in every direction like a firework. The goblins shrieked and ferociously glared at the two of them. The Fire Witch also turned to glance at them. She raised her magic staff and chanted in an unknown language. The goblin's arms suddenly glowed with a red light. TSK, TSK, the entire mob has flame chasers. The system is so shameless. Yishio said, while having his Lord Grim aerial fire backwards. Cleansing Mist did the same. Although their movement speed was quick, it required them to repeatedly chain the same action over and over again. However, this wasn't a problem for pro players. While under their control, their speed wasn't much slower than a witch's low-altitude flight. The only weakness was that they could only fly backwards. Because of this, there were several things they needed to be careful of. For example, Yishio was warning Su Muqing, be careful. Don't crash into a tree. If I follow you, then I won't crash into anything. Su Muqing said. That's not true. If you made a mistake then you'd be the first one to crash into a tree. Su Muqing said. No. I'm afraid you'll crash into me. Yishio said. The two talked as they aerial fired. It clearly wasn't anything difficult for them. One of them was in the front, the other in the back. They were both light and quick. The distance between those fierce goblins and them grew wider and wider, but the Fire Witch's movement speed wasn't inferior to those two. She didn't need to use her legs to run. She simply flew in the air towards them. Give her something to play with. Seeing that the Fire Witch was closing in, Yishio yelled. Okay. Su Muqing said. The two flew backwards as they fired towards the Fire Witch. If this was a normal monster, then being repeatedly fired at like this would cause it to be pushed back. But to this Fire Witch who was 6 levels higher, these bullets had no effect on her movement speed. A little bigger? Yishio yelled as he fired 3 anti-tank missiles. Su Muqing was slightly slower, causing their 6 anti-tank missiles to form a line. The 6 consecutive anti-tank missiles exploded one after another. The Fire Witch finally gave the skill some face and was slowed down a bit. But the effects didn't even last a second as she quickly began closing in again. Chapter 169. Skill Interrupt. The 6-level suppression truly couldn't be looked down upon. The knockback caused by the 6 anti-tank missiles on the Fire Witch wasn't even equal to that of a normal attack on an ordinary monster. And that was even with the Fire Witch luckily being a mage type. She wasn't born with a sturdy body. If she was switched with a strength-type boss, then under the 6-level suppression, the 6 anti-tank missiles would simply seem like fleeting clouds. Yishio and Su Muqing obviously recognized this, which was why they hadn't placed very high hopes on it. They only needed to buy a bit more time. Even with this though, the Fire Witch was still closing in on the two. As soon as they entered her attack range, she immediately lifted her staff and chanted a few words. The space around them seemed to suddenly split open. 2 massive fireballs formed and crashed down from the sky towards them. The Fire Witch continued give chase as she cast the spell. Magic that required chanting usually couldn't be done while moving. But there was one exception, Elementalists. After learning the level 30 passive skill Mobile Cast, Elementalists were able to move while casting spells. Of course, their movement speed would be greatly reduced under this situation. Leveling the passive skill would decrease the extent by which the movement speed was reduced. However, even at max level, Elementalists would still only be able to move at 50% of their usual speed. It still couldn't be compared with moving under normal conditions. Although the Fire Witch was a boss, she still had to comply with the rules of the system. Her movement speed had greatly reduced while she was casting those two massive fireballs. Yishio and Su Muqing easily dodged the attack and took advantage of the opportunity to widen the distance between them and the Fire Witch. The Fire Witch's AI wasn't very smart. She would first have to catch up to them before attacking. As soon as there was an opportunity to attack, she would cast a spell and slow down. Through this alternation, between her movement speed, Lord Grim and Cleansing Mist were always able to maintain a certain distance from her. The goblins were eventually left behind, so they gradually left the battle. The goblins were all normal monsters in the leveling area. They were completely unrelated to the Fire Witch. The reason so many of them had accumulated around her was because the Fire Witch hadn't been killed for such a long time. They all had their own way of deciding on aggro. At this moment, their targets were getting further and further away. Soon, they could no longer see their targets, so the goblins turned around and went away to play. As for Yishio and Su Muqing, all they could was run around in circles. The boss also had a limited range for where she was able to move around. It wasn't possible to bring the Fire Forest's Fire Witch all the way to Frost Forest. Coordinate 1658, 1542. Yishio messaged Tang Ru and steamed Bun Invasion. With the way he and Su Muqing retreated while attacking, it appeared as if they were kiting the Fire Witch. However, the two of them weren't able to chain their attacks too closely. In addition, the boss's life would still automatically recover. Even though the recovery wouldn't completely mitigate the damage they had done, or even if they had infinite mana, it would still take them more than a day to take down the boss. Tang Ru and steamed Bun Invasion received the message and quickly rushed over. When they got there, they saw that the goblins that used to be with the Fire Witch were already gone. Yishio and Su Muqing no longer needed to play tag with the Fire Witch anymore, so they began hunting her down. "We have arrived," steamed Bun Invasion announced. He himself hadn't arrived yet, though his brick had. The flying brick smashed into the back of the Fire Witch's head. The Fire Witch seemed to have been stunned for a bit, but she instantly recovered. "Look carefully before using it. Dizzy won't have much of an effect on her, so only use it to interrupt her skills," Yishio instructed steamed Bun Invasion. No matter how short the dizzy effect lasted, it was still a status effect. If the Fire Witch was hit while casting a spell, then the spell would definitely get interrupted. Of course, the prerequisite was that the dizzy effect activated. If it didn't, then the damage dealt from it wouldn't nearly be enough to interrupt her spells. You also have Inject Poison. Pay attention to how you use it, Yishio reminded steamed Bun Invasion. Inject Poison was a level 30 brawler skill. Even though the skill's name contained the word poison, it didn't actually have any poison effects. This skill had two effects: it could induce a bleed effect and it could also break super armor. The target could not be knocked down, launched, knocked back, or interrupted when it was in super armor. Unless a grab type skill was used, the target could not be moved forcibly. Inject Poison was a skill that could get rid of this super armor. At its lowest level, the skill could dispel super armor for up to 5 seconds. At max level, the skill could dispel super armor for up to 10 seconds. Under the Fire Witch's level suppression, there was no way Inject Poison would be able to dispel super armor for a full 5 seconds. However, steamed Bun Invasion could still hear Yishio's instruction from before, telling him that he should circle around the Fire Witch and be ready to use Inject Poison at any time. Whenever the Fire Witch attacked or cast magic, a red glow would emanate from her. This was her appearance when she was in a super armor state. In this state, the Fire Witch was unstoppable. Neither normal attacks nor skills had any way of stopping her movements. She suddenly opened her arms. Not only was there a red glow around her body, a fiery aura also emanated outwards, making everything around her go up in flames. Quite a few dried up leaves also leapt up in flames. Meteor Shower. This was the Fire Witch's AoE spell. The spell summoned numerous meteors that would fall like rain onto the target. Inject Poison. Yishio didn't have time to tell him what the spell was. As soon as he saw the Fire Witch raise her hands, he immediately shouted, Prepared, Steamed Bun Invasion heard Yishio's command and immediately used Inject Poison. The Fire Witch took the Inject Poison and the fiery aura emanating from her body instantly retreated. Steamed Bun Invasion was extremely shameless. He was afraid that he would provoke some sort of response. So after he used Inject Poison, he immediately ran and hid behind a tree. "Why are you hiding?" Steamed Bun Invasion's cowardly display made Yishio not know whether he should laugh or cry. If Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't going to use this chance, then he'd have to make up for him. Luckily, Lord Grimm wasn't too far from the Fire Witch. He sent a Sky Strike and launched the Fire Witch into the air. Under the level suppression and the boss's innate defense, this knockup was only able to make the boss stumble. However, Yishio quickly followed up with a falling flower palm, hitting the Fire Witch. After successfully interrupting the Fire Witch's meteor shower, Yishio scolded Steamed Bun Invasion, "Don't run. Once Inject Poison is used, you have to hurry up and interrupt her spell." This was supposed to be a chance for Steamed Bun Invasion to practice, but that guy had actually run away. I was afraid that she would have some sort of scary spell. Steamed Bun Invasion immediately replied. In the time it took to say these words, the Fire Witch had already recovered and returned to kill them. Tang Ru's Soft Mist went to meet up with her. 3 types of chasers danced around her. Besides the neutral chaser and the ice chaser, there was also a fire chaser from the use of falling flower palm. The fire chaser buffed her strength. At this moment, a layer of red magic fluctuations glowed around her arm. Her appearance with the fire chaser looked similar to the buff which the Fire Witch had given to the goblins earlier. Soft Mist initiated with a Sky Strike. But the Fire Witch didn't budge as she had super armor. The staff in her hands whirled. The rune at the end of her staff brought forth flames as it moved through the air. All of the Fire Witch's attacks carried the fire attribute. This witch's staff was extremely long. The sweep it created covered a wide area. Steamed Bun Invasion, who was just about to go forward, was forced to retreat. Soft Mist, who was already in range, didn't have time to retreat. She hastily ducked to avoid the attack and then rolled, avoiding the streak of flames that came from the Fire Witch's staff. Su Muqing's Cleansing Mist was long-ranged, so she didn't need to get up close. At this moment, she fired a stored-up laser rifle. The laser rifle crashed onto the Fire Witch's body and seemed as if it would penetrate through her body. The momentum it carried was astonishing, but against the witch's super armor, it was only able to deal damage. The Fire Witch continued what she was doing and was once again about to cast a large AoE spell. Steamed Bun Invasion saw this and panicked. Inject Poison is still on cooldown. He hadn't finished talking when Lord Grimm rushed forward. He used a circle swing and stabbed the Fire Witch, throwing her and interrupting her spell. Grabs ignored super armor. Interrupting a skill this way seemed simple on paper, but a normal player would still fail 9 out of 10 times. The successful interrupt would only be because of luck. The boss's skills weren't so slow that you had time to see it, rush up, and then use a grab to interrupt it. When the Fire Witch cast a spell like the Fireballs, the cast was nearly instant. It was practically the same as not casting at all. Even for large spells like Meteor Shower, if Steamed Bun Invasion was even a step slower, there wouldn't have been enough time to follow up with any skill after his Inject Poison. There was only a 1-second window and sometimes even less. During their battle against Frost Forest's Frostine, Blue River had a super armor break skill Wave Wheel Slasher to use against the boss's super armor skill. But why didn't he use it then? It was because he wasn't good enough. What Yishio could do didn't necessarily mean that other players could do as well. Even for Tang Ru, even with her high hand speed, she still lacked in experience. If she had tried to use Circle Swing to interrupt the witch, she would have most likely failed. Too early and the boss would have simply gotten back up and recast the spell. The Circle Swing would then be on cooldown. Too late and well, the spell would have already been released and the Circle Swing would be interrupted. Lord Grimm was unspecialized. Besides Circle Swing, he also had access to skills like Backthrow and Wave Wheel Slasher, which could break super armor. He had the ability to continuously interrupt the Fire Witch's casting. Letting steamed bun invasion use inject poison was simply a convenient way to help him learn. Fighting against this big boss with a huge level gap was to practice interrupting skills. Chapter 170. Fire Witch First Kill. Interrupt! Interrupt! Steamed bun invasion's voice repeatedly resounded. This guy was always immersed into the games he played, and he would often shout out his moves like characters in early Hong Kong kung fu movies. His punches and kicks all carried whooshing sound effects. This type of constant shouting frequently disturbed the moods of the opponents he faced in the arena. But truthfully, steamed bun invasion's dubbing had absolutely no meaning to them. For example, in this big boss battle, it definitely wouldn't affect the situation. Even so, he would still shout as usual. Yishio deliberately gave Tang Ru and steamed bun invasion chances to practice, letting them have the opportunity to interrupt the Fire Witch. They were only killing a boss, so there was no need to worry about time. Because these two lacked experience, with the way they were fighting, there was no way a mistake wouldn't be made during the long boss battle. Not good. Run! Yishio suddenly shouted. Tang Ru had been one step too slow in interrupting the Fire Witch's meteor shower. Yishio felt that there wasn't enough time to rescue the situation, so he hastily warned them. Su Muqing's cleansing mist was already outside the spell's range, so she was safe. Yishio's Lord Grim used a shadow clone technique and left his fake body there, while his real body instantly escaped. The remaining players, Tang Ru and steamed bun invasion, were in a more difficult predicament. The two players were melee classes, so they were the closest to the Fire Witch when the spell was cast. The spell array took form and the air above them began to boil. It seemed as if the entire sky had ignited on fire. Fireballs of different sizes swiftly dropped from the sky. Tang Ru and steamed bun invasion hastily had their characters run away, but it was impossible to completely dodge them all. The countless meteors showered down and the earth and skies instantly turned into a sea of flames. When the two of them rushed out of the fire, they only had a sliver of health left. They miserably retreated to one side and began drinking potions to recover. Fortunately, the range of large AoE spells such as Meteor Fall couldn't be shifted when the magician cast them while moving. If not, then the Fire Witch would have chased the two of them and they would have already died and returned back to Kanji City. My bad. Tang Ru said. She wasn't someone who refused to admit her mistakes. She only wanted to improve. Pay attention to the timing. Yishio didn't say too much. He had already indicated when they should act. Putting it into practice depended on them to grasp the timing. It all relied on the individual's reaction speed and judgment. Yishio couldn't help them at this. The successfully cast Meteor Fall set the fire forest ablaze. After the Fire Witch shrieked and cackled several times, she continued to wave her staff at them. Don't worry about it. Forward! Yishio commanded. With regards to Tang Ru and steamed bun invasion, Yishio wasn't letting them go and freely practice. For example, the two weren't at full health yet. If they failed to interrupt a spell again, then they might die. Yishio would take up the task in this type of situation. He had a 100% chance of success in interrupting her spells with his excellent movements. Wave Wheel Slasher. This time, Yishio's Lord Grim used a spell blade skill. The tip of the blade would lock the Fire Witch in a spell array and cast a wave wheel that would slash the Fire Witch multiple times. If there were any other enemies nearby, the wave wheel would also damage them. Once the wave wheel had finished spinning, it would explode and cause the target to fly out, similar to the Fire Witch, who was now on the ground. The battle continued. In this type of continuous battling, even top-tier pro players like Yishio couldn't guarantee that a mistake wouldn't occur. So Lord Grim also took some damage. The only player who hadn't taken damage was the long-ranged cleansing mist. The battle would last for hours. It wasn't one that could be finished in a matter of minutes. Time passed by slowly. No one in the 10th server knew that such an intense and difficult battle was going on in Fire Forest. For characters were hunting down the wild boss Fire Witch that was 6 levels above them. This was something no player could ever imagine. All of the guild's players were still running dungeons at a suitable level for them. The only wild bosses they were paying attention to were the ones in Frost Forest, Boneyard, Desolate Land, and Line Canyon. Fire Forest? In truth, it was about time. The highest-leveled characters currently were all halfway through to level 32. As soon as they had reached level 33, they would begin hunting down Fire Forest's Fire Witch. Line Canyon and Desolate Land were also done in a similar way. 1 o'clock. 1:30. 2 o'clock. 2:30. If they're running Desolate Land, then they should be done by now, no. Blue River and his friends had already finished running the dungeon 3 times. If Lord Grim was going to set the record, then he shouldn't be so late. 2.5 hours had already passed, yet there were still no signs of any record being set. Could it be that Lord Grim was also having a bit of trouble? It was only the first day, so Blue River didn't dare be too happy. He only let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't smile yet. Let's go to Desolate Land, Blue River said. They had just run Line Canyon. But while they were traveling, a system announcement suddenly popped up. System announcement: players Lord Grim, Cleansing Mist, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion have completed the first kill for Fire Witch Cashew. Amidst all of the random messages in the World Channel, this system announcement looked as if it was some joke made by a naive noob. Fire Cashew first kill. Those who reacted were, of course, veterans and experts. In the instant that announcement was made, Blue River froze. The 4 friends he was with had also frozen. At this moment, they all had the same reaction. They moved their mouse over to the World Channel and dragged the chat box to check the announcement again. Each player carefully and earnestly looked at it over again. Not a single word of it was misplaced. Fire Witch. Blue River didn't want to believe it. Fire Forest's Fire Witch? Blue River wasn't the only one with this doubt. However, to these experienced Glory players, they were well aware that there existed only one Fire Witch in the game. No way! There were even a few in the internet cafe who cried out in alarm. The initial waves of the 10th server opening had already passed. There weren't many Glory players in Happy Internet Cafe who mainly played in the 10th server. Most of the all-night veterans were in the other servers, so they hadn't seen the news. As a result, they were obviously indifferent towards it. The few who did react weren't familiar with each other. They could only discuss the astonishing news with their friends in-game. Fortunately, they had completed the first kill late at night. If not, all of those in Happy Internet Cafe who had known that Lord Grim was being played by Yishio would circle around and watch him. So we finally killed it. In Happy Internet Cafe, Yishio and Tang-Ru both let out a sigh of relief. After the final blow hit the Fire Witch, her body burst into flames. Her mean and ferocious expression could be seen in the wisps of leftover flames. Once the flames died down, a few equipment and materials dropped. 3.5 hours. The 4 of them had been fighting the Fire Witch for a long 3.5 hours. It could be seen just how hard it was to beat a 6-level higher wild boss from this. Tang-Ru's Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion had almost died several times. Su Muqing's Cleansing Mist was fine. Yishio's Lord Grim, on the other hand, was just playing around. Tang-Ru could tell with a single glance that he wasn't trying his hardest. Not easy, not easy. Let's see what she dropped, Yishio said as he went to take a look at the dropped equipment and materials. Flame Stone. Yes, I'll be taking this. Yishio picked up this material. Red Flame Staff, a level 35 purple weapon. Sadly, we can't use this rare item, so let's leave it for selling or for trading equipment. Yishio looked over the second item. Red Flame Gown, a level 35 blue cloth armor. It increases fire resistance. None of you are cloth-type classes, so we don't need it either. It can only be sold for money. The third item. Wow, Scarlet Moon Belt. It looks like someone's luck is good today. Take it. With this, your set will be complete. The Fire Witch dropped level 30 to 35 items. The fourth drop was given to Tang Ru. Even though she already had it, she could still trade it for the part she was missing. Fire Spirit's Ring. It also increases fire resistance. How useless. The fifth was also a blue equipment, a level 30 ring that increased fire resistance. These types of equipment were only useful against certain kinds of enemies. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't much of a difference between it and regular magic resistance. For equipment were dropped. A purple weapon too. Not bad. Yishio nodded his head in approval. Are we rich? Steen Bun Invasion asked gleefully. We're not that lucky, Yishio said. He then discovered that they all chose to give up on these items. Only Tang Ru had rolled for the Scarlet Moon belt. Seeing everyone's trust in him, Yishio didn't object. He picked them all up and then gave the red flame staff to Steen Bun Invasion. Selling it for 200 gold coins won't be a problem. You can use that to buy a set for yourself. Really? Awesome. Steen Bun Invasion received it with excitement. The other two equipment, the red flame gown and the fire spirit's ring, were less important from a long-term perspective. However, players were about to hit level 33 at present. If they were going to compete in this fire forest, then fire-resistant equipment would greatly increase their chances of survival, so it was uncertain how much they would sell for. Okay. Let's go back to dungeoning. Because of this first kill, the entire community was completely shocked. Yishio didn't care though. As for Tang Ru and Steen Bun Invasion, they didn't really take the Fire Witch seriously. The 6th level suppression only reduced the damage they dealt and reduced their skills' effects. It made the battle very long, and even though they almost died several times, from a mechanical perspective, the two didn't feel that killing the boss was too difficult. So easy. This was Tang Ru's final opinion on the matter. Chapter 171. If I can kill it, why can't I kill it? Real or fake? 10 minutes had passed since the Fire Witch's first kill was announced. Yishio's party had finished picking up the drops, while the experts from the guilds were still going crazy over what had happened. 6th level suppression. They only had 4 players, yet they were able to beat a wild boss 6 levels higher than them. What type of skill was that? They lost a first kill? Right now, none of the guilds cared about this. They were acting as if they were normal players and paying their respects to these for players' strength. This worshipping lasted for 10 minutes. Only then did everyone return to reality. Lord Grimm. While we were setting a dungeon record, he ran off to kill a wild boss. What does that mean? After staring blankly into space for 10 minutes, Blue River finally spoke. Bound Boat carefully analyzed. If we continued with our previous way of thinking, then could it be that he was showing off his strength to us? Would the first kills for future wild bosses be in his hands as well? Blue River stared blankly. Guilds mainly use dungeon records to show off their strength. However, measuring a guild's strength like this was actually a more comprehensive measurement. After all, this was something snatched directly from fighting other guilds. The result simply proved who was the strongest. But now? They hadn't even begun preparing for it yet, and the first kill had already been taken. Besides this, the equipment and materials that dropped from wild bosses were items that every big guild needed. The existence of wild bosses were more important than the existence of any hidden bosses. The items dropped were much more valuable. Wild bosses only respawned 3 times a week. Even if the item they wanted dropped every time, in 1 year, only 156 of them would drop. With millions of players playing the game, how could the value of such a limited supply of items not be seen? They have the strength to fight monsters over 6 levels higher than them. They only have 4 players too. Bound Boat reminded Blue River after seeing his blank stare. After level 30, leveling areas had a range of 3 or 4 levels. Possessing the strength to beat a boss 6 levels higher than them meant that Lord Grimm would always be ahead of them. It meant that he could first kill any wild boss that they didn't dare fight yet simply because he had no opponents. Blue River immediately recognized how serious this issue was. Had Lord Grimm taken the wild boss first kills hostage as well? Blue River couldn't stay silent any longer. He finally decided to have a talk with Lord Grim. Brother, Blue River sent a message. Here. Yishio replied. Congratulations. Blue River felt awkward when he said it. Thank you. Yishio obviously knew what Blue River wanted to talk about. Actually, at this moment, Blue River wasn't the only one who was messaging him. Many others had already begun feeling him out. Most of their introductions had started the same way. Brother, you're so strong. You can kill the level 36 Fire Witch at level 30. Blue River said. It wasn't easy. It took us 3 hours. Yishio said. Brother, what are you planning on doing in the future? Blue River felt that this question came out a little weird, but he couldn't think of anything better. He had a weird feeling in his heart. He knew what he wanted to say, but he wasn't able to put it into words. What do you mean? Yishio replied. Are you going to continue killing bosses like this in the future too? Blue River asked. If I can kill, why not kill? Yishio asked in response. Blue River suddenly realized what the crucial part of the problem was and why he wasn't able to put his thoughts into words. It was simply because of this reasoning. If you can do it, why not do it? An extremely ordinary reasoning was a reasoning that couldn't be argued against. If Lord Grim possessed the strength to kill the boss, then on what basis could others stop him from killing the boss? Was it because if he killed it, they wouldn't be able to? What type of stupid reasoning was that? Couldn't this same reasoning be used for dungeon records too? If Lord Grim possessed the ability to set a dungeon record, then why shouldn't he? Wasn't this the reason why the system had set up this sort of competition? If the big guilds needed the records to prove their strength, then Lord Grim wasn't able to go set it. That type of logic was even more ludicrous. Blue River knew why he wasn't able to say anything. It was because Lord Grim had always been doing what was normal to him. If it was any other player, they would also do the same. If they didn't, then they would be abnormal. Kidnapping? Or maybe Lord Grim had other intentions. However, he wasn't being immoral. The big guilds wanted him to give up his rights to ensure their own benefits. Setting records and killing wild bosses were all rights that every player had. If Lord Grim wanted to kill, let him kill. If he didn't want to, then he didn't have to. No one should control him. Right now, the big guilds didn't want him to kill, which was why he put up conditions. After, they said what he was doing was the same as kidnapping. That type of logic was simply unacceptable. If you can kill, why not kill? Simply put, Blue River was killed instantly. It wasn't just him. Others had also probed him out the same way. Yishio had replied to them in the same exact way. They all had no response. Many guilds had already begun discussing this issue with each other. This wasn't some overt scheme. They were just sorting out a common issue. Lord Grim's strength had been displayed for everyone to see. The circumstances were right in front of them. Lord Grim wasn't doing anything wrong. Everyone could either ignore him or stop him. If they wanted to stop him, then they would either have to give him what he wanted or use force to suppress him. But if they used force, then he could argue, on what basis can you prevent others from setting a record? At this moment, Blue River felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. It was better than before. After a short pause, he quickly revived and sent a message to Lord Grim. Brother, what do you think the limit for Desolate Land's record is? Blue River felt that Lord Grim wasn't unjust, which was why he asked this reasonable question. He didn't believe that Lord Grim wouldn't answer his question. Probably 2 minutes faster than your record. Yishio said. 2 minutes. I don't suggest that you fight for this record. The key to this record is the final boss Toya. Against this boss, my unspecialized character had an overwhelming advantage over the other classes. Even if you guys practiced hard to suppress him, you guys will still be a bit slower. Why? Because we can coordinate as well. However, you guys don't have an unspecialized. Yishio said. Okay. It looks like the only option is to pay you to not act then. Blue River said. That works too. Yishio said calmly. Okay, brother, what do you want this time? Blue River had already accepted reality. A list of items was sent over. Blue River wasn't surprised looking at it. He didn't hastily negotiate with him either. In any case, he calmly replied, let me think about it. Blue River went offline again and went to the Heavenly Domain. Heavenly Domain's Blue Brook Guild knew that Blue River wouldn't come over if there was nothing important to report, and it usually wasn't any good news. Seeing that he had appeared again, the 4 players who had set the record yesterday froze. The record has already been broken. The Spitfire flying brushstroke was the first to ask. For now, no. Blue River said. Then why'd you come back? To tell you Lord Grimm's conditions. Blue River said. His conditions? What does that mean? The conditions for him to not break our record. Blue River said. Blue Bridge, you're saying that our record would definitely be broken by Lord Grimm. Flying Brushstroke wasn't too happy. He said that he could beat our record by more than 2 minutes. Do you think we can do that? Blue River said. You're going to believe what he says. Yeah, I believe him. Blue River said. F*CK? Flying Brushstroke cursed and sent a speechless emoticon. Changing Spring was too lazy to send messages, so he simply told Blue River to wait outside of the usual dungeon they went to. While Blue River was waiting, Flying Brushstroke had already reported the info to Changing Spring. When they met, Blue River could clearly tell that Changing Spring wasn't happy. What's wrong with you, Blue Bridge? Do you actually want others to treat you like a joke? Changing Spring asked. If we don't ask Lord Grimm to not act, then everyone will look like jokes. There wouldn't be any time to regret it because we wouldn't be able to get the record back. Blue River said. Ha 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 ha, Blue Bridge old friend, you're that scared of this so-called Lord Grimm. Sure enough, Poplar Beach had taken the opportunity to taunt him. I just have a feeling that he's not a bad person, so I'm willing to believe him. Blue River calmly said. He's not a bad person? If he's not a bad person, then why would he go kidnap the records from the big guilds? Poplar Beach laughed coldly. The records don't belong to the big guilds. Where do you get kidnapping from? Blue River said. Blue Bridge. You? Changing Spring and the others all felt a little strange. Blue River's attitude was different from before. Blue River had previously been angry at Lord Grimm. But after half a day, it seemed like Blue River understood Lord Grimm. Isn't that a solid reason? If you have the ability to set a record, why wouldn't you go and set it? We can't beat the opponent, so this is the only way to take the record. Blue River said. Who says we can't beat him? Flying Brushstroke wasn't happy. Blue Bridge old friend. But tell me the truth, are you colluding with this Lord Grimm? Poplar Beach suddenly interrupted. Blue River completely ignored him. He didn't think that Changing Spring would doubt him like that. Changing Spring had paused for a while, before saying, Blue Bridge, it seems like you've been working too hard lately. Relax for a bit. This time, hand this dungeon record matter over to us. You're saying, let Poplar Beach substitute for you. The 5 of us are going to set the record. Changing Spring said. Chapter 172. A well-thought-out long-term consideration. Changing Spring's decision startled everyone. Substitute was an extremely sensitive word. Everyone knew what Changing Spring meant on the outside, but on the inside, did he mean that, from now on, Blue River's spot as one of the 5 great experts was going to be replaced? From a skill level point of view, Poplar Beach was superior to Blue River. Changing Spring wasn't the only person who saw this. However, the reason why the 5 great experts were great wasn't simply decided on their skill. Blue River was far more popular than Poplar Beach was. However, when Changing Spring suddenly announced his decision, no one approached him to inquire for more information. After all, they were only guessing. they didn't have the willpower to confirm that those were Changing Spring's actual motives. On the other hand, Poplar Beach and his group were, without a doubt, extremely happy. Although they didn't try to assert whether Changing Spring was raising their position, this was at least an important first step. If he replaced Blue River and set a stable record in the 10th server, which Blue River believed wasn't possible, then it would prove who was superior and who was inferior. His name would definitely become more well-known. In addition, Blue River's cowardice caused many to feel dissatisfied with him. He might even be able to win over the supporters of Blue River. Poplar Beach was excited. Just as he was about to go up and declare his position, he heard Blue River calmly say, "Lord Grim and his party, for level 30s without a knight nor a cleric, completed the first kill for the Fire Witch." "Is that why you're wavering?" Changing Spring said. "This is more proof of his strength, but more importantly, I suddenly realized that his actions are completely rational. Our selfish actions are the ones that aren't. From a neutral perspective, this is fair competition. Then us setting the record is fair competition too. Of course. But because we need that record, this isn't a good choice." Blue River said. "Good or not, we have to try it first. Blue Bridge, do you believe in that Lord Grim's skill more than ours?" Poplar Beach had trouble finding this chance. He was truly afraid that Blue River would successfully convince Changing Spring, so he hastily squeezed into the conversation. Blue River paused for a long time, before saying, "Skill isn't something that a person can have just by believing." "Correct. Seeing how Lord Grim's group was able to beat a wild boss 6 levels higher than them, Lord Grim is definitely more skilled than we are." Changing Spring said, "However, for a dungeon like Desolate Land, there's a limit to how much skill can be drawn out. I'd even reckon that if a pro team came to this dungeon, we'd be on par with them. If they can do it, we can do it too. Whatever they're able to do that we can't has no effect on this dungeon." "You're certainly right. Guild leader, we should go," Poplar Beach said excitedly. "Blue Bridge has to help you find a card first, no?" Changing Spring said. "Oh, Blue Bridge old friend, sorry to trouble you." Poplar Beach laughed. He already had thoughts about showing off in the 10th server yesterday. He had already found an account in the 10th server to use. However, there was no need for him to use it. He might as well let Blue River prepare it. One last thing. Blue River wasn't done yet. Lord Grim's class is Unspecialized. This is a class that we don't have. It's an unknown variable. Even if it's a variable, why do you think that it's a disadvantageous variable?" Poplar Beach replied back to Blue River this time, even more so, unspecialized characters aren't something that Lord Grim invented, right? They were invented way back then. If they really are more advantageous, why hasn't every dungeon record been set by them? Speaking of records, in the record teams of every server, why aren't there any unspecialized characters, HM? If unspecialized characters are so amazing and can set records that others can't break, then why aren't they still popular? Poplar Beach really had done his homework. He had intentionally researched the dungeon records and record teams from every server. Well, it's true that unspecialized characters are from way back then. Blue River's explanation was clearly weakening. Some of the brothers nearby were unable to listen to him any longer. None of them understood why Blue River was being so stubborn. "Old Blue, just let it be." Someone sent a message. "Let the guild leader and them try it out. We can fight it out first. If not, then there'll be other options." "Okay, it's settled then." Changing Spring finally said, "Blue Bridge, can you prepare another Blade Master? We'll go set it again during the day." Blue River had nothing else to say and could only agree in silence. At 3 o'clock, the 5-man team from the Heavenly Domains Blue Brook Guild appeared once again in the 10th server. Except this time, the Blade Master was Poplar Beach. Flying Brushstroke and the others didn't say anything. They weren't happy about Blue River's stubbornness from the day before either and weren't happy about Poplar Beach either. However, Poplar Beach was indeed more skilled than Blue River. With him, the record they would set would definitely be higher. Seniors, are we going? Poplar Beach was trembling with excitement. Let's go. Changing Spring didn't say anything more. They began setting the record as soon as they got to Desolate Land. It was just a low-level dungeon. They were also familiar with it, so there wasn't a need for a lot of leading. The atmosphere was heavy the entire time as they pushed their way through the dungeon. It was only when they got to the final boss, where they needed better coordination, did they begin to warn each other more. Even so, the heavy atmosphere didn't lighten up. It seemed like only Poplar Beach was full of spirit. The other four seemed somewhat spiritless. Their final time was still a bit worse than the original record, making them feel quite dissatisfied. Seniors, if we just casually go at it, we'll break the record. If we just practice a bit more, we'll definitely break it. Poplar Beach wasn't discouraged and encouraged them. You three, come here. Changing Spring went to one side. He called over Flying Brushstroke, Chilling Nightfall, and Dawn of Ice. Poplar Beach was startled. It was obvious they were excluding him. What was this guy saying in private? Poplar Beach felt gloomy, but he didn't show it. He mindlessly attacked nearby monsters. He raised his volume to the maximum level and almost went crazy hearing the angry yells of the monsters, but he wasn't able to hear what they were saying. What's wrong with you three? Changing Spring's tone was serious. In the end, of the three characters, one head turned left, one turned right, one looked up at the sky. This movement could be done by changing the camera angle. I say, you're not actually doubting Blue River, are you? Chilling Nightfall said with his head turned left. Nonsense, how could I do that? Changing Spring said. It wasn't like Blue Bridge's reasoning made no sense. Dawn of Ice said with his head looking up at the sky. I know. Changing Spring sighed. Was it just that you weren't happy with his attitude? Flying Brushstroke said with his head turned right. Stupid B** starred, F** CK off, do you think I'm you? Changing Spring said. Oh. In any case, this is the only step we can take. Changing Spring said. What do you mean? If we did as Blue Bridge said and chose to reach an agreement with Lord Grimm, then we'd be acting too hasty. If the news spread, what would the guild members think? With that punk Poplar Beach, things might become even messier. That's why we definitely can't suddenly come to an agreement with Lord Grimm. Changing Spring said. But why'd you replace Blue Bridge? Even if this was something that he didn't want to do, I believe that he would still go all out. That Poplar Beach looks so pleased with himself. I admit that he's a bit more skilled than Blue Bridge, but it's only by a bit. Flying Brushstroke was someone who wasn't afraid to say what his opinions were. Whether he was happy or not, he wouldn't hide it. A bit better is just one of the reasons. More importantly, we have to consider whether Lord Grimm really can break our record. With Poplar Beach, we've shut his group up. Later, if we ever have to make a negotiation with Lord Grimm again, they won't be as arrogant. Changing Spring said. Flying Brushstroke heard this and stared blankly. Chilling Nightfall followed. Then what if Lord Grimm isn't able to break our record? Then that means Blue Bridge was wrong. What else could that mean? Changing Spring plainly said. You? Dawn of Ice gasped. A well-thought-out long-term strategy. Flying Brushstroke said. That's why I'm the guild leader and not you. Changing Spring wasn't polite. Okay then, everyone cheer up. F** CK, if Blue Bridge was here, he'd definitely be more spirited than you three. If we don't set the record today, then I'll have you guys squat here in the 10th server and never return. Ha 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 ha, we just need more practice for that record. If we don't set it this afternoon, we'll definitely be able to set it tonight. The four laughed and then headed towards the entrance. We're going. They called out to Poplar Beach. Poplar Beach was a bit puzzled. He could clearly feel that after their private conversation, their tone seemed to have changed. What happened? On their second run, the previous heavy atmosphere suddenly went away. Their communication cleared up as well. Their way through the dungeon went smoothly, yet there were still problems when they got to Toya. Even though they beat the record, they had only improved it by 5 seconds, far from what they wanted. D*MN, this isn't good. We were only able to beat it by a bit. We haven't gotten the results we want and we're about to level up with the experience reward. Flying Brushstroke cursed. Besides getting a purple equipment as a reward, they would also get a lot of experience. What are you afraid of? There are plenty of characters for you to use. Continue setting. On their third run, they made a major mistake on a mob of monsters. However, none of them cared. Right now, they wanted to improve the record, and the only place they would improve on was their coordination against the final boss Toya. They had finished their 3 runs, but they hadn't gotten the time they wanted. These runs could be considered as practice. We'll go again at midnight. Right now, come with me to the other 9 servers and practice. You all have your account cards, right? Changing Spring said. Chapter 173. He's no good for dungeoning. Changing Spring was clearly taking this seriously. Blue Brook Guild had power in every one of Glory's 10 servers. Changing Spring had contacted the guild leaders of each server a while ago and sent the level 30 accounts to the 5 players. At this moment, they were going to begin in the 9th server. With 3 chances in every server, they began their slow practice. Every run would be within 30 minutes, which meant they could clear the dungeon twice per hour. From 3 in the afternoon to 12 at night, Blue Brook Guild's strongest team ran Desolate Land 18 times, making them feel like vomiting just at the mention of the 2 words, Desolate Land. However, the results made them happy. The coordination between the 5 of them grew better and better, and their ability to suppress Toya also increased as well. No one in any of the servers had ever placed so much value into researching Desolate Land. Starting from the 7th server, the 5-man team began to break records. In the 6th and 5th servers, they put the final record under Blue Brook Guild's name. Unfortunately, these were old servers, so not many paid attention to these low-level dungeon records. Rest for half an hour. At 12:30, we'll go back to the 10th server and set the record. Changing Spring said to the 4 other team members. At 12 o'clock midnight, the dungeon entries in every server refreshed. They had been running the dungeon so much that their vision had become somewhat blurry. Resting was a necessity. They had to at least get some food to eat. While they were running Desolate Land, they didn't have any time to eat. After resting for half an hour, the 5 characters showed up at the 10th server's Desolate Land. Coincidentally, when these 5 players went online, they saw a character with the name Lord Grim outside of the dungeon entrance with his team. The record had already been broken? That was the first thought that flashed by in Changing Spring's mind. He immediately opened up dungeon leaderboards and checked. The record they had set in the afternoon was still at the top. He looked up and saw that Poplar Beach was walking towards Lord Grim. "You're Lord Grim?" Poplar Beach's tone was always extremely arrogant, always making others feel unhappy. When Yishio heard this voice, he turned Lord Grim around and saw the sign Blue Brook Guild next to the name Cloud Listening Blade. "Who are you?" Yishio asked. "I'm called Poplar Beach." Poplar Beach said. A loud laugh suddenly interrupted. "Not only is this guy illiterate, he can't count either. His name clearly has 3 words, but doesn't Poplar Beach only have 2? Is he stupid?" Poplar Beach turned furious. Without any warning, he used Sword Draw. How could Steam Bun Invasion not be able to dodge this? He jumped backwards with a woe and without any warning, countered with a brick. Poplar Beach deliberately showed off his skill by immediately raised his sword up and used guard. However, Steamed Bun Invasion had quickly rushed forward after using brick and initiated with Sand Toss. Poplar Beach hadn't expected that Steamed Bun Invasion would be so quick. He hastily leaped backwards and rolled. However, dodging this Sand Toss would be difficult. But as a player who dared to contend to be one of Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts, Poplar Beach indeed had some skill. Although it was close, Poplar Beach was able to dodge in time. He immediately raised his hands and used Triple Slash. Triple Slash was an upward, downward, an horizontal slash performed in quick succession and was executed much faster than the speed at which normal attacks could be chained. Poplar Beach's dodge and counter was completed in a single breath, putting Steamed Bun Invasion as the one in the difficult situation this time. Steamed Bun Invasion hastily leaped back twice and avoided the first 2 slashes, but it didn't look like there would be enough time to dodge the third slash. Poplar Beach was laughing in his heart when he realized that his third slash had hit nothing but air. Steamed Bun Invasion had crouched to dodge the attack. Poplar Beach wasn't able to pull back in time. Steamed Bun Invasion got up and grabbed Poplar Beach's throat with a strangle. Level 30 characters only had so many skills. Steamed Bun Invasion had become extremely familiar with his class. With one hand holding onto Poplar Beach's throat, his other hand immediately used Brick again, hitting the back of Poplar Beach's head with a whirl of his arm. Taking advantage of Poplar Beach's dizzy condition, Steamed Bun Invasion swiftly circled around to behind his opponent and uppercut, launching his opponent into the air. Steamed Bun Invasion quickly followed up with a knee attack. F***CK off. Steamed Bun Invasion shouted and kneed his opponent's back. If this was just a normal knee attack to the back, then Poplar would have only been pushed back. However, because Poplar Beach was in the air, Poplar Beach would be sent flying away. However, Steamed Bun Invasion's prediction was wrong. After all, Poplar Beach was an expert. He took advantage of the opportunity to quick recover. His character rolled forward and then immediately turned around to counter with a sword draw. By the time the sword aura had arrived, because it was so sudden, Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't able to dodge in time. In the end, he heard a crash. Lord Grimm's 1000 Chance umbrella had opened up in front of him. The sword aura hit the umbrella without a metallic ring and dissipated. After blocking this attack, the 1000 Chance umbrella immediately closed. Poplar Beach clearly wasn't happy with how Steamed Bun Invasion had kicked him. Right as he was about to rush forward again, Changing Spring's character blocked him off. On the other side, Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't happy either with how he had nearly been hit by the sword draw. He also wanted to go up, until when he heard Yishio shout, "Steamed Bun. Don't be so hasty." Changing Spring warned in a heavy tone to Poplar Beach. The previous sand toss you used wasn't good. Why were you so hasty in using sand toss? On this side, the atmosphere was much lighter. Yishio was lecturing Steamed Bun Invasion. I wanted to take advantage of the fact that his guard was on cooldown. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Guard only works against physical attacks. Sand toss is magic damage. You even know the cooldown for guard, how do you not know this? Yishio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, so it's like that? Steamed Bun Invasion felt unsure. He looked around left and right. They didn't have any Blade Masters on their side, so he looked towards the other side. Hey, can you tell me what the description for guard is? Poplar Beach and Changing Spring stared blankly. They were in such a tense situation right now. What type of question was this? In the end, they heard Steamed Bun Invasion say, "Oh shoot. I forgot. He's illiterate. He probably can't read the words. I'm going to kill him." Poplar Beach jumped out ready to fight. However, this time Yishio moved his Lord Grimm forward, blocking him as he said, "Don't be hasty, don't be hasty. I don't think you're illiterate, but who are you guys?" Changing Spring, Blue Brook Guild's guild leader. Changing Spring's character went forward to speak. "Oh. Steamed Bun." Yishio immediately warned Steamed Bun Invasion. He knew that Steamed Bun was definitely about to say that this person was also illiterate. Blue Brook Guild's guild leader. Yishio repeated. He had already figured out what was going on and laughed. "Are you here to set the record?" "Correct." Changing Spring said. It must have been difficult for Senior to have come from so far away. Yishio said. "It's all because of you." Changing Spring said. "Ha ha, I'm very competitive, so you guys are going to have to try very hard." Yishio laughed. "It sounds like you're very confident." Changing Spring said. "How so?" "It was you who told Blue River that we wouldn't be able to compete against you, right?" Changing Spring asked. I think so. You punk, you're too arrogant. Do you dare duel me? Poplar Beach shouted. Changing Spring calmly stood to the side and didn't stop him. Blue River didn't come? Yishio suddenly asked this random question. No, Changing Spring said. Then you guys should call Blue River over. Yishio said, if we're talking about PK, then this person is probably a bit better than Blue River. But for dungeoning, Blue River is more steady and would be better in terms of teamwork. Everyone heard this and stared blankly. They didn't know how well Lord Grim understood Blue River, but they were certain that this was his first time seeing Poplar Beach. With just that short exchange, he could already see how skilled Poplar Beach was. What are you saying? Fight me! Poplar Beach shouted. See, he knows this too. Yishio said to Changing Spring, let him go wild in the arena and let Blue River set the records. How could Poplar Beach take this? He drew his sword and rushed forward. Steamed Bun Invasion was about to welcome him, but this time, Changing Spring didn't just stand there. He roared, stop right there. Poplar Beach heard this and immediately halted. After staring blankly, Steamed Bun Invasion stopped as well, seeing that his opponent wasn't moving. He then heard Yishio follow up, correct, don't be hasty. If you really want to fight me, then you'd at least have to use your main account. Changing Spring, Flying Brushstroke, Chilling Nightfall stared foolishly. To them, Poplar Beach was already a very arrogant guy. But Lord Grim was even more arrogant. He actually dared to fight against Poplar Beach's main account with his level 30 character. That was a 40 level difference. Both being equally arrogant, Poplar Beach was someone Blue River could never get along with. However, it seemed like this Lord Grim was someone who Blue River revered. They were still puzzled over this when they heard Poplar Beach reply back with a laugh, smart. If you fight my main account with your level 30 account, then it won't matter if you lose. Do you really think I'd fall for such a stupid trick? I don't need my main account. I'll fight you with this level 30 account. Don't worry. I won't be bullying you with this low-leveled account. I'll borrow a random level 70 account to fight with you. Yishio said. A low-level account bullying a high-level account? Everyone began to sweat. Lord Grim had made low-leveled sound like an advantage though. Good, where to? Poplar Beach asked. Up to you. We're going to go dungeoning first. Let's meet again later. Yishio said. Chapter 174. Challenge ignored. Lord Grim's group turned around and entered the dungeon as if nothing had happened. Poplar Beach was stomping his feet in fury. It was too late to prevent them from going. It only took them a few steps to enter the dungeon. Changing Spring was still calm. After watching Lord Grim's team enter, the only thing he could do was calmly call out, "We'll begin as well." Okay. 3 of them answered back. Poplar Beach, on the other hand, clearly hadn't recovered yet. Poplar, we're going to set the record now. Focus. Don't forget why we're here. Changing Spring reminded Poplar Beach. Soon after, the 5 of them entered the dungeon and pushed through as they had practiced. However, Poplar Beach was still angry. When they began clearing the small mobs, the team's tempo was a complete mess. This guy clearly wasn't in the right mindset. Changing Spring, who had reminded him before they had entered, didn't say a word. On the contrary, Flying Brushstroke couldn't watch anymore and opened his mouth to remind Poplar Beach. But he had only shouted the name when Changing Spring interrupted him. Forget about it. Changing Spring said, let him vent his anger or he'll continue playing like this. Flying Brushstroke stared blankly for a bit. After recalling what Poplar Beach's personality was like, he let the matter go. The other 2 didn't say anything either. Poplar Beach was completely out of sync with the team. Their advance through the dungeon was not going the way they wanted it to go. That Lord Grim, did he intentionally provoke Poplar to affect our performance? Flying Brushstroke said. I don't think so. Chilling Nightfall said, Poplar being angry is just temporary. The competition for the record is different than the competition in the arena. If we're not able to do it today, then we can try it again tomorrow. We just have to find new accounts and do it. Do you really think he'll provoke us every time like this? Then what was the point of him spouting so much nonsense? Does he really think that Blue Bridge is better than Poplar Beach? Flying Brushstroke said. What do you guys think? Chilling Nightfall asked the other three. Poplar Beach was on the field with them, so it wasn't easy to privately discuss this issue. In order to do so, they whispered to each other whenever they crossed each other's path when fighting the monsters. I think Blue Bridge's dungeoning is extremely consistent. However, if you said that Poplar Beach was worse than Blue Bridge, that wouldn't necessarily be true. We've worked with him for a day and we all saw how he performed. Poplar Beach coordinates well as too. It's hard to say whether or not Blue Bridge is better, no. Dawn of Ice, who hadn't spoken up in a long time, commented. But at least in this type of situation, I don't think Blue Bridge would be affected so emotionally like Poplar Beach is now. Flying Brushstroke said. Could it be? Chilling Nightfall stared blankly. He had blurted out what he was thinking, but had accidentally messed up and staggered behind everyone on Poplar Beach's side. He quickly swallowed his words. What were you going to say? The other four once again crossed each other's path. Flying Brushstroke immediately asked. Could it be that Lord Grim had provoked Poplar Beach in order for us to see what Poplar Beach's weakness was? Chilling Nightfall said. You guys are probably thinking too much. Changing Spring found the opportunity to interject. How'd it get so complicated? From how I see it, Poplar Beach provoked them first and then the other side simply countered back. Changing Spring said. Ah? The three stared blankly. That was a very rational explanation. Don't think about it so much and just concentrate on the dungeon. Changing Spring said. Okay. The three replied. Their run this time didn't turn out well. They had reached 30 minutes. The gap between what they wanted and what they got was very big. After they exited the dungeon, Changing Spring didn't say anything. Poplar Beach wasn't an idiot. Changing Spring believed that Poplar Beach knew why their time wasn't good. Second time. Changing Spring announced dully. Poplar Beach's emotional issue had been overlooked this time. No one commented on it. This time, Poplar Beach had returned to his normal condition. However, they still made mistakes in their run. The record limit implied that their performance was flawless. A single mistake meant that the record would no longer be the limit. In a 30-minute dungeon, requiring that every person performed perfectly wasn't easy. Third time. Everyone, be more careful. Even though they made a mistake last run, with all of their practice, they were able to suppress Toya with their teamwork. Their time was close to the 10th server's previous record. They all believed that if they didn't make any mistakes, then they would definitely reach the limit. We can do it! Everyone encouraged each other as they entered Desolate Land for the third time. They had advanced flawlessly this time. They didn't make a single mistake all the way up to the final boss Toya. This part was the most difficult part of Desolate Land and it was the reason why the team had run Desolate Land 18 times. Against Toya, the five coordinated perfectly. In their second run, they hadn't made any mistakes here as well. They had practiced this part all too well. 2400 hours 41 and 46 seconds. When the record came out, the five of them let out a long sigh of relief. This was the record limit they had wanted. It was the highest record they could make with their current ability. If they wanted to improve it, then they would need better equipment. Even though Blue River hadn't participated in the dungeon team this time, he had done his work properly. When he saw the record come out, Blue Brook Guild immediately sent members to begin bringing up a discussion in the World Channel. They were naturally trying to repair the recent damage to their image. They had already done this yesterday, so this time, they were trying to nail it in and follow up their victory with another. Lord Grim. The record will be here. We'll be waiting for you to break it. Amidst the countless messages that popped up, this challenge came out. It was sent by Poplar Beach. Poplar Beach spammed the message over and over again, but there was no reply from Lord Grim. In the end, when they looked over the recent messages in the world chat, they discovered that it wasn't that Lord Grim hadn't replied, it was just that it was similar to Changing Springs GFY, go F***CK yourself, and was too short, so they had missed it. Lord Grim's reply was a short 3 words long, when I'm free. Seeing this reply, Poplar Beach spat out blood in anger. He continued to spam the message, challenging him to break the record, challenging him to duel him. This time, Poplar Beach was on the lookout. He paid careful attention to the messages. Except Lord Grim's reply hadn't changed. It was still the 3 words, when I'm free. Poplar Beach really wanted to smash his head into the screen to enter the game world and strangle Lord Grim. But the reality was that it wasn't possible, so he could only stare blankly at the screen. Should I go ask when are you free? What if Lord Grim doesn't give me face? Poplar Beach worried. This guy is really persistent. He's been messaging for almost an hour already. In the internet cafe, Tang Ru said this to Yi Xiao when she passed by to refill her teacup with water. They had just finished running Desolate Land 3 times. They had used an hour more than Blue Brook Guild's team did. This was because Yi Xiao was teaching them a new strategy. The new strategy wasn't as efficient as the record for Boneyard, but was actually more difficult to carry out. Tang Ru felt that she wasn't good enough. She understood the preciseness of this new strategy, but because they weren't able to do enough damage, they weren't able to bring out the expected results. Tang Ru had a faint feeling that if they had a 5th player with them, then with the 5th player's firepower, they would be able to bring out the desired results. As a result, after finishing the dungeon runs, Tang Ru brought up Poplar Beach's spamming again. Yeah, it must be tough for the guy. Yi Xiao said. What are you doing? Tang Ru looked toward Yi Xiao's screen and saw that he was checking out shops in the Kanji City market streets. You're shopping again? What do you plan on buying? Tang Ru asked. Steamed bun and your sets are pretty much completed, but cleansing mist is still missing a few, so I'm helping her look. Yi Xiao said. Oh? Do you have enough money? I still have some. Tang Ru said. You should save that money for potions. Yi Xiao laughed. That. Desolate Land record. We should go back and take the record back. Tang Ru said. At this moment, the first 3 places in the Desolate Land records didn't have their name on it. And because of Poplar Beach's constant yelling, even if Tang Ru didn't say anything out loud, she was already on the verge of exploding out in her heart. Of course. Yi Xiao said. When? Tang Ru asked. When we get our 5th team member. Yi Xiao said. 5th member? Who is it going to be this time? Tang Ru asked. Someone you've talked with before. Yi Xiao said. Who? Tang Ru was puzzled. Ashen Moon, do you remember him? Yi Xiao asked. Oh? That person. I remember him. He was the worst of the bunch, but he was still better than me. Tang Ru said. Everyone in Team Tiny Herb had beaten her without any suspense. They were after all pros. His name is Qiao Yifan. If we're talking about his ability to duel, then he isn't very outstanding. However, his true strength lies in his ability to work in a team. Yi Xiao said. When is he coming? Tang Ru asked. Soon. If things go well, then he might even be here tonight. Yi Xiao looked at his friends list. The Ghostblade 1-inch was online 24/7 these days. His level had shot up like an arrow and he was now level 29. Chapter 175. 3 chances waiting for you. Qiao Yifan's 1-inch soared from level 23 to level 30 in a mere several days. This sort of leveling speed was even quicker than the Big Guild's 24-hour online routine. The Big Guild's characters were always at the front of the 10th server. You had to rely on yourself to resolve your own problems. Even though Yi Xiao and his group's characters were a bit behind, their situation was about the same. They were slower because they weren't able to play as much. The power leveling done by Qiao Yifan's 1-inch didn't lose to the amount of play time the big guild's leading characters players had. For his character to level up so quickly, it was because his 1-inch started later. The situation was similar to those in the old servers. A character in any old server would definitely level faster than one in the new server. The reason was simple: there were people to carry them. Even though the 10th server didn't have as many high-leveled characters as the old servers, for late starters like 1-inch Ash, there would definitely be high-leveled characters to help him. The reason he was able to fully utilize the quickest substitution leveling was because of this. Yishio naturally knew about this. When he saw how quick 1-inch Ash leveled, he had figured out that the character was being power leveled. As a result, Yishio conducted a special training in Desolate Land today. That's why after they finished their practice in Desolate Land, he urged everyone repeatedly to not level today. If they continued leveling, they would reach level 31. Once they went past the level limit for the dungeon, the record they would set wouldn't be accepted by the system. "I hope he'll come early," Tang Ru lamented, while carrying her teacup back to her seat. In-game, Poplar Beach spammed messages in the World Channel for another half an hour, while Yishio was just doing his own thing. Yishio would sometimes glance at the messages. The ones he didn't see, well, he didn't see. He clearly didn't care about them. The night passed. They went to sleep when the sun rose. Club Tiny Herb. Pro players obviously couldn't have their days turn into nights like that, especially for someone like Qiao Yifan, who was on the verge of being kicked out. He didn't dare make any mistakes. He would follow the club's scheduled break and practice time. During daytime practice, he didn't dare get distracted, but once his free time came during the night, he immediately began researching ghost blades. He would look at guides, watch recordings, and even bought 2 ghost blades to experiment with personally. However, the character he was looking forward to playing the most was 1-inch Ash, because with this character, he could be instructed personally by God Yi Qiao. When he thought of this, Qiao Yifan felt indescribably happy. He hadn't been sleeping much recently, but he didn't feel tired. Every day he would sleep late and wake up early, yet he was still in glowing spirits. Even during the day, when he practiced his assassin, he would feel that his performance had improved a bit, though he didn't know whether or not that was because of his mental state. And today was the scheduled day when he would get his account back. In other words, this was the day when his 1-inch hit level 30. He could finally go to the 10th server and look for God Yi Qiao for his coaching. In the afternoon, Qiao Yifan got a little distracted and contacted the substitution leveler early. After confirming that there weren't any problems, he felt even more ecstatic. "What happened, Yifan? You seem really happy." During afternoon practice, his good friend Jiaoingjie saw Qiao Yifan's happiness and couldn't help but ask. "Hee, am I really?" Qiao Yifan foolishly grinned. "Are you okay?" Jiaoingjie extended his hand to touch Qiao Yifan's forehead. "Nothing's wrong. I'm completely fine. Hurry, practice is starting." Qiao Yifan dodged Jiaoingjie's extended right hand. He retracted his foolish grin and sat down in front of his computer. But after a short while, the corners of his mouth began to rise up slightly again. This hadn't escaped from Jiaoingjie's eyes. Jiaoingjie obviously knew that his good friend was hanging on a balance and that he was under a lot of pressure. Even though he was the club's new star, reputed as the successor to God Jeshi, he didn't have much authority. There was really no way for him to help Qiao Yifan. Seeing how Qiao Yifan's mood had been so unusually good, he was worried that something might have happened. When afternoon practice ended, Qiao Yifan hastily ran back to his room. Jiaoingjie wasn't able to find an opportunity to talk to him. As an important new member in the club, he would often have extra practice under God Jeshi's instructions. Just as he was planning on chasing down Qiao Yifan, team captain Wang Jeshi had called for him. By the time extra practice had ended, it was already dinner time. Jiaoingjie rushed to the club's dining hall, but didn't see Qiao Yifan. When he asked his other friends in the team, no one had noticed someone as invisible as Qiao Yifan. Surprisingly, no one had an answer to whether or not he had come to the dining hall. Jiaoyingjie ran to Qiao Yifan's room. Similarly, Qiao Yifan wasn't there either. Jiaoyingjie felt that something was amiss and didn't know why his friend was acting like so. He didn't want to report it to the team captain, so he hurriedly called Qiao Yifan's cell phone number. Qiao Yifan picked up and said that he had nothing to do after eating dinner, so he had gone outside to take a stroll. "I'm coming back," Qiao Yifan said to Jiaoyingjie. He had gone out to retrieve his account card. Even though he could have received it by mail the next day, Qiao Yifan couldn't wait any longer. However, he couldn't let anyone in the club know about this, which was why he had to quietly slip away. Though for someone as invisible as him, it wasn't that hard. Who would have thought that his good friend had felt something was amiss? Qiao Yifan felt somewhat moved, but he wasn't planning on telling Jiaoyingjie the situation. This was his own choice. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Even though Jiaoyingjie cared about him, he knew that Jiaoyingjie wasn't able to help him. If he kept on dragging Jiaoyingjie along, he might even cause trouble for his friend's future. By the time Qiao Yifan had returned from picking up his account card, it was already 9 at night. Similar to how no one had noticed him leaving, no one had noticed him coming back. Just as he was about to open the door to his room, a voice suddenly called out to him. He turned around and saw Jiaoyingjie walking over. "Yingjie, did you just finish your extra practice?" Qiao Yifan greeted him. "Yeah," Jiaoyingjie replied. He then asked casually, "Where'd you go?" "I just walked around randomly," Qiao Yifan said. "Did something happen?" Jiaoyingjie said. "Me? How could something have happened to me?" Qiao Yifan laughed. "It's getting late. You should go to sleep. I'll be going back," Qiao Yifan said as he opened the door. "Oh," Jiaoyingjie answered back in this way. In the end, he was still an introvert who wasn't too good at conversations. He could see that Qiao Yifan had something on his mind, but he didn't know how to ask about it, so he had been blocked out like this. Jiaoyingjie stared blankly for a good while. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and return to his room. Qiao Yifan went into his room and turned on his computer. He immediately opened up Glory and logged into his 1inch account. When he came online, he saw Lord Grimm online and felt a wave of excitement wash over him. He cautiously sent a message, "Senior, I'm already level 30. "Oh, pretty fast." The reply was quick. "Let's dungeon together at night. Is going past midnight okay?" Yishio followed up and asked him. "No problem, no problem." Qiao Yifan responded excitedly. "Good, do you still remember how to run Desolate Land?" Yishio asked. "I remember," Qiao Yifan said. "Good, but don't lie. Our goal is to set this server's record." Yishio said. "Really? Then I should go and review it again." If he was any other pro player, then he would have put Desolate Land as completely beneath him. But Qiao Yifan didn't dare be negligent. This was his habit of being extremely cautious at work. "Okay, take a look then. We only have 3 chances," Yishio said. "Why?" "Because besides you, after 3 more runs, our team will probably hit level 31. Yishio said. Qiao Yifan checked the 10th server dungeon leaderboards. The 2400 hours 41 and 46 seconds Desolate Land record made even him, a pro player, startled. "The record is really high," Qiao Yifan said to Yishio in astonishment. "It is. You could even said that it's the current limit," Yishio said. "Unless they have better equipment. But for a new server, their current equipment is pretty much at the limit as well," Yishio replied. "Then what are going to do?" Qiao Yifan asked. 3 chances. As long as you can assimilate into the team, breaking the record won't be a problem," Yishio said. 3 times. Qiao Yifan didn't have confidence. Confidence in himself was his biggest weakness. Relax. It won't be a problem if it's you. I believe that you can do it, which is why I specifically left 3 chances waiting for you. Yixiao said. Waiting for me? Qiao Yifan was startled. Right, without your phantom demon, breaking this record would be really difficult. Yixiao said. But I'm still not very familiar with phantom demons yet. Qiao Yifan panicked. 3 chances should be enough for you to get familiar enough, at least in this dungeon. Don't forget, you're a pro player too. Yixiao said. You're a pro player too. These simple words should have just been simple words. However, Qiao Yifan had never heard these words before. He was used to being invisible. He was used to always being a sub and never going up on stage. He was used to always watching enviously in the shadows as Jiao Yingjie was personally instructed by the team captain. Being in the champion team only gave him more pressure. While his other teammates were proud of themselves, he was always worried that he wasn't good enough to be on the team. You're a pro player too. This type of assurance, this type of acknowledgement, didn't come easy for Qiao Yifan. And having this coming out of God Yixiao's mouth made these words carry even more weight. Seeing these words, Qiao Yifan's pent-up grievances gushed out. Tears began streaming out from his eyes. He replied, determined, I am. 3 times is more than enough. Chapter 176. Problems in the details. There were still 2 hours until midnight. Qiao Yifan stopped being so sentimental. He told God that he'd be right back and then temporarily logged out of 1inch Ash. He switched accounts in order to run Desolate Land in another server and do a quick review of the dungeon. As a pro player, he obviously knew how to run this dungeon. However, setting a record meant that he had to understand both the details and the general picture. Qiao Yifan began to study the types and patterns of the monsters. What route to choose when advancing through the dungeon. The characteristics and patterns of every boss. Qiao Yifan used his main account to run Desolate Land 3 times. There wasn't anything wrong with using this account. No matter how borderline he was in the team, having been able to get on the team was already recognition of his strength. Although he was a bit worse than his teammates, he was still much better than new players with only strong mechanics like Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. After familiarizing himself in those 3 runs, it was almost midnight. Qiao Yifan switched accounts and returned to the 10th server. He then sent Yixiao a message and both sides agreed on where they would meet up outside Desolate Land. On his way there, Qiao Yifan saw that there was someone in the World Channel repeatedly calling out Lord Grimm for a challenge. One of his challenges was the Desolate Land record and the other was a duel with Lord Grimm. Who is this guy? Qiao Yifan muttered to himself. The dungeon record was another matter. After all, that could only be done with a team. And moreover, the record limit for low-level dungeons could be done by normal players as well. But a duel? This was a direct clash between the 2 sides' skill levels. To actually challenge God Yixiao so arrogantly, such a person made Qiao Yifan completely speechless. Out of everyone he knew, even their team captain Wang Jieshi didn't dare have this type of attitude in front of God Yixiao. The only person he knew who might issue such an open challenge would probably be Tyranny's Han Wenqing. This god had begun opposing God Yixiao ever since he joined the alliance. After ending Excellent Era's consecutive championship titles, the 2 became true rivals. In terms of mechanics, Han Wenqing was on par with other gods. But this guy was extremely aggressive. In addition, his personality was very direct and stubborn. If he ever saw any mistakes, he would immediately start shouting. Rumors say that after one of the matches, where Tyranny had performed terribly, Han Wenqing furiously reprimanded the team. He repeatedly watched the recordings of that day's match. Every time he saw a mistake he would immediately start cursing madly. At that time, Tyranny's boss had come to visit. Midway through, his cell phone suddenly rang and the angry cursing stopped. Han Wenqing turned his head and glared coldly at the boss. He said 2 words, "Get out." The boss gave him face and immediately ran out to pick up his phone. Tyranny's entire team was scared speechless. Even their boss had been roared away to one side. How could they dare talk back? Han Wenqing's behavior was like this as well. In terms of experience and skill, only he could compare with Yi Qiu. But now, in-game, some random guy was shouting at God Yi Qiu for a challenge. Qiao Yifan truly didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Outside of Desolate Land, Qiao Yifan's 1-inch finally met with God's Lord Grim. He also saw Tang Ru's Soft Mist, someone who couldn't be considered a stranger to him anymore. He had also met Steamed Bun Invasion before, in the very beginning. Besides them, there was the launcher, Cleansing Mist. Seeing this character, the first thing anyone who knew about the identity of the person playing Lord Grim would immediately think of Su Muqing. She was someone who always stood by Yi Qiu, just like that launcher who always stood behind one autumn leaf. But now that Yi Qiu had retired, was this launcher still Su Muqing? Qiao Yifan didn't ask. Even though he was a member of a champion team, he clearly knew his current position in it. In the eyes of other teams, his existence was even weaker. His other teammates had fought against other teams' pro players and had become friends. But Qiao Yifan didn't have any opponents, so he didn't have that type of friend. So you're here. Seeing that 1-inch had arrived, Yi Qiu greeted him. We'll begin at 12 o'clock sharp. Okay. Qiao Yifan replied. He opened up the dungeon record leaderboards to verify the current record. But when he looked at it this time, he immediately felt that one of the team members on the leaderboards was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the guy who had challenged God? No wonder he's so arrogant. That record really is quite good. It looks like he's an expert too. But it looks like he doesn't know who his opponent is. Qiao Yifan thought to himself. Any problems with your equipment? Yi Qiu asked. No problem. Qiao Yifan replied. When he bought the substitution leveling services, he had also ordered a set of equipment. The current 1-inch had a full level 30 Ghost Blade set and was also carrying a level 30 Purple Tachi, Demon Slaying Blade. His accessories were quite good too. We won't be going for speed on our first run. We have a new player, so this run will be used to let him learn our strategy. Yi Qiu said. One time is enough. Steamed Bun Invasion was probably thinking of Full Moon Guild's guild leader. In the beginning, Yi Qiu had said the same thing, but that guild leader still wasn't very outstanding even after 3 runs. It'll be enough. Yi Qiu laughed. On the side, even though Qiao Yifan hadn't replied, he could feel his heart boiling. Seeing that there was still some time before midnight, he ran to splash cold water on his face. He had to maintain his composure and focus. He couldn't let down God. They're refreshed, let's go. At midnight, the dungeon entries refreshed, so Yi Qiu led his team into Desolate Land. At this moment, Blue River, who was also beginning to run the dungeons, began to look anxiously at the messages in the World Channel. Poplar Beach's spamming often made him feel somewhat angry. He was only being so arrogant because he had participated in setting a faster record. This endless enthusiasm didn't seem like it was to prove their name, but just to create an unreasonable scene. This wasn't the first time Blue River had seen people do this, but the problem this time was that that character was from Blue Brook Guild. Everyone who saw these messages knew that. The Desolate Land records hanging on the leaderboards had their name on it. Not only did he have Guild's name behind him, he was also one of the experts on the leaderboards. Blue River felt that shouting on the World Channel constantly like this was so shameful. It wasn't as if Blue River hadn't warned him. It was just that once Poplar Beach received it, he would laugh at him and mock him. Blue River was feeling conflicted. He obviously hoped that their guild's record would be able to remain up there, but when he thought of how happy Poplar Beach was, he couldn't help but want someone to just step all over the record. Of course, the only who could step all over the record was Lord Grim. Blue River was feeling somewhat uneasy. He had been paying attention to Lord Grim's level. It looked like he had spent much longer at level 30 than one normally would. At this moment, Blue River and the others in the front were already level 33. The higher the level, the more experience was needed. This was why the distance between them was getting smaller. With how fast Lord Grim had been leveling, he should have only been 1.5 levels behind them. But right now, he had stopped at level 30. The possible meanings this implicated was why Blue River felt uneasy. Especially now. Blue River had received a message from guild members at Desolate Land saying that they had seen Lord Grim's group with a new member called 1-Inch Ash, a ghost blade without any guild. 1-Inch Ash? Who was this? Blue River looked at their guild's name of lists. Last time, there was that Blade Master Flowing Tree who had only gone online for a brief moment. He couldn't help but feel alarmed. Meanwhile, in Desolate Land's dungeon, the newly joined Xiao Yifan was employing the strategy that Yishio was instructing and was beautifully coordinating with the others. Yeah, just like that. Pay attention to our attack tempo, the timing of your ghost boundaries, and your cooldowns. Maximize the efficiency. Yishio continuously instructed. Coaching a kid with a solid foundation really was a lot easier, unlike Tangru and Steamed Bun Invasion, who had to learn the dungeon strategy by rote memorization. In terms of their understanding of the dungeon, in reality, these two weren't even as good as Full Moon Guild's guild leader. Tangru and Steamed Bun Invasion's mechanics were there, but they had to memorize the strategy and increase their game knowledge. As for Full Moon Guild's guild leader, he was familiar with the game. Everything Yishio said, he understood. It was just that he wasn't used to it, which was why he had so much trouble. As for Xiao Yifan, he had the strengths of both sides. Yishio immediately saw this. He could easily keep up with them, which was why Yishio was certain that one practice run was enough. After all, he was a pro player. You don't need to start with Shadow Image. Instead, it'd be better to attack and deal more damage. You won't have the aggro change to you and you won't take any damage. Yishio said. Shadow Image is a ghost that Ghost Blades can summon at level 25. This ghost can be carried by the user, except it would just be a ghost surrounding the user. The ghost could absorb and reduce damage. The higher the level, the greater the reduction and the more hits it could take. This was a skill solely used for defense. Yishio had told Xiao Yifan to not use the skill. This was because the other party members would protect him. Xiao Yifan was used to being cannon fodder. But now, the team was actively putting in energy to protect him. Ooh, this ice boundary. Is there a problem? Xiao Yifan was terrified. No. It was done very well. Yishio turned around to say to Steamed Bun Invasion, Steamed Bun, it was your mistake this time. It was mine. Steamed Bun Invasion shouted in response. Originally, the ice boundary shouldn't have been used there, but because of Steamed Bun Invasion's mistake, the situation had changed. However, Xiao Yifan had adjusted as well. When he cast his ice boundary, he immediately got the crowd control effect he wanted, reducing the team's pressure. Ice Soul was a boundary ghost that could be summoned by level 30 Ghost Blades. Enemies inside the boundary would take ice elemental magic damage and there was even a chance for the targets to be frozen. It was a more attack-oriented ghost boundary. However, there was actually a better choice you could have made. After criticizing Steamed Bun Invasion's mistake, he returned to Xiao Yifan. Chapter 177. Dual Linking Ghost Boundaries. Look! Steamed Bun Invasion's previous mistake made it so that the monsters weren't gathered perfectly. However, the 3 monsters that slipped through just happened to be heading towards you. Here, the best choice wasn't to immediately use Ice Boundary to control them. Instead, you could have first used a Ghost Slash to send the 3 monsters back into the desired positions and make up for Steamed Bun's mistake. Then, using Ice Boundary would have been perfect. Yishio said. But there were more than 3 that had slipped through. Xiao Yifan said. Aren't we a team? Yishio smiled, we can help fix the mistake and coordinate with you as well. If a mistake like this happens, does this mean that there's no hope for setting the record? Xiao Yifan said. From that perspective, such a mistake really wouldn't be good. We could make up for the lost time but it wouldn't be enough. However, more important than the record is training our game knowledge and decision-making by going through these types of scenarios. In the previous scenario, it was easy to pull off an ice boundary. But that was in a dungeon. What if that was in a match? Could you be certain that you wouldn't be interrupted while using your ice boundary in a scenario where you have no cover? Yishio said. Qiao Yifan immediately understood. I understand. Even though this is only a dungeon, you still have to try hard and increase your game knowledge. Yishio said. Right, right. Qiao Yifan responded. He felt as if a door in his heart was opening, as if the bottleneck he had been stuck at was slowly being broken through. He wasn't sure if it was because he had switched classes or because he had received coaching under a god, or maybe even both. Qiao Yifan thought. Even though he had already taken the dungeon very seriously, after hearing Yishio's words, he felt that he still hadn't placed enough emphasis onto it. Even if it was just a dungeon, there were still lots of places for improvement. Under Yishio's constant instructions, the team quickly pushed forward. Yishio's team was using the missing a player strategy they were experimenting with last night. The monsters that they weren't originally able to kill fast enough and the places where they had originally struggled with suddenly turned good with the addition of 1-inch ash. Tang Ru felt indescribably shocked. To be able to create a strategy before one of their members had ever coordinated with them before, just how much further did she need to go before she could catch up to Yishio? You too. Yishio called out to Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion, pay more attention to his ghost boundaries. Coordination is mutual. Now that I think about it, do you two know the effects of these ghost boundaries? No. The two new players said. Yishio was helpless. He had no other choice but to give them a brief introduction about the skill. Support classes who provided support on the sidelines didn't necessarily count as coordination. Those being supported have to fully utilize the support. If you don't even know what the effects of the support are, then how are you going to utilize them? In a level 30 Ghostblade's arsenal, besides the defense-oriented Ghost Shadow Image and the attack-oriented Boundary Ghost Eye Soul, there was also Sword Soul that could be learned at level 10. The Sword Soul's strength was that the allies within its boundary would have increased strength and intelligence, which determined the amount of physical damage and magic damage one could deal. It could be said that any class within the Sword Soul would gain huge buffs. This skill was also called Sword Boundary by players. The skill could be learned at level 10 and could be skilled up every 3 levels. A level 30 Ghostblade could have a level 7 Sword Soul, which would increase strength and intelligence by 105. As soon as this number was said by Yishio, Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion jumped back in astonishment. The two checked their profiles and immediately recognized how terrifying an increase in 105 points of strength and intelligence were. Battle mags and brawlers had the same strength growth. At level 30, without any equipment or stat rewards, their base strength was 105 points. Of course, a character's base stats weren't the most accurate indicators. In reality, with their equipment and rewards, the two characters would have much more. However, 105 extra strength and intelligence was enough to make them start sweating. Ghostblades had to cast Sword Soul at the right time, and the other characters would have to fully utilize the Sword Soul as well. They should try and deal as much damage as possible within the sword boundary during the duration of the effect. Seeing this incredible number, Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion already understood. The coordination between the two sides was now smoother. Even though it was their first practice trial, it was already much better than their previous trial with Full Moon Guild's guild leader. Their coordination with each other had been improved by the utilization of the support, but the crucial point was still Qiao Yifan's outstanding view of the general situation. Qiao Yifan himself felt like he was a fish back in the water in this dungeon. No, to be more accurate, it was in this team that he found the feeling of being a fish back in the water. Qiao Yifan had already believed that even if they weren't running a dungeon, even if they were in any other place, even if they were in a pro match, he felt as if he had a place in the team. So moved. In such a short moment of time, feelings of being blessed had risen many times. In return, he tried his hardest in this dungeon. They pushed through the dungeon without a hitch. In the blink of an eye, they reached the final boss Toya. Qiao Yifan looked forward to the god's commands. He knew that Toya was the most influential part of the record. In the end, God actually talked less in this area. The entire team was more free to do their own thing. Even though there was some coordination, it didn't seem like it was good enough. They seemed more passive in front of Toya. Xiao Yifan was a pro, after all. He could roughly judge that with the way they were playing, they wouldn't be able to beat the record. Xiao Yifan felt a bit puzzled. Even he could come up with some sort of strategy for this part. He could at least do better than their current strategy of randomly playing. God Yichio had to have some sort of plan, right? Just as he was thinking this, he heard God's Lord Grim move next to him and ask, "What do you think about this?" After a brief pause, Xiao Yifan said the truth, "I think that if we play like this then breaking the record might be difficult." "You don't need to worry." Tang Ru's soft mist had also come over. Hearing their discussion, she added, "All of this is because someone here refuses to go all out. If not, then you'd be seeing a completely different scene." Ha ha. Yishio laughed. He then said to Xiao Yifan, "When the time comes, you'll know what to do. You can do it." Xiao Yifan was a bit lost, but he didn't ask. After finishing the run, they had completely understood the strategy. 2 chances. Yishio wasn't only saying this to Xiao Yifan, but to the other 3 as well. Having strong mechanics didn't mean that you wouldn't make mistakes. "Yeah." Tang Ru simply answered. "Relax. I only show my true strength at crucial times like this." Steamed Bun Invasion said. "You too." Su Muqing reminded Yishio as well. Yishio obviously wasn't someone who was immune to mistakes. In his 10 years of gaming, he had plenty of experience making mistakes. "Begin." Under this command, they began. In the beginning, where they needed to pull monsters, their current strategy was similar to their original one. Except this time, Xiao Yifan's 1-inch helped pull the monsters. As soon as they gathered together, sword, soul. Yishio had only said one of the words, when Xiao Yifan's sword soul had been casted. The timing had been grasped perfectly, coordinating seamlessly with the rest of the team. Yishio was extremely happy. Bringing an expert like this was so much easier, he grasped everything so quickly. The others were also controlling the monsters. If not, then the monsters would escape the sword soul's range. The difference between their DPS inside the boundary and outside the boundary was completely different. There was only one bad part. Sword Soul only lasted 20 seconds, while the cooldown was 30 seconds. There was no way they could keep it on forever, there would always be 10 seconds of free time. But this time, the instant the Sword Soul disappeared, Lord Grim suddenly jumped backwards to escape from the mob. He then waved his sword and a shadowy mist leapt out of his sword, congealing into a dark violet ghost. 1-inch Ash Sword Soul had faded away, but a new one had followed up closely. Sword Soul. If it's Sword Soul, I know it as well. Yishio said. Lord Grim's sword danced and followed up with a Berserker skill. The Ghost Blade Sword Soul was a level 10 skill, so of course Unspecialized had it. The effects of the two couldn't overlap, but it could be used to fill up the empty gap. This type of coordination had a name in Glory, dual-linking ghost boundaries. In the current professional alliance, only Team Void used this type of strategy. Besides their team captain Li Xian sobbing Ghost, they also had another Ghost Blade class. However, Yishio and Xiao Yifan's dual-linking ghost boundaries weren't perfect. After all, Lord Grim's Unspecialized class could only learn the Sword Soul and no other ghost summoning skill. Even so, it still let them maximize their DPS. The first wave was cleared quickly inside of the ghost boundary. Second wave. Third wave. Fourth wave. On their smooth journey through, there wasn't any excessive talk. Not just Xiao Yifan, but Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion no longer needed Yishio's constant reminders after running it so many times. The two weren't lacking in the slightest in what they had to do. Xiao Yifan's Phantom Demon was doing even better. His ghost boundaries came out whenever they were needed, and he wouldn't mess anything up whenever he wasn't. He also linked together with Lord Grim's occasional Sword Soul well, too. Without any suspense, everyone swiftly smashed their way to the dungeon's rear garden. Only a mere 19 minutes had passed. Chapter 178. Their wishes finally came true. For the final boss, Toya, if they played randomly like the previous run, there might not be enough time. This was originally a relatively difficult boss. Blue Brook Guild's Changing Spring and the other experts had to train hard numerous times in order to suppress it through coordination. But what about now? What method was left in store? Xiao Yifan recalled how they had said that God wasn't going all out and became a bit curious as well as a bit uncertain. Sword Soul! Yixiao yelled out, while they were rushing forward. If Xiao Yifan was making the decision, he definitely wouldn't cast Sword Soul so early. However, he trusted in the god's decision and immediately cast Sword Soul when he heard it. 1-inch Ash Demon Slaying Blade flashed. A ghostly mist congealed into a Sword Soul after the chant and formed a boundary. This Sword Soul shout also seemed to be instructions to others as well. Cleansing Mist's hand cannon spit out a flame tongue and hit the idol boss, Toya, with an artillery shell. Toya turned his head and rushed at them. He stepped on a stone in the garden and somersaulted forward. In mid-air, he whipped out his leg to kick them. Lord Grim moved up as well. His Thousand Chance umbrella turned into a battle lance. The two brushed past each other, however Toya suddenly disappeared. He had unexpectedly been circle-swung onto the ground by Lord Grim. So quick! Xiao Yifan's point of view was very different from Tang Ru's and Steamed Bun invasions. Whenever Yixiao attacked, those two had seen it so often that they were completely indifferent to it. However, Xiao Yifan could see how difficult the move was. Positioning, speed, precision, prediction. In this type of situation, if even a single one was slightly lacking, the attack would have failed. Just using circle swing didn't mean that you would hit the monster. Glory isn't such a simple game. With the way circle swing captured the target, Toya had no way of quick recovering in order to avoid this knockdown. But he could be considered quick as well. Right when he crashed to the ground, he sent out a shockwave in order to get back up. Lord Grim had already anticipated this. As soon as his circle swing flung Toya down to the ground, he immediately leaped back. Not only did Toya's shockwave not hit anything, Lord Grim drew out his sword and sent out a sword draw towards him. So quick! Xiao Yifan had the same impression as before. Toya and Lord Grim's battle tempo really was fast. But Toya was a system NPC. He didn't need to think or make decisions, but Lord Grim? He was able to make consecutive moves without practically any time to think. Each move he made suppressed Toya's offensive. The strength of an Unspecialized. Xiao Yifan understood this, but more importantly, even with an arsenal of skills available for use, God Yixiao was able to pick the most suitable choice with little time to think. His quick and accurate decision-making were almost like a robot's. Too scary. Xiao Yifan was astonished. Just how much experience did he have? If this was any other pro player, they might be able to make the same accurate decisions, but to do so with almost no time to think, only a select few could do that. Experience could only be gained with time and time couldn't be controlled. Old generals could no longer be as full of energy as new players. As for new players, if they wanted the experience of the old generals, the only way was to wait and become old generals themselves. In this situation, where Lord Grim was suppressing Toya by himself, the final obstacle became incomparably easy. To the other four, this battle was just like any other. They were against a very ordinary boss. All they had to do was coordinate with Lord Grim and deal damage. Sword Soul, Ice Soul. Xiao Yifan switched between the two boundaries. He could also use Ghost Slash, Moonlight Slash, Full Moon Slash to deal damage. However, these slash skills clearly weren't too high-leveled. Skill points had to be saved for skilling up the Phantom Ghosts. The damage dealt by Phantom Demons couldn't compare with the damage dealt by Sword Demons. 1 minute. Toya's health had already dropped by 1/3. If they maintained this tempo, they would definitely finish the battle in 3 minutes. With so much time left, they could even afford to make a few mistakes. Too strong. Qiao Yifan lamented. Even though an enormous amount of importance had been attached to him, he understood very clearly that he wasn't the final deciding factor in setting the record. It was a fact that phantom demons could increase the entire team's strength. In theory, the more members in the team, the more useful a phantom demon was. This was why all of the big guilds would specially train a few phantom demons. However, in the Professional Alliance's official matches, the number of players that could go on stage was restricted to only 5 players. This limited the amount of support a phantom demon could provide. In a 5-man team, phantom demons weren't the worst class, but the value of their support might not make them more valuable than other classes either. Their existence wasn't a necessity, but rather just another option. In Desolate Land, the usefulness of a phantom demon was similar to this as well. He could provide support, but he wouldn't be the main factor for why the team would break the record. The true factor was still Lord Grimm. It was because the strengths of an Unspecialized could be fully utilized which allowed them to surpass this dungeon's limit. It was because of the Unspecialized that they could employ dual overlapping ghost boundaries. It was because of the Unspecialized that they could completely suppress Toya. In addition, Lord Grimm's weapon was clearly self-made. It was clearly a top-tier silver weapon. How could Qiao Yifan not know about silver weapons? There was no way other teams had this type of advantage in damage. The record was right in front of them. 2 minutes had passed. Toya's health had dropped down by 2/3. Attack, attack, attack. The 5 continued to attack. This was only the second time Qiao Yifan had coordinated with the others, yet their coordination wasn't lacking in the slightest. Actively coordinating with others, this was his biggest strength. Whether this was because of talent or because of he was trained as a person on the edge, no one knew. Careful, almost red blood. When Toya's health had dropped down to 10%, Yi Xiu warned them as usual. Tang Ru and the others were completely indifferent. Toya becoming enraged didn't mean anything. He would still be suppressed by Lord Grimm. On the other hand, Qiao Yifan made preparations for red blood. As soon as he saw Toya go into red blood, he suddenly used the grab skill Ghost Claw. After capturing Toya, he followed up with a Moonlight Slash, launching Toya into the air. Icy frost formed at the tip of his blade. The ice shattered and an ice soul flashed out. Ice boundary. The mid-air Toya continuously took ice damage. When he fell, he froze into a giant ice cube. The team rushed forward to attack. However, the boss's resistance was high, so the freeze didn't last long. But after breaking out of the ice, what could Toya do next? Under Lord Grimm's lead, Toya's health continued to plummet. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Falling Flower Palm, Anti-Tank Missile, and even a Wretched Brick. In the final string of attacks, the explosion from the anti-tank missile sent Toya flying into the stone wall. No one moved up to continue attacking. Toya had been killed. System announcement. Congratulations to players Lord Grimm, Cleansing Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, Soft Mist, 1 inch for breaking the Desolate Land record, time, 22 hours 35 minutes and 22 seconds. After this brief message appeared, the world channel exploded. There wasn't any excessive amazement. For new players in the new server, they didn't have any concept of what the time for the record should be. They weren't like the veterans who jumped in fright at this terrifying record. For the 10th server's players, they only had one thought: the record had been broken. It had been broken by Lord Grimm again. As a result, mostly congratulation messages appeared on the world channel. Their congratulations weren't directed towards Lord Grimm, but rather Blue Brook Guild, especially that Cloud Listening Blade from Blue Brook Guild. Cloud Listening Blade was Poplar Beach, who was constantly shouting at Lord Grimm to fight him, to break their record. At this moment, the players were all congratulating Blue Brook Guild and Cloud Listening Blade for having their wishes finally come true. The players were sarcastic and savage. It didn't matter how skilled or experienced they were. The new players were all mocking them. Poplar Beach was pale. He had sent another message a few moments ago. He specially guarded this time to provoke him. And in the end, a system announcement had given him a reply. Impossible. Poplar Beach didn't want to believe it. The record they had set was already the limit. Poplar Beach had been confident that it wasn't possible to improve it, which was why he had been so arrogant. But now, the other side actually improved the time by about 2 minutes. Poplar Beach couldn't imagine how this was possible. The mocking continued. The person who had been stepped on. This type of show was something everyone loved to see. Everyone was discussing what Cloud Listening Blade was probably feeling right now. Sharp comments popped up one after another. Poplar Beach didn't want to look at his screen. He was afraid that he'd die from anger in front of his computer. How should he respond? Poplar Beach had his head lowered as he stared at his keyboard. He didn't know what keys he should press. He suddenly heard a system prompt telling him that a friend had gone offline, making Poplar Beach lift up his head to look. The one who had gone offline was Blue River. Poplar Beach obviously knew where Blue River was going. Poplar Beach felt embarrassed and resentful. The guy had finally found his sore spot. Poplar Beach was aware that things weren't looking good. How did Lord Grimm and his group set this record? These guys didn't have all orange equipment, right? This thought kept circling around Poplar Beach's head, but he wasn't convinced. Would he make such a large investment just for a dungeon record? Moreover, this was the new server. Even if you had the money, that didn't mean it was possible to gather a full set of level 30 orange equipment for yourself, let alone an entire team. How could orange equipment be as common as cabbage? Lord Grimm. To be able to beat our record, it looks like you really do have some skill. Do you have time to duel me now? Poplar Beach hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he pressed enter and sent it. Chapter 179. A chance for a comeback. The entire world was mocking Poplar Beach's Cloud Listening Blade, so of course they were waiting for his response. As a result, many saw this message and a bunch of new messages immediately appeared. Comments such as Cloud Listening Blade is such a man, Cloud Listening Blade is a true hero, Cloud Listening Blade refuses to die with his head low, and so on. They were still filled with sarcasm. Clearly, no one liked arrogant guys like him. This didn't mean that people who liked to be arrogant wouldn't know this, it was just that arrogant people weren't arrogant so they could be liked. They were arrogant because they liked the pleasure of standing above others and looking down on them. When Poplar Beach had bragged about the record he had set, although everyone was angry, they had no way of beating his record. This was the pleasure of being arrogant. But now, when he was above everyone, he had suddenly been stepped on. This was an extremely painful feeling. The reason Poplar Beach continued to demand a duel against Lord Grimm was so that he could keep up his arrogant attitude. He couldn't do anything about the record, so his only choice was to use a duel to prove that he wasn't a braggart, but rather an amazing top-tier player. This was what it truly meant to be arrogant. Amidst the storm of ridicule, Poplar Beach waited for Lord Grimm's reply. He didn't have to wait long. This time, Lord Grimm finally replied to him, "How about tomorrow afternoon? Use your main account." "Good, I hope that you won't run away." Poplar Beach coldly typed out. He then waited for a very long time, but no reply came. How could Yishio care to respond to such a pointless provocation? Yishio had already brought his party into the dungeon again. This time, everyone was still playing diligently, especially at the final boss, Toya. Everyone coordinated with Lord Grimm even better this time. This time, the record had been broken again. 22 hours 29 minutes and 57 seconds, the world went into an uproar again. The record had improved by 6 seconds. It wasn't much. However, at this record limit, another 6 seconds wasn't easy. It was practically the result of a perfect run. At the same time, after the 3 runs ended, Lord Grimm and the other 4 characters leveled up to level 31. Su Muqing left first to sleep. Xiao Yifan was also a pro player. He shouldn't have had so much free time. But after being with Yishio and the others for these 3 runs, a completely different feeling had already risen up in his heart. When the 3 runs were finished, he actually wasn't willing to go to sleep and went to Lion Canyon with them. On Blue Brook Guild's side, after changing Spring Herd, Blue River returned with the news, they rushed over to the 10th server and saw the new record on the leaderboards. They were all speechless. Before they could even recover, the record had been broken again. One time, maybe they were just miraculously lucky. But 2 times in a row? That, without a doubt, was a proof of their strength. Even though Changing Spring had braced himself for this long ago, from the guild's point of view, this was a disastrous result. However, there was nothing they could do. If they hadn't fought for it, there was no way they could explain it to their own guild. Right now, even at the guild headquarters in the Heavenly Domain, they were discussing the great battle over the records in the 10th server. Everyone, particularly Poplar Beach and his group, would agree to a compromise only if there was no other choice. In order to keep the peace in Blue Brook Guild, they had to sacrifice a bit of the 10th server's Blue Brook Guild's reputation. At least, right now, they were only adding frost to the snow. They were already a laughingstock in the 10th server. Their image could only be recovered at a later time. It could be said that, from here on out, Blue Brook Guild's development would fall behind the other guilds. However, a chance for a comeback was still possible. Poplar Beach's duel with Lord Grim. This was their chance. Even though Blue River wasn't in favor of this duel and wasn't optimistic about it, he had no choice but to admit that if Poplar Beach won, then they'd be able to win back their guild's image in the 10th server. This duel was being followed by many. The entire world was talking about it. Who knew how many would wait for the afternoon show? Poplar Beach's actions, from a reasoning standpoint, weren't stupid. This was actually the best way of winning back their guild's prestige. However, could he win? Blue River was very doubtful, but he couldn't say anything. After all was said and done, he was always for the guild. At this moment, he was hoping that Poplar Beach would win, even though he could foresee that if Poplar Beach actually won, then his arrogance would rise from the earth to the heavens. This struggle over the record deeply impacted tyrannical ambition as well. Blue Brook Guild had bravely stepped out. This was something they wished to see. As a result, they didn't rush to fight for the Line Canyon record and decided to carry their tarnished name for 2 more days. They wanted to see what Lord Grim's attitude was and what he would do. In the end, they saw it all. Lord Grim had sneakily stolen the level 36 wild boss first kill and then easily stepped on Blue Brook Guild's record twice. Tyrannical Ambition's boss, Jiangyu, had personally come to the 10th server as well. Similarly, he also gathered the guild's strongest troops to come over. But after seeing this result, he quickly gave up on his original plan. The record's limit? It seemed like there were 2 of them. One for normal players like them and another for Lord Grim's team. Jiangyu was truly doubting whether Lord Grim had set the record for the same dungeon. The record that was the limit in their eyes had been crushed by minutes. What do we do? Talk with Lord Grim. Cold Knight was naturally depressed. Why was the 10th server so troublesome? Such a difficult guy had popped up. Let's not rush. They're still a few days away from reaching level 33. Right now, Blue Brook Guild is in the spotlight, so we're being overlooked. I'll see if there's any other way to resolve this situation. Giving in to Lord Grim's demands isn't good. We have to at least show that we have the strength to resist his suppression, even if it is just once. After that, we can still negotiate with him and we'll have a better time. Jiangyu said. How do we prove our strength? Cold Knight stared blankly. Their experts clearly wouldn't cut it. Blue Brook Guild was their proof for that. I can try and ask the team. Jiangyu said. That's a bit too much, right? Cold Knight began sweating. Team Tyranny was a powerful team that was aiming to be champions. Ask them to help them set a record in the 10th server? With the team captain Hanwenching's personality, Cold Knight felt like they were looking to be shouted at. Jiangyu's suggestion was too brave. Let me think. Clearly, Jiangyu was also hesitant. Besides these 2 guilds, the other guilds were extremely happy seeing Lord Grim turn Blue Brook Guild's record limit into ashes, and twice too. Their emotions were constantly going up and down. But after taking joy in their enemy's plight, they also had to ponder over their own situation. This issue really was quite troublesome. The night went by like this. After Poplar Beach arranged for the duel, he left the 10th server and went on his main account. He went to the arena and fought for the entire night. He specifically looked for opponents with high win rates and practiced fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon came and Poplar Beach went to the 10th server to look for Lord Grimm. He hadn't slept well at all. He was already feeling tired, but his mind couldn't calm down. As soon as he closed his eyes, he would think of the arena. Even compared to that time he decided to challenge Blue Bridge Spring Snow, he had never felt so nervous before. Even though he wasn't in his best condition, it was truly too shameful to schedule the duel for a different date. Even if he did, he still might not be able to calm down. By then, his condition would be even worse. Poplar Beach did a quick search and found that Lord Grimm was online. He immediately shouted at him in the World Channel. The players in the entire server shook. He had arrived. He had finally arrived. You should go create the room. Lord Grimm replied. Level field. Poplar Beach switched to his main account and entered the arena. He created a room and invited Lord Grimm. In Happy Internet Cafe, Yishio left the 10th server and went to find Chen Guo. Boss Chen was also playing Glory right now. She was sitting in front of her computer and her hands were moving about like the wind. Yishio blew out 2 smoke rings. Boss Chen's avatar staggered. She turned around and yelled angrily, "What are you doing?" "Boss, let me borrow your account." Yishio said. "To do what?" "To PK with someone." Yishio said. "Who? What was his name again?" Yishio scratched his head. Chen Guo rolled her eyes and said as her character returned to the main city, level or free. Level. Yishio said. Room number? I don't know. Then how am I supposed to look for it? Chen Guo asked. Go to the side and say that Lord Grimm has arrived or something. Yishio said. Chen Guo typed it in. Soon after, a pile of messages from cheering spectators covered the screen, scaring Chen Guo. After that, she received an invite and accepted it. She entered the field. The map that had been chosen was the most basic ring. It was a simple and straightforward map. Most players liked it. After Chen Guo's character went in, she immediately sucked in a cold breath. For there to be so many spectators, this was something she had never imagined. What did you do? Chen Guo had originally planned on playing for a while, but after seeing so many spectators, she immediately felt that the situation was important. She didn't want to mess things up, so she got up and let Yishio take over. And at this moment, the current receptionist Tangru stretched out her neck to ask, Did it start? Did it start? About to. Yishio replied. Help me out for a moment, please. Tangru immediately asked a manager to take over for a bit. She then lightly skipped over. Watching it like this won't be very fun. Let's get on to another account. Chen Guo had a lot of experience and immediately went to turn on another computer. Don't start yet. She didn't forget to warn Yishio. Even though she didn't really understand the situation, her curiosity had already been sparked. Chapter 180. The Fastest Launcher. Lord Grimm? Poplar Beach was a bit doubtful when he saw that a female character had entered the field. Yeah. Yishio said. Poplar Beach wasn't too surprised though. Lord Grimm had said that he would borrow an account. Male characters were the same as female characters, their stats and equipment weren't much different from each other. However, this was something that Yishio had said during their dispute in front of Desolate Land's entrance. How could the other players know this? All they knew was that, yesterday, Lord Grimm told his opponent to use his main account, so many concluded that these two characters were both sides' main accounts. Poplar Beach. This character was quite famous. Many veterans from the Heavenly Domain, who came to pioneer in the new server, knew this character. Poplar Beach. In Happy Internet Cafe, Chen Guo and Tangru had turned on a computer and logged into Glory with Soft Mist. They found the room and entered as a spectator. When Chengguo saw the opponent's name, she couldn't help but cry it out in surprise. "You're familiar with him?" Tang Ru asked. "I'm not familiar with him, but I do know of him. He's from Blue Brook Guild after all. He's an elite in there, but he's always shouting arrogantly in the World Channel. He's really annoying." Chengguo was in the heavenly domain as well, so she recognized the famous experts from Blue Brook Guild. But clearly, her impression of him wasn't good. Oh. Tang Ru was the type of new player who had no concept of how great Blue Brook Guild was. She just thought that they were the same as Full Moon Guild. They were one of the guilds that had asked them to set a record and nothing more. "Why are they peeking?" Chengguo asked Tang Ru in doubt, while yelling at Yishio, "Hey, hey. You can start now." "Okay." Yishio put on his headphones and clicked ready. Poplar Beach immediately clicked ready as well and their match began. Chengguo and Tang Ru's screen flashed and switched to spectator mode. "Are you a male or female?" Poplar Beach asked. After entering the field, the two were able to talk to each other. "Male." Yishio replied. "So you'll be using this character? You're sure that you won't switch?" Poplar Beach asked. "Yeah." "How many rounds to determine who wins or loses?" Poplar Beach asked about the details of the duel. "1 round is enough." Yishio laughed. "1 round is enough to let you know the gap between us. I guarantee that you won't fight a second round." "Cut the crap!" Poplar Beach roared. Even though Chengguo and Tang Ru weren't able to listen to the two talk in spectator mode, they could hear Yishio, who was sitting next to them. They could hear whatever Yishio was saying. After hearing this, Chengguo curled her lips towards Tang Ru. "He sounds really mad." It started. Tang Ru said. Right now, Chengguo was controlling the computer, so she needed to adjust the spectating angle. In the ring, after Poplar Beach said that, he took the initiative to attack. His character rushed towards Chasing Haze, which Yishio was controlling. The instant his character entered Chasing Haze's firing range, his character suddenly flashed. Moving in an irregular pattern, Poplar Beach's character immediately blurred into 1, 2, 3, 4 afterimages. Shadow steps. 4 afterimages. Chengguo immediately shouted. This was a high-level Blademaster skill. The skill's effects depended on the player's mechanics. Poplar Beach's movements created for perfect afterimages, making Chengguo yell out in astonishment. In her experience against other Blade Masters, she had never met any players who were able to create for afterimages. This Blue Brook Guild's expert really did have the ability to back up his arrogance. Whoa, not bad. Yishio lightly praised. Poplar Beach had quite a bit of experience. His shadow steps were timed perfectly. They were completed the instant he entered Chasing Haze's firing range. To be able to instantly determine Chasing Haze's firing range was a testament to his exceptional knowledge of the game. This judgment could only be made by looking at Chasing Haze's equipment. As for the 4 afterimages that Chengguo was so astonished about, they weren't anything to Yishio. In the pro scene, which pro Blade Master couldn't do this? For top-tier Blade Masters like Huang Xiaotian, he could create 6.5 afterimages with his movements. 4? Too few. Yishio instantly recognized which of the 4 afterimages was the real one. His mouse moved and Chasing Haze immediately fired out a quantum bomb. At the same time, he tapped the keyboard with his left hand to have Chasing Haze step back. Quantum bomb and laser rifles were similar when they were fired. They had a strong recoil, requiring the user to move their character a step backwards in order to dissolve it. If not, then the character would fall backwards towards the ground. Poplar Beach wasn't too surprised by this quantum bomb. He slid to the side with shadow steps and moved just outside of the quantum bomb's shockwave radius. This precise control made Yishio want to praise him again. But who would have thought that right after Poplar Beach dodged it, he would immediately follow up with a sword draw to hack at the quantum bomb. The system allowed for this type of attack as long as your hand-eye coordination and hand speed was good enough. In theory, you could even slice apart a sharpshooter's bullet. Of course, anyone who could do that would be an expert with mechanics that were even higher than those at the peak. As for people who could slice apart a quantum bomb, quite a few people could do that. However, it also required a good enough hand-eye coordination as well as fast hand speed. However, in this situation, Poplar Beach had already avoided the quantum bomb. For him to suddenly use such a difficult move was completely unnecessary. Besides looking cool, there was no other reason to do so. Yishio helplessly shook his head. Did this guy not understand the situation? Since things were already like this, how could Yishio ignore this huge opening? Without a word, he switched to a gun and used a floating bullet. Launchers could use other weapons other than heavy artillery. It was just that many of the launcher's high damage skills required a cannon to use. The skill floating bullet wasn't actually a launcher skill. It was a level 20 or below Spitfire skill. It was named floating bullet to indicate the strong knock-up effect the skill had. If the skill was used with a smaller gun, the bullet would come out faster. Switching guns and using dual guns was quite common for gunners. Yishio had noticed that Chasing Haze had a reserve gun when he took over the account. As a result, he pulled out the handgun and quickly fired a floating bullet. However, the following scene made Yishio somewhat surprised. When his floating bullet was fired, he immediately put the handgun away and prepared to switch to the cannon to follow up with an attack. But he then saw that Poplar Beach cancelled his sword draw mid-animation and jumped forward, dodging the floating bullet. After landing on the ground, he followed up with a triple slash. As the sword light arced forward, his character closed in on Chasing Haze. Triple slash was a blade master skill that was often used to move quickly. So it was a trap. This guy. Yishio immediately understood. Poplar Beach unexpectedly had a few of his own tricks. His previous actions, which aligned with his show-off personality, were just bait. He used the time that his opponent needed to switch weapons in order to close in. The actions of switching guns wasn't quick because switching weapons had a cooldown. This was one of the biggest obstacles that limited the power of unspecialized characters. Seeing that his ploy had worked, Poplar Beach felt ecstatic in his heart. It was already too late for Chasing Haze to raise her cannon and defend. There wasn't enough time for Chasing Haze to escape with an aerial fire either. He had found an opportunity where he could attack and the opponent had no way of resisting. Poplar Beach had already begun his offensive, however, Yishio returned the surprise. Poplar Beach saw his opponent throw his weapon onto the ground. What? Did he make a mistake in panic? Poplar Beach hadn't expected something like this to happen. Equipment couldn't be dropped in an arena, so could this guy have actually thrown down his weapon by accident? Poplar Beach knew Chasing Haze's firing range, so he had figured out what his opponent's weapon were even before that. Rose Flower Cannon, a level 70 purple weapon. If something like this just dropped on the ground, who wouldn't want to pick it up? Even if you couldn't use it, it was still worth a lot of money. F***CK. Chengwa jumped up from her seat. That Rose Flower Cannon was hers. Yishio had thrown it on the ground. What if the opponent picked it up and took it away? Chengwa immediately felt a pang of regret. Hate! Why didn't she bind it? It was because she was too ambitious. She was always thinking of switching for an orange weapon and then sell her purple weapon. But now? However, Poplar Beach wouldn't pick up the weapon right now. Although he was surprised, he still continued his offensive. However, he suddenly saw a knee strike come flying forward from Chasing Haze. Knee strike? What was the use of that? Poplar Beach sneered. It was true that knee strike was an uninterruptible super armor skill, but unfortunately, Poplar Beach had anticipated that Chasing Haze would use some sort of super armor skill to force them apart. As a result, he used a wave wheel slasher which could break super armor. This skill actually took some time to execute. However, his opponent was the slowest gunner class, a launcher, so he had more than enough time to interrupt this knee strike. Knee strike was a low-leveled sharpshooter skill. Even though the speed of it was unrelated to the user's firing speed, the weight would affect its speed. A launcher using a cannon and heavy armor would be very slow when using this skill. Poplar Beach had thought that his decision was perfect, but unexpectedly, Chasing Hayes' knee strike was faster than his wave wheel slasher, so he was launched into the air. Impossible. Poplar Beach adjusted his camera to look down when he suddenly realized weapon weight affected the move's skill. As a result, what was supposed to be a very slow launcher without a cannon in his hands his hands had no weapon. A launcher with nothing in his hands. How fast would the move be? Poplar Beach suddenly realized an issue he had never thought of before. Chapter 181. In a flash. Poplar Beach noticed it just now, but it was already too late. His opponent had already thrown out a grenade. The timing was perfect. The shockwave from the explosion launched his Blade Master even higher into the air as Chasing Hayes picked up her rose flower cannon. Seeing his opponent move like this, Poplar Beach finally realized throwing down the rose flower cannon was one of the opponent's ploys. Chasing Hayes crouched and swung the rose flower cannon back onto her shoulder. Blue light began to accumulate at the mouth of the cannon. Poplar Beach moved his camera to look down. Just before his character hit the ground, the stored blue light shot out and a brilliant blue artillery shell flew directly at him. X1 extruder. Poplar Beach realized that his opponent's crouch and swing wasn't without meaning. The crouch reduced the time needed to put the cannon onto her shoulder. It also let him shoot from a lower height, making it so that the X1 extruder would hit him just as he was about to land on the ground. X1 extruder's feature was that it would vacuum in enemies that were hit by it, restricting their movements. The enemies would then fly forward along with it and then explode when it hit the ground, knocking the enemies to the ground along with it. Poplar Beach didn't have any way of avoiding this vacuum effect. This time, damage would be certain. Just as he was calculating what he would do next to counterattack, he suddenly saw his opponent raise his hand and snap his fingers. Poplar Beach was startled. This wasn't a random movement. This was the casting animation for a launcher's heat-seeking missile. The finger snap would bring up a crosshair. The final position of the crosshair would direct where the missile would land. The attack did tons of damage, but the weakness of it was obvious. For one, the crosshair had to be accurate. However, the main weakness was that it was extremely slow. Poplar Beach decided he would do the same as with the quantum bomb and slice it apart. In mid-air, a sword light flashed forward. Sword draw was executed towards the missile. This move had been used in that match between Excellent Era and 301. Team 301's Blade Master player Jiao Jia had done this to dissolve the heat-seeking missile. Poplar Beach's situation was similar to Jiao Jia's situation. Both of them acted in mid-air. However, Poplar Beach wasn't as skilled as a pro player. Poplar Beach could only pray that his sword draw would hit the target. Please hit! Seeing the flying slash direction and the missile's arc, Poplar Beach determined that they would collide and a surge of happiness immediately washed over him. But who would have thought that at this moment, an explosion would suddenly ring out? Sword aura had been exploded into 3 sparks. Poplar Beach was startled. He looked over at Chasing Hayes and saw gentle smoke drift out from the mouth of the cannon. *T. Poplar Beach's sword slash had been deflected by his opponent's anti-tank missile. The flying heat-seeking missile flew towards him. Poplar Beach felt a chill in his heart. He knew that his difficult maneuver had been done out of luck, but what about his opponent? The bright crosshair finally found its target. A loud boom sounded out from up above in the sky and a heat-seeking missile descended down. Poplar Beach began to fall. He had no way of immediately using quick recover. He hadn't been launched in a normal way. He had been sucked in by X1 extruder. The crosshair, Poplar Beach, and the suction from the X1 extruder together let the heat-seeking missile arrive and a large mushroom cloud leapt into the air. But things weren't done yet. Poplar Beach, who had been forced tumbling in the air from the shock wave, saw a large laser beam shoot down, the gunner's ultimate, satellite beam. Poplar Beach had eaten all of the launcher's high-damage skills. Poplar Beam was still tumbling from the explosion and light of the satellite beam. Yishio used this time to quickly throw out a few more skills. The spectators watched dumbstruck as explosions continued to chain together, reaching a 77 combo. The light from explosions receded. The smoke dispersed. Poplar Beach had already been defeated. Starting from when he was launched into the air by that knee strike to the instant he landed on the ground, he wasn't able to find any opportunity to counterattack. In that span of 5 seconds, how many skills had hit him? The spectators had to count on their fingers to work it out. Everyone saw the result. Poplar Beach had been defeated. Defeated! He really had been defeated. In just an instant, the long health bar had been washed clean. The spectators weren't even able to type. They were completely dumbstruck. Chenghua was also staring blankly at the computer screen. She was already standing because Yishio had thrown her rose flower cannon. She was just about to go over and kill the guy. However, her rose flower cannon had been picked back up and in the blink of an eye, the opponent had turned into a corpse. All of this happened as she jumped up from her seat. Chenghua finally saw how Yishio was able to beat an opponent in a few seconds using her chasing haze. Chenghua had never thought that her chasing haze had the burst power to explode someone to death in one go. Moreover, the person who had died was a famous expert in the heavenly domain. Chenghua felt a surge of excitement. She had originally wanted to go and strangle Yishio to death, but now she couldn't move. She didn't know how to describe what she was feeling. Poplar Beach's corpse quickly disappeared. The experienced gamers knew that this person had already left the room. What could Poplar Beach say now? The arrogant him had been completely shut up. There was nothing he could say. He realized that Lord Grimm's words weren't a provocation, but a reality. 1 round, it really was 1 round. He completely recognized the gap between their skill. To lose so quickly and tragically, this wasn't a question of whether it was luck. The match ended so quickly that the spectators had overlooked another reality. This was a perfect match. Chasing Haze hadn't suffered any damage. Once Chasing Haze left the room as well, the room was naturally dissolved and the spectators were kicked back into the lobby. But everyone was still in shock and were still circling about. Only Yishio didn't care. He took off his headphones and turned his head. "Boss, you can have your account back." "Who?" Chenghua was also one of those who were dumbstruck. "Did you record it?" Chenghua suddenly turned her head to ask Tang Ru. Tang Ru laughed bitterly. "You were the one controlling it." Everyone had already left the room. How could she still have the chance to record it? Chenghua felt regretful. It would have been such a great video. It was something she could watch 100 times. Chenghua felt depressed. She suddenly discovered something amiss. She looked around and discovered that a few people were looking at her. "What are you looking at?" Chenghua wasn't very polite. The people looking at her were frequent customers, so they knew each other. She hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, so what were they all looking at? "Boss, you're so fierce," someone suddenly said. "What?" Chenghua stared blankly. "Chasing Haze," someone else shouted. "What? Chasing Haze? Where? Where?" Another person jumped up. This time it was a customer Chenghua didn't recognize. Chenghua instantly understood. This duel had been seen by some in the internet cafe. Among those were a few who didn't know that Lord Grimm was a manager at this internet cafe, but they did know that Chenghua's glory character was Chasing Haze. After that, they thought that Lord Grimm was actually Chenghua. And those unfamiliar customers obviously didn't know anything. They just heard someone in the internet cafe speak up about it, so they immediately looked for her and crowded around her. Chenghua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked around, but didn't know where Yishio had slipped away to. She could helplessly cry out, "That wasn't me. Someone else borrowed my account," and then hastily ran off. The customers all stared blankly. They didn't say anything else. The crowd was just there to satisfy their curiosity. In reality, most of the glory players that knew Chenghua knew what her skill level was. It was just that the previous match had been too surprising. Poplar Beach! All the veterans knew who he was. And thus, saying that someone had borrowed the account was very reasonable. There weren't many who both recognized Chen Guo's account and watched the match, so there wasn't too much commotion. Everyone went back to the game to discuss about it in private. This match was too quick. Not only was the course of events quick, even the room had been dissolved quickly, making it so that there wasn't any place for everyone to talk about it. After the players left the arena, they immediately began discussing it in the World Channel. In a short moment, a single topic conquered the 10th server World Channel. Lord Grimm, chasing Haze, launcher, threw down his weapon, instant kill, etc. These were all keywords. The match was too frightening, making it so that everyone was concentrated on the one who was victorious. At this moment, Poplar Beach was like a pitiful backdrop. Very few people mentioned him. There were a few new players who didn't really understand. They obviously didn't know how incredible Poplar Beach's background was. They just saw that he had been instantly defeated, so they wanted to mock him. But their mockery was actually met with others' mockery. Who won and who lost the match wasn't because one side was weak, but rather because the other side was too strong. In everyone's eyes, this was the impression they got. Of course, no one felt that Poplar Beach's loss was dignified. However, his defeat wasn't the main point everyone was talking about. Chasing Haze, so strong. Launchers, so strong. Lord Grimm, so strong. These were the main points. Chapter 182. Consultation. The match was beautiful and the reaction to it was massive. But to the big guilds, its impact wasn't as great as the record that had been set in Desolate Land. The big guilds recognized the result and talked about it for a bit. However, there was no way it would be put above Blue Brook Guild's tarnished image. The only ones who were truly concerned over the match was Blue Brook Guild. Currently, the 10th server's Blue Brook Guild was completely silent. Everyone silently watched the discussion go on in the World Channel. Don't look at how the highest among them were only level 33. The people behind those characters, the senior players in Blue Brook Guild like Changing Spring, were all there. However, Poplar Beach wasn't there. After he had left the arena, he directly logged out of the Heavenly Domain, but didn't log into his 10th server account. Even if he was arrogant, right now, he felt too ashamed to meet other guild members. Lowering Poplar Beach's arrogance might have been the only reward that Blue Brook Guild received. However, seeing the situation in front of them, Lord Grimm's strength was too ridiculous. It was quite possible that Poplar Beach might have been hurt too much from this match. Which of you went and watched it? Changing Spring asked. Whenever they talked about guild matters, Changing Spring usually had the characters find a place to meet up at. The reason was because their guild leader Changing Spring really wasn't fond of typing. I watched it. Blue River let out a sigh as he spoke. What did you think of it? Pretty much identical to how the World Channel is describing it. They're not exaggerating. Because there's really isn't any way to exaggerate it. Blue River said. This Lord Grimm really didn't leave us with anything. Flying Brushstroke said. I think it's the exact opposite. I think the way he did things actually left us with room to recover. Blue River said, if you take a look at the World Channel, most of them are discussing about how strong Lord Grimm was. There was not anything else being talked about. To us, these results aren't too bad. Sigh. Changing Spring also sighed, this Lord Grimm really isn't easy to deal with. After our dungeon record was beaten, all the popularity we had recovered dropped again. Today, the number of players who wanted to join our guild fell by 70%. Blue River said. Line Canyon. Isn't that the one we said we wouldn't fight tyrannical ambition over? Changing Spring asked. Yeah. Then it looks like the only thing we can do for now is endure. Changing Spring said somewhat regretfully. That. Bound Boat had also come to the meeting. In the 10th server, he was second only to Blue River. However, everyone present at the moment were all the seniors in the Heavenly Domain. As a result, Bound Boat clearly seemed smaller, his words also seemed like they were hesitant. Oh? Bound boat, what do you have in mind? Changing Spring asked. He knew the important players they had sent over to pioneer. Maybe we can ask the teams to help us? Even though these are only low-level dungeons, which of the current 10th server records are achievable for us? Not just Lord Grimm's records, but that Frost Forest record set by Excellent Dynasty as well. Fortunately, these were made in the new servers. If these were made in the old servers, then these records would have been suspected of being set by pros a long time ago. No. Bound Boat said. In the 10th server, there were only records for Frost Forest, Boneyard, and Desolate Land. However, it was just like how Bound Boat had described it. The 3 records were all records that surpassed their limits. Changing Spring and the others were all at the top of the normal players, yet even they were crushed by Lord Grimm's team. This was a clear and terrifying reality. Where exactly did these guys come from? The background of Lord Grimm and these others couldn't be small. The word pro level began to spiral around their minds. That's why I say we should look for the experts in the team to help us appraise them. Bound Boat said. This suggestion truly is quite good. Changing Spring nodded his head. They weren't asking them to substitute. They were only asking to chat with the club's experts on these incredible records and request for an appraisal. That wouldn't be difficult to do. All right then. I'm going to go and ask. Changing Spring decided on this. The people who were participating in the meeting all had weird expressions on their faces. For the pioneering in the new server to be so shocking that they even needed pro players to come out, this was something they had never even dreamed of before. If they knew that the entire champion team Tiny Herb had come to the 10th server for training, their blood pressure would probably shoot up. I'll be leaving first then. Changing Spring informed everyone. He was also someone who handled things straightforwardly. After logging out, Changing Spring looked at the time. Right now. The team should be doing their afternoon practice. Changing Spring ran the Blue Brook Guild in glory in place of Club Blue Rain. He was just like Chen Yehue in Excellent Era. He could be considered as one of the club's official staff members, so he had some say in the club's matters. Changing Spring often came to the team to look around, so he wouldn't be considered unfamiliar with the pro players. He'd sometimes even have the chance to compare notes with the team members. Of course, if the pro players wanted to play 2 rounds with him for fun, Changing Spring wouldn't refuse. However, if he went actively look for pro players to play with him, he would be suspected of wasting their time. Changing Spring understood this. Changing Spring calculated the time and chose to go at a suitable time. He didn't have too many restrictions when walking around in the club. Besides going to the tech team who research self-made equipment, there wasn't anywhere he wasn't allowed to go to. Hi Senior Chan. Changing Spring had chosen a good time. He arrived just as Team Blue Rain finished practice, a time when everyone was relaxing. When he appeared in front of the entrance, someone saw him and greeted him. Changing Spring's real name was Liang Yichuan, so the people who were familiar with him called him Senior Chan. Hi. Changing Spring waved his hands at the pro player that greeted him. The pro player was a guy called Li Yuan. He was a new player in Blue Rain. He wasn't as cautious and careful like the majority of new players were. After the young guy joined the team, he was extremely energetic and was always very friendly with everyone. He quickly became familiar with everyone including Changing Spring. With his greeting, the other pros who hadn't known that Changing Spring had come turned their heads and looked at him. The majority of the pros nodded their heads as a greeting and then went back to doing whatever they were doing before. However, Yu Wenju got up and walked over to him. Senior Chun's come over. Yeah, I'm here to take a look, Changing Spring said politely. Yu Wenju, Team Blue Rain's team captain. Most of the team captains were also the team's ace player, but there would obviously be a few exceptions. Blue Rain's ace player was Huang Xiaotian, but their team captain was Yu Wenju. Even though Yu Wenju's mechanics weren't as good as Huang Xiaotian's, his ability in strategy and tactics were extraordinary. Moreover, that Huang Xiaotian's constant chatter pulled down his demeanor. The words of someone who was always talking would feel somewhat frivolous to others. You haven't been here in a while. Yu Wenju treated him politely as well, seeing that Changing Spring had come to talk with him about something. Changing Spring also knew that Team Blue Rain's captain was relatively easy to speak with, unlike Tyrannical Ambition's Jiangyu, who was so hesitant. If Blue Rain's captain had been so fierce like Han Wenqing, he definitely wouldn't have immediately logged offline to go look for him. Yeah, I've been busy. The pioneering in the 10th server. Changing Spring began to ease into the topic. It's just pioneering. As if you needed to personally lead, right? Yu Wenju chuckled. He knew how the club's guild operated in general. But this time's 10th server is too different. Changing Spring said very seriously. Oh? What do you mean? A bunch of experts suddenly popped up out of nowhere. All of the low-level dungeon records that have been set in the 10th server so far are above the all-time records. It looks as if they were all done by pro players. Changing Spring said. Crash! A loud crash resounded in the practice room, along with 3 or 4 players crying out in alarm. Huang Xiao, are you okay? What happened? It's nothing. It's nothing. I slipped, that's all. Huang Xiaoqian said ashen-faced as he supported himself up with his chair. Seeing that Changing Spring was looking at him in astonishment, he hastily waved his hand. Senior Chun, you're here. Ha ha ha, long time no see. You're free today? Have you eaten yet? You probably haven't eaten, right? Lucky you. It'll be time to eat soon. You should eat some food before you go. Sure, sure. Changing Spring repeatedly nodded his head. He didn't dare say anything too much or else he wouldn't hear the end of it. Do you have a 10th server account card? Let's take a look at the records. Yu Wenju said. I do. Changing Spring took out a card and gave it to Yu Wenju. Of course he had prepared everything beforehand. Yu Wenju found a random computer to sit down at and logged into the game. At the same time, without turning his head, he also said, Xiao Qian, you should come and look too. There wasn't any response from behind him. Huang Xiaoqian was wearing his headphones acting as if he hadn't heard anything. The players beside him pushed him. Huang Xiao, Captain's calling for you. Ah? What is it? Huang Xiaoqian took off his headphones and turned around to ask. Come over here to look at the 10th server records. Yu Wenju said. Huang Xiaoqian had no choice but to get up. As he walked over, he asked, 10th server? The new server? What's there to look at? Whoa! The records really are incredible. Yu Wenju had already entered the game and directly clicked on the record leaderboards. Xiaoqian, how do you think these records were made? Yu Wenju asked. Chapter 183. Blue Rain Team Captain. After looking at the leaderboards for each of the 3 dungeons, Yu Wenju turned his head to ask Huang Xiaoqian. Huang Xiaoqian stood behind him. He lifted his hand to scratch his chin and shook head. I haven't played these dungeons for so long, so I can't tell just by looking at the time. Do you recognize any of the players who set the record? Is there anything special about them? Do you know what their classes and equipment are? Huang Xiaoqian said to Changing Spring. Oh. The key player is Lord Grim. Changing Spring pointed at the name that appeared in all 3 leaderboards. Among these, Frost Forest was ranked 2nd on its leaderboard, while Boneyard and Desolate Land were number 1 on their respective leaderboards. What about this person? Huang Xiaoqian asked. This player's character hasn't changed classes. He's an unspecialized character. In addition, the weapon in his hands is really weird. It can change into other weapon forms and use low-leveled skills from all sorts of classes. Changing Spring said. There was no way to hide the 1000-chance umbrella, which was why Yishio never bothered to conceal it. Experts like Blue River, who had seen him in action, had already seen through what it was. Oh? So such a weapon exists. Yu Wenju heard this and his interest rose by quite a bit. Before, he had a general idea of why Changing Spring had come, so he was just being polite. But now these words had grabbed his attention. This type of weapon is definitely self-made. It sounds like it was made specially for unspecialized characters. Huang Xiaoqian said. Unspecialized. Yu Wenju clearly knew about this type of playing style. If this is true, then this weapon really would be able to let an unspecialized fully utilize his strengths. The early unspecialized characters were weighed down because switching weapons had a cooldown, which made it so that there were a lot of flaws whenever they tried to combo. They weren't able to perfectly link together all of the many low-leveled skills. But with this weapon, this issue is solved. Plus, if it has silver weapon attributes, then the damage output would be even greater than orange weapons. With a character like this in a team, then their damage output would naturally be a grade higher than the usual teams. This player really is the key character. Huang Xiaoqian said. Yu Wenju nodded his head, clearly showing that he agreed with what Huang Xiaoqian said. He then looked at the other members in Lord Grimm's teams. What about the others? These three are fixed members in Lord Grimm's teams. One of them is a battle mage, one is a launcher, and there's also a brawler. Their skill levels are quite high. The other spot doesn't seem to be fixed. In Frost Forest, this player is from Tyrannical Ambition. In Boneyard, this flowing tree is a Blade Master. At the time, he joined our Blue Brook Guild. He never said anything and then never went online again after setting that record. Finally, this 1-inchish appeared recently, so we don't really know much about him. What about this excellent dynasty team in Frost Forest? Yu Wenju asked. Changing Spring immediately told them the situation for this excellent dynasty team. This was something they had investigated on before. They were clearly substituted players. This is a new server with new players. There's no way those types of players could create such a record. Yu Wenju said. That's what I thought as well. Changing Spring said. And these players definitely weren't ordinary. If you look at the record done by Excellent Dynasty done in Boneyard, this just happened to be done around the time we had our match with Excellent Era. Excellent Era's vice-captain Liu Hao made numerous low-leveled mistakes in the match. His condition was strangely bad. It looks like this guy ran to the new server and split his attention onto setting these records. Yu Wenju said. No way. For a low-level dungeon like this, shouldn't it be easy for a pro player to set a record? It shouldn't go so far as to affect his performance in the match, right? Changing Spring said. This Boneyard record isn't normal. What do you think, Xiaoqian? Yu Wenju said. Huang Xiaoqian nodded his head. This Boneyard record is no longer a question of skill. It isn't possible to set this record purely on skill. In the new server, there's no way they'd have too many good equipment yet, which means that the only way they'd have been able to improve the record would be to create a strategy more outstanding than previous ones. As expected of Huang Xiao. Changing Spring couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They had looked over this record who knew how many times, yet they weren't able to be certain about such a conclusion. Perhaps only god-level players with incredible judgment like Huang Xiaoqian would dare be so confident in their answer. If you say it like this, then not only was this excellent dynasty record substituted in by Liu Hao, he even spent a lot of energy to research a new strategy just for this dungeon. And this was why his condition during the match wasn't good. Changing Spring concluded. I'm afraid it's not just that. This guy might not have researched a new strategy, but rather stole a new strategy. Yu Wenju said. What? The record set by the new strategy appeared 3 times. Yu Wenju tapped the screen as he said, for 2 teams to have coincidentally come up with the same strategy at the same time? Look at the first record set by Lord Grimm. In this team, there's a player called Hateful Sword, but after this record was beat by Excellent Dynasty, Lord Grimm's team no longer has a Hateful Sword in it, but a player called Flowing Tree instead. These 2 characters are of different classes, but in this dungeon, Blade Masters aren't any stronger than Berserkers. If the Blade Master player was more skilled than the Berserker player, then why didn't they just directly use the Blade Master the first time? So the most likely possibility was that this new strategy was researched by Lord Grimm. This berserker hateful sword was someone from Excellent Dynasty who had gotten into the team. He then went with them to learn the new strategy and then went back to lead Excellent Dynasty's players to set a new record. There was obviously no way Lord Grimm could look for this hateful sword's help again, which was why he found this Blade Master, Flowing Tree. Changing Spring was startled. Yu Wenju was able to figure out things he hadn't even thought of before. The time the record came out. Excellent Dynasty's background. The terrible performance of Liu Hao during the match. Yu Wenju had noticed so many small details. This Blue Rain team captain wasn't just a person who knew how to keep the team together like those on the outside said. This type of judgment and perception wasn't below Huang Xiaotian's in the slightest. No, he might even be better than Huang Xiaotian in this aspect. At least, at this moment, Huang Xiaotian hadn't made such a deduction. Team captain, you've got to be exaggerating. This sounds like a plot from some fiction novel. Not only did he not make the deduction, Huang Xiaotian even doubted Yu Wenju's deduction. Could Liu Hao have gone crazy? He would actually put in so much effort for a dungeon in a new server. How could Huang Xiaotian only have said that? He had to keep going. Ha, that's certainly true. That's why there might be some other special reason that made him place so much importance onto this record. He had directly competed against Lord Grimm for Frost Forest. After that, he even infiltrated Lord Grimm's team to spy on them. It seems like he also places a lot of importance on this Lord Grimm. To be able to make a pro player think of him as an enemy, this Lord Grimm definitely isn't any weaker than him. I have a feeling that Liu Hao is well aware who Lord Grimm is. His hostile actions seem to be concealing his fear, acknowledgement, and trust. Because of this fear, he ran to spy on them. Because of his acknowledgement, he stole his strategy and directly used it. Because of his trust, he trusted that the strategy being used was already the most optimal choice. There wouldn't be any strategy better than it. Changing Spring's jaw dropped in astonishment. To be able to make an analysis to such an extent? He couldn't help but look at Huang Xiaotian, who was also listening. He realized that Huang Xiaotian wasn't amazed in the slightest at this. He seemed as calm as ever. He really is Huang Xiao. Changing Spring once again gasped. Perhaps there were many who felt like Huang Xiaotian wasn't calm enough due to his constant chatter. However, in reality, as the most outstanding player in seizing opportunities, Huang Xiaotian was completely calm on the inside. Only with this inner calmness was he able to possess such keen awareness of the battlefield and find the most optimal opportunity to strike. That's why I think that if we want to know who Lord Grimm is, then we should just directly call Liu Hao and ask him. Liu Hao's phone number, I should have it. Yu Wenju smiled, but then quickly followed, oh, I didn't bring my cell phone with me. They weren't allowed to bring their cell phones into the practice room. This was a rule that a lot of clubs had. Changing Spring looked forward to it. He looked forward to knowing the answer. He obviously hoped that Yu Wenju would be a bit more active. But seeing that Yu Wenju didn't have his cell phone and didn't intend on going to get it, Changing Spring felt somewhat disappointed. He didn't dare urge the team captain, but at this moment, maybe he could ask. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yu Wenju patted his pocket and laughed. Actually, someone who Liu Hao was enemies with, was scared of, was acknowledged by, and trusted. There's no need to ask. I already know who he is. Who is he? Changing Spring blurted out. Yiqiu. Yu Wenju said. God, Yiqiu. Changing Spring didn't know what to do to express his astonishment. Xiaotian, have you talked to Yiqiu recently? Yu Wenju asked. Nope, after that guy retired, he just seemed to have evaporated. Maybe he was kidnapped by aliens. Huang Xiaotian said. He doesn't use cell phones, right? Yu Wenju said. Yeah. It looks like he was kidnapped by aliens to the 10th server to continue playing Glory. Unspecialized Lord Grimm HM? We might even see him appear in a match again someday. Yu Wenju said. Changing Spring had many things he wanted to say, but didn't know how to start. Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian didn't seem to have any reaction to such a conclusion. After a few moments of thinking, Yu Wenju lifted his head and looked up at the clock on the wall of the practice room. He suddenly stood up. "It's time to eat," Yu Wenju said. Yeah. It's time to eat, it's time to eat. Come with us, Changing Spring. Do you know where the cafeteria is? I'll bring you there. Huang Xiaoqian put his arm around Changing Spring and dragged him out. Chapter 184. That's a strength too. The club's food was quite delicious, and for team members, the food was free. Of course, other club staff could come and eat as well, but they didn't get to enjoy the same benefits as the team members. Changing Spring didn't have those benefits either. However, he followed Huang Xiaoqian and used his status to get in for free. It was just that he was practically unable to taste the food that went into his mouth. Changing Spring's mind was still on what Yu Wenju had analyzed earlier. Lord Grimm is God Yichio. This news took a long time for Changing Spring to digest, at least when compared to his dinner. In his heart, whether it was him or Blue River, they had already respected Lord Grimm. They had recognized that he had a very high skill level, but they had never expected such an outcome. Yichio? That was a power at the very peak of glory. Even though he was retired now, he was still more than enough to tidy up whatever he wanted in game. This could be seen just by how easily Poplar Beach had been tidied up. If this had taken place during God Yichio's prime with his battle god One Autumn Leaf, who knew how terrible Poplar Beach would have been crushed? Changing Spring originally had a few methods he planned on using to fight against Lord Grimm, but after knowing his identity, his heart suddenly dropped. What should he do now? Changing Spring felt that the food in front of him tasted like wax. Sitting at the same table were Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian, but the two were casually chatting with each other. They didn't seem very surprised about Yichio. After all, after thinking about it, they were pro players as well, so there wasn't anything too surprising. Yichio had retired, but what was wrong with returning to the game to play? It only affected normal players, who would feel somewhat pressured by God competing with them. After eating, he decided to leave. Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian didn't mention Yichio again. Yu Wenju was still as friendly as ever and even accompanied him out, but when they parted, he said a few final words, that Lord Grimm, especially his weapon, try and pay more attention to it please. Ah? Oh, with this sudden mention of Lord Grimm, Changing Spring finally responded. In theory, the team captain didn't have any power over Changing Spring for in-game guild matters. However, everyone knew that pro players were the core of the club. Who wouldn't take what they said seriously? Changing Spring placed importance on what Yu Wenju requested. I'll be going then, Changing Spring said and then left. After turning around, Yu Wenju saw Huang Xiaoqian going back to his room and immediately called for him. What do you want? Huang Xiaoqian replied. Yu Wenju walked over and went into Huang Xiaoqian's room along with him. What commands do you have, Captain? Huang Xiaoqian asked. Yu Wenju stood beside a table. He grabbed a pen on the table and began playing with it. Last time, when we had the match versus Excellent Era, if I remember correctly, you left at night to do something. Ooh? There was something like that? That day? Let me think, Huang Xiaoqian said. Was it to go and meet with Yichio? Yu Wenju asked. Not a peep came out of Huang Xiaoqian. The time you left matches the time when that record was set. The Blade Master on that team, Flowing Tree, was you, right? Yu Wenju said. Flowing Tree? Yeah, that name does sound a bit familiar. How could that be? How strange. Huang Xiaoqian said. Ha ha, Yu Wenju laughed. He didn't comment on Huang Xiaoqian's acting and followed, what type of weapon is Yichio's unspecialized weapon? Huang Xiaoqian's expression immediately turned serious. Without a doubt, it's just like I said before, it's a weapon specially made for unspecialized characters. The attack? Definitely silver weapon level. Are there any special attributes? I couldn't tell. It doesn't look like it has any. Its attack speed. It has the same attack speed for every form. It should have an attack speed of 5. What forms does it have? From what I've seen, he can use skills from every class. Huang Xiaoqian said. The level. He probably knows how to upgrade it. Huang Xiaoqian said. This type of weapon paired with Yi Qiu. It looks like we'll get a chance to see a true Unspecialized. Yu Wenju said with lament. But it'll have to be at least a year later. Huang Xiaoqian said. Unspecialized. Hey, Yu Wenju looked out the window as if in deep thought. Glory 10th server. Changing Spring immediately returned to log into the game. Chilling Nightfall, Flying Brushstroke, and the others hadn't returned to the Heavenly Domain yet. They were still using the accounts they had borrowed and were waiting for Changing Spring to return with the news. Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts gathered together once again, along with Blue River's right-hand man, Bound Boat. What did they say? After seeing Changing Spring, they immediately asked him. Changing Spring let out a sigh. He had been shocked already. It was their turn now. Captain Yu figured out who Lord Grimm is. Changing Spring said. Who is he? Everyone asked. Yi Qiu. Changing Spring pretended to be calm when he said this. What? Everyone acted as if they hadn't heard clearly. Yi Qiu. Battle God One Autumn Leaf, that Yi Qiu. Changing Spring said. No way. Flying Brushstroke yelled out in astonishment. Who was Lord Grimm? This was a question they had discussed numerous times ever since they had learned about him. But even their most outrageous speculations couldn't compare to the truth. Lord Grimm was actually God Yi Qiu. Blue River didn't know why, but he felt somewhat excited. Even though Huang Xiaoqian was his favorite pro player, the mysterious God Yi Qiu was someone who was worthy of worshipping as well. Seeing Lord Grimm on his friends list, Blue River couldn't help but feel like saying a few words to him. At this moment, he had already forgotten that he was the main reason that caused them so much trouble in the 10th server. So he was actually God Yi Qiu all along. I never would have thought of that. What should we do then? Luckily, Bound Boat was there. This issue pulled Blue River back in. God Yi Qiu would be a difficult opponent. Blue River was finally aware of the cruel reality. However, if it was because they were against God Yi Qiu, then retreating wouldn't be shameful, right? Blue River suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. At this moment, Changing Spring began to talk. Even though we know that our opponent is God Yi Qiu, there's no change in plans. We just have to understand how grim our circumstances are. Against God Yi Qiu, there's nothing we can do about setting the records. On how we're going to fight against him. This isn't a matter for our Blue Brook Guild. The ambitious and able guilds in the 10th server will need to rally together. Even if it's for giving materials, we should still rally. Changing Spring's final words made even himself not know whether to laugh or cry. I think if everyone knows that he's God Yi Qiu, then there wouldn't be any more pointless fights. Blue River said. The problem is, we all believe this, but if you say this to the other guilds, will they believe us? Changing Spring asked. Everyone was silent. They understood how suspicious and cautious other guilds were towards each other. Since it turned out to be like this, why don't we think about this some more? If we know Lord Grimm's identity, is there any way we can use this to our advantage? Changing Spring said. The rest will depend on what Blue Bridge decides to do. Changing Spring suddenly changed the topic. Me. Right. After all, these are all 10th server matters. Changing Spring said. Right. Blue Bridge, you can do it. Flying Brushstroke said. To have God Yi Qiu as an opponent, it was nice knowing you. Chilling Nightfall said. We've got nothing else to do, so we'll be going back first. Dawn of Ice said. Yeah, you guys can go back. Changing Spring answered. Moonlight Forest hasn't been run yet, right? Not yet. Okay, we'll run it tonight. Should we go now? Let's go. Blue Bridge, good luck. Remember to pay attention to Lord Grimm's weapon. Changing Spring urged. F***CK. You guys? Blue River hadn't finished when the four went offline one after another. These guys are too irresponsible. Blue Bridge was speechless. As soon as these guys saw that the 10th server's difficult problem was because of Godyichio, they all acted as if there was nothing wrong and all ran off. Bound Boat could only force a smile. What do you think we should do? Blue River asked. Actually, the guild leaders already told us what we can do. Bound Boat said. Oh. Knowing Lord Grimm's identity is the one thing we can use. Bound Boat said. Why do I think that all that gives us is more pressure? Blue River said. Pressure can be used. Other guilds might not have this type of pressure, so they'll still face him directly. As for us, we'll have to be more careful. We won't try this sort of thing anymore. We'll see if we can take advantage of what others do. Bound Boat said. Whoa, if you say it like this. Then you're saying, we should run away from battles against Godyichio and sit back and watch Godyichio clean up these other arrogant guys. Blue River said. I think that's what the guild leader was saying. Bound Boat said. That's the only thing that can be done. Blue River thought. Was that an advantage? It sounds like we are killing the other guilds with a borrowed knife. But in reality, the knife did whatever it wanted to and we can only follow it with our tail tucked between our legs and pick up the leftovers. Next up is Line Canyon. What do you think Tyrannical Ambition will do? Bound Boat said, but he didn't hear Blue River respond. Are you there? Bound Boat asked. I say. Blue River was still here. What? If I go ask Lord Grimm for a signature, would that be bad? F***CK? What a loser. Even though he's Godyichio, he's also a difficult opponent for us. Bound Boat said. Yeah, that's what I think too. It's too shameful. Blue River said. Bound Boat was speechless. Chapter 185. It's unfortunate that his hands are handicapped. Lord Grimm was Yichio. The tremors brought by this were minimal. Blue River and Bound Boat were the only two who knew of this in the 10th server's Blue Brook Guild. After discussing it, the two decided to keep this a secret. The guilds who didn't know this would continue fighting against Lord Grimm. Standing on the sidelines and watching them strike at a stone with eggs, what was wrong with that? Blue River stopped playing and instead went to the forums to enjoy the videos of Poplar Beach getting destroyed. Poplar Beach's name was very distinct. Even though Poplar Beach always made Blue River resentful, Poplar Beach was, after all, a relatively famous player in the game and was one of their Blue Brook Guild's experts. Being crushed like this didn't only embarrass himself, but the Blue Brook Guild as well. The players from the enemy guilds would surely use this to laugh at Blue Brook Guild. The reason Blue River was on the forums was because this video had been posted on one of the categories in the forum, Heavenly Domain. There was a Heavenly Domain in the game. There was a Heavenly Domain in the forums. These two Heavenly Domains were both places bustling with noise. These Heavenly Domain people clearly didn't harbor any good intentions. In the comments, they praised the exceptional skill of chasing haze on the surface, but their main way of doing so was by using Poplar Beach as the center. Does everyone know who Poplar Beach is? He's an expert who's not any weaker than Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts. But to have been beaten like this by chasing haze, how skilled do you think this chasing haze is? This was more or less the method they used. Blue River looked at the later comments. These people's plots had succeeded. There were many who were looking down and laughing at Poplar Beach. Speaking of this, it was mostly because Poplar Beach's reputation wasn't good. He had made a name for himself in the Heavenly Domain through his arrogance. His fall caused many players to attack him like a dead dog. Many of these attacks brought Blue Brook Guild along with him, which made Blue River extremely unhappy. This video had already exploded into popularity. Those, in the Heavenly Domain and the other servers, who didn't understand the dispute in the 10th server had already found chasing haze in-game. That day at dinner, Chenghua scolded Yishio for quite a lengthy amount of time. She practically couldn't play the game anymore. Her in-game friends were all asking her how she suddenly become so good. She was only able to explain it to them one by one, which was already annoying enough. But her friends continued to bother her by asking which expert had borrowed the account. Besides this, there were also numerous strangers who asked her to mentor them. There were random guilds pestering her to join their guilds too. Even weirder was that in the afternoon, there were two people who claimed they were pro-player scouts. They asked her as if she were under an interrogation how old she was, how long she had played Glory, where she was from, and whether she had any interest in becoming a pro player. This made Chenghua so angry that she returned with an "I'm not the account owner" and then logged out of the game. Thinking about how she had actually said "I'm not the account owner," Chenghua felt sad. "It's all because of you," Chenghua shouted. The rice in her mouth almost sprayed onto Yishio's face. My bad, my bad. Boss, you should drink some soup. Don't choke." Yishio immediately handed a bowl of soup over to Chenghua. Chenghua took it and drank 2 sips. Her anger receded a bit. "Actually, you can't completely blame this on me." Yishio took the opportunity to explain. The opponent was too weak. Get the F*ck out of here." Chenghua's soup splashed. Amongst everyone's cries of fear, Yishio swiftly slipped out of the internet cafe. "And you're laughing, little Tang," Chenghua said angrily. Tang Ru ate her dinner behind the reception desk. As of right now she was carrying her lunch box. Even though her back was facing Chenghua, her shoulders were moving up and down. She was clearly laughing uncontrollably. "I'm not laughing." Tang Ru quickly stuffed rice into her mouth to try and stifle her laughter. Yishio had run out, but hadn't come back. At 9 o'clock, Chenghua ran out of the internet cafe to look around, but didn't see him coming back, so she returned and muttered to Tang Ru, "Where'd he run off to? Could he have crashed into a tree? If that happened, then I'm sure you'd be happy." Tang Ru said. "Yeah. I'd be really happy," Chenghua said as she continued to glance outside repeatedly. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Tang Ru wasn't busy at the front desk, she stretched her neck to look inside and saw Tang Ru studying a guide again. Chenghua was helpless. "Should I go find a random open computer and play? I tried it before, but it was still so noisy. Maybe I should go look at a guide or watch a video." Chenghua opened up a web page and saw that the lead story was a video and analysis of Poplar Beach getting crushed by chasing haze. Chenghua couldn't resist clicking on it and playing it over and over again. The time was nearing 11, but there was still no sign of Yishio. Where'd this guy go? He doesn't have a phone either. Chenghua went in and out of the cafe. "Relax. He's an adult," Tang Ru said. "A shut-in. He probably ran far away and got lost," Chenghua said. "Even if he's lost, there's still the police. Don't worry about him," Tang Ru said. "Who's worrying about him? It's almost 11 o'clock already. If he doesn't come back soon, then what about the night shift?" Chenghua said. "Aren't I still here?" Tang Ru said, "You should go to sleep." "Okay." Chenghua looked outside once again, but finally went up the stairs. "If he comes back, should I send you a text?" Tang Ru asked. "Okay," Chenghua answered and went up. Not long after Chenghua left, the employees who got off at 11 all left. At this moment, Yishio appeared at the entrance of the internet cafe like a ghost. After looking inside, he creeped up to the reception desk. Once he saw that only Tang Ru was there, he relaxed. "Where's the boss?" Yishio stood straight and lit up a cigarette. She went to sleep. When Tang Ru saw Yishio, after answering him, she took out her cell phone. "Where'd you run off to?" Tang Ru asked Yishio as she sent a text to Chenghua. "I just took a stroll around the area." "Out of 100, how many points is boss's anger worth now?" Yishio asked. "Hard to say. When you weren't here, she was at a 0. But now that you're here, she's probably at a 100 again. Tang Ru said. It really wasn't my fault. Yixiao said. But you're such a taunter. Tang Ru said. This sister had already begun using a few gaming terms in real life. After typing out the text, she pressed send. Her phone quickly rang. Tang Ru opened it and chuckled. Boss said that you were late, so there won't be any pay for today. Tang Ru showed Yixiao the text. Fine. It doesn't matter if I don't get pay as long as I have food and shelter. Yixiao said. Should I reply with what you said? Tang Ru asked. Don't you dare. Yixiao was speechless. Ha ha, you should come in. I'm going over there. Tang Ru got up and gave her seat at the front desk to Yixiao. She went to her usual all-nighter seat. The two logged into the game. Just as Yixiao logged into Lord Grimm, he received a message, "You've been exposed." Yixiao was puzzled. He replied, "Who are you?" F***CKF**CKF**CKF**CK. It's me, Xiaoqian. Huang Xiaoqian was sad. Oh, it's you. Yixiao thought of Flowing Tree, that low-leveled account that Huang Xiaoqian had used. What's been exposed? Yixiao asked. Your records were too astonishing. Blue Brook Guild even came by today to look for the team for help. I'm sure you know how amazing our team captain is. In just a few moments, he deduced that you were Lord Grimm. Huang Xiaoqian replied. Oh? How'd he deduce it? Yixiao asked. The process would clearly take a long time, but who was Huang Xiaoqian? He could be afraid of anything else, but he wasn't afraid of talking too much. His hands moved swiftly as he quickly narrated the entire process to Yixiao. Oh, so it was like that. But if I've been exposed, there's nowhere for you to hide either. Yixiao said. Yeah, he also deduced that I was Flowing Tree. Huang Xiaoqian said. TSK, Wenju really is quite amazing. It's just too bad that his hand is handicapped. Yixiao said. He's standing right behind me. Huang Xiaoqian replied. Then his hand isn't handicapped. Yixiao said. Captain. Huang Xiaoqian turned his head to look at Yu Wenju with an innocent expression. Yu Wenju only laughed, it's the truth. My hands really are handicapped. Your trash talk has no effect on our team captain. Huang Xiaoqian replied. Yeah, that's why I said he's amazing. If his hands weren't handicapped, then he really would be an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Yixiao said. Huang Xiaoqian was helpless and turned his head to Yu Wenju. The handicapped person would like to compare notes with him. Ask him if he wants to come. Yu Wenju laughed. Huang Xiaoqian conveyed the message. Yixiao quickly replied, Come. Which account? I'll just use this one. After a short moment, the reply came. Oh, you've already switched? Yixiao asked. Yeah. Free field, whoever gets there first makes the room. Yixiao said. Room for 5178, password 159. Yu Wenju replied. How long have you been waiting? Yixiao replied. His Lord Grimm hastily rushed towards the arena. Enter, ready, begin. The map was the most common small ring. Flowing Tree stood at one corner. Hi. After Lord Grimm entered, Yixiao greeted. Hi. I heard you're a manager at an internet cafe now. Yu Wenju replied. The character Flowing Tree drew his sword and rushed forward. Yeah. For people like us, besides playing games, what else can we do? Yixiao laughed. Lord Grimm also swung his 1000-chance umbrella. The umbrella transformed into the battle lance form. After dodging the attack, he stabbed forward with his lance. A battle lance with an attack speed of 5, how difficult to deal with. Even your evil annihilation didn't have that high of an attack speed, right? Yu Wenju said. It's just plain stats. Yixiu's hands hadn't stopped. He followed up with a few skills as well as a few normal attacks. Yu Wenchu's flowing tree dodged left and right. There wasn't any chance for him to counterattack. Are you preparing to return with an unspecialized? Yu Wenju was still talking. I hope this time the company won't mess things up. Yixiu said. Ha ha, good luck. I need luck to beat you. Yixiu laughed. Sometimes, I really admire you guys with your crazy hand speeds. Yu Wenju regretted. Because his flowing tree wasn't able to keep up, he was finally hit under Lord Grimm's relentless attacks. If you also had this type of hand speed, how could there be any contest? Yixiu wasn't polite though and continued to attack. Chapter 186. An unspecialized character's false combos. When comboing, the numerous skills an unspecialized possessed was a huge advantage. No other class had so many short cooldown skills. Of course, this also meant that using them was more complicated. In order to do the same amount of damage as a single high-leveled skill did, unspecialized characters would need to chain several skills. Moreover, there couldn't be any mistakes. Unspecialized characters were actually quite a difficult class. However, to Yixiu, who had played Glory for 10 years, his mechanics were as precise as a machine. His opponent Yu Wenju was also an absolute expert in the professional scene though. To be comboed until death, that was something that would only happen to someone like Tang Ru and Poplar Beach. Even under the relentless attacks, Yu Wenju was able to find an opportunity. With a swing, a cold light flashed and flowing tree Yu's sword draw. The sword aura flew in an arc towards Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm's 1000-chance umbrella shook and a dragon tooth thrust forward at flowing tree. 2 blood blossoms flew out into the air at the same time. Flowing tree had been hit by dragon tooth. Lord Grimm had been cut by sword draw. Characters that were hit by dragon tooth would be briefly stunned. Characters that were cut by sword draw would fly backwards. However, while flying back, Lord Grimm's 1000-chance umbrella transformed into a gun form. A burst of flame shot out from the tip of his umbrella and anti-tank missiles shot out. The 3 anti-tank missiles exploded into a blazing flame, burning flowing tree from top to bottom. Lord Grimm used quick recover as he landed on the ground. He flipped over and stood up. His hands continued to fire, attacking from afar. Even though flowing tree's sword draw had done damage to Lord Grimm, it hadn't interrupted Yixiu's offense. The situation didn't change much. Yu Wenju had been able to find an opportunity several times, but he had no way of taking back the initiative. Yixiu had been able to adjust to Yu Wenchu's counterattacks every time, quickly changing his path and staying on the offensive. The constantly changing combos didn't seem to go on for very long, but the control and pressure put on by them couldn't be ignored. Moreover, many attacks were hit in quick succession. However, these attacks weren't considered as combos by the system, so they didn't count towards the total. These attacks may not have been counted towards the combo by the system, but in actual battle, they could be used to chain attacks, which was why players called them false combos. It was possible to avoid false combos, but players couldn't play perfectly, so they would sometimes fail to dodge these attacks for various reasons. TLC, combos are strings of attacks that cannot be dodged or blocked if the first hit connects. False combos are similar to combos, except they can be dodged or blocked, so they are technically not true combos and thus aren't counted by the system. In this match, even though Yu Wenju wasn't completely powerless like Tang Ru or Poplar Beach were, he was still struggling. But even in this situation, the two were still doing 2 things at once, fighting while chatting. If a normal player was watching on the side, he definitely wouldn't believe that it was possible to chat with such liveliness in such a high-skill fight. In the end, the launched flowing tree was hit by a falling flower palm and then a sword draw. The last sliver of health fell and Yu Wenju lost in the end. You won. Yu Wenju said. Very normal. Yixiu laughed. The advantages of an unspecialized really are clear. Plus, you have that mysterious weapon. However, the higher the levels, the weaker they become. Yu Wenju said. Yeah. What do you think the limit is? Yishio asked. To be honest, I don't think there's any point discussing unspecialized characters. There are too many difficult requirements that have to be met in order to play them well. First of all, without that weapon in your hand, there's no way you'd be so oppressive. Next, only you can fully utilize the advantages of an unspecialized. For this specific class, there's only meaning if these conditions can be satisfied. Yu Wenju said. Right now, they're all satisfied. Yishio said. With all of the conditions you've met, I think that at level 70, the advantages of an unspecialized will still be greater than the lack of high damage and high-level skills. Remember, this is only if you have a weapon like yours. But let's say that Glory raises the level cap from level 70. Level 95. The limit is level 95. At that level, even if it's you, unspecialized won't have any value. Yu Wenju said. Whoa, you thought the same as me. How unfortunate. Yishio sighed. If this was a bit earlier and you caught up with the level 50 era, then your unspecialized would be extremely strong. It would have been considered a BUG. Yu Wenju said. Right now, it's not too late yet. Yishio said. However, after this season, Glory won't have raised the level cap in 3 years. Yu Wenju said. Yeah. It might be soon. Yishio said. Level 75? Level 80. Unspecialized will grow weaker as the other classes gain more skills. Yu Wenju said. But it'll at least be in the acceptable range. Do you think I'll still be able to play until the day the level cap reaches level 95? Yishio said. If you only play like this in the 10th server, what isn't possible? Yu Wenju laughed. Ha, you're right. Yishio also laughed. Another round. Yu Wenju asked. No need. I won't let you see my strength clearly. Yishio said. Did you not use your full strength? Yu Wenju asked. Of course, I'm old. I need to take care of myself. Yishio said. Then I guess that's it. Yu Wenju chuckled and then left the field. After the two characters bumped into each other again outside of the arena, Yishio said bye and then left. What do you think? Yu Wenju turned his head to ask Huang Xiaoqian. He did a total of 21 false combos. Huang Xiaoqian said. He really knows what my weaknesses are. Yu Wenju said. Hand speed. This was Yu Wenju's fatal weakness. As a result, in this type of fight, his hand speed was incapable of keeping up with his opponent's movements. His character would move too slowly, making it so that attacks that could have been avoided weren't, which in the end, became false combos. Yeah. Huang Xiaoqian nodded his head and then said, he knows all the weakness of all his opponents in the alliance. If I was his opponent, then he wouldn't have used so many false combos. If he wasn't an unspecialized, he also wouldn't be able to put out so many false combos. Yu Wenju said, if you had been playing under the same circumstances, then how many of those 21 false combos would you have been able to dodge? Huang Xiaoqian stared blankly. You should look at the recordings again. Yu Wenju got up and patted Huang Xiaoqian. The unspecialized character's unpredictable and complex style creates these constant false combos. After Yu Wenju left, Huang Xiaoqian returned to in front of his computer. He logged out of the game and opened up the recording app, bringing up the recording of the fight with Yu Wenju versus Yishio. 21 false combos, how many could he have dodged? When he was watching the fight, Huang Xiaoqian really hadn't considered this issue. The two had been fighting very quickly, so Huang Xiaoqian didn't have time to think of that. Now that he had looked at the recording, Huang Xiaoqian played it again, except this time, he imagined that he was the one playing against Yishio. If it was him, it would have turned differently here. First, he noticed the difference in hand speed. There were a few places that he could have done better. Even though he probably wouldn't have been able to win against the enormous advantage of an unspecialized, he could have at least played more beautifully than Yu Wenju. But these 21 false combos. After counting them out one by one, Huang Xiaoqian began to sweat. 21 false combos. If he were the one playing, it might not have played out like that. However, when he imagined himself playing, Huang Xiaoqian discovered that of these 21 false combos, he would have only been able to dodge 4 of them. 4. This was something Huang Xiaoqian hadn't expected. The difference between his hand speed and Yu Wenchu's was quite large. Huang Xiaoqian had originally thought that these false combos sent to Yu Wenju were done to bully him, but he now discovered that these 21 false combos wasn't as simple as taking advantage of Yu Wenchu's weakness. Huang Xiaoqian recovered and played the recording again. F***CK. After watching it again, Huang Xiaoqian couldn't help but curse. 3 times. The number of false combos he could have dodged was actually 3. He had made an oversight on one of them. That false combo looked easy to dodge from a spectator's perspective, but in the actual battle, Lord Grimm had attacked from Flowing Tree's dead angle. That attack was a sneak attack with a 100% chance of succeeding. Even if it hadn't hit, the many attacks after it would definitely have hit out a false combo. For someone so perceptive as him to have made an oversight, that only showed how sneaky and hidden that attack was. It was just that against someone with such a weakness in hand speed like Yu Wenju, there was no need to use such a complicated attack. How many of these tricks was this guy hiding? Huang Xiaoqian though. A cold chill went down his spine. He once again studied Lord Grimm's fighting style. He wanted to carefully analyze how many hidden attacks were made. Soon after, he discovered another terrifying reality. Even for a god-level character like him, he truly lacked too much experience towards these false combos done by Lord Grimm. Falling flower palm followed by a sword draw. In a one-on-one match, he had never seen such a combo before. Lord Grimm's numerous combos and false combos, these sort of chaining attacks, could be considered as coordination. The coordination done by several classes was being done by a single character. The more Huang Xiaoqian thought, the stronger this feeling. Flowing Tree's opponent wasn't a single person, but rather 2, 3. Or perhaps even more, but it couldn't be seen in this match because the opponent hadn't used his full strength. If he had gone all out, what would the result be? Huang Xiaoqian was very curious about this question, so he quickly logged into the game. Chapter 187. Can't find a chance. In the heavenly domain, a very common friend notification rang. However, after looking at the name, many players immediately grew excited. Troubling Rain. The character who had come online was impressively Troubling Rain, a godlike character known as the Sword Saint. No matter how amazing an account was, it came from the game. This was why accounts in the game as well as accounts in the Alliance could be searched. For characters that were liked, who knew how many players asked to be their friend. Some characters directly refused them, while some required them to identify themselves, and a select few directly added them. Unless the character was the type to directly refuse them, it wasn't impossible to add a pro-god as a friend. In the game, the number of players who were Troubling Rain's friends weren't few. So when his name popped up, many players immediately took note of it. Quite a few bravely sent their greetings to the god. Oops, I forgot to hide myself. The continuous message prompts made Huang Xiaoqian's eyes go blurry, so he hastily logged out. Because of his special status, his short-lived appearance instantly brought a lot of attention. Troubling Rain had gone online. This news was already being discussed in the World Channel. A pro player's character was being played in-game? This type of occurrence wasn't anything new. In the Heavenly Domains arena, pro players would frequently play a few rounds. Many normal players had the experience of playing against a pro-level player. However, god-level characters like Troubling Rain truly hadn't appeared in the arena for a long time. Pro players didn't use the in-game arena for practice. The game company specially provided them with an environment with which to play in. Apart from this, they also had map editors, setting editors. They could design their own maps with which to practice certain things. The game? These types of top-tier accounts rarely appeared in the game. While the players were talking about Troubling Rain in the World Channel, Huang Xiaoqian quietly logged into the game, making himself invisible to his friends. Even though many still sent messages, Huang Xiaoqian calmly acted like he wasn't there. But the name on top of his head couldn't be hidden, and the name Troubling Rain still was capable of causing a lot of wide eyes. So he went to a small town in a normal server after leaving the heavenly domain to be away from the prying eyes. His journey through could have been considered as smooth. Huang Xiaoqian entered the small town and went directly to the arena. He set up a room in the fixed field. But he began to sweat after opening his friends list. Troubling Rain and Lord Grim weren't in the same server. Lord Grim wasn't in the heavenly domain either, so he couldn't add him as a friend. Helpless, he could only Alt-Tab out of the game and open up QQ. He didn't care whether Yixiao really wasn't on there or if he was faking it, and sent him a few messages. However, there was no response. Just as Huang Xiaoqian was feeling helpless, he suddenly discovered that Su Muqing was on, so he immediately sent her a message. Through this, he was finally able to connect to Yixiao. Huang Xiaoqian waited bitterly for a long time. Su Muqing finally returned with a reply: he won't be playing. He doesn't have time. He's about to go dungeon. Dungeon? Which dungeon? Huang Xiaoqian asked. He'll probably go to Line Canyon first. Su Muqing said. F***CK. Huang Xiaoqian felt depressed. What status did he have? How could he be less important than a stupid dungeon like Line Canyon? Fine. Huang Xiaoqian had no choice but to admit defeat. To be able to fight with an expert like him, such an opportunity would be extremely hard to come by for a normal player, but to Yixiao, this wasn't anything special. Ask him to come fight with me. I'm using my main account. My main account. I've opened a fixed field, so I won't be bullying him. Let me see how strong this Unspecialized is. Huang Xiaoqian chattered. But Su Muqing automatically replied, in the middle of a dungeon. Hey. In the middle of a dungeon. Su Muqing, you have no future. You talk in the same way as him. You only need to pass on what I'm saying to him. Did you pass what I said to him? Huang Xiaoqian quickly typed out. In the middle of a dungeon. Hey. I do what I want to do, it's none of your business. Su Muqing had clearly been looking at the chat and suddenly replied to Huang Xiaoqian's taunts. No future? Same? Huang Xiaoqian's words didn't make her mad, but they rather suited her quite well. Huang Xiaoqian continued to roar, completely displaying his talkative personality. Unfortunately, they couldn't move Su Muqing, and all he received were, in the middle of a dungeon, automatic replies. Helpless, Huang Xiaoqian got off his Troubling Rain and went on to Flowing Tree. This account had Lord Grim as his friend, so as soon as he got on he spammed hey. What? Yixiao calmly replied. PK. 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 Huang Xiaoqian shouted. I'm in a dungeon. Yixiao said. What dungeon? If you still have any pro sense in you, how could running a dungeon be something you should be doing? Hurry up and come to the arena. You need a high-skilled opponent to help you maintain your condition. Huang Xiaoqian said. In the middle of a dungeon. You two are so shameful. Huang Xiaoqian almost flipped the table. He wasn't easily irritated on stage. But in private, he was more carefree, so there was no need to control his emotions. I'm in a dungeon right now. Wait until I'm free. Yixiao said. Huang Xiaoqian was helpless. He could only go offline and watch the recording again. In-game, Yixiao and the others really were dungeoning. Line Canyon was a dungeon record they could already try and challenge. This dungeon was a level 30 to 33 one. There wasn't any large 5-level equipment or skill difference, so the levels weren't as significant. It was similar to that time's level 25 versus level 27 run at Boneyard. Yixiao's 5-man team had good equipment, and after the addition of Qiao Yifan, they no longer had any weaknesses. They completely had the ability to contest with the elite teams of the big guilds. And this time, after Blue Brook Guild's Blue River found out who Lord Grim was, he had already prepared a deal. Now, they were figuring out how to conduct the negotiation. In this dungeon record, the guild who was in the most troublesome position was Tyrannical Ambition. Blue Brook Guild was their warning. Blue Brook Guild had tried to compete against Lord Grim for the record, but were stepped on in the end. There didn't seem to be any hopes in turning that over. Blue Brook Guild's carefully established power had fallen, and for now, they had no way of climbing back up. And for Tyrannical Ambition? The effects from the previous blow to them still remained. The number of players who were applying to their guild was declining, but they still had a chance. Line Canyon was the place where they could prove themselves. But, Lord Grim. How were they going to deal with this huge mountain? After witnessing Blue Brook Guild's miserable state, Tyrannical Ambition's guild leader Jiangyu decided to bravely go to the club for help as well. But when he got to the practice room, he happened to come at a time when the team captain Han Wenqing was reprimanding the team members. Besides his criticizing shouts in the practice room, there were no other sounds. No one dared to speak out. How could Jiangyu dare to go up? Jiangyu had waited for the session to end before cautiously moving forward. But once he saw Han Wenqing's strict glare, Jiangyu's mustered-up courage suddenly disappeared. He pretended like he was just passing by and slipped away. No good. Even if he went to the club to ask the experts for help, he couldn't go directly to the captain, Han Wenqing. It'd be better to go look for the vice-captain Zhong Xinjie. After pacing back and forth outside of the practice room, he finally decided on this. Zhong Xinjie was also a famous player in the Alliance. As Tyranny's vice-captain, he wasn't a person who just offered sympathy after Han Wenqing's reprimanding. Zhong Xinjie was solemn, strict, and precise. He was the current record holder in the Alliance for the least number of mistakes on average in a match. Zhong Xinjie was publicly recognized as more outstanding than any other god-level character in this area, showing just how serious his style was. For a serious person like him, Jiangyu believed that he would have an appropriate solution. At least, he wouldn't be like Han Wenqing and start shouting at him. Zhong Xinjie was serious, while Han Wenqing was stubborn. Jiangyu left first and prepared to look for a chance. In short, after looking at what happened to Blue Brook Guild, he knew only using their in-game experts wouldn't be good enough. Jiangyu completely recognized this. In-game, the first-string teams in the big guilds were already level 33. They were currently looking to set the final record for Line Canyon. Even though they knew about the large mountain that was Lord Grim, they also knew that they still had the chance to set a record before the limit was reached. Even if the record wouldn't last until the very end, they could still appear on TV and earn experience as well as purple equipment rewards. Today, Line Canyon's record had been made with a time of 30 hours 41 minutes and 12 seconds. Afterwards, it hadn't been broken. But right now, the 10th server were mostly paying attention to that match between Poplar Beach and Chasing Haze. Not many people noticed this dungeon besides the big guilds. Jiangyu put this record in his eyes. If he had experts from the heavenly domain come, then they'd definitely be able to break it. But what about Lord Grim's team? Where was their limit? What were they doing now? At midnight, when the dungeon entries refreshed, Jiangyu quietly pondered. Chapter 188. Difficult to say. Information from Line Canyon has arrived. Lord Grim and his team went to Line Canyon. That 1-incher who set the record with them at Desolate Land the other day is there as well. After Cold Knight received the info, he sent it over to guild leader Jiangyu. Jiangyu logged into the elementalist crowd lover he used last time and began directing work in the 10th server. In the afternoon, Jiangyu went to the club but didn't get anything done. When he returned, he said he saw Han Wenqing and was too afraid to talk. Cold Knight understood him well, extremely well. He had also had the opportunity to see Han Wenqing with his own eyes. He truly was a person who made your heart chill. If he had been taking a night stroll and ran into him, the other side wouldn't even have to say anything and he'd give him his wallet. The current record isn't the limit. If any big guild had their elite experts go all out, then they'd all be able to reach the limit. But looking at the previous records, Lord Grimm's team clearly has the ability to exceed this limit. Although they aren't yet level 33, with their skill, they should already be able to compete with us. Jiangyu analyzed. Yeah. Cold Knight agreed with this analysis. If they set an extremely fast record right now, then things would be difficult for us. We'd have no way of taking back the record and it would be too late to negotiate with them. From now on, I don't think any guild will ask them to substitute in. We won't, but that might not be true for other guilds. This is the most difficult part. Jiangyu laughed bitterly. Others? Cold Knight doubted. Our guild needs the dungeon records to show our strength, but some other guilds might not. And for Lord Grimm, there's no difference between earning items from them or us. But other than our big guilds, who else is able to pay his price? Cold Knight said. For Scarlet Moon parts. Do you still not understand? Jiangyu said. Jiangyu understood. Lord Grimm was willing to set the price at for Scarlet Moon parts. What did that mean? It meant that Lord Grimm's price depended on the buyer. Big guilds might not feel like it was fair, but they had no choice. The initiative was all on the other side's hands. Being bought with for Scarlet Moon parts by Full Moon Guild was a show of his attitude. Would you like me to contact him so we can discuss the records? Cold Knight said. Oh? What are you planning on saying? Jiangyu asked. We're still thinking about the conditions and we hope he'll stay put for now. Cold Knight said. You can try it. Let's see if we can let him drag things out. Jiangyu said. At this moment, Cold Knight suddenly cried out in astonishment. What is it? I received a message. Cold Knight said. What message? From Lord Grimm. No, from Excellent Dynasty. Cold Knight said. Excellent Dynasty? What did they say? Jiangyu was surprised. They want to talk with us face to face. Cold Knight said. Jiangyu furrowed his brows. Looking at the two guilds' backgrounds, Excellent Dynasty and Tyrannical Ambition were absolute enemies. This enmity was even greater than the enmity between Tiny Herb and Blue Rain. Tiny Herb's and Blue Rain's enmity started from Season 6 playoffs, when Team Blue Rain defeated Team Tiny Herb, while their Tyrannical Ambition and Excellent Dynasty's enmity originated long before that. The two teams were both old brands in glory. They had both fought against each other to be champions ever since the first season. Their rivalry began there. Excellent Era had won the championships 3 years in a row, but in the 4th season, they were finally dethroned by Tyranny. From then on, Excellent Era began going downhill year after year. Tyranny, on the other hand, continued to maintain their strength. However, they hadn't been able to win their second championship yet. For this reason, both sides taunted each other. From the club's fans to the media, from the matches on stage to those underneath, their relationship was much tenser than Tiny Herb's and Blue Rain's. Herb Garden's Planter Go Seed and Blue Brook Guild's Blue River could still add each other as friends and chat with one another, but such a relationship would be very difficult for Tyrannical Ambition and Excellent Dynasty. The reason Cold Knight was able to receive the message was because the other side had temporarily added him as a friend. Excellent Dynasty is looking for us. It's probably related to Lord Grimm. Jiangyu said. In fact, Excellent Dynasty was the first to begin fighting with Lord Grimm. Cold Knight said. Their Tyrannical Ambition hadn't been in conflict with Lord Grimm yet. As for Excellent Dynasty, they had engaged in a large battle against Lord Grimm for Frost Forest and Boneyard. From the records, each side had won one battle, but it seemed like Lord Grimm had lasted the longest. Everyone had originally been looking forward to seeing Excellent Dynasty act out again, but after being stepped on in Boneyard, there was no other movement from them. We can go and see them. When? Now. Jiangyu asked. He didn't say the time. Cold Knight said. Then schedule it now. Face to face. Writing method. Jiangyu said. Writing method meant that even though the two were face to face, they would still type out messages to communicate. Usually, when both sides conducted important meetings, they would use this type of method. The content they typed out would appear above their characters' heads. If the meeting was being recorded, then these could be used as proof. The other side wants to talk first. Cold Knight replied. No problem. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Yu answered. What about Lord Grim? Cold Knight asked. Try to contact him and ask. Jiang Yu thought for a while and then spoke. Okay. Cold Knight replied. He had his character move forward and sent a message. Brother. Yeah? Are you able to set a record for Lion Canyon tonight? Cold Knight asked. Hard to say. Yishio replied. This answer made Cold Knight surprised. Even if Yishio wasn't going to set the record, he had expected him to bluff and give them pressure. What type of answer was that? What difficulties do you have? Cold Knight asked. We met a hidden. Yishio said. Tears streamed down Cold Knight's cheeks. Hidden boss. When Yishio's group entered Lion Canyon, they received a system notification. Steam Bun Invasion cried out in joy. In their team, Yishio, Su Muqing, and Xiao Yifan were all pro players, so nothing in a little dungeon would surprise them. Tang Ru wasn't only a new player in Glory, but a new gamer too, so she still didn't know what was valuable in games. Only Steamed Bun Invasion was both a noob in Glory and an experienced gamer, so he was quite happy about anything valuable in Glory. If not, then why would he bravely gather a bunch of strangers at around level 20 to fight for the Blood Gunner? This was why at this moment, seeing this hidden boss, only Steamed Bun Invasion expressed his excitement. So we finally meet one. Yishio also followed. Their recent fights with the guilds over the records had gone smoothly, but they weren't so lucky in other areas. Especially for hidden bosses, they hadn't met one in a few days. Illusion Swordmaster Ahong. Tang Ru looked at the system announcement and read out the hidden boss's name. The most difficult boss in this dungeon. Yishio said. What features does he have? Tang Ru asked. Did you not look at the guide? Yishio asked. I haven't. Tang Ru said bluntly. When she watched the videos in the guides, she never looked at the dungeons. Her research was focused on PvP. She wasn't too interested in PvE. Author note, PvP is player versus player battles. PvE is fighting with monsters, dungeoning, completing missions, etc. The Illusion Sword Master class is a combination of the Berserker and the Blade Master class, so every skill he possesses comes from those two classes. I don't think there's anything more that needs to be said. Pay close attention to his left-handed blade. Yishio said. Left-handed blade. Yeah, this boss is right-hand, but he also has a short blade at his waist side. While attacking, he might suddenly use his left hand to draw the short blade to perform a sneak attack. This type of attack is called a left-handed blade. There are many different ways he can attack with this. Any of his skills can be used through his left-handed blade, so everyone pay attention. Yishio said. When Yishio said everyone, he was actually only talking about Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. Su Muqing and Xiao Yifan didn't need any warning. Lion Canyon's dungeon terrain was that of a canyon. There were two large cliffs on either side, so players could only move forward. The monsters were similar to those in the leveling area. However, they were elite types, so they did more damage and had more health. This illusionary swordsman Ahong's background was described as someone who was hiding out in Lion Canyon to escape pursuit. As a result, he treated anyone who intruded into the canyon as enemies. This was what the game described him as. Of course, even if he didn't actively come and kill players, the players wouldn't let him go. In general, female players liked the story plot, but Su Muqing was an old player at Glory, and she had finished the plot enough times to make her want to puke seeing it. Tang Ru wasn't very interested in the game itself. How could she care about any stories about some NPC? She would compare herself to Yishio every day to see whether she had improved, how much she had improved, and how much longer until she could crush the guy. They slaughtered their way through the dungeon with Yishio reminding them the tactics from time to time. The illusion Swordmaster Ahong didn't have a fixed spawn point and could appear at any moment. Sure enough, after clearing a mob of monsters at an intersection, a red-clothed swordsman hurried forward from the intersection. After seeing the 5 players, he cried out his lines. That was quick. Chapter 189. Illusion Swordmaster Ahong. Illusion Swordmaster Ahong, red-clothed, red-haired, with a red sheath. There was even a red scar that ran across his face. His 2 red eyes stared at the 5 players. Pay attention to the Swordmaster's eyes. The redder his eyes, the stronger he'll be. Yishio told the new players. If you want my life, come at me. The Swordmaster was anxious, even more than Steamed Bun Invasion, who was holding a brick in his hands. The Swordmaster jumped into the air and his sword whirled a gust of air, starting off with a collapsing mountain. Pay attention! The shockwave from his collapsing mountain will be bigger than usual. Yishio hastily warned. This meant that you would have to jump high enough to dodge the shockwave. The shockwave from normal collapsing mountains could be dodged by jumping over it. But the Swordmaster's collapsing mountain was different because the height of the hitbox was different, which was why Yishio had warned them so that Tang-Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion wouldn't treat this collapsing mountain as normal. Unfortunately, his warning was a bit too late. Tang-Ru reacted too quickly. Before Yishio was able to finish his warning, she had already jumped up into the air to try and avoid it. And as she jumped, she also had her soft mist send a dragon tooth over at the swordsman. Tang-Ru was just that type of an aggressive girl. As for Steamed Bun Invasion, he hadn't jumped. When he saw the collapsing mountain arrive, he hastily ran to outside of the shockwave's range and then threw a brick flying over. Steamed Bun Invasion was just that type of a thuggish guy. When she heard Yishio's warning, Tang-Ru knew that she was in trouble. She hadn't jumped at full strength. A perfect jump was to not use a single ounce of strength more or less than what was needed. Her jump to avoid what she thought would be a normal collapsing mountain was in an attempt to do this, but unfortunately the Swordmaster's attack wasn't normal. The shock wave from the sword slash emitted a faint red glow as if the slash had created a blood mist. Soft Mist was unable to dodge the shock wave and was hit spiraling into the air. The boss seized this opportunity to follow up and combo. The Swordmaster immediately jumped and used the Blade Master skill Rising Dragon towards Soft Mist. Even though Tang-Ru had strong mechanics, she wasn't able to stabilize her camera. All she saw on her screen was the camera spinning round and round. Under this situation, she was unable to perform any precise movements. Tang-Ru randomly attacked not knowing if she was hitting the target or the air. Yishio's Lord Grim rushed forward. He stabbed forward with his lance and threw out a circle swing in order to pull down the Illusion Swordmaster. However, he was met with the unique skill the Illusion Swordmaster possessed, left-handed blade. A cold light flashed. It wasn't anything flashy. It was thin, quick, and instantly disappeared. But this blade clashed with Lord Grim's lance and the circle swing was smashed to the side. Bang bang bang. 3 gunshots. At the same time the left-handed blade blocked the circle swing, cleansing mist shot anti-tank missiles, hitting the boss. The 3 explosions blew the Illusion Swordmaster away. But a boss was still a boss, and so the anti-tank missiles that had a strong knockback effect normally was only capable of shaking the Illusion Swordmaster a little bit. Hence, the Rising Dragon wasn't interrupted and the sword light flashed up, cutting Soft Mist. The spiraling Soft Mist spun even faster. Her body smashed into the cliff. The blood from the cut sprayed down from the air. Soft Mist bounced off the cliff before dropping to the ground. It looked as if she had already been defeated. But the instant she hit the ground, she suddenly turned alive and used a quick recover to stand back up. In-game, as long as the player controlling the character didn't lose hope, there was no such thing as being seen as dispirited. The leap of the Illusion Swordmaster's Rising Dragon was much higher than when the skill was used by players. This was one of the more troublesome reasons about meeting a boss. Even though many of the boss's skills came from the in-game skill trees, the effects were different from the players and the majority of them had stronger effects than the player's skills. The high-up illusion Swordmaster suddenly pointed his sword while descending and used falling light blade directly towards the closest target, Lord Grim. Yishio swiped his keyboard and had Lord Grim step to the side. Not waiting for the falling light blade, he drew out a sword from the Thousand Chance umbrella. A silver light arced into a semicircle. At the same time, a similar arc of light flashed from the opposite side of Lord Grim. The two sword lights weaved together, merging into a brilliant moon. The one who acted was Qiao Yifan, who had moved at the same time as Yishio. They had used the same skill, the Ghost Blade's knock-up skill, Moonlight Slash. Good! Yishio shouted. The illusion Swordmaster's falling light blade was interrupted by these two attacks. The two sword lights slashed across his body in midair, keeping him from falling. Two sword arcs flashed again at the same time, following the same path as the previous moonlight slashes. This time, they slashed in the other direction, creating a perfect circle. Ghost Blade level 20 skill, full moonlight slash. This skill had a strong blow-away effect, but because Qiao Yifan and Yishio were on opposite sides, the two skills counterbalanced each other, keeping the illusion Swordmaster in place. The sword lights faded. The moment the illusion Swordmaster hit the ground, a laser flew forward, hitting him square in the stomach and caused him to stumble back a few steps. This was Cleansing Mist's laser rifle. Ice Boundary! Qiao Yifan had already begun casting the spell when Yishio yelled towards him. Frost formed on the tip of his sword. The Ice Soul created a boundary that spread out. Yishio utilized this opportunity to use Sword Soul and created a sword boundary. The wily steamed Bun Invasion cheered them on as he ran past them and tossed a handful of sand at the illusion Swordmaster. Blind! The illusion Swordmaster had clearly lost his sense of direction. He couldn't find his opponents and walked around in a circle twice. The ice boundary's effect had been set and ice had begun corroding his body. With a crackle, the freeze effect triggered and the illusion Swordmaster turned into a large block of ice. Tang Ru, who had just taken a beating, quickly rushed forward. The instant the Swordmaster was frozen, she chained Double Stab, Dragon Tooth, and Falling Flower Palm together, followed by 3 magic chasers that flew out. After the 3 skills hit, the freeze wore off. The illusion Swordmaster then used Gore Cross. The Scarlet Cross didn't look like 2 sword lights, rather, they looked like 2 blood arcs. The cross flew towards Soft Mist, who immediately leaped back to avoid it. But just as she was about to counterattack, she unexpectedly realized that a smaller Gore Cross was hidden behind the original one. In that instant, Tang Ru saw the left hand of the illusion Swordmaster move to his waist and realized that the illusion Swordmaster had used his left-handed blade to use a Gore Cross at the same time. A big one to hide the small one, extremely smart. The unfortunate Tang Ru was directly hit by the small Gore Cross. When she looked down at her body, fresh blood continued to flow from the cross wound formed by the attack. This Gore Cross had caused a bleed to take effect. Her bad luck continued again. The gloomy Tang Ru didn't dare to advance forward for a second time. She immediately used a health potion and retreated. The bleed effect from the illusion Swordmaster was very strong. Her health continued to drop even after using the health potion. Tang Ru began to panic. She didn't know how low her health would drop to or how to stop it. Rest for a bit, Yishio's Lord Grim said as he rushed forward from beside her to block the illusion Swordmaster. Tang Ru immediately relaxed. She believed in Yishio's judgment and knew that she at least wouldn't die. The low-health Tang Ru temporarily became a spectator, while Steamed Bun Invasion continued to act sly. He didn't dare get too close to the Swordmaster. Sand Toss and Brick became 2 long-ranged skills, which he used whenever there was a chance to. As a result, the only 2 who were left to face the illusion Swordmaster directly were Yishio and Qiao Yifan. Su Muqing's launcher naturally couldn't rush forward and fight in close range. Yishio saw everything. A pro player was still a pro player. Whether it was him, Su Muqing, or Qiao Yifan, none of them had any trouble dealing with the illusion Swordmaster. The reason Tang Ru was half dead was because of an old problem of hers: she lacked experience. As for Steamed Bun Invasion, he was currently wandering outside of the team. The usefulness of this type of performance was quite limited for a team. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion actually weren't very suited to be team players. Tang Ru was too stubborn and aggressive. Her performance practically revolved with her as the center. Her problem was actually similar to that faced by Sun Strong in his first match, when he had just joined Excellent Era, stubborn individual performance causing the team to come apart. However, in their current team, there was Yi Xiu, Su Muqing, and Qiao Yifan. Their strength was far greater than Tang Ru's, so they still had enough strength to suppress this problem. However, as Tang Ru became more and more skilled, this problem would be exposed sooner or later. As for Steamed Bun Invasion, this guy was too carefree. He had too much of an individual style. As an individual, he might become a player who was impossible to copy, but as a team player, this type of player wouldn't be able to completely merge because his style was simply too unique. There were predecessors of this type of player. Wang Jieshi. Team Tiny Herb's current captain, Wang Jieshi. His magician style was the strangest and most graceful style in the alliance. In the individual competition, Wang Jieshi had an extremely high win rate. But in the team competition, his individual performance was limited. Assimilating this style into the team was a problem Wang Jieshi hadn't been able to resolve. In the end, he made a sacrifice for the team and changed his style to fit in with the team. It was only because of these changes that Team Tiny Herb was able to become champions twice in the past 3 years. Chapter 190. The Boss's Shadow Steps. Steamed Bun Invasion's situation was somewhat similar to that of Wang Jieshi's. However, Wang Jieshi possessed the ability to adjust, while Steamed Bun Invasion probably didn't know how to do so. After all, even Yi Xiu wasn't sure how to help him develop. After Wang Jieshi changed, he was still at God level, but if others did the same thing he did, they might fall to a mediocre level. A transformation wasn't something that easy to do. Even though Steamed Bun Invasion was a noob at glory, he wasn't a blank slate in other areas of the game. In reality, he had some understanding of what he was doing. In this area, he wasn't like Tang Ru. Tang Ru truly was a complete blank slate. But it was a pity that this girl's personality was so stubborn. She had pretty much figured out her own style already and it wasn't possible to create a large transformation. Yi Xiu could help by instructing her about the game's mechanics, but he didn't have the ability to change her personality. Everyone was an adult so their ways of thinking had matured. Tang Ru's personality wasn't anything bad either. It just stopped her from becoming a good team player, that was all. Yi Xiu pondered over this as he watched the two play. But his playing wasn't slow even though he was multitasking. With 10 years of experience, he had experienced all kinds of battles. Many of the things he needed to do were done automatically without too much thought. Taking the boss down wasn't a problem. They were a team that could defeat a level 36 wild boss. If they couldn't beat a weaker level 33 hidden boss, Illusion Swordmaster Ahong, then they'd be a joke. The important point was that these types of dungeons could be used as practice for everyone. Yi Xiu directed the team as he fought casually. His focus was naturally on Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. Su Muqing rarely needed Yi Xiu to say anything. As for Qiao Yifan, Yi Xiu hadn't judged him wrong. He was the complete opposite of Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. His personality and awareness made him an outstanding team player. He was adept at observing, he paid attention to the performance of every team player and tried hard to coordinate with each of them. A part of why Tang Ru's and Steamed Bun Invasion's performances weren't too good was because they were too unfamiliar with the hidden boss. After familiarizing themselves with the Illusion Swordmaster's various skills, the two would gradually assimilate themselves into the team. Correct, they could still assimilate. But as their skills continue to grow, their styles would become more and more unique and their conflicts within the team would become greater and greater. This was what Yi Xiu was thinking about right now. But as of right now, they were still a good team. Under Yi Xiu's orders, the Illusion Swordmaster was gradually suppressed as he was hit blow after blow under the cliffs. Lord Grim and 1-inch Ash dual linking ghost boundaries never broke, so the team was always in a boundary. Waves of poison arose from Steamed Bun Invasion's attacks. 3 types of magic chasers flew out from soft mist. Explosions erupted from cleansing mist's cannon. They continued to bombard the illusion Swordmaster with their skills. Ahong's eyes grew more and more red, his head was covered in sweat, and his expression grew more and more serious. "Careful, almost red blood," Yishio suddenly said. "What happens when he goes into red blood?" Tang Ru immediately asked. In the beginning, she had suffered quite a bit because she didn't know what the boss's features were. Tang Ru had learned from her mistakes. "Shadow steps," Yishio said. "Oh? What's that?" Steamed Bun Invasion asked. He wasn't like Tang Ru in this area. Tang Ru had helped Chenghua PK a few times before, so she had seen quite a few high-leveled skills. Even though she might not know the name, Shadow Steps had been used in the fight between Poplar Beach and Yishio recently. Chenghua had even called out the name, so Tang Ru knew what this skill was. But Steamed Bun Invasion had only played on this account, so he didn't know of any skills above level 30. "It's an afterimage. There'll be 5 soon, 1 for each of us," Yishio said. If this were a normal team, then they wouldn't dare split the team to fight each afterimage one-on-one. But Yishio's team was strong, so they dared to fight them directly this way. "Careful!" Yishio, who had been paying attention to the boss's health the entire time, finally shouted. The illusion Swordmaster Ahong's eyes began to glow red. The white of his eyes could no longer be seen. "Back!" Following Yishio's command, the 5 characters quickly leaped back. The illusion Swordmaster roared towards the sky. The red light surrounding his body extravagantly burst outwards. The rocks and grass around him were blown apart and a burst of wind surged down. Fortunately, Yishio's warning had been quick and the 5 players retreated fast enough to dodge this attack. Next, the illusion Swordmaster twirled his sword in a dance-like motion. His figure blurred and split into 5 towards them. What was different from a Blade Master's Shadow Step was that the illusion Swordmaster's Shadow Steps didn't have any distinction between real and fake. The 5 were all illusion Swordmasters. This meant that the players had to fight against 5 bosses at the same time. If this continued up until the end, then the battle would be impossible to finish. Fortunately, Shadow Steps only lasted for a certain duration. For the illusion Swordmaster, it was 30 seconds. As long as the players could survive for 30 seconds, then the 5 afterimages would turn back into 1. However, after combining together again, the amount of damage the players had dealt in this battle wasn't additive, but rather an average. This meant that the actual damage the players dealt was 1/5 the total amount. This made the battle longer. The illusion Swordmaster's Shadow Steps wasn't a one-time use skill. It would continue using it whenever it could until its life was completely gone. Normal parties would run away during this time. Defense was their priority. They weren't looking for damage. The damage would only be 1/5 of the total anyways. Once the illusion Swordmaster merged back into 1, the team would then begin attacking again. But Yishio's team was more heroic. It didn't matter if the damage was split or not, they would still fight like normal. The 5 illusion Swordmaster afterimages were also very intelligent and each found a target to attack. The left rear illusion Swordmaster sent a sword draw at Steamed Bun Invasion, who rolled out of the way. Steamed Bun hadn't even gotten up yet, when he threw out a sand toss at him. Even though the illusion Swordmaster was a boss, it was still blinded for a short while. Steamed Bun Invasion took this opportunity and closed in to whack the back of his head with a brick. After triggering the dizzy effect, he applied poison onto his weapon. He then used inject poison and gave the illusion Swordmaster a good dose of poison. The right rear illusion Swordmaster hacked forward at Soft Mist with a collapsing mountain. Tang Ru met with this attack once again, but instead of retreating, she moved forward and once again jumped up to attack. Except this time, she calculated the height of the shock wave. She leaped over it and stabbed forward with a circle swing. Her arms whirled in a circle and smashed the illusion Swordmaster onto the ground. She had suffered once before and now she was going to return it all with even more ferocity. Tang Ru was just that type of girl who refused to accept defeat. The left front illusion Swordmaster used triple slash directly to close in on Cleansing Mist. Su Muqing immediately jumped up and blasted out an artillery shell, which exploded and sent herself flying backwards from the recoil. However, this shot wasn't able to interrupt the boss's triple slash. 3 sword lights, one after another, chased down Cleansing Mist, but each slash missed Cleansing Mist by just a hair's breadth. Su Muqing clearly had everything under control. Qiao Yifan, on the other hand, took the initiative to close in on the boss. After casting an ice boundary, he not only hit his own target, but he also turned the one heading towards Lord Grim into an ice block. Even in this type of battle, everyone for themselves, if Qiao Yifan found an opportunity to, he would still coordinate with others. Yixiao knew what to do. When Qiao Yifan casted ice boundary, he casted a sword boundary as well. The two began fighting inside these boundaries. His 1000 chance umbrella transformed into the gun form and sent out anti-tank missiles. The target was Qiao Yifan's opponent. The 3 missiles exploded and the illusion Swordmaster stumbled backwards a few steps. Qiao Yifan made his move right at this moment. He used Moonlight Slash into a full Moonlight Slash followed by a Ghost Slash. The 3 slashes sliced forward. At this moment, he wasn't feeling happy because he had hit the boss, but rather he felt happy because he had coordinated with Yixiao. Under his lead, the god had actively responded to his move, making Qiao Yifan feel he wasn't alone. Every team member depended on each other, and this was what it meant to be teammates. This was an extremely wonderful feeling. After helping Qiao Yifan block his illusion Swordmaster, Yixiao shook the 1000 chance umbrella into the battle lance form and used a sky strike at the illusion Swordmaster. The illusion Swordmaster's right-handed sword continued to attack, while using his left-handed blade to block Lord Grim's sky strike. How could Yixiao be tricked by this puny trick? His battle lance suddenly retracted. The illusion Swordmaster's left-handed blade blocked nothing. The 1000 chance umbrella had already turned into 2 sections that hung on Lord Grim's arms. He rolled to avoid the right-hand sword. His 2 arms held the illusion Swordmaster tightly and flung the illusion Swordmaster away. After using the grappler skill, he changed the 1000 chance umbrella back into a battle lance. Yixiao was just about to have his Lord Grim follow-up when he suddenly heard 2 ring-ring sounds from outside. Yixiao had lowered the in-game volume to very low because he frequently had to listen for these sounds. When he heard this, Yixiao couldn't help but curse F***CK. Having been on night duty for so many days, he had to bring customers drinks many times. Finally, someone had called for his service at a crucial time. Yixiao's left hand quickly left the keyboard and connected to the service line. He asked, "What would you like?" "What?" The first to respond were the 4 players on the team. Yixiao hadn't taken off his headphones. 2 colas. The customer's voice came out from the service line soon after. "Just a second," Yixiao said. Chapter 191. I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. Hurry up. Turning his head, Yixiao yelled towards his mic. Everyone was startled, even Su Muqing didn't understand what's just 1 second and then an I'm in a hurry right after meant. The cautious Qiao Yifan didn't dare ask and pondered over what type of strategy just 1 second and I'm in a hurry was. However, Tang Ru was able to realize what had happened after a short while. Steamed Bun Invasion, on the other hand, obviously didn't understand. But he would ask what he didn't know and immediately opened his mouth. "Senior, what do you mean? Hurry up and finish this. I have business to do," Yixiao said. He moved his hands quickly and the in-game Lord Grim began fighting more fiercely. Lunging left, rushing right. He even pulled the afterimage that was supposed to be 1-inch ash. Qiao Yifan was greatly startled and found that he wasn't able to keep up with Lord Grim's tempo. But this didn't make Qiao Yifan discouraged. He understood what was going on. God was going all out. There was still a gap between their skill levels, so he naturally couldn't keep up. Perhaps the only person who could keep up with this tempo would be a top-tier phantom demon in the alliance like Li Xian. "Yifan, set up the boundary," Yixiao shouted. Qiao Yifan heard this and immediately cast a sword boundary. Everyone, pull them over here to fight. Steamed bun, pull it over here. Yixiao yelled. Tang Ru seized the opportunity to use a falling flower palm and blasted the illusion Swordmaster over. Su Muqing's launcher didn't have any strong blow-away effect, so she used an aerial fire to come into the sword boundary, obtaining the attack buff. Only Steamed Bun Invasion was left. His brawler class didn't have any convenient blow-away skills, so he circled behind the illusion Swordmaster and used a knee attack. However, the boss was quick. How could it be so easy to hit him? As a result, Steamed Bun Invasion leaped left and right sneakily. Yixiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you just ran over here, wouldn't he follow you over? Right. Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly understood. It's a bit of a mess, no? After entering the sword boundary, Su Muqing said to Yixiao. The 5 were all in the sword boundary facing against 5 nimble bosses. Guaranteeing that none of them would leave the sword boundary was a type of training only pro teams could do. Their team was still far off from that. Shadow Steps has ended. Just as Yixiao's voice fell, the 5 afterimages of the illusion Swordmaster blurred again. Instead of 4 of them disappearing, 4 of the afterimages swiftly moved towards a single one. That one, kill him! Yixiao shouted. His Lord Grim rushed towards the merged illusion Swordmaster. The instant Shadow Steps ended, the illusion Swordmaster would show an extremely large opening. Besides taking a beating, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, this opening was only an instant, yet Yixiao's Lord Grim as well as Tang Ru, Su Muqing, and Qiao Yifan were able to seize the opportunity to burst him. Only Steamed Bun Invasion was still dashing towards the Sword Soul, but halfway there, he saw the illusion Swordmaster behind him zoom past him. Oh no! Steamed Bun Invasion cried. Unfortunately, there was still some distance between himself and the final target, so all he could contribute was a brick. Retreat! Yixiao yelled as Lord Grim moved back. After the illusion Swordmaster merged into one, the red aura around him exploded out. The people surrounding him leaped back to avoid it. But under this red blood status, the illusion Swordmaster was clearly faster than before. This time, Qiao Yifan was unexpectedly half a step slow and was hit by the red light and instantly shot out into somewhere farther away. Su Muqing's cleansing mist had already stored a laser rifle. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion didn't need Yixiao to say anything and rushed forward to attack. Yixiao's Lord Grim rushed up as well. Just as he was about to attack, that annoying sound once again ran up from outside of his headphones. This customer is really annoying. Yixiao sighed. In the end, he turned his head but discovered that the call had come from a different seat. They've teamed up. Yixiao thought as tears streamed down his cheeks. He controlled Lord Grim while using his left hand to quickly answer the phone. What would you like? Yixiao asked. What? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. He's not talking to you, Steamed Bun. Tang Ru explained for Yixiao. Then who is he talking to? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. With Internet Cafe customers. Tang Ru said. Internet Cafe. Steamed Bun Invasion was still puzzled. Yixiao was also extremely gloomy. This time, the customer didn't directly order and instead slowly asked what brand of cigarettes the Internet Cafe had. Yellow Mountain, White Sand, Red Pagoda Mountain, Hibiscus, Nanjing, Red River, 1 Pen, Yellow Crane Tower, 5 Leaves, which one? Yixiao was very familiar with cigarettes. He quickly listed them out. In the end, the customer heard it and fell silent for a long time. He then killed Yixiao instantly with one word, ah. What do you usually smoke? Yixiao asked helplessly. Yellow Mountain. We have it. Yixiao said. What type? Red. How much money? 22. So expensive. The other side replied. Yixiao's eyes began to tear up. In any case, there wasn't any bargaining, so he directly asked, do you want it? But the customer carefree brought the question back to his original point, what else do you have? We have everything. Which one do you want? Yishio asked. Yishio reckoned that normal people couldn't ask for anything too weird. How much for white sand? The customer asked. There's a 6 renminbi one, a 10 renminbi one, a 13 renminbi one. Yishio said. Which type is the 10 renminbi one? New quality. Yishio said. Oh. The other side seemed to be pondering over it. This time, Yishio didn't urge him and focused on the game. Careful. He's about to split. Pull him back to fight together. Yishio had been talking with the customer the entire time and the entire team was listening when he suddenly gave out this warning. The illusion Swordmaster blurred and 4 other illusion Swordmasters jumped out. But this time, they had planned on gathering together to fight, so the 5 characters didn't scatter and directly faced them. The sword boundary buffed the team's attributes and the ice boundary made the illusion Swordmasters to slow down. On the other side, the customer calmly said, if there's so many white sand types, then why's there only one type for Yellow Mountain? Yishio coughed blood, the new Anhui and Chinese wind are out. How much for the new quality? They're sold out. No problem, I'm just asking. The customer said. 16, Yishio replied helplessly. The customer was the king. That's more expensive than outside. The customer lamented. Yishio didn't reply and continued to play the game. Right now, it was a 5v5. Sword lights, lance blurs, gunshots, the battle was intense. Forget it. I don't need them. The greatest thing was that the customer had talked for so long, but didn't buy anything. Just as he hung up, another sound came. Yishio was about to go mad. The other side asked, Cola. Just a moment. I'll be there right away. Yishio yelled. Yishio wasn't an immortal. It was difficult for him to take care of so many things. This time, the customer had made him move a half a beat slower. The illusion Swordmaster's backslash unexpectedly hit him and his character was launched into the sky. Yishio immediately adjusted his camera, but the illusion Swordmaster had already taken out his sneaky left-handed blade to attack. A gore cross followed closely behind the backslash and sliced Lord Grimm. With an open wound, his life dropped rapidly. The illusion Swordmaster sheathed his sword and began the animation for sword draw. Yishio immediately moved. The illusion Swordmaster's sword draw slashed out a cold light, which split Lord Grimm into 2 halves. However, it had hit Lord Grimm's shadow clone. The real body had already flashed to behind the illusion Swordmaster. Just as he was about to attack, another cold light swooshed towards his body. Yishio wasn't able to block in time. The sword light sent him flying backwards. He turned his camera to look. The sword light had come from the illusion Swordmaster Tangru was fighting against. The sword draw from that one had flashed towards Yishio. So unlucky, Yishio cursed. His camera was limited in midair, so he hadn't seen it. The illusion Swordmaster continued to chase him. Just as it seemed like he would be hit again, Su Muqing's cleansing mist suddenly sent an artillery shell in front of Lord Grimm, blocking the attack. Oh. You've got skill. And you need to say that. Su Muqing said. Lord Grimm fell to the ground and used quick recover. The time won back from the block was enough for Yishio to get back into tempo. With a quick move, he immediately sent the 2 illusion Swordmasters, which were targeting Su Muqing and him, flying. The battlefield returned back to normal. Everyone had seen Yishio's muddled performance. After a short moment of silence, Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly asked, Senior, you're very busy. What do you do? Cafe manager. Yishio let out a long sigh. Oh, what a coincidence. I also work in an internet cafe. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Oh? You're also a manager? Yishio said. It wouldn't be surprising since Steamed Bun Invasion was able to play the game all night. If he had a normal job, then playing all night would be okay from time to time, but Steamed Bun Invasion was doing it every day. No, I'm a security guard. Steen Bun Invasion said calmly. The 4 others in the team began sweating. He was a brawler in real life too. Pay attention. It's about to merge. Lord Grim didn't have much life left, but his spirit hadn't been affected by the interruptions. Don't be polite. Attack! Hurry! Hurry! Yishio yelled. If the customers continued to disturb himself, then he really might die. Chapter 192. Items lead to thinking. The instant the illusion Swordmaster merged into one, the team ferociously assaulted it. They all understood that Yishio was in a difficult predicament and had a rough idea why he was in a hurry. Under Yishio's lead, the battle tempo increased. There were often times where they traded blow for blow to deal more damage. In the internet cafe, the customer, who wanted cigarettes, finally decided to buy the 10 renminbi white sand and continued to bother Yishio. Yishio had conquered a challenge and won a difficult battle. He gave the customer the usual reply, just a second. The illusion Swordmaster split and merged until they finally took it down. The service calls began to ring repeatedly again. It was the cola customer again. He was probably dying of thirst. I'm coming. I'm coming. Yishio gave the customer a reply. He grabbed the cola and the cigarettes, while taking a quick glance at the items that dropped from the illusion Swordmaster. No sword. Yishio was a bit disappointed. He had an item he needed from the illusion Swordmaster. Scarlet Illusion Blade. This was an orange weapon for the 1000 Chance Umbrella's sword form. But an orange weapon was, after all, an orange weapon and wouldn't drop so easily. Yishio sighed as he delivered the cola and cigarettes to the customers. Let's see what it dropped. In-game, Steen Bun Invasion excitedly inspected the items that had dropped. He was the most excited of the players there. Can't use. Can't use. Can't use. Materials are for senior. Steen Bun Invasion looked at the equipment. He renounced them as he said what he was thinking aloud. The illusion Swordmaster had dropped 3 blue equipment and a few materials, very normal drops. HM? What's this? Steen Bun Invasion asked. The other 3 all saw Line Canyon Map Piece 3. Oh. It's an item needed to open a hidden dungeon. Xiao Yifan recognized it. Hidden dungeon? That sounds very hard. Steen Bun Invasion said. Yeah, it's harder than normal dungeons. Su Muqing commented. How many times can you run it every day? Steen Bun Invasion asked. It's not calculated like that. It requires certain items in order to enter. In theory, as long as you have the items, there's no limit. Su Muqing said. Line Canyon Map Piece 3, does that mean we have to gather more of these? Steen Bun Invasion asked. Yeah, I think it's 4 or 5. Su Muqing wasn't really familiar with these low-level dungeons. 4. Xiao Yifan said. He had done his homework. At this moment, Yishio had returned. He looked at the items that were waiting to be rolled. Oh, a hidden dungeon item. Yishio sat down and said, after putting on his headphones. It seems like it's a hidden dungeon that hasn't been run yet. Su Muqing checked the dungeon leaderboards. It is, but the items aren't easy to gather. 1, 2, and 3 are okay, but the 4th piece is only dropped by the wild boss, which only spawns 3 times a week. It looks like it hasn't dropped yet. Yishio said. For hidden dungeons are full of hidden bosses and wild bosses. The drop rate is pretty high too, so running it is quite worth it. Su Muqing said. Yeah, how could Yishio not know this? His requirements for this dungeon weren't easy to get. For example, the illusion Swordmaster's Scarlet Illusion Blade or the wild boss only drop Amber Crystal. The big guilds might have these rare materials, but they might not use them as a bargaining chip. These were all necessary materials that the clubs needed for researching self-made equipment. If they didn't have enough of them, how could they just give them out to others? Yishio tried by sending Tyrannical Ambition his materials list, but the other side hadn't replied yet. It wouldn't be easy for them to steal a wild boss from the big guilds with their strength. The bosses in the hidden dungeons didn't have anyone that could steal them, but in order to enter the hidden dungeon, they had to steal the Line Canyon map piece from the wild boss. No matter how they went about it, it was a dead end. Yishio pondered over this as everyone split the items. They all just randomly rolled for the equipment. The materials and the Line Canyon map piece 3 went to Yishio. Whether to sell it or keep it was something he hadn't decided on yet. The following dungeons were normal. After finishing their first run, no hidden boss appeared in the second and third runs. But on third run, they broke the Line Canyon dungeon record. 30 hours 21 minutes and 56 seconds, beating the former record by around 20 seconds. The former record wasn't at the limit because the big guilds were a bit dispirited towards the dungeon records and were mostly doing them for experience and purple equipment. Set the highest record? With Lord Grimm's existence, they all felt a bit powerless. Lord Grimm crushing arena experts and breaking dungeon records, the players were already used to these. It was only Full Moon Guild who gave their congratulations to Lord Grimm's team under Mapletree's lead. It seemed like they were showing off their close relationship with them. That night, the players from the big guild seemed to have vanished. It was dead silent. Before this, Tyrannical Ambitions players still cared for this record, but once the record was broken, Yishio didn't receive any messages from them and suddenly felt that something wasn't right. However, he didn't go and ask them. Actually, Yishio had an urgent need for materials. It was just that he just wasn't as loud as the other big guilds were for their dungeon records. After finishing Line Canyon, they went to Desolate Land. Su Muqing and Xiao Yifan took their leave first. The remaining 3 continued to level until they were tired and then went to take a break. Tang Ru liked to solo dungeons to practice her mechanics. Steen Bun Invasion liked to go to the arena to bully others. Yishio tidied up the materials he had gathered and went to the marketplace. He paid attention to the prices in the 10th server. The prices in the 10th server were still independent. Once players were able to enter the heavenly domain, the prices would rapidly decline until they reached the prices of the old servers. In the market, Yishio was especially mindful of the hidden dungeon items. Sure enough, there were map pieces 1, 2, and 3, but the 4th one wasn't being sold. Wild boss. Yishio sighed. Besides the wild bosses they could fight earlier than the others like the Fire Witch. They had no way of competing for the same leveled ones. When the wild bosses respawned, the first ones to arrive would be the big guilds. For them, by the time they found out, the boss would have been killed already. The reason he was able to steal the Blood Gunner and the Goblin Merchant was because he had been invited by the big guilds. Afterwards, for Desolate Land and Line Canyon, Yishio hadn't even been able to see the wild bosses. Yishio turned around and went to his warehouse. Everything in there had practically all been earnings he had won from Team Tiny Herb. His warehouse was wealthy and prosperous. He might be able to trade uncommon materials from his warehouse for items he needed, such as the Scarlet Stinger with Tyrannical Ambition. Right now, the wild bosses were his biggest concern. And as the 1000 Chance Umbrella continued to level, he would need more and more of these rare materials. It would be extremely difficult if he had to gather them all by himself. If he couldn't find a way to obtain these materials, then he had no other choice but to rely on the clubs. The clubs understood this. They all had guilds supporting them in the game. The guild's purpose was to help provide materials for the club. The materials would then be developed into silver equipment by the tech team and then turned into strength for achievements. The achievements would bring in media, fan support, and better players. Under this cycle, the big clubs would grow bigger and bigger. It was difficult for small clubs to develop. Club Excellent Era was trying to rise up again and had requirements for their Guild Excellent Dynasty as well. However, their development in the old servers had already turned into a standstill. Their prospects at making a breakthrough weren't large, which was why when the new server opened, the guild leader Chen Yehue had put in large amounts of manpower into it. He himself had personally come to the new server to lead. He had even troubled Liu Hao, a pro player, to come set the record for a low-level dungeon. It was because of his huge burden that he knew that things wouldn't be easy to. If everything had gone smoothly in the 10th server, the other guilds would have no way of contesting with Excellent Dynasty, who was going all out. However, a Yichio had appeared. Liu Hao had lost to Yichio. He had brought his many comrades to fight, but they still lost to Yichio. However, he had still found a chance amidst Yichio's dominance in the 10th server. He had to overthrow this mountain because this was where he was going to gamble everything he had. He couldn't lose. Chapter 193. Idiot's Guide. To outsiders, Yichio was still just as carefree as ever. Even after staying up all night, he never looked tired and nothing ever seemed to irritate him. To outsiders, they couldn't tell that he was someone who had encountered difficulties. Even more so, they definitely wouldn't know whether he had already figured out a solution to this problem. He made it look like nothing had happened. Tang Ru didn't know that Yichio was pondering deeply over this. All she knew was that it was her turn to buy breakfast. When she returned with breakfast, Yichio had already given his seat to the early shift employees and was leisurely holding a cigarette in his mouth, waiting for his food to arrive. After eating breakfast, the two went to their respective rooms to sleep. At 3 in the afternoon, they woke up. One went to the front desk to work while the other went looking for an empty computer station to sit at. Since it was a Saturday, the internet cafe's business was doing exceptionally well. There were, unexpectedly, no open seats in the smoking area. Yichio circled around the internet cafe, and in the end, just stood there staring blankly into space for a long time. Business is doing well today, Yichio helplessly returned to the front desk and told his sorrows to Tang Ru. As an internet cafe employee, you should be happy about that. Boss Chen walked over. Business is doing well today. I'm very happy. Yichio said with a blank face. Chen Gui had trained herself. Her ability to restrain herself had gone up. If this had happened a few weeks before, she'd already be shouting and grinding her teeth. What are you doing? Yichio asked Tang Ru. I'm looking at guides. Tang Ru said. Aren't you always looking at guides? Yichio asked, while taking a glance at her screen. Oh? A dungeon guide. Yichio was surprised. Tang Ru practically never looked at these. The way they ran the dungeons were usually directed by Yichio. Yeah. I'm just skimming over it. Tang Ru said. Yichio looked more carefully. This girl was currently looking at the introductions to Line Canyon's 3 hidden bosses as well as the wild boss. Clearly, after getting badly beaten by the illusion Swordmaster yesterday, Tang Ru realized that facing a never-before-seen boss was troublesome for her. Okay. Looking at the bosses is fine, but don't look at anything else. Yichio said. Our play style is very different from what is written in the guides. Yichio said. Why is it different? Chen Gui entered the discussion. All DPS, no MT, no healer. Yichio said. An all DPS team was a very common matter for Yichio and his squad, but to normal players, especially in the new server, this was something that was rarely seen. Even for the big guilds, when they formed an all DPS team, they often needed experts to substitute for them. An all DPS team relied on the player's mechanical skill. Without strong mechanics, a guide wouldn't help. Boss, what level are you on for the whack-a-mole game? Yichio suddenly asked. I only play it for fun. At my age, what's the point in practicing? Chen Gui said. You could at least improve a bit. If not, then when we get to the heavenly domain and look to party up with you, you'll only be dead weight. Yichio said. Chen Gui was speechless. Besides killing him, she had no other thoughts. Oh? Who wrote this guide? Yichio's attention suddenly snapped back to Tang Ru's screen. Tang Ru's newly opened guide was a guide for the Line Canyon hidden boss Sandworm. Who wrote it? Tang Ru wasn't sure. She went to the top of the page and saw the name of the poster, Concealed Light. Do you recognize him? Tang Ru turned her head to ask Yichio. Yichio shook his head. He didn't recognize the ID. What's so special about this guide? Chen Gui had also been drawn in and pressed near to look. The guide's very detailed. Yixiu said. Oh. His included the probability of every possible scenario. The process is very detailed. He's written down every single detail on how to kill the boss. Yixiu said. No wonder it's so long. Tang Ru said. This guide was several pages long. When she opened it, she jumped up with fright. She hadn't even looked at the content yet. Whoa, you're right. Chen Gui looked at it and then immediately discovered that this guide chose 5 classes, instructed what equipment to use, how to initiate, what moves to use in specific places. It's practically a video. Chen Gui thought aloud as she looked. The 3 read the entire 7 pages, which was probably around 20,000 words long. For minutes 56 seconds. After thoroughly scouring through the guide, the author had even informed the reader how much time it would take to kill the boss, down to the second. Is this for real? Chen Gui didn't want to believe it. In actuality, she had already begun feeling dizzy after the first page. After that, she stopped reading carefully. Not a single mistake. Yixiu said on the side. This? If it doesn't allow for any deviation, then doesn't that mean it doesn't allow for any mistakes? If there's a mistake, won't it all be over? Chen Gui said. That's right. Yixiu nodded his head, but if this were for setting the record, there can't be any mistakes anyways. Are you saying that his strategy is very good for setting a record? That's not true. His strategy is very safe, but it isn't very efficient. However, this might only be because he's researching a hidden boss. For a hidden boss, safety is number 1. Who cares about efficiency? Yixiu said. That's true. Chen Gui nodded her head. This person has other guides too. Tang Ru saw the other guides from the author. Here, Yixiu saw the name that the author gave to his guides, Idiot Series. It really is an idiot's guide, Yixiu said. This step-by-step guide, which provided instructions for everything, down to the small details, didn't need the people using the guide to use their brain in any way. If they followed the steps, then they'd succeed. But it looks like the rating isn't too good. Tang Ru looked at the rating and comments. It's probably because of the problem the boss talked about. Yixiu guessed. Yeah. Tang Ru nodded her head. The comments were mostly mocking him. Just as expected, they were talking about Chen Gui's problem. No one could ensure that they would be able to follow this type of extremely detailed step-by-step guide from beginning to end. As a result, everyone saw it as a fraud, as a theory. Since this wasn't the author's first guide, below there were comments such as another fake. Another fantasy fiction. Practically no one supported the author. The guide isn't wrong. But the limitations are a bit too much. Yixiu sighed. Should we look at his other guides? Tang Ru moved her mouse around, stopping on different links. Every move stopped on a desired spot. This sister was actually practicing her mechanics even here. Let's look at one. Yixiu said. Tang Ru opened up another one. This guide was on the other hidden boss in Line Canyon, the Scarlet Scorpion Assassin, Sting. The style was the same. From the very beginning, the guide chose what classes to use, how to initiate, from beginning to end for several pages. Oh? He changed classes. Yixiu was curious. Compared to the previous guide, 4 of the 5 classes were different. It was a completely different party setup. To be able to do such a detailed guide, Yixiu had thought that the author had a set 5-player team. When Tang Ru heard Yixiu's surprise, she opened up another guide. At the very start, he chose another completely different team setup. This guide was for a different hidden boss in Desolate Land. When were these guides made? Yixiu suddenly asked. Tang Ru looked at the post time and found that they were all made recently. Could he be a player from the new server? Yixiu felt unsure. Tang Ru clicked on the author's name. While taking a look at his list of works, the Idiot series, the guide stopped at Line Canyon. This really was the current 10th server pace. Log into the game and search for him. Yishio proposed. Tang Ru logged into the game. After Soft Mist went online, she looked up the name. Concealed Light, male, level 32, summoner. He really is from the new server. Tang Ru said. But new server doesn't mean new player, no. Chen Guo said. If he's not a new player, why would he put so much effort into researching these low-level bosses? Yishio said. Ah? Chen Guo thought, but couldn't come up with anything. Look at this. Tang Ru suddenly said. Yishio looked. The title, The Mystery of the Boneyard 16 minutes and 24-second record. This record was the one Yishio and his team had set in the 10th server. Hung high up on the leaderboards, the team's setup could be seen. Battle Mage, Blade Master, Brawler, Launcher, Unspecialized. Concealed Light had analyzed from these 5 classes how this record had been made. From the beginning, he had already analyzed that it couldn't be done with the usual strategy and that it had to be done by a new strategy. Then what was this new strategy? Concealed Light's analysis wasn't completely correct, but he was very close. There was one point that he was wrong about though. Concealed Light clearly didn't know of Lord Grimm's 1000 Chance umbrella, so his analysis of the unspecialized character's role was completely off. In the end, with the strategy he had designed, he wasn't able to create the 16 minutes and 24-second record. As a result, he gave Lord Grimm and the 5 characters a set of orange equipment and confidently said that this was how they did it. It wasn't that Concealed Light didn't know how difficult it was to obtain orange equipment in the new server at level 25, but rather, it was that this brother was extremely confident in his analysis and strategy, so by working backwards. He believed that, although having these 5 sets of equipment was ridiculous, it wasn't impossible. But without these equipment, it definitely wasn't possible to create such a record. As a result, he made such a claim. The comments below weren't hard to imagine. They were all practically saying how there was something wrong with the author's brain. Towards these comments, Yishio and Tang Ru expressed their approval. Chapter 194. A not-so-simple new player. This piece of writing makes it sound as if he's always right. Yishio concluded. Well, he is correct in a few places. Tang Ru said. Actually, if you put in time to do research, it's not that difficult to come up with such a strategy. It's just a matter of how much time you are willing to put in. Yishio said. Then do we still need to look at his guides? Tang Ru asked. Let's look at another boss one. Yishio said. Tang Ru clicked on the previous Scarlet Scorpion Assassin guide, and just like that, Yishio lied down on his stomach, over the receptionist desk like an idiot, and looked at the idiot's guide. Tang Ru also looked on, but with her experience, she wasn't able to read as fast as Yishio. For this type of extremely detailed, step-by-step guide, Tang Ru had a hard time following it. Not long after, she felt like a next-page clicking robot. Chen Guo was actually a bit better in this area. However, she too couldn't read it any further after a short while. For this type of low-level boss, even though it was a hidden one, it still wasn't that difficult. Creating such a complicated guide was a bit excessive. What's there to look at? Chen Guo mumbled. There isn't much to look at for the guide. Yishio affirmed that there wasn't any value in the guide, but I wanted to see if he made any mistakes. You're playing Find the Fault. Chen Guo was speechless. Hee. Yishio chuckled and then continued to read. Page after page, the guide totaled around 20,000 words long. Tang Ru and Chen Guo decided to stop reading along and just stared at Yishio, waiting for him to find a mistake. There aren't any mistakes. Yishio said after reading it. You're still playing? Chen Guo asked. Read another one. Yishio asked, to which Tang Ru responded by clicking on another link. You guys can keep playing. Chen Guo stretched. She had lost all interest in playing this game. Wow! Just as she turned her head, she heard Yishio cry out in amazement. Guo immediately turned back. What? What? Different classes. Guo said. How many times do you need to act amazed? Guo rolled her eyes. The guide had switched classes before. They had already been amazed once. But this time, he doesn't even include a summoner. Isn't he a summoner? Guo said. Yeah. Tangru nodded her head. They had verified it earlier, Concealed Light, level 32 summoner. Does he have multiple accounts? Guo guessed. Guo couldn't deny such a possibility, so he silently read the guide. After annihilating the excessive 20,000-word wall of text, Guo still couldn't find any mistakes. Even though there were a few places where efficiency wasn't maximized, they were completely possible and didn't contain any mistakes. During this time, a customer in the smoking area left. Usually, when business is doing so well, the customers had the priority to use the computers, but seeing Guo's pitiful appearance, Guo's heart softened as she waved her hand. Guo immediately understood her intent and quickly snatched the computer station. Guo and Tangru continued to stare at the walls of text on the computer screen. 5 minutes later. Is it interesting? Guo asked. No, Tangru calmly said. She was tired of reading it. Go find 2 videos to watch. Guo liked to watch brilliant match videos the most. Sure. Tangru agreed. She didn't feel as if this guide helped her at all. All she wanted to know was each of the boss's features, so she could avoid predicaments, like when she fought against the illusion Swordmaster. As long as she knew the boss's patterns, Tangru believed that she could deal with them relying on her mechanics. As a result, she closed the idiot's guides and began to find a video to watch, but she suddenly discovered that her screen in glory had turned entirely grey. After searching for Concealed Light, she had forgotten to log out. Right now, Softmist was lying on the ground. A system notification had popped up asking her if she wanted to revive her character. How'd I die? Tangru stared blankly at Guo. Were you in the wild? Guo asked. Yeah. You're too careless. Guo said. Dying in the wild, whether it be by a random monster or a vicious PK, was very common. Go revive and see what you've dropped. Guo said. Tangru clicked confirm to revive. Her character returned to Kanji City in a critically ill state. When she opened up her equipment and items, she shook her head. I didn't drop anything. Only some money and experience. Those always drop. Check the system log. Guo said. Oh. Tangru unexpectedly didn't know what that was. Here. Guo took the mouse and clicked it for Tangru. The system log recorded her death. She wasn't killed by a monster, but rather by a player called Breaking Zero. Breaking Zero? Guo muttered. She opened up the search function and put in the name. The character was online. A level 33, male Spellblade. Level 33. He's definitely leveling in Line Canyon. Go and take revenge. Guo gave the mouse and keyboard back to Tangru and commanded her like a general. Now. Tangru was unsure. Obviously. Guo nodded her head. Tangru pointed to the side. Guo turned her head and saw a bunch of customers leaning against the front desk, watching the 2 beauties play the game. I'll go. You take revenge. Guo went to deal with the customers. It's fine. Who knows if I'll be able to find him? It'll be the same if I do it later. Tangru didn't really care and logged out of the game to take care of the customers. In the smoking area, Guo continued to read Concealed Light's idiot's guides. With the current pace of the new server, there were a total of 4 dungeons, each one had 3 hidden bosses for a total of 12. Every one of Concealed Light's hidden boss guides were extremely detailed step-by-step guides that were over 20,000 words long. Even though Guo read very fast, he still had to read each word one by one. When Guo called for him to eat, he had only finished 6 of them. You're still reading. I'll eat first. Guo was already used to Yi Xiu's obsession over the game. Okay. Have you found any mistakes? Guo asked. No, Yi Xiu shook his head. Are you planning on reading them all? Guo knew that playing Find the Fault wasn't a very fun game. It was actually quite tiring. We'll see, Yi Xiu said. Little Tang was killed by someone in the afternoon. At the dining table, Guo suddenly remembered. What happened? Yi Xiu asked. She forgot to log out of the game. Her character was standing in the wild and someone killed her. The person involved was calmer than Guo. The killer was someone called Breaking Zero, a level 33 spellblade. If you see him, take note. However, Guo remembered better than Tang Ru and told him who the murderer was. Got it. Yi Xiu laughed. If I see him, I'll definitely kill him. Good. Tang Ru nodded her head and then asked, did you figure out anything from these guides? This person might not have multiple accounts. With how long the new server has been online, I don't think there's enough time to understand the details of every single hidden boss to such a degree. Right now, I'm doubting whether this author has even killed these hidden bosses. He used previous guides and videos as sources to create such an idiot's guide. Yi Xiu said. No way. Guo was astonished. If what you're saying is true, then this person is an extremely amazing new player. Yi Xiu said. He used his imagination to write these guides, yet there aren't any mistakes. Guo said. That's why I said he's amazing. Yi Xiu said. I don't believe it. After I finish eating, there's still another 6 I need to look at. Yi Xiu quickly ate his meal, got up and ran to continue reading the guides. Guide after guide, Yi Xiu read them without missing a word. The more he read, the more he was sure of his judgment. From these guides, he was able to see several not-so-optimal places, which told Yi Xiu that the author had limited in-game experience. These 12 guides were actually just his imaginations after grasping the theory. However, the logic, rationality, and possibilities of these imaginations weren't simple. After reading the last guide, Yi Xiu didn't have any doubts. These 12 guides didn't have any mistakes in them, however the weaknesses of the author were completely exposed by some of the details. Yi Xiu had already figured out what type of player this concealed light was to some extent. He was very interested in this person. Looking at the time, it was already almost 11 o'clock. It was almost time to change shifts, so Yi Xiu turned off his computer and went to the front desk. During the weekends, there were quite a lot of all-night customers, so the front desk was extremely busy. After Yi Xiu finished, it was 11:30. Tang Ru went to her usual spot and the two logged into the game. Yi Xiu went online and searched up Concealed Light's name, but the character wasn't online. Yi Xiu sent a friend request, but didn't receive an answer. When he looked at his friends list, Su Muqing and Xiao Yifan still weren't online, but Steamed Bun Invasion was. As a result, he sent Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion a message, telling them to gather in front of the dungeon entrance. Okay. Got it. The two replied. Yi Xiu's Lord Grim immediately left Kanji City and headed to Line Canyon. Lord Grim has come online. He's left the city and is now heading towards Line Canyon. Soft Mist has come online. She's heading towards Line Canyon. Her character is still critically ill. Steamed Bun Invasion has left the arena. He's now heading out of the city. The three didn't know that their whereabouts were being tracked by others. 11:41. Desolate Land, coordinates, 1256, 1475. Cleansing Mist has come online. 11:44. Desolate Land, coordinates, 1256, 1466. 1 Inchish has come online. New information continued to be transmitted. Chapter 195. Pursuit from every direction. 11:50. Yi Xiu's Lord Grim was on his way towards Line Canyon. The world was bustling with excitement as the time approached midnight. Quite a few players, like Yi Xiu, were impatiently waiting for the dungeon entries to refresh, and many of them were hurrying along the same road as well. Yixiao had already contacted Su Muqing and Qiao Yifan. The two had both gone offline at Desolate Land. As soon as they got on, they headed towards Line Canyon and would arrive before those coming from Kanji City. Outside of Kanji City was a vast expanse of barren land. Although there were a few level 30 monsters scattered here and there, it couldn't be counted as a leveling area. The spawn rate and the concentration of monsters just wasn't enough to satisfy a player's leveling needs. Aside from killing them for quests, no player trained here. After this, the road split into two. The left path led to Desolate Land, while the right led to Line Canyon. When the players reached this point, their levels were obvious at a glance. Those who went left were all level 30 and under, and those who went right were all level 30 and above. These were the players who were considered high-leveled on the new server. When Lord Grimm reached the fork in the road, he went to the right. Coincidentally, the several players beside him unexpectedly all went to the right as well. In the front, many players were heading towards Kanji City from Line Canyon. During this time, these players, who were heading in opposite directions, bumped into each other. A total of 8 players, 4 on the left, 4 on the right, formed a V formation. The players behind him, those who were going along the same route, had unknowingly gathered close to Lord Grimm. Yixiao suddenly realized that something wasn't right and forced Lord Grimm to halt. The several characters next to him instantly halted as well, as if they had received orders. As I thought. Yixiao didn't think too much and took the initiative to strike first. His left hand gently moved across the keyboard and executed the first move. These surrounding players didn't react slowly either. As soon as everyone halted all at once, they knew that they had been exposed. The mid-ranged characters immediately began their offensive. Bullets and magic bombarded Lord Grimm from several directions. Lord Grimm was instantly vaporized. Not even a corpse remained. Shadow clone technique. Lord Grimm's real body had flashed in front of someone towards his right, just before they were able to begin their offensive. Without any warning, he lifted his lance and attacked. Right when the shadow clone was extinguished, the players blocking the road were blasted away by Lord Grimm with a falling flower palm. Since he was in a melee form, the players had thought that he was planning to take them all at the same time, but their characters suddenly launched into the sky. Even after being blown away by the falling flower palm, they still hadn't figured out what had happened. These flying bodies opened up the way for Yixiao. He had realized that something was wrong earlier than expected. The players wouldn't have completed their formation. The instantaneous movement from his shadow clone technique was directed towards the weakest part of the not yet completed encirclement. The character that had been blown away smashed into one of their allies. Another character, a sharpshooter, tried to dodge the human meat bullets as he fired towards Lord Grimm in an attempt to stall him. Yixiao saw what he was doing clearly. Lord Grimm, who had been rushing forward in a straight line, suddenly moved horizontally, avoiding the string of bullets. He then leapt forward and spun around 180 degrees. His thousand-chance umbrella transformed into its gun form and let out a storm of bullets, flying away with an aerial fire. With this sudden increase in speed, the bullets and magic missiles that were flying towards Lord Grimm missed. After using aerial fire, Lord Grimm landed right next to the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter didn't react slowly. He lifted his leg and sent a knee strike towards him, but midway, he was stomped onto the ground by Lord Grimm. However, Yixiao had used Punisher one step faster. Bang bang, Lord Grimm shot twice and then continued to rush forward. 2 players, one to his left and one to his right, had caught up and sandwiched him. On the left was a berserker. He raised his hands and leapt up high using Collapsing Mountain. Instead of hacking at Lord Grimm, he attacked the empty space where Lord Grimm was heading towards. Clearly, this attack wasn't done to do damage, but rather to block Lord Grimm from moving forward. Lord Grimm didn't seem to have noticed him and continued to rush forward, as if looking for his own death. The berserker was obviously very happy, but the instant his Collapsing Mountain was about to hit, he suddenly saw a cold light flash. Lord Grimm drew his sword and accurately guarded against the Collapsing Mountain. The Collapsing Mountain looked mighty and powerful, while Guard looked tiny and weak, but the effect of a skill wasn't always related to its appearance. Dong! A loud sound rang out. The Berserker's greatsword clashed with Lord Grimm's sword. The Guard effect activated. A portion of the damage was mitigated and Lord Grimm was pushed back by the attack. This wasn't something the player on the right had expected. He had originally anticipated for Lord Grimm to be blocked by the collapsing mountain, but after Lord Grimm unexpectedly guarded, the knockback effect had caused him to move to a different spot, one right next to him. The player panicked. How could he be as quick as Yishio, who already had everything planned out? As he was pushed back, his 1000-chance umbrella transformed into a tonfa. As soon as he arrived next to the player, he immediately flung him. On that side, that Berserker was still in the middle of the recovery animation from using Collapsing Mountain. His shouting ally flew towards him, and the two were sent rolling into a ball. Yishio didn't chase them, but rather Lord Grimm immediately turned around and ran. A mob of players were roaring at him while chasing him. A witch was even more active. He rode his broom and flew quickly. Lord Grimm ran a few steps before suddenly turning around and firing, hitting the witch's head. Blood blossomed out like the autumn leaves. In this moment of confusion, the witch crashed into a tree, causing roars of laughter from behind him. "What are you laughing at?" The witch, who had crashed into the tree, climbed back up. His tone wasn't friendly. Not many paid attention to him. The others continued to chase after Lord Grimm. "Flank! Flank!" Someone shouted. "What F***king flank? How are we supposed to flank with this speed? Is there anyone in that direction? Find someone to block him for a bit." "From where? That place isn't a leveling area. This guy is doing it on purpose. He deliberately went towards a direction where there isn't anyone positioned. Just chase him. Cut the bullsh***T. We'll see how far he can run." It seemed like a discussion, but also an argument. The mob of players noisily chased like so. Yishio turned his head to look at the distance. It wouldn't be hard for him to get away, but looking at how orderly everyone was, he was afraid to just let the matter go. These characters didn't have any guild names next to them, but during the fights with a few of them, Yishio had taken note of a few of their IDs. He searched them up as he ran and they were all level 33 characters. Currently, in the 10th server, level 33 characters were practically all elites from big guilds. Even if they didn't have a guild name next to them, that didn't mean that they didn't belong to a guild. Yishio suddenly thought of Tangru's soft mist dying in the afternoon. Was that an unlucky tragedy or an intentional ploy? Thinking of this, Yishio immediately sent messages to the other members of the team, asking them for their situation. "Dead," Tangru replied. Her soft mist had been in a critically ill state the entire time. She had planned to recover as she walked over, but how could she know she was being watched? In a critically ill state, all stats would be reduced by 80%. Besides looking for an NPC doctor to treat it, the state could only be removed by waiting for 10 minutes. Tangru had believed that the walk from Kanji City to Line Canyon would be long enough for her to recover from the critically ill state, so she didn't go and look for a doctor. But with an 80% reduction in stats, how could experienced players not immediately recognize such a chance? Against such a weakened character, no matter how great of an expert they were facing, there was nothing to fear. Tangru was met with attacks from all sides. There wasn't much resistance she could put up, and she was sent back to the city again. She was still trying to figure out what had happened. Why are there people trying to kill me? Boss! Steen Bun Invasion replied in panic. Did you die? Yishio hastily asked. Not yet. I'm running, but they're still chasing. Steen Bun Invasion said. Yishio had predicted that even if Steen Bun had encountered this type of situation, he would find all sorts of wretched ways to escape. As for Su Muqing and Xiao Yifan, he didn't need to worry about them. The two were both pro players. They obviously couldn't stop this group, but running away with their lives should be something they could do. Plus, those two were together. Senior, there are people chasing us. This was Qiao Yifan's reply. Is it Liu Hao again? Su Muqing guessed. It's not clear yet. Are you fine? Are you with 1-inch Ash? Yeah, we've both ran off. The other side has quite a lot of people. Su Muqing said. How many? Yishio asked. Dozens. So many. What level are they? From the ones I've seen, they're all level 33. Su Muqing said. A single guild shouldn't have that many level 33 characters. Yishio had a feeling that the situation was a lot worse than he had originally guessed. Chapter 196. Temporary Alliance. These players were all from the big guilds. This could simply be seen from their levels. However, it was impossible for a single guild to be able to produce so many high-leveled players. How many guilds had acted out? 1, 2, 3, or more? Maybe even all of them? No matter what the number was, Yishio wouldn't be surprised. He clearly understood the current plight the big guilds were in. The dungeon's records were being held hostage by him, restricting their development in the 10th server. These big guilds weren't able to rope him in and they definitely weren't happy, but how could they surrender so easily? It didn't matter whether they were making their decisions based on emotion or reason. In such a hopeless situation, it was very common for people to choose the option of simply eradicating the direct cause. Don't leave the city for now. We're being watched by others. Yishio told Tang Ru. Only this complete noob might not have experienced this type of fighting and killing in a game. Where are you guys? He then asked Su Muqing and Qiao Yifan for their whereabouts. We're still in Desolate Land. Su Muqing said. The enemies might not be limited to just them. There might be backup that will come later. Some of the lower-leveled players may not directly participate in the battle, but they could be messengers. Head towards a place without any players and we'll look for an opportunity to group. Yishio messaged. Okay, we'll send you our coordinates from time to time. Su Muqing replied. Steen Bun, where are you? Yishio decided to instruct Steen Bun Invasion on what to do next. I'm at the outskirts of Kanji City, near Hades Village. Steen Bun Invasion replied. Oh? Not bad. You've already run there. Yishio praised. Steen Bun Invasion, this guy, even though he was a noob at Glory, it seemed like he had played quite a few games before. He had already taken the lead and found an area without many players. Hades Village was one of the small villages on the outskirts of Kanji City. Players would only come here from time to time for a few quests. Besides a few NPCs for quests, 1, there weren't any monsters, and 2, there wasn't good scenery so no one would come here, even if they were bored. This was the best type of place to escape to. If not, then whether it was a leveling area or a safe area, there would be players from big guilds everywhere. There would be nowhere to hide. Yeah, it's the closest place. Steen Bun Invasion's reply made Yishio realize that he had thought too highly of Steen Bun Invasion. Did you throw them off yet? Yishio asked. I'm looking. Steen Bun Invasion said. Be careful. Yishio said and had Lord Grim look behind him. The crowd of level 33 players still hadn't given up. They were all chasing behind him. On this strip of flat land, there was nowhere to hide. Yishio also needed to find a place similar to Hades Village, so there was where he was heading towards. What's going on? A voice asked, not from the game. Yishio turned his head and saw Tang Ru was at the front desk looking at him. It's probably players from the big guilds. We took their dungeon records, which is something they care a lot about. Yishio summarized the situation. Because they weren't able to take the dungeon records, they resorted to this. Tang Ru looked down on them. Who allowed us to be so amazing? Yishio laughed. What do we do now then? Tang Ru asked. Go to the official site and look up the Heavenly Domain Guild rankings. Any of the first 20 ranks could be our enemy right now. Take note of their guild names and keep a lookout for those names in-game. Walk around in Kanji City and try to go to places with fewer players. Also, check if there are any characters following you. Once your critically ill state has worn off, look for an opportunity to leave the city unnoticed and I'll meet up with you. Yishio said. Okay. Tangru nodded her head. Desolate land leveling area. After finding out where Cleansing Mist and Unspecialized were, quite a few players had joined in on the chase. Some were level 33 elites, while others were normal, second-rate characters. Even though they hadn't been required to do so, after knowing about the affair, they voluntarily joined in. Seeing a destroyed, empty house, Cleansing Mist and Unspecialized seized the opportunity to rush into it. The number of players chasing behind them hadn't decreased though. There even appeared to be more of them. Cleansing Mist looked out from the window on the left while Unspecialized looked out from the window in the rear. There's no one here. Xiao Yifan called. Go. Su Muqing had her character run out. The two characters jumped and crouched in mid-air, escaping from the rear window. There really weren't any players behind the house, so the two of them took advantage of the fact that their chaser's view was blocked, and sprinted away. They jumped gently over a dirt wall and when they landed on the ground, they crouched and moved along the wall. Over here. Xiao Yifan carefully paid attention to the surroundings, while leading the way. Places with fewer monsters will naturally have fewer players. Having little confidence in himself, he explained his reasoning towards Su Muqing. Yeah, let's hurry. Su Muqing said. This was her thought as well. The dirt wall didn't stretch too far. Even though their sneaky movements would throw off their enemies temporarily, they would definitely be exposed soon. They only hoped that this would earn them enough time to widen the distance between them. When they reached the end of the wall, the two characters rushed out, one in the front, and one in the back. The two turned their heads to take a look. Their chasers were currently scattered around the outside of the empty house. Clearly, after finding out that they weren't there, they were looking around for them. As soon as they exposed themselves, the enemies immediately began chasing again. Cleansing Mist lifted her gun and sent anti-tank missiles towards them. However, they were too far away and they easily dodged it. Su Muqing obviously wouldn't stop to fight with them. She continued to run away like crazy. Sis Mu, see those 4 houses ahead? How about we split up? Xiao Yifan said. He already suspected that Cleansing Mist was Su Muqing, but he was too afraid to confirm and too afraid to ask. He believed that he was relatively young in their team, so he called them brothers and sisters, Steen Bun Bro, Sis Mu, Sis Ru, as well as the most honorable senior. I'll take the one on the right. Su Muqing said. Then I'll take that one on the left. The two said as they entered their respective houses. They hid in houses again. The chasers behind them angrily shouted. The size of these empty houses in desolate land were all around the same. They were all damaged beyond repair. Some had windows and some had large holes in the wall. In short, there was always more than one exit. When their targets went in and jumped out through the window, they lost sight of them for a quick moment. They had been thrown off several times already by this sort of tactic, and the more those two moved, the more energetic they became. Spread out! Surround them! One person yelled. Except when they heard this command, only a few of them followed it. Spread out! The person roared. A few others moved, but the majority stood still. We don't all need to spread out, do we? We just need to have some go around and look. Someone laughed. Clearly, this crowd didn't have a single leader. The plan to get rid of Lord Grimm through force had been prepared in advance, but they had only begun gathering after finding out that Lord Grimm and his team had come online. The experts from the big guild simply chose the targets that they happened to be closest to. This type of temporarily put-together team didn't have a leader. Even though they all had the same goal, there were still obstacles. In the alliance Excellent Dynasty had set up, they weren't asking the guilds to completely unify. They only hoped that the guilds would put out some manpower. First, they went to find Tyrannical Ambition because Tyrannical Ambition was in the most desperate situation and naturally wanted a way to resolve the problem. This was why, even though the two guilds weren't usually cooperative, Chen Yehue was confident that the force sent by tyrannical ambition would be massive. However, forming an alliance couldn't just be said and done. It didn't matter if it was tyrannical ambition's Jiangyu, or the 10th server's Cold Knight, they would be suspicious of excellent dynasty. Lord Grimm was a mutual enemy of their guilds, that was a fact, but at this moment, the other guild should first be waiting to enjoy the show before acting. And the guild that should have been the happiest was Excellent Dynasty. However, it was Excellent Dynasty that had asked them to form an alliance with them. It was impossible for them to resolve their desperate situation, and no matter how much they thought about it, there seemed to be an ulterior motive. As a result, they probed each other out for almost 3 hours. During this, Chen Yehue invited several other guilds to participate. Only then did Jiangyu and Chen Yehue gradually comply. In total, there were 7 guilds that joined in. Naturally, they all had an ambition towards dungeon records. Everyone was originally opponents, but currently, they were all set on eliminating their mutual enemy, Lord Grimm. Among this, what surprised Chen Yehue was that Blue Brook Guild had actually decided to reject their temporary alliance. Chapter 197. Opposite Direction. Blue Brook Guild was the first guild to think highly of Lord Grimm and ask him to help set a record. Naturally, they were also the first guild to try and rope in Lord Grimm. For such a talent to appear, as long as the guilds recognized it, none of them would be indifferent. But now, Blue Brook Guild was the guild that had been damaged the most by Lord Grimm. It didn't matter how they had first met. From Chen Yehue's eyes, Blue Brook Guild had to be filled with resentment. Their current situation was even worse than tyrannical ambition's current situation. Who would have thought that they would immediately reject his proposal without hesitation? Their firm attitude made Chen Yehue feel indescribably sour. He felt that Blue Brook Guild's calm and resolute rejection wasn't out of impulse or fear, but rather a strategic decision made after much consideration. Could they have realized that Lord Grimm is Yi Qiu? Chen Yehue felt uncertain. Lord Grimm was Yi Qiu. This was information that he definitely wouldn't tell others about. Yi Qiu's awe-inspiring skill wasn't the reason. After all, this was still just in the game. If 5 can't beat you, then I'll send 10. If 10 isn't enough, then I'll send 20. If 20 isn't enough, then I'll send 100. It didn't matter how skilled you were, you would eventually be killed from being attacked from all sides. The reason Chen Yehue was too afraid to tell others of Lord Grimm's identity was because of Yi Qiu's fame. A god for 10 years. How many Glory fans looked up to him as their idol? If this came out, Chen Yehue was afraid that a bunch of experts would run over to Yi Qiu's side and beg him to take them in as disciples. Especially his excellent dynasty, he didn't dare tell them. Yi Qiu's fans were even more loyal here. In the end, he decided not to probe out Blue Brook Guild to see if they knew. Fortunately, the number of guilds he had gathered was already enough. This time, not only did he want to exterminate Lord Grimm, but he also wanted to take down Yi Qiu's team. Taking out his anger on Yi Qiu was for his own selfish reasons. Chen Yehue was more concerned about guild matters. If he didn't take down the team, he had no way of effectively carrying out his plans. He had already experienced the battle strength of Yi Qiu's team when they were together. The strength of Lord Grimm, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion left him in fear, but this time, their forces had an even greater advantage in numbers. They had also surrounded them separately. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Chen Yehue listened to the reports from those beneath him and also led others to provide further assistance to their troops, but when he got to Desolate Land, he saw the players scattered about, running around with their targets' whereabouts unknown. Where are they? Chen Yehue saw players from his guild and went over to ask them. He ignored the others. Even though he was a guild leader, the others wouldn't follow his orders. It was even possible for diehard tyrannical ambition players to secretly ambush him. Chen Yehue didn't doubt this. This alliance was simply to gather players to deal with Lord Grimm. There was no intention of becoming friends. They went into the houses. The left and right ones. An excellent dynasty player immediately answered. Then what are you waiting for? Chase! Chen Yehue said. We have them surrounded. The player said helplessly, while looking at the chaotic scene. Right, they were surrounding them. Our people, come here. Chen Yehue didn't attempt to command the entire scene, and only called over his brothers. Seeing their guild leader, the excellent dynasty players gathered together. You two stay here. The others come with me. Chen Yehue had 2 players stay in position. Positions that the other guilds weren't covering. Players had already begun storming into the houses on the left and right. They're not in here. The players yelled and leapt out of the window. Those who made a mistake wound up getting stuck in the window, causing players from other guilds to laugh at them. The others who had spread out and surrounded the houses didn't find any signs of cleansing mist and 1-inch ash. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Everyone shouted and immediately rushed forward, thinking that their targets had taken the chance to widen their distance. Under their eyes, in the empty house pressed between the house on the left and on the right, cleansing mist and 1-inch ash were quietly crouching in a corner. Cleansing mist slowly moved to an opening in a wall and took a quick glance outside. Ha ha, we've fooled them. Just as expected, they got used to us running in the same direction. Su Muqing messaged Qiao Yifan. They're not organized well, which was why I believed they would make such a mistake. Qiao Yifan said. He had noticed their opponents' disorderly movements and had come up with this plan after consulting with Su Muqing. Before, they had used blind spots to escape. Once, twice, thrice, they made an impression on their enemies. As a result, they made a sudden change in this terrain and didn't continue running. Instead, after passing through the left and right houses, they snuck into the house in the middle. Everyone hurried past these houses in order to see where the 2 had run off to. Let's go. Su Muqing told Qiao Yifan. They obviously couldn't stay here forever. When their enemies realized that there was no sign of them, they would definitely look around and find them. The 2 wanted to use this opportunity to escape in the opposite direction. Qiao Yifan's 1-inch ash immediately moved to entrance to the house, but just as he exposed half of his body, he immediately went back. There are players outside, Qiao Yifan messaged Su Muqing. What? Su Muqing's cleansing mist also went to the entrance. Sorry, Sis Mu. Most of this escape plan had been proposed by Qiao Yifan. It was a rare moment of confidence, but in the end, he found that there were enemies left behind. Seeing that he had made a mistake, Qiao Yifan immediately felt upset and scared again. No problem, rush out. Su Muqing said as she moved out from the room. The enemies that had stayed behind were the players Chen Yehue had ordered. In reality, there wasn't any error in Qiao Yifan's plan. He just hadn't thought that backup would arrive at this moment, and there just happened to be a guild leader level character like Chen Yehue. The new players were naturally unaccustomed to their previous pattern. Chen Yehue also had authority over his players. Qiao Yifan's plan had been formulated throughout their escape, so new players hadn't been taken into account. As soon as the 2 saw cleansing mist rush out, they were surprised, but quickly sent messages to everyone. Cleansing mist's artillery shells flew over. The 2 immediately tried to dodge it, but Su Muqing's anti-tank missiles were sent in 3 different directions, so it would have been better to stay still, but it was too late by the time they realized it. The smoke from the artillery barrage hadn't yet dissipated when 1-inch ash rushed in front of one of the players and used a ghost slash. The player hastily jumped back and dodged it, but 1-inch ash quickly matched it with a moonlight slash. The player wasn't able to react in time and was launched up into the air by the moonlight slash. A full moonlight slash followed after the moonlight slash, a very common ghost blade combo. The full moonlight slash caused the player to fly higher into the air. A series of gunfire followed closely after. Cleansing mist shot up towards the sky with a Gatling gun. The brother rolled about in the air and took a while before he fell to the ground. The other player had wanted to help, but was easily knocked to the ground by a few normal attacks from Qiao Yifan. Qiao Yifan raised his sword and cast a sword boundary. Cleansing mist entered it and fired a laser rifle and cannonball. The buff damage and explosiveness from the sword soul added to its might. These 2 unfortunate players didn't have any chance of fighting back. If they weren't rolling around in the sky, then they were rolling around in the dirt. After a short moment, they turned into two corpses. Chen Yehui received the messages from the two who stayed behind and immediately led his excellent dynasty players to return and chase them. The other guild's players saw this and stared blankly. Without anyone guiding them, they just did what everyone else did and followed along. In the end, when they returned to the rooms, there was no sight of them. "Where are you?" Chen Yehui asked the two players. "Where are they?" The other guilds all asked Chen Yehui. "Dead." Those two's replies were quick, but Chen Yehui wasn't able to reply to the other players. Everyone split up and search. Chen Yehui looked around and then helplessly said, "There were quite a few destroyed houses, walls, and holes, and it wasn't easy to check every one of them. F***CK, what are we looking for?" The other guild's players didn't know what had happened and were cursing. "Those two players hid over here and took the opportunity when we rushed out to kill our two brothers. Right now, we don't know where they escaped to." Chen Yehui wasn't happy either, but had no choice but to explain it to these people. With this, there was nothing they could complain about. "Search!" Everyone split up and searched around, but they didn't know that Cleansing Mist and 1-inch had already returned to the destroyed house and jumped out of the window, playing another game of opposite direction. Chapter 198. A Bro at the Bottom of a Well. Outskirts of Kanji City, Hades Village. Inside a dried-up well. Steen Bun Invasion stood upright and exposed a small bit of himself in order to take a quick sweep of the surroundings. Initially, Steen Bun Invasion had randomly hopped down during his escape. His reason for doing so, because it was close. Unexpectedly, this seldom visited well gave him a hiding place. Steen Bun Invasion had bravely begun a game of hide-and-seek with his pursuers. The originally tranquil village had become a noisy mess because of Steen Bun Invasion's intrusion. The NPCs were still calmly following their predetermined routes, but the rampaging footsteps of a dozen players, who were chasing Steen Bun Invasion, resounded throughout the village. The communication between them also came into Steen Bun Invasion's ears from time to time. Steen Bun Invasion hastily ducked down and listened intently to what his pursuers were saying. Where'd he go? He can't have run too far. He has to be in the village. What a cunning guy to run to such a place. Some footsteps were far. Some were close. They were clearly looking everywhere. Steen Bun Invasion was listening and just happened to be pondering whether he should stand up straight to take a quick glance around, when a white light suddenly flashed in front of him and a character appeared. Not waiting for Steen Bun Invasion to open his mouth, that character cried out in fright, "Who are you?" "Quiet!" Steen Bun Invasion hurriedly stopped the person from saying anything more. What a coincidence! To think I'd bump into someone in this type of place. This person had absolutely no idea what was going on and continued talking. Steen Bun Invasion heard footsteps coming closer and closer. He didn't know whether it was because of the noise coming from here. Even though this type of hiding place was difficult to find, if he was found, then it'd be difficult to escape from. Steen Bun Invasion understood this, so as soon as he heard footsteps coming closer, he wouldn't take any risks and immediately jump outside to escape. Just as he was about to jump out, he suddenly heard the guy in front of him shout out loudly, "Huh? Steen Bun Invasion? Are you the Steen Bun Invasion in Lord Grimm's team on the dungeon record rankings?" "Yep, that's me, but right now, I don't have time to accept your interview. I'm currently hiding from an intense chase. I'm about to rush out," Steen Bun Invasion said with a low voice when he suddenly leapt out from the well. He looked around him and sure enough, people were heading towards the well. Seeing him come out, they immediately shouted, "He's over here!" Steen Bun Invasion didn't stop. As soon as he landed on the ground, he took off. "Hey, wait up!" The person in the well yelled and then immediately took off too. However, he didn't use enough strength and didn't jump high enough. His character's 2 feet hit the side of the well, and he was knocked back into it. None of the pursuers knew who this guy was, so they also called, "There's even one waiting to ambush us here." Oh. It might be a trap. someone said. Some of the players immediately stopped, fearing that there might be hidden troops hiding in the well. The number of players chasing Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't as numerous as the number of players chasing Su Muqing and Xiao Yifan, though because of this, they were more unified. There were a dozen players here, from a total of 2 guilds, and they weren't mortal enemies like Tyrannical Ambition and Excellent Dynasty either, so there was room for discussion. In this short moment of hesitation, that brother in the well used enough strength this time and jumped out of it. This character was wearing cloth armor and his hands clutched a magic rod, indicating that he was a mage. After jumping out of the well, he ignored the pursuers and chased after Steamed Bun Invasion. Seeing him run, the players realized that it didn't seem to be an ambush. The chances of one were too small, so they immediately began chasing. Each of the 2 guilds had separate leaders, so there wasn't much confusion. The pursuers chased after him closely. Steamed Bun Invasion hastily glanced around to see if there were any places to hide, like before. Just as he was looking, he heard someone yell from behind him, "Run towards the left." The voice sounded a bit familiar. Steamed Bun Invasion didn't think too much about who had said it and headed towards the left. There wasn't anything special to the left, only an ordinary straw cottage. Steamed Bun Invasion ran behind the straw cottage and temporarily left his pursuer's line of sight. "Jump in from that window." At this moment, that voice came again. Steamed Bun Invasion searched for the so-called window when he realized who the person giving him directions was. It was that bro he met at the bottom of the well. "You're a really good guy," Steamed Bun Invasion said, and saw which window the bro was referring to and jumped in. The bro from the bottom of the well quickly caught up and crouched down to jump in like Steamed Bun Invasion. The first time, he crashed into the windowsill and fell down. The second time, he crashed again and fell. The third time, Steamed Bun Invasion was at a loss. "What are you doing?" "I'm jumping in," the bro from the well said. "I really can't tell," Steamed Bun Invasion said. The bro from the well understood that he wasn't skilled enough. His movements weren't precise enough. After failing 3 times, he gave up and continued to run left. "Hey, where are you going?" Steamed Bun Invasion stuck his head out and asked him. "Put your head back. Add me as a friend and then let's talk." The bro from the well ran as he turned his head back to say. Steamed Bun Invasion pulled back his head and received a system prompt, "Concealed Light requests to be your friend." After accepting the invite, he received a message from Concealed Light, "After 8 seconds, come out through the door." Even though Steamed Bun Invasion didn't know what was going on, he did as he was told. He counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then ran out of the straw cottage door, bumping into Concealed Light, who had just come in from the entrance. "Over here." Concealed Light led the way, while Steamed Bun Invasion followed. The 2 weaved around Hade's village. At first, they could still hear the footsteps and voices of the pursuers, but gradually, the sounds died down and seemed to have returned to the sounds of the NPC's slow steps and calm village. "Did we throw them off?" Steamed Bun Invasion glanced around. "Quiet!" After confirming the situation, it was Concealed Light's turn to warn Steamed Bun Invasion. One of Steamed Bun Invasion's strength was that he was able to listen to others' suggestions and immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, Concealed Light's line of sight fell to the sandstorm claw that Steamed Bun Invasion was holding, a brawler weapon. "Your weapon isn't an orange weapon?" Concealed Light suddenly asked. "Yeah. Why don't you use one?" "I don't have one." "What do you mean you don't have one?" "It was too expensive. Senior wouldn't buy it for me." The 2 talked like this with one asking and one replying, but they weren't on the same page. This Concealed Light was that author of the Idiot series, the level 32 summoner, Concealed Light, and was absolutely confident in his judgment. He was certain that Lord Grimm's team all had orange equipment, but seeing that Steamed Bun Invasion didn't have one, he refused to believe his judgment was wrong. His intent wasn't being picked up by Steamed Bun Invasion, who was answering the questions honestly. "Senior? You mean Lord Grimm?" Concealed Light said. "Yeah. You know him." Steamed Bun Invasion was pleasantly surprised. I don't. Concealed Light said, but was still confused on how his judgment had been wrong. How do you not have an orange weapon? Because we didn't have enough money. Steamed Bun Invasion replied as before. Their footsteps are coming closer. Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly heard footsteps. Let's go along this road. We'll definitely be able to run back to the city before they catch up. Concealed Light began running forward. I'm not going back to the city. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Then where are you going? I'm getting ready in a bit to meet up with Senior. Steamed Bun Invasion said, are you going back to the city? That's perfect. You can lead them away and I'll be good then. Concealed Light coughed up blood. Shouldn't he be the one without any problems? He still didn't know why Steamed Bun was being chased. The only reason he was helping Steamed Bun Invasion was because he was a member of the Dungeon Record Team, one of his research subjects, a character whose equipment he had deduced. A luxurious orange-equipped team. This was an unrealistic argument and Concealed Light understood this. Compared to the other idiot's guides, he spent more time for the Boneyard record. Unfortunately, that was the only conclusion he could come up with. He was absolutely confident, but he just couldn't convince others of it. He really hoped that he could verify his judgment, but he was never able to. Even after knowing that Steamed Bun Invasion didn't have an orange weapon, Concealed Light refused to give up. Steamed Bun Invasion's very casual suggestion to let Concealed Light lead the pursuers away did make him want to cough blood, but he wouldn't argue over something like this. He turned his head to look at Steamed Bun Invasion and suddenly shouted, "Wow! You're level 31 now? You've probably switched equipment. You previously used a level 28 orange weapon, right?" "Nope. I've never used one before," Steamed Bun Invasion said. "Impossible." Concealed Light was concerned about this. "Why aren't you going back to the city? They're coming closer." Steamed Bun Invasion was concerned about this. "They're not chasing me, so why should I care?" Concealed Light said. "What? Then why are you running?" Steamed Bun Invasion asked in curiosity. Concealed Light was speechless. "If you won't run, then I'll be running." Once Steamed Bun Invasion saw that he wasn't going to lure them away and there was no way he could stay in the same place for too long, he immediately began running again. "No. No. You can't go that way." Seeing where Steamed Bun Invasion was running, Concealed Light blurted out. Chapter 199. The Escape Member, Concealed Light. Concealed Light and Steamed Bun Invasion weren't friends. It was just that when he found that Steamed Bun Invasion had run onto a route where he would be quickly discovered, his autocorrect function activated and autonomously shouted out. "Okay, then where should I run to?" Steamed Bun Invasion immediately returned. "Over here." Concealed Light continued to lead the way. "Where are you guys meeting up at?" Concealed Light asked. He might as well just send him there. "I dunno," Steamed Bun Invasion said bluntly. Concealed Light seemed to have stumbled on the flat ground. It looked as if he had accidentally pressed the crouch command. In that instant, his finger had clearly touched the wrong key. "If you don't know, then where are we running to?" Concealed Light said. "How should I know? You're the one leading," Steamed Bun Invasion said. Concealed Light coughed up blood. "You say a place and I'll bring you there." "Wait. Let me ask." Steamed Bun Invasion sent a message to Lord Grimm. "Where are you right now?" Yishio asked. "Hades Village." "What? You're still there? Have you escaped yet?" Yishio asked. "Not yet." "How many pursuers are there?" Yishio asked. Let me ask." Steamed Bun Invasion replied. "Ask?" Yishio was confused. "Hey, how many players are over there?" Steamed Bun Invasion asked the lead, Concealed Light. "How should I know? It's not like they're chasing me. Maybe a dozen or so," Concealed Light said. "A dozen?" Steam Bun Invasion answered Yishio's question. How'd you find out? Yishio had a hard time understanding. I met a bro at the bottom of a well and he told me. Steam Bun Invasion replied. A bro at the bottom of a well? Yishio was getting more and more confused, but thinking of Steam Bun Invasion's brain, he didn't ask to find out. Come to Kanji Forest. Yishio replied. Glory's map didn't only consist of uninterrupted leveling areas. There were also quite a few commonplace transition maps. Similar to the numerous villages scattered around the outskirts of Kanji City, these places were mostly used for quests. Kanji Forest was this type of place. Outside of Kanji City, it was a forest close to Line Canyon. When there weren't players there for quests, it was even more empty than those small villages. We're meeting up at Kanji Forest. Steam Bun Invasion quickly reported to Concealed Light. Here. Concealed Light immediately figured out which direction to go in. Steam Bun Invasion didn't say anything further and directly followed behind him. Concealed Light felt a bit lonely as well as confused. Isn't this Steam Bun Invasion too simple? It's not like we know each other. How could he just follow along without even asking who I am? Concealed Light was puzzled over this question, but more importantly, he wanted to obtain approval. Every one of the guides Concealed Light had published had been seen by readers as nonsense, making him feel very angry. His guides were all correct. Why did those people say his guides were unrealistic? Why weren't they saying their skill wasn't good enough? At this moment, he was leading Steam Bun Invasion away from the pursuers with ease. Yet this Steam Bun Invasion wasn't even asking him how he could do it. Concealed Light felt very lonesome. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Do you know why we have to run this way? Why? Steam Bun Invasion blurted out. Because the pursuers are around 5 coordinates away from us. By going in this direction, the positions of those 5 coordinates behind us are held by 4 houses that are blocking their view. If we went that direction you were previously going along, they'd have been able to find you in less than 10 seconds. Concealed Light happily explained. He was looking forward to Steam Bun Invasion's next question. For example, how did you know that they were 5 coordinates behind? Oh. Steam Bun Invasion said. Concealed Light's fingers went astray again. This time it was his right hand. He accidentally left-clicked and he waved his magic rod. So you're saying that the people behind us aren't able to see where we're going? Steam Bun Invasion said. Yes. Yes. The following routes I'm going to bring you along will all make the pursuers unable to figure out where we are. This is why we're able to shrug them off so easily. Concealed Light said. But it looks like there are people in front of us. Steam Bun Invasion suddenly said. In front. Concealed Light looked forward but didn't see anyone. I heard footsteps. My 1.5 hearing. Steam Bun Invasion said. 1.5 hearing. Concealed Light was confused, but at this moment, just as Steam Bun Invasion said, a player suddenly jumped out from behind a rock. Maybe he's just passing by. If he's with those guys behind us, then our position's been exposed. From the route those guys will choose to take, we should kill him. Steam Bun Invasion had already gone up to kill him. Sure enough, the person behind the rock wasn't some passerby. When he saw Steam Bun Invasion, he immediately took out his sword and rushed forward, a Blade Master. Concealed Light had no choice but to enter the battle as well. As he moved, he began muttering, Brawlers and Blade Masters have mid-range CC skills. Both sides will need some time to close in on each other. Since they will restrict each other, I should summon after going around the Blade Master, to his rear. Brawlers have Brick Buster and Sand Toss, 2 mid-ranged skilled. If the skills are used one after the other, then he can control the Blade Master for 10 seconds. With my movement speed, I can only choose to head towards the 10 o'clock position. Even though I'll be somewhat close to the Blade Master, there's a stone wall over there, which can be used to block the Blade Master's sword draw, so I won't actually be in his attack range. Then, once I get behind the wall, I'll be behind the Blade Master. First, I'll summon Thunder Spirit. The stun effect from the attack can be used to match with the brawlers. Hey! What are you muttering? Steen Bun Invasion heard Concealed Light whispering something, but couldn't hear clearly. While he asked, he rushed forward, sending a brick flying forward. F***CK. How can you waste your brick like that? Concealed Light saw this scene and immediately shouted. So what? Steen Bun Invasion replied to him and used the opportunity to close in while the opponent was dodging. This Blade Master wasn't weak. After dodging the brick, he drew his sword draw. Steen Bun Invasion rolled to dodge the sword light and reached in front of the Blade Master. He raised his hands and used an uppercut. The Blade Master moved back and dodged. He then followed up with a lunge to counterattack. This guy had clearly spent a few skill points on this skill. This skill no longer made only 2 stabs, but 4. For Sword Light stabbed forth towards Steen Bun Invasion. As each one flew forward, Steen Bun Invasion leapt back. The sword tips flashed in front of him, but never hit. At this moment, Steen Bun Invasion swung his hand and threw a sand toss at him. Sand toss was considered a magic attack, so the Blade Master's guard had no effect, but the low damage skill could be endured as long as he wasn't blinded. This Blade Master didn't dodge this sand toss and instead turned his head towards a different direction. At the same time, he followed up with an attack and a triple slash headed towards Steen Bun Invasion. Just with this skill, it could be seen that this Blade Master wasn't ordinary. Concealed Light predicted that the two sides wouldn't meet each other in close combat for 10 seconds, but Steen Bun Invasion used a brick and a forward roll to directly close in on the opponent. Concealed Light was still going forward with his original plan, but while he was going around, because of Steen Bun Invasion's sand toss, the Blade Master's head suddenly turned to his direction, catching him. Concealed Light panicked, but saw that the Blade Master's sword was still aimed at Steen Bun Invasion. Steen Bun Invasion had used this instant to complete his movement. When the Blade Master's triple slash flew past, Steen Bun Invasion lifted his hand and clawed, clasping onto the Blade Master's throat, pushing him into the wall. Knee strike, slap, inject poison. Steen Bun Invasion ignored the Blade Master's struggling and used the time while the opponent's defense was reduced from the strangle to quickly send a few attacks forward. After the strangle finished, Steen Bun Invasion floated to the side of the Blade Master's body and accurately smashed a brick into the Blade Master's head, inducing a dizzy effect. Steen Bun Invasion smoothly applied poison to his weapon and followed up with a combo. The Blade Master was trapped against the wall and had no way of escaping. Any place he tried to dodge to was met by a block from Steen Bun Invasion. The two sides traded health, but clearly, Steen Bun Invasion had the advantage. Not long after, Steen Bun Invasion took down half of the Blade Master's life and beat the Blade Master into the wall. The Blade Master's life continued to drop until he fell. Steen Bun Invasion looked around and saw that Concealed Light was jumping again and again behind a broken down wall and crashing into it. Bro, what are you doing? Are you trying to rape that wall? Steen Bun Invasion asked. Concealed Light was extremely gloomy. He just wanted to jump onto the wall, but the wall was a bit tall and with his jumping strength, he had to grasp the distance and timing in order to succeed. But as he was trying, unknowingly, that Blade Master had already been defeated by Steen Bun Invasion, yet he still hadn't jumped onto the wall. Hurry up and run. They're here. By the time they finished killing the Blade Master, the pursuers finally appeared in their view and were quickly catching up. Concealed Light didn't try and fight with the wall anymore and quickly went around it. Which way? Steen Bun Invasion asked. Over here. After seeing where those pursuers were coming from, Concealed Light continued to lead the way. Except this time, he was no longer as proud as before. You have really weird tastes. What astrological sign are you? This time, Steen Bun Invasion took the initiative to ask. Chapter 200. PKPKPKPKPKPK. Kanji Forest. Yisho told everyone to meet here. At this moment, he was also rushing towards there with his Lord Grim. However, he hadn't fully thrown off the pursuers yet. Even though he had fully utilized his abilities and stamina to widen the distance, he had no way of completely breaking away from the pursuers. The other side had many players, and any random player nearby could be one of their eyes. Escaping by using the pursuers' dead angles. Yixiao was also using this type of method. However, as he ran, he suffered from a barrage of trash talk. PK. 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 Right when it was almost midnight, Huang Xiaotian's flowing tree unexpectedly came online and once again began bothering Yixiao to fight him in the arena. "I'm busy," Yixiao replied firmly. "You can run dungeons later?" Huang Xiaotian said. "If you know that I'm going to run dungeons, why don't you come on earlier?" "If I come on earlier, are you there? Are you there? Are you there?" Huang Xiaotian replied. Not today. Tomorrow." Yixiao thought. Today, he had gone to read Concealed Light's Idiot's Guides. He really hadn't been online in the evening and had only come on at 11:30. "You said it." "Yeah." "Your word counts." "Yeah." "Okay then," Huang Xiaotian said and then went quiet. These gods were both players with frightening hand speed. Yixiao chatted while he made his Lord Grim continue running. His speed hadn't slowed down much. However, after only quietly running for a few minutes, he suddenly received another message. Since he had to pay attention to Su Muqing and the other team member's situation, Yixiao had to keep his chat box open. But when he looked, he saw that it was Huang Xiaotian's flowing tree again, PKPKPKPKPKPK. Not waiting for Yixiao to reply, another message came, "It's tomorrow you dot." A happy face emoticon even came after this. Yixiao looked at when the message was sent, 1 minute and 8 seconds. He was speechless. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. You said tomorrow. It's already tomorrow. Huang Xiaotian continued to type. Come to Kanji Forest. Yixiao replied. For what? Huang Xiaotian asked. It's a long story. If you come, you'll know. Kanji Forest was completely silent. Huang Xiaotian's flowing tree came and looked around, but only saw 2 players who were leaving after finishing their quests. There wasn't any sign of Lord Grim. I'm here. Where are you? Huang Xiaotian messaged. Almost there. Why here? Huang Xiaotian asked. PK. F*CK. I'm going to use my main account. Huang Xiaotian shouted. Not in the arena. Real PK in the wild. Yixiao replied. You're for levels higher than me. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Huang Xiaotian replied. I thought you'd feel ashamed. Yixiao said. What should I be ashamed of? Don't you feel ashamed? Why should I be ashamed? That's good. As long as you don't feel ashamed. Hey. What are you saying? As soon as this message was sent, Huang Xiaotian's flowing tree left the forest and saw Lord Grim in front of him, alternating between moving slowly and quickly. He was using the common, pro-player technique for optimizing stamina usage and was running towards him. Huang Xiaotian's flowing tree met up with him, and just as he was about to say something, he immediately saw a wave of dust rolling forward not far behind Lord Grim. What did you do? When Lord Grim reached in front of him, Huang Xiaotian asked. Didn't you want to PK? Go up, hero. Yixiao said. Are you joking? Do you know who I am? How could I bully normal players? Huang Xiaotian shouted. Weren't you asking why you should be ashamed? Yixiao asked. F*CK. I wasn't talking about this. Huang Xiaotian felt depressed. He had used tomorrow to trick him, which Yixiao responded with his own ashamed counter. Yo, there's quite a lot of people. What did you do? Huang Xiaotian looked at the incoming pursuers. There were at least 20 or 30 people. To gather up like this just for a single person, this was rarely seen. I said dungeon records. Yishio said. Huang Xiaoqian stared blankly for a bit and then realized what was going on. He laughed out loud. Serves you right. To let you be so arrogant. To let you be so shameless. What's your identity? Stealing records from new server players. How shameful. What's so shameful about that? Right now, I'm just a normal player too. Taking records is normal. Yishio plainly said, but you probably haven't seen such a large mob in a while. Are you scared? TCH. How could I go against normal players? I'll keep my distance from you. Huang Xiaoqian said. He really did let his flowing tree pull away from Lord Grimm a bit. At the moment, a large mob of characters stormed into the forest. There's someone here. Quite a few noticed Huang Xiaoqian's flowing tree. In this team of pursuers, there was a guild leader level character, Samsara's 10th server leader, Lonely Drink. He had failed last time to rope in Lord Grimm. He had been especially infuriated when the other side used Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V to reply to him. In the current alliance, he was one of the more active members. When he heard where Lord Grimm's and his team's whereabouts were, he didn't choose to go to the nearest member, but chose to directly pursue Lord Grimm. It couldn't be denied that the reason was mostly due to his own selfish reasons. Flowing tree. Lonely Drink saw this ID. He recited it and felt that it was a bit familiar. He's the one who helped Lord Grimm set the boneyard record. Someone suddenly shouted in the crowd. Some shouted out in surprise at Flowing Tree's appearance. Others were checking the dungeon record rankings. It seemed like Samsara's players were the calmest. They had a guild leader, and with a leader here, they only had to wait for his orders. He's with Lord Grimm. Don't be polite. Lonely Drink decided. As soon as Samsara's people heard their guild leader speak, they immediately rushed forward without hesitation. With people leading the way, the players from the other guilds followed as well. 30 members suddenly headed towards Flowing Tree together. F*CK, what are you doing? Huang Xiaoqian was startled. How did he pull in aggro? He immediately had Flowing Tree run further into Kanji Forest. Don't let any of them go. Lonely Drink shouted. Those that were under him listened to him as well as a few of the players from the other guilds. A mob of players split into two groups. One group went to chase Flowing Tree, while the other group ran towards Lord Grimm. Yishi's response was the same as Huang Xiaoqian's. He also had Lord Grimm run further into the forest. Flowing Tree wasn't too far from him, and at this moment, he understood what was going on. He began chatting angrily, non-stop. Yishio completely ignored him as if he wasn't listening. The two ran someplace and then suddenly split, one left, one right. Right at this moment, the pursuers saw the two split. Lonely Drink didn't hesitate and chased after Lord Grimm. A few players made a suggestion: if there are already people chasing on that side, then we should go to this side. As a result, the remaining players rushed towards Flowing Tree. Just as they began running, someone shouted, "Wait!" No one waited. Everyone continued to chase. This person could only run while saying, "I just searched up Flowing Tree. He's level 27. Level 27. Why are we chasing him?" Everyone heard this. Some players stopped because what he said was true. Level 27. At this level, the character could only run boneyard, but that was already past them. The game progressed this way. The closer they got to the end game, the early game records would become less and less valuable. For example, the Frost Forest record. When the players were all level 20, when the record was set, everyone felt that the team was extremely amazing and that the guild was powerful. But this amazing impression wouldn't continue being kept. It needed other records to keep up the image, and it needed records for dungeons at the peak of the current state of the game. Only these high-level dungeons would be noted by players. At the present state of the game, it would be great to go up on TV for the Line Canyon dungeon records. Even if they weren't the final holders of the record, it would still be more valuable than setting a new one for Frost Forest. Plus, whoever held the final record could use it as proof of their strength. All of the experienced players understood this. The reason Chen Yehue was able to create such a movement was because of this. As long as they could kill Lord Grimm and his team a few times, they would be able to stall their leveling speed and restrict their development. As long as they could widen the distance in their levels, future dungeon records would be fought for as usual by the big guilds, and by the time Lord Grimm leveled to there, the records would no longer be as valuable. By then, the 10th server players would already be paying attention to higher level dungeons. By maintaining this type of level difference, it didn't matter how great Lord Grimm's strength was because the impact he'd have on the big guild's development would be greatly reduced.